It's up, down, holding stuff, pushing stuff apart, expanding. I mean, it's fucking everything you need it to be. It's in the center. It's faster than the speed of light. I mean, come on, brother. Never stops. You can't do nothing with it. Weird.
Yeah, it allows things to orbit, yet it holds things so close to the Earth that they can't move. Yeah, it's all over the place. You don't know what you want it to do.
Makes time machines out of spinning balls. So in the midst of your gravity well, if you jump away from the ball, now you're going to get older on the ISS because the Earth's a spinning time machine ball. I didn't know that marbles were time machines, dude. It's fucking crazy physics we got going on. Just crazy.
Yeah, and by the way, the guy asked me a second ago, like, why don't I believe that we landed on the moon in 1969? I'll tell you the number one reason that I realized after thinking about it for a while, which is the most absurd part of the story, which is them saying that on the surface of the moon, it's a 10 to the negative 11 torr vacuum. Mm-hmm. And that they're jumping around in those flimsy spacesuits that are like less than 2 inches thick or whatever, without them exploding due to the pressure differential. Dude, that's the part that really, when you really think hard about it, like, you gotta be a fool to believe that.
I don't get what's with this, like, brain rot that effectively 0 to 1 is somehow a massive pressure difference. Do you realize it's orders of magnitude harder to build a pressure vessel?
Where's your reference?
Oh, Jesus Christ! I'm not.
What's your reference? You're just gonna say
my reference for
shit.
what? That 0 to 1.
What you're talking about?
That 0 to 1 is less than. I'm not talking to you,
10 to the negative 17 torr. Show us what that means compared to 1, compared to 2, compared to 0. You fucking idiot.
It means 14.7 psi to 0 psi.
Yeah. So, Mr. Engineer, which one's harder to design to? 1 to 10 pressure differential or a 0 to 1 pressure differential, Mr. Engineer?
One atmosphere would be 14.7 psi.
Yep. So which one's harder to make a pressure vessel for? One that can withstand a 1 to 10, so 1 atmosphere to 10 atmosphere, like, difference?
It would be harder to design one for negative pressure.
Yes. So you're not an engineer because 1 to 10 is greater than 0 to 1, retard.
Hold on. And the spacesuits were not at 1 atmosphere. They were
You're a fucking moron, Radwin.
Hold on. The spacesuits were not at 1 atmosphere. They were at 30% of atmosphere. They used an enriched oxygen to keep them going. So it wasn't even 1 atmosphere.
It doesn't even matter, Mark. He doesn't know that 0 to 1 is less than 1 to 10.
You don't have a demonstration of what you're saying. There is no demonstration of 10 to the negative fuck all that you're talking about. There's not one of 1. There's not one of 0. Now shut the fuck up.
Yeah, so the most powerful vacuum anyone's ever made is 10 to the negative 6 torr, and no one ever tested any spacesuits in it.
Or any humans.
I don't get it. 1 to 0,
get in there.
1 to effectively 0 is much easier to design than 1 to 10. Like, your fucking Coke can is harder than making something that can withstand 0 to 1.
That's a cool story. What are you waiting on? Get the outfit on, get in 10 to the negative 7, and let's see what it do, brother. I'll give you a high five when you come out after an hour. Come on, dude. Hurry up. Where your mouth is. Hurry up. Space engineer. Engineer of space. Don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Sorry, somebody else talking.
Nah, D-Bug, I was telling him hurry up. I want to see it too. I got somebody I want to see it. Let's do it.
I definitely want to see him show us what 10 to the negative 17 torr is, but first go to 1, 10 to the negative 2, go to 0, 1, 0, and then get there. Gradually.
D-Monk, is 10 to the negative 14 a negative number or a positive number?
Brother, I want you to show us everything.
No, answer my question, D-Monk. I want
You're going to answer it when you demonstrate. Why do you guys want to go to La La Land, Popeville all the time? Fucking magic tooth fairies and bunnies.
I'm asking you what an exponent is.
Stop asking me about tooth fairies.
Is 10 to the negative 14? Holy shit. Is 10 to the negative 14 a negative number or a positive number?
Fairy? Is it a tooth fairy 10 to the negative 17? Can you demonstrate it?
I'm just talking about exponents. I'm just talking about numbers.
You're not talking about... Brother, you're talking about Narnia.
You're asking me for something and you can't even define it, dude.
No, you're demonstrating something you can't define to us, you fucking goofball. You're asking
He doesn't even
me
know what an
questions
exponent
about
is.
what you
See him
can't
flailing
demonstrate.
around?
You're
Is
asking
this your
flat
guys?
earthers about
Is this your
your
guy not knowing what
vacuum you
exponents
don't know
are?
anything about.
I am.
Why
He
does
doesn't
this
know what
glober
exponents are.
debunking
That's
his
why he's
own globe?
defeated.
I know. What's 10 to the negative 14? Is that a positive or negative
You're
number?
going to show us.
Is
I've
it a
never seen it
positive or
before.
negative number?
Show us, you fucking idiot. Where did you learn about it?
Where I learned about exponents? High school, somewhere where you didn't graduate
where
from.
did you learn about a vacuum that's 10 to the negative 17 torr and what it does on your head?
We're not even talking. We're trying to
So now
get
you're
you to the
not
point where you
talking
can
about a
understand what an
vacuum. Now you're just
exponent
talking
is,
about
Demog.
numbers. So number 5 and number 2.
Yeah, which one's greater, 5 or 2?
5 or 2 what?
Do I have to define a quantity? Do I have to define what it is, or can I just say the quantity? 5 or 2? Which one's greater?
5 or 2 what?
Doesn't matter. Which one's greater, 5 or 2?
5 or 2 particles. Which one's greater?
No, which one's greater? Which one has more quantity? Which one has more quantity?
I don't know. Mass in a vacuum. How much quantity does air have in a vacuum?
So your final answer?
So my answer is you have no fucking clue what you're talking about, Narnia numbers.
He doesn't even know
Where'd you
which
get the
one's greater.
numbers
He doesn't even know
from?
that 5 is greater than 2. What a
Holy
retard.
fuck, we're not talking about floating green numbers in your head, fucking idiot. We're talking about a vacuum.
Oh my god, he's completely illiterate.
No, your vacuum.
Did somebody
is
have to
illiterate.
type your name for you on Discord?
All right, guys.
Is this how
back
easy
and
it is to
forth,
break
one
you
at a
guys?
time.
It's not going to happen with DMOG. I'm going to disengage.
You should engage with a vacuum and start demonstrating what the fuck you're talking about. And then we can all come there to your video show of how vacuums work and what they're going to do to Coke cans and you. So when you get your special suit from NASA and they'll say, hey, we'll loan you any suit you want, vacuum boy, and you're going to test vacuums out for them. Then you can show us how it goes from 14 PSI all the way down to each different number till it hits 0 and then -1, -2, -17.
Do a high five that soup pan when he comes up.
And I'll give you a high five when you get done. There's no need to keep asking people, what's 5? What's 2? What's 3? Is this how you fucking retards really come to the facts of something? You just fucking sit there and ask dumb questions all day about stupid shit? No demonstration, no proving anything? Really? This is what the globe has to offer?
Yeah.
At DMOC, they're scared as hell at the fact that the Earth is measured flat, aviated flat, navigated flat, practically used as flat. They just can't handle it.
Except for WGS-84, which we use to navigate navally and aviation-wise. Do you want me to show you?
Is there a latitude line on there? Do they have a latitude on there?
Just so it's practically navigated as flat, but we use WGS-84.
So there's a latitude line on there. Is that correct?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's a flat Earth. The elevation angle. Thank you.
Oh, I just draw a tangent. You know that? Do you know what a tangent is?
Is there a key legend?
You need to invoke flat. You need flat so much. You need flat more than we need flat. But you're going to invoke a tangent to make it flat. Congratulations.
We literally use a ball to navigate. Coparter, dude. WGS-84 is used.
Nobody uses a ball.
Yes, we do. Do you want me to show you the data where we use WGS-84 in aircraft? Do you want me to do that for you,
Data's not a ball. You retard.
We use WGS-84.
A flat piece of paper with numbers is not a sphere. Go get the globe classroom ball.
We use Haversine actually to calculate flight path distances too.
No.
Why do we use Haversine if
you
flat?
Just stop jumping around,
You
Rabbit.
measure straight angles and then you use the Haversine to turn it into a curved
that's not how
line.
that works.
Yeah, that's how that works. If you're using the Haversine formula, which was only invented in 1801, by the way, is used to turn it into an arc after you measure it straight. Yes.
No, it's not. It's the other way around. We measure from spherical coordinates, buddy.
So you have something.
Show the formula. Show the formula, and we'll do it together, Plum Bob.
So
stop lying.
Do you have some kind of a measuring device that measures?
No, we're not going to get past the fact that you butchered the Haversine. Nope. You butchered Haversine.
The Haversine
so we're going to go back.
was invented in 1801.
And it uses spherical coordinates.
There was no globe before that, man. There was no globe before the Haber-Sign formula. They needed
It
it.
uses spherical coordinates, buddy. Did you know
After the
that?
fact, nobody measures.
No. So are you going to concede? Are you going to concede, bitch
You
boy?
need to
Are
show
you going to
us
concede,
some
bitch? You're my
spherical
bitch now.
measurements.
Are you going
Show us
to
some
concede?
spherical measurements. Come on,
Are you going to
buddy.
concede?
Where's the spherical measurements?
Are you going to
Show
concede,
us the
Plum Bob?
curve.
Nope.
No,
Are you
I
going to
won't.
concede?
No,
Why
I
not?
won't.
Haber-Sign uses spherical trigonometry. It uses spherical trig coordinates.
You're going to measure.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
You're going to measure
Not
angles.
after the flat.
You're going to
Not after
measure
the fact.
angles. That's all.
Do you want me to show you the Haber-Sign formula? Do you want me to show it to you?
Are you going to measure the arcs first or the angles first? What comes first, the arcs or the angles?
It's distances between 2 points on a sphere. We're not measuring angles.
Line,
We're measuring.
Asshole.
Nope, it's an arc. We're not doing anything after the fact.
Between 2 points, it's going to be a straight line.
You know nothing about the Haber-Sign formula. Look in chat, little buddy.
Yeah, it comes after the fact.
Nope,
it was
look in
invented
chat.
in 1801. Before that, there was no globe.
Why do you keep on distracting with that? Why won't you look in chat?
I don't
Are
need
you
to
that
look
retarded?
at your crap.
Are you that retarded?
I don't need to look at your crap.
Yeah, I know you don't need to look at chat because you're trying to cope, dude. Cope harder.
I'm not trying to cope anything. The Earth is measured flat, navigated flat, aviated flat, and practically used as flat.
You fucked up. You fucked up.
You can't use
anyway, hey, Mr. Globerman, what would falsify the globe for you?
No, I just want to get past. We don't need to get past the fact that Plum Bob fucked up and described the Haber-Sign formula completely wrong.
You can't use the Haber-Sign formula. You measure it flat in the first place. Nobody can measure an arc.
Each time this retard tries to obfuscate from his failure, it gets better and better. Listen to him cope and seethe. By trying to obfuscate from his fuck up every single time,
It sounds like you're projecting right now.
Holy cow.
So you measure it flat, you add curve. That doesn't make any sense.
That's what they do.
Oh, I believe it. I'm just wondering why he thinks that.
That's what the D-Mod said. We were speaking in reality, and he wanted to take it to La La Land to explain reality.
Anyway, that's what we're subject to all the time. Just a bunch of crap. They're so scared that the Earth is flat. Like, absolutely scared that something's happened to their paradigm that they live in.
Say the flat earthers that cope about the last experiment.
So when I found out the Earth is flat, I was like, wow, okay, great. I learned something. We tell them the Earth's flat, and they're like, it's not flat. They wouldn't lie. Why would they lie?
I can't understand what that guy was saying. If the world is flat, how come we can take the math used by some... hello? You guys good? Okay, wonderful. If the world is flat, how come we can make accurate... That sounds about right. Flat earthers are scared of me.
Go away.
That's it. Somebody's funny.
What happened, man?
Thank you for sparing me the verbal diarrhea.
Why did he keep going out? What happened? I thought he was saying something very profound. What happened?
Oh, they're scared of me.
He was saying something profound.
Blow my mind.
Oh yeah, I always do, and that's what you guys are scared of me for.
Oh, like cockiness.
Yeah. Oh no, it's not cockiness. It's just the proof is in the pudding. You guys constantly...
It is.
Okay, so if the Earth is a globe, why is it measured flat?
They need to mute you and cry and blood about being smart. True. It's exactly what they do, because they're scared.
Oh, so that's not profound at all. I was wrong. He didn't answer that very direct question put to him.
Damn right.
Are you guys like desperate to prove? It looks like the answer is yeah.
We are desperate to get you to think for yourself.
Oh, I do. That's why I know you guys are scared of me.
Well, thinking for yourself would be starting with not making the mistake of thinking that you're thinking for yourself right now, which you are not.
Well, here's me thinking for myself. You ready? Mute. Go on. Okay, fantastic. I'm still speaking. Me thinking for myself is, why would you... Yeah, why would you mute? Go on. Yeah, all right.
Playing
Again.
whack-a-mole with you. You know that, right?
Oh, no, you're proving me right.
Oh, what was your hypothesis?
Yeah. So as I was saying, mute. Go on. Okay, wonderful. Yeah, if you weren't scared of me, you wouldn't mute me. That's the hypothesis. And it's proven right every time I come in here, including right now.
Okay, give yourself a gold star now.
No, I don't need one. I'm not you.
All right, so what's next on the agenda?
Well, we could have a real conversation, but you guys probably aren't ready for that.
What would falsify the globe for you, if anything at all?
Well, I have many questions for you guys, actually.
No, it's not about us. It's about there's no globe.
Okay, well, what is there?
It's just measured flat and stationary.
Okay, so then why do we make accurate predictions based off of globe math?
No, you have globe math.
Yeah, we do. You deny things like gravity, you deny curvature of the Earth, but using those assumptions, we make accurate predictions.
No such thing as gravity.
I know there's no such thing as gravity in your mind, but we make accurate predictions assuming it's true. Why is that the case if it's not real?
What causes gravity?
Why do we make accurate predictions?
There are no globe predictions. Bro, come on, there are no globe predictions. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we can use math, assuming that the world is a globe, and we can make accurate predictions based off of things like solar eclipses.
No,
you can't do that assuming the world is flat.
Solar eclipses have nothing to do with a globe. It's a cycle that just happens, and it's happened in the past, and they write it down, and it happens again. It's a cycle. Here comes another one, right on time.
Okay, yeah, right on time, because we use globe math to do it. Where's the flat Earth math that showcases us where solar eclipses are going to be and when?
NASA uses a serocycle.
The serocycle is based off of globe Earth math. Yep.
It's not.
It is. And the serocycle is not actually entirely accurate. It's based on before we actually had proper understandings, right?
It even gives you the color of the moon.
So can you show me the
don't
flat
know
Earth
that?
math?
So you don't know that the Ceres is what NASA bases everything on, and it's what the Babylonians used, and it's based on flat Earth. It's on a non-rotating plane, observing the motion of the stars. You don't know that the cycles, everything is based on it. You think it's based on the globe, right? Like, name one prediction that you can make on the globe that's real.
I just gave you.
Remember that last.
Also, plane routes. Can you explain why we have plane routes the way that we do?
Everything you're listing off, okay, was done on is being done on a plane.
I know that's
like,
what you think.
Right? Like,
I know that's why.
Just look into it before you present it.
Look into it.
Like, check it out in real life.
Why do planes take the path that they do take?
Mic check.
Are you good?
Okay, so remember that last solar eclipse that you saying the prediction was perfect, and the prediction that you're talking about, it has to be adjusted at the end because it wasn't accurate. They have to. It was we had the shadow of the moon, the shadow of the solar eclipse, missing like for 100 miles. It was like in different locations, people were told that the eclipse was going to pass at totality to a
Sure, can you
certain
show me a
location, and it
town that
didn't.
was supposed to go over and it didn't?
You guys remember this when it happened?
Yeah, can you tell me
It's in
one
the
town
news
that
and everything?
happened?
All across America.
Okay, all
All
across
across the
America. Fantastic. Name one town. So you have a
Salem.
lot to list
Salem.
off. Name one.
Salem.
Salem. Okay, fantastic.
Yeah. There you go. and
Also,
name
yes,
one
it would
town.
be expected that with significant figures, you would have to readjust things based off of the
Oh,
fact.
there you go. There
Yeah.
you go. There you go. There you go.
Wait, what do you mean, there you go? That proves me correct.
You disprove what you're claiming. That is so accurate.
What was my claim?
Globe. We predict.
Check.
Wait, Jemsy, what did I claim?
Allahu Akbar.
Yeah, they're quicker to mute me than they are to mute that, by the way. That's how scared of me you guys are.
Check voice. Check chat. So there's a city. There's a year. There's probably links. The Selenium clips, right?
The impossible one.
The Celine Leon eclipse. What is this?
Celine Dion.
Celine Dion.
I'm waiting.
Selenalian.
Okay, you guys are just gonna.
Yeah, I
speak in
posted.
moon
I
runes?
posted another. Yeah, I posted another thing to answer your question.
What was my question?
What is a Selenium eclipse? All right, well, just have a look. See.
What does this have to do with making predictions based off of globe Earth math of eclipses and where they're going to be and when they're going to be?
Well, you don't have a globe. That's the first thing, right? You don't. There's no curvature. The Earth.
I
is
know that's what you
measured
think.
flat. The Earth is observed,
I know
measured.
that's what you think.
And no, it is. It's measured flat, and it's practically used as flat.
I know that's what you think. My question, however, was why, if that is true, if what you're saying is true, why, when we assume that the world is a globe with globe Earth math and universal gravitation, do we make accurate predictions?
No, we don't. Like, that's why I'm.
We don't. Okay,
asking,
so when NASA utilized globe Earth math to tell me the exact location, time, and duration of the eclipse that happened a few years ago, how come I went there and it happened?
So the way it happens, I'm gonna explain, okay? But you need to kind of like follow along, okay? So let's say we see light. We're in a big warehouse. Let's say it's miles big, and we see lights in the sky moving. Okay, and then we see how the pattern, okay, that they move in. Okay, and then we say, oh, then we develop a math formula, function, whatever, right? And then we use that to predict the continue this pattern, right? And then we say, oh, well, according to the pattern, to what we've seen, right, and what we're calculating, it should be here around this. And then it comes around, and there it is, right? So this is because lights in the sky and the ceiling are moving, and the floor is not. That's how we make accurate predictions. That's how the Saros cycle works.
The Saros cycle is one tool that is used, and it is not the most advanced tool that we use.
But
Again, it's
but the
used
idea
based
is
off of universal gravitation, not the Saros cycle.
No, it's the idea is they are predicted. You said accurate predictions. This is how they're made. This is how these predictions are made.
They're not made exclusively from the Saros cycle. That is a lie.
The ground is flat. Okay, and it's not moving, and the lights in the sky are moving. That's how you do the math. That's how it's predictable. Okay, there's a pattern. You do the math. Okay, and then you predict where it's going to be. Our floor is level. We know the lights in the sky are moving, and that's how it's happening.
Okay, first off, the Saros cycle does not assume a flat Earth.
The point I'm making is that it's not being done on a globe. It's not using any globe math. Okay?
NASA does, in fact, use globe-based math, yes.
But like the globe
also,
math
the
is
Saros cycle does not assume a flat Earth.
Okay, listen. the globe math has a radius. Do you know the radius of the globe?
Nope.
Well, that's important, right? Because that's the math. Okay, so the radius is 3,959 miles. How do we know this? Because we tried to prove that the Earth is a ball. That's how we remember this stuff. Okay, and according to the radius or the size of the ball, we should not be able to see, like if we're standing on a beach, right, and we're 6 feet tall, the horizon or the edge of that ball should be like
this has
3
nothing
miles.
to do with predictions, Mesa, of globe Earth.
I'm trying to show you the globe Earth math that you're talking about. Because when I ask you what's the radius and you say you don't know, this means you don't know the globe Earth math that you're talking about. That you're saying is predicting stuff.
Wait,
and
I'm
I
sorry.
just
I'm
explained
sorry.
to you.
What is the size of the Earth?
Let me finish.
No, what's the size of the
how
Earth?
it's done? And exactly, it's 3,959.
No. The size of the planet. The size of the flat Earth. What's the size?
We don't know. So the thing about
so you don't know. That's important, though. So you don't even know flat Earth math.
It's important.
That's important.
Yeah,
I just proved that you don't know flat Earth math.
No, you're talking about. No, we
That's
know
important.
what
You
a
don't
plane.
know your math.
We know planes.
There's no flat Earth map. What the hell are you talking about?
Math.
He's saying math. Like
Are you dumb?
Yeah, math is like 2 + 2 = 4, retard. Not like a number by itself.
Yeah, a plane is not like a cube. Like a cube has a finite dimension. A ball has finite dimension, right? It has a radius. That's the size. But a plane that with an unknown size, well, we don't know how big is it. The higher we go, the more we see. To me, it's unknown. I don't know.
Okay, wonderful. So you didn't know, and I didn't know off the top of my head. Fantastic.
Yeah, basically, it's really big. It's so big, no matter how high you go, you'll never see the end of it. So it's a really big plane, right? So it doesn't have dimensions yet.
If you say
we know
so.
water's flat and level, and we know water doesn't like curve at the surface. We know these things, right? We know curvature.
Well, waves
is always change. We know curvature is a constantly changing.
We also know that the radio signals, when they're gone across the Pacific Ocean, need to bounce off of the ionosphere as opposed to going through the Earth because they get interfered with by the water because it curves.
Longest radio transmission was 10,000 miles.
Yep, I just in case you missed it, Radwin, I just told you it bounces off the Wait, Radwin.
Tower, dude.
Wait, Radwin.
Hey, so talking about RF, this is right up my...
Constantly saying things that are untrue. Listen, I literally just told you that, yes, radio signals are sent tower to tower over long distances, but you know what they do? They bounce off the ionosphere as opposed to going through the planet because they can't. Because
do you know what frequencies are supposedly able to bounce off the ionosphere? Because I do. I work in RF, and then look up what frequencies supposedly were used to travel that distance.
Well, doesn't the frequency change over distance?
There's only a certain scale of frequency that will bounce off the ionosphere. Do you know what that frequency is?
The frequencies change over distance, right?
Sure, but what frequencies bounce?
Right. Okay, wonderful. What industry do you work in exactly, by the way?
Frequencies don't change over distance. No, a frequency is what you use to transmit.
Do you want to die on that hill?
Like what?
Bill, do you want to die on that hill?
Listen, no, I don't want to die on this hill.
Okay,
the point is that the ionosphere. Listen, let me finish my point. Okay, I didn't even make my point. The ionosphere you're talking about is a layer of gases, right? And you're talking about the signal reflecting back. Okay, I don't think that's how. Do you want to die on that hill? Is my question, right? Now, if there was a solid barrier. Okay, it can reflect off of that barrier. So there's the explanation for that. Let's get back to the ground, right? Where it's curving, where it's supposedly curving, but it's not.
So we all heard you say that radio waves don't change their frequency as they travel over distance. That's literally just untrue. You're literally just lying. What's the other guy's industry, by the way?
No,
Because you
I
were
used to
wrong.
be a radio man. I used to be a radio man in the U.S. Navy. I was trained by the best Navy in the whole wide world. I mean, they could train the dumbest person to do to be a radio man. I mean, not the dumbest. You got to pass the ASVAB. But yeah, I know what I'm talking about. Well, I remember.
Okay, so then why
what I
did
used
you
to do.
say something so easily
And
disprovable?
Okay, because you're saying radio frequencies change over distance. That's not how radio transmissions work.
They
You pick a
literally
frequency
attenuate over
to
distance.
transmit on, right? No,
They literally
there's a frequency
attenuate.
range, and depending on the kind of equipment you're using and the range you're going to be transmitting in, and you're going to need power. See. I'm trying to explain to you, okay, that signal is eventually going to die out or bounce off of something or bounce around things, but it's not going to reflect off of a layer of gas. Okay, it's not doing that ever.
So, as I was saying, you said radio waves frequency do not attenuate. They do, in fact, attenuate. This is just established fact.
That's a red herring. What we're talking about is the shape of the ground, of water, of the oceans. You know what I'm talking about? Measuring flat. That's what we want to focus on. Not explanations.
In the early 1900s, Marconi was sending signals across the Atlantic Ocean to Scotland, and he sent signals from Europe. The ionosphere was invented way after that, and bouncing off the ionosphere was invented after the fact that they were transmitting across the plane, across the horizontal frame of reference and labeled direct messages from tower to tower. So from these positions across the world, they were doing direct signals, two-way signals. There was no bouncing involved. The bouncing was invented decades after the fact. Hello?
He deafened himself so he didn't have to listen to you.
So in the early 1900s, Marconi was sending signals, and the bouncing signals from the sky was invented like 40, 50 years after. So Marconi wasn't claiming he was bouncing anything up the sky. And where's the guy that was telling the other guy about the radio signals that he works with radio signals?
It's me.
Still here?
I run a WISP, and I'm an amateur radio operator.
What were you want to say? What was your point you were going to tell the other guy?
Well, he was saying that there was they bounce off the ionosphere, but only a very specific frequency or range of frequencies will supposedly bounce off the ionosphere. And then if you look at some of these folks that are making long distance transmissions on frequencies outside of those that are supposedly able to bounce off the ionosphere, how would that be possible? You know, because only 3 to 30 megahertz is what's supposed to be able to bounce off the ionosphere, but people are able to use much higher frequencies like 7 gigahertz and go thousands of miles, which would mean it would literally have to go through the dirt.
Do you know about the Marconi transmissions from the Atlantic Ocean, across the Atlantic Ocean? I think it was 3,000 miles to Scotland from the United States. He also did another one from Europe to Australia, like 10,000 miles. And back then, nobody was speaking about bouncing signals of the ionosphere.
Yeah, because there is no bouncing. It's just direct line of sight, you know. But when you're going across a flat plain, just make sure you're high up enough to cross whatever mountains there are to go across, or the ocean.
Surprised they haven't claimed that it hugs the water because salt water is conductive, and
it's refraction.
The signal hugs the hump. It's a hump hugger.
Yeah, it's refraction, man. Just like lasers, they bend.
Well, thanks for that, radio guy.
Yeah, I'm actually I went to school to be a network engineer, and then ended up landing a job at a local WISP. I live in a rural area where a lot of folks aren't able to get anything but dial-up. So a friend of mine formed a WISP where we bring fiber into a kind of a central location and then shoot point to point up to the tops of the mountains, and then we have sector antennas on top of the mountains. As long as you have line of sight with those mountaintops up to about 16 or 17 miles, you can use like $100 radio to get about 50 or 60 megs per second with single-digit latency.
So you're shooting internet from tower to tower?
Yeah. So we got like a direct line, 10 gig line from Atlanta coming in to a core router, and then we've got 4 dishes. Each run is somewhere between 20 to 26 miles to these 4 different mountaintops that span 3 counties, and then on those towers we've got 120-degree sectors that overlap about 40 degrees each, making a 360. And then as long as you can see those towers from your house, $100 radio on your house.
So line of sight.
Yep. Yeah, because it's unlicensed. It's 2.4, 5 gigahertz, or 3.6 gigahertz, but works pretty well. I mean, dial-up's going to get you fractions of a meg per second. This way, they're able to get anywhere from 20 to 60 megs per second, and their ping.
It's a big upgrade.
6 milliseconds, 8 milliseconds.
And that's internet. That's internet?
Yep.
Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi?
Yeah, so they got a dish on their house. It's about 14
all right.
inches.
So why couldn't they do freaking like same damn thing with all this shit when they talk about bouncing shit off of satellites? Why couldn't they do the same freaking thing?
Oh, I know.
Except it's towers.
Yeah.
And they got a juicier freaking antenna, whatever. I don't know shit about this stuff. It just sounds like
he's giving you a real life example of how it's being done today at the moment.
Right.
Line of sight, tower to tower.
Yeah, and you'd be really surprised how cheap it is. So like the backhauls, the dishes that we're using to do point to point up to the tower, the complete link is less than $500. Each sector antenna with a radio on it is about $200, and there's about 7 or 8 on each mountaintop, and then the radio at the folks' house is only $99. So yeah, if any of y'all, for example, let's say you have like a barn with a workshop in it that's 400 feet away from your house, and you don't want to get 2 internet connections, you could buy 2 of these small radios. They're $50 a piece, and it's less than 1 millisecond latency to shoot from your house over to the barn, and make it's basically like pulling an Ethernet cable. Now, once you get to the other end, you've got to come out of that radio into a router, and then have your own separate router there. But to make that wireless link, you can do it for $100 up to about a mile.
Didn't I do that with an ESP32, one at each end?
We use Ubiquiti just because it's so cheap. Like the example I'm talking about with the 2 buildings, there's one called a Nano Beam. You can get a pair of them for $100. They look kind of like a little mushroom. But like the CPE units, the units we're putting on people's houses are called a Power Beam. They're $100. A pair of those will do 12, 14 miles point to point. We did that for somebody. They had a second piece of property up on the side of a mountain that was 11 miles from their house. So we sold them internet to their house, but then we created a link from their house up to this other house on the side of the mountain. After we charged them labor and everything, it was like $450, and they were able to move about 600 or 700 megabits per second across that link.
So you're sharing basically your internet. You can share the internet in your house with radio antennas from one antenna to the other antenna, kilometers away or whatever.
Yeah, and I'll tell you another thing. If you live in like a residential area where you've got people all around you with internet, somebody will have a network that's unsecured. You can buy one of these radios and take your laptop and extension cord and the radio and a buddy outside and just scan for signals and have him slowly turn in a circle till you find somebody that's got Wi-Fi without a password. Just mount that dish there and point it at their house and connect to their Wi-Fi.
That's interesting.
On it.
Did you do that? Make a company out of it?
No.
It wouldn't be legal.
Now, when I was younger, we used to use Kali Linux and drive around and have one person hold a dish out the window.
It wouldn't be legal, but I mean, how many people could you go out and you just turn around and you're like, all right, look, man, you got to send me $20, every 2 months, and you just set people up.
What did you do when you were younger? You say you were driving around and what?
Like we would drive around with a laptop and install Kali Linux on it, and then have somebody like hold a dish pointing out the window and just drive through neighborhoods and find networks to connect to using some tools that are built into Kali Linux, and then just get on their network and do whatever.
Interesting.
Dude, isn't that how they stole the credit cards at like Target when they had that big scandal? All those people's information got lost.
No, that's not how they did it. Don't say yes to that question. Don't say yes to that question.
Well, that's what they said. They were like hooking
Bro,
into
he said he was doing this, and then you ask him if crimes were being committed.
No, I'm just talking about that's what they when all that big thing went on. I don't know. It might have been a few years back. They said it was from a parking lot.
No,
maybe it wasn't.
The easiest way to do that is you make an antenna that goes in a backpack with like battery power, and you go sit at the airport, and every person that walks by, you scan their credit card with RF.
Damn.
And the reason you do it at the airport is because they're probably not from there, and they'll be on the other side of the country by the time they figure it out, and they'll never know where to look.
Well, that's how those freaking weird scanners that you like put like the fake ones at like gas pumps and shit work. You got to be kind of near it, pick it up.
Yeah, skimmers. Those just go on the. That just goes on the face of the where you slide the card in, so you're sliding it through a second machine, basically. But you can make most credit cards have the ability to just touch them to pay anymore. So
absolutely.
Yeah, you just make an antenna that's on that same frequency, and like I said, you put it in a backpack, and you sit down on a bench, and every person that walks in front of you.
Guys, I joined this voice call. I'm sorry you guys haven't having a conversation. I'm sorry for interrupting, but you guys are all flat earthers?
Me, myself, I'm above the ground, in the medium, inside the container, under the heavens earther. So, yeah, that's the difference.
I believe the earth is flat. I've known the earth was flat since I was 5 years old. Why? Because I knew we're all humans. We stay on the earth easily. I know when I put something on a flat surface, it stays on. But when I put something on a circle, it falls from the bottom. It slides off the sides. So the earth has to be flat. Boom. I just proved it, guys.
There you go. That's easy enough.
What proved it for me was being able to see too far. Like I was able to see a lighthouse that was 180 feet tall from 60 miles out in the water.
Exactly. Like when you
said circle, and that you didn't mean circle. You mean if you put something on a sphere.
Everything we know, everything we know is based on feeling. Like if you're having sex with a hot girl, it feels good, and because it is good, right? So the earth
is so good that it's bad.
Flat. The earth feels flat because it is flat. Boom! The earth is flat. I just proved it a second time.
You sound like a woman basing things off emotion instead of logic.
No, a man can do it. A woman can't. I'm basing things off of emotion logically. Okay.
Logical emotion. Got it.
Exactly.
So based on that logic, you can debunk gravity, because when you go to this grocery store and you see the massive fat lady, you don't feel attracted to her. So the debunk gravity.
Gravity is a myth, brother. If I jump up, I come back down. You know why? It's because gravity is false. If gravity was real, I'd just be floating in the air. Think about it.
Wow, you're just a genius.
Absolutely.
5-year-old, he figured it out, all of it.
I figured it out. I don't know how we haven't figured it out yet. My mic sounds like ass, but that's because I'm in the bathroom. That's why it sounds like that. But yeah, I proved it, guys. The Earth is
Hey, but you're not
100%
supposed to
flat.
be in Discord a 5-year-old. You're not supposed to be in Discord, though.
I'm 15.
So 10 years ago, you figured it out.
Hey, I really hope you know I'm joking.
Yeah, you are. But you're serious at the same time. You know you're not in a spinning water ball. You know this. And the guy with the radio antennas here can demonstrate to you that line of sight is one of the best evidences that people can do transmissions across a horizontal frame of reference, direct messages, direct connections that would be impossible on the ball, because the from point to point, if an antenna was at the other side of the ball, you wouldn't be connecting the way it does in reality. Okay?
Yeah, you can only transmit through dirt or the ocean at extremely low frequencies. That's how like submarines are able to do radio transmissions. They use like 3 hertz, which the wavelengths are like, meters and meters and meters long. But once you get up to, I don't know, just 1 megahertz, it's a high enough frequency that you could only transmit through something like that, maybe 100 feet or something. But submarines are able to transmit hundreds of miles at these extreme low frequencies. Of course, it's much less bandwidth. A lot less data can go across those transmissions, but it works.
Why did you say through dirt? Like if they were like really low on the seafloor and there was like a big hill or some shit?
Yeah, like imagine the submarines, 1,000 feet off the coast, but there's a real deep drop off right there. So the submarine's 300 feet deep in the water, and they're trying to transmit to a base that's 2 miles inland. It's going to have to go through that dirt at the edge of the shore there.
Don't they raise like antennas, like they go closer to the surface and have the stuff above the water to communicate, or they do it just very?
They don't.
Yeah, they'll let the beacon go. They'll let the beacon freaking float up.
Yeah, I mean they don't have to, because it's such a low frequency. So like, you remember back in the day how cordless phones, you could get like a 900 megahertz cordless phone, and today they're like 6 gigahertz. Those old cordless phones, the audio signal might not sound so great, but that 900 megahertz would go through 10 walls in your house, no problem, because the wavelengths are so much longer. Once you get up into like 6 gigahertz, I don't know the real numbers, but each wavelength is only like 2 inches long or something. So for the wavelength to go through a wall, you're going to have like 10 waves in one wall, so you're going to lose a lot of signal. Whereas if the wavelength is really long, only 100th of that wave is going to be in the wall. Does that make sense?
What are we talking about?
Is that why 5G you can't really do it from inside? At least that's what I heard when they first got it on like all these new phones. You'd have to be outside 5G, if you wanted to download a movie or something in 10 seconds or whatever.
Yeah, 5G is just saying 5th generation, but there's like 4 different frequencies on 5G that are all very, very high frequency, which allows more data to be, it's a wider channel, a wider beam. So
for the guy that asks what we're talking about, it's about how radio communications debunk the impossible globe.
Yeah, because the guy was talking about how it bounces off the ionosphere to go around the globe, but there's only a very small spectrum that will actually supposedly bounce off the ionosphere, and the frequencies that were used to transmit these thousands of mile long transmissions were not within that spectrum. So they would have to be going either through the Earth or nothing, and the only way
Which
it would
doesn't
work is line
happen.
of sight.
Yeah, like the low and medium frequency waves.
Yeah, like 3 to 30 megahertz is supposedly what will bounce off the ionosphere, but people are using like 7 gigahertz and transmitting, 2,500, 3,500 miles, which shouldn't be possible.
I mean, yeah, like 5G is only used locally in that way. It's not bouncing off the ionosphere or anything. I don't know why anyone would even claim that. That's kind of a stupid thing to say in the first place.
Indoctrination.
Well, it's not even. I don't think this has anything to do with like globes or like the Earth being flat. I think it's just like a misconception of how like the radio waves work on the person's part.
Way earlier, somebody was talking about like what made them believe that the moon landings were false. For me, it's the radio transmissions, because microwave travels at the speed of light. If the moon is 240,000 miles away, it should be like a second and a half one way.
4 seconds each way.
Yeah, and if you listen to the recordings, there's like the delay is like a quarter of a second or half a second.
Yeah. I don't go back and watch that, but
Is there any chance that could have been from equipment? Look at the LEM. You look at the LEM and the way it looks, and it looks like something I built as a 6-year-old out of a refrigerator box and some freaking like curtain rods.
Patio fold-up chairs.
Yeah, I built a fort that looked just like it when I was like under 10, and my fort was stronger. It was stronger. It would have repelled way more than that freaking LEM.
Have you looked at pictures of the Rover, like the seats? They're like those cheap fold-up patio chairs.
Yeah, that'll withstand freaking all the temperature swings, huh?
So
nice little Sears and Roebuck chair.
It reminds me of like a meth head, like something they would build.
So for what I'm seeing, at least, they used S-band transceivers for the lunar module. So like 2 to 2.3 gigahertz.
Yeah, do you know how much power you'd have to have? Like I use 2.4 gigahertz all the time, and at 1 watt, we can get like at max 15 miles. So to travel 250,000 miles, I mean, it would have to be like 10,000, probably 100,000 watts or some unbelievable number.
Which was definitely doable with the 2 car batteries they took.
They were diehard, man.
Yeah, I mean, dude, how many of those things would you need? You'd have to have like what, hundreds of them?
It depends on the receivers more so, like the ground stations on Earth, more than it does on the actual transmitter.
Well, when you're looking at antennas and transmit and receive, you got to look at the dB of the antenna plus the power itself. So if you have like a huge dish, 50 feet across dish, you don't need much power at all to receive, but to transmit back out, you have to have a ton of power.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't the fact that the Earth's spinning and the moon's spinning have anything to do with how well the signal gets there?
Yeah,
I mean, don't you supposed to line this stuff up, like line it up so that it picks it up?
Yeah,
I mean, it could happen when the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour.
So apparently, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't really care about either side. But so it says 20 dBi was for the high gain antenna on the lunar module, but then the receiver was 64 dBi. And the path loss was 200 dB at the S-band frequencies.
Is DB douchebags? What does that stand for?
Like DVI or just
yeah? What is that? Yeah,
it's decibels like relative to something. I don't know like the exact measurement, but it's how much of like the antenna is concentrating the radio energy.
Do you need around the same amount for the ocean?
I don't know. I don't deal with ocean communications. I'm just going off what I'm seeing.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, talking about alignment, when I was explaining how we do backhauls from like that main building up to the tops of the mountains that are 20 to 25 miles, like sometimes we use like a laser pointer, like a high powered laser pointer, and even the smallest bits of movement can change the amount of data. I'm talking like hundredths of a degree at 20 miles can make the difference between 1 gigabit and 100 megabit per second.
So spinning ball would affect it a little bit, is what you're saying.
A ton.
Well, yeah.
Wait, like it's spinning faster than the speed of sound. That should affect it just a tad.
66.
I mean, you'd have to
100 times faster than the speed of sound.
At that distance, we said it's what, like a second and a quarter at the speed of light from here to the supposed 240,000 mile away moon. You would literally have to lead the signal, kind of like if you were shooting an RPG at a tank that's moving across the field left to right. You'd have to point the gun, out in front of the tank. So by the time the RPG got there, you would literally have to do that with the radio transmission to make it hit the right spot.
No, I'm thinking about it different, like a lightsaber. So you get your lightsaber, and it's like, Luke, your lightsaber is coming short. And you're like 8 feet away, and his lightsaber's only 5 feet. Then he gets the new extended version lightsaber that's 9 feet, and now he can cut right to you.
I mean, I think.
My Lord.
What?
Like there is like antenna tracking though. Like that is a real thing. So I don't see why they couldn't do something like that.
If something's spinning 1,000. Let's say it's spinning.
You're lagging.
Let's just say it's 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, and you put your laser shooting off of it, your beam shooting that way, and then whatever it detects, like bloop, 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 bloop. I don't know what it would get like. Yeah, I don't know how they judge whatever they're going to judge from all the what the references are for everything. But yeah,
I mean, like all the like code that was originally like used for these kind of models is like public though. You can go look at it. Like you can see they're even accounting for like slight Doppler shifts by the Earth's rotation.
I'm just no. That the 14,000 reels of telemetry are missing or rewritten over, with all the data that we supposedly had to go there.
What's the data good for if nobody can find the curve or even print it out? Like, what are all these numbers and all this math proven if it can't even be used to physically print out itself into a physical form of an Earth curve in front of you? Like, what the fuck? I mean, how is all this math good if you can't use it to print the fucking thing out that it's supposed to be mathing of? The math of the globe can't be printed for globe math of globe from the math to the globe. So if I printed you a number, if I gave you the blueprints for a house and had all the lines and all the math out, you can print that house. Where the fuck is the globe curve printed at? I don't understand what the math. So the math is pointless for a globe until we can print the Earth curve, correct?
No, what I was trying to point out is that we have people that were saying something about you not being able to, send these transmissions because the Earth is rotating. And I'm just pointing out that the original Fortran code that this was developed in, they account for that. And they account for even drag in the atmosphere.
Where's your reference for that? Do you have a ball somewhere spinning with an atmosphere dragging around it with a laser? Hold on, brother. Hold on, with the laser shooting from it to like the wall. with like just a focal point on the wall, and you have to hit that dot each time? Like, where is that at?
No,
Do you
I'm
have that?
drawing off of the code that was used inside of the Apollo guidance
Code.
computer.
Code from
Yeah.
what? No spinning ball. So
The
some guy
actual
just started writing numbers. This number should do this times this number plus this number relative to this 3-ball problem that we can't even figure out. So now we enhance the derivative and put the cosine over here, the tangent over here, the R factor and the function over here. And then we come out with just
you're
dog
just
shit.
kind of talking about a bunch of different concepts all at the same time.
Well, isn't that what they have to put into their calculations? Don't they have to put the idea, the math for all those concepts? No?
Well, yeah, they do, but you're
Oh,
just
they do.
you're talking about a lot of completely
Yeah, brother,
unrelated
but where are they
concepts.
getting the concept at? If the material's not doing it in front of you, where the fuck are they getting the numbers from if there's no reference for them to put them from? Like, for me to tell you what the fish is doing for how long, I have to have the fish in front of me. Its lifetime. I have to have the aquarium, how much, whatever I do to that. I got all the shit has to be written down. Where's the from scratch?
I think their initial reference point was that they think the Earth is a globe, and then when the system worked, it worked.
No, hold on.
The code didn't fail.
Man, I think it's a globe. So, man, this shit's got to work this way because after it works, that it must be because it was a globe. Well, if I throw this shoe and it hits you and I don't miss, we must be on a globe. What the hell?
No, I'm talking about Doppler shifting. If there wasn't,
I know. If I throw this shoe while I'm spinning and I can tag you with it, that must mean we're on a ball.
No, if there wasn't Doppler shifting going on because the Earth wasn't curved, it would have hit the wrong spot.
No, you guys, listen, because you're only doing anything you're doing from flat Earth, and every action or reaction you're getting or attribute is from either magnetic, kinetic energy in the medium and resistance. Where's the ball to compare the two? You think you're on a ball right now, but you haven't put nothing on a ball to say, okay, fuck, this ball acts different than what I see in reality, like 1,000,000%. So now, how in the hell can you conflate flat Earth not moving to the idea that you said all the stuff works the way it does on a ball? You don't have the ball. You have flat Earth so far. So we can make the same assumption, right? You're not on the ball doing these tests.
You can't make the same assumption because
You're not on the ball doing these tests is my assumption. We don't know what we're on.
You can't make that assumption because
you have to make that assumption. I don't know what I'm on. Now, how would I be able to figure out from a ball how a ball works to how a flat stationary plane?
The signal would have
any way we could do that?
Yeah, the signal would have gone to the wrong location because a flat Earth.
No, we're not going to say if. No, I'm asking you. Can we get a flat stationary plane that's not moving and shoot signals to something that's going past in the air like a little toy drone, and then can we get the spinning ball and do the same thing?
I don't see how that's related at all to what I was talking about.
You don't see how a spinning ball is related to prove a spinning ball and where you got your numbers on what a thing can do from a spinning ball to the object that's sitting still somewhere.
No, I'm pointing out that they're accounting for Doppler shifting, which wouldn't happen if the Earth
Doppler shifting of what? Flat Earth or a spinning ball? We need to know.
There isn't Doppler shifting on a flat Earth because there's no curvature.
So there's not what you see on flat Earth. So if you're on flat Earth, everything that happens has to be happening on flat Earth. I'm sorry to fucking let you know, buddy. So in that aspect, and I say you're on flat Earth, and you say, no, I'm on glob, right? We're not both supposed to assume none of that shit. We're supposed to break out the models, the flat one, the globe one. Then we go to reality, what this is. We don't say it's either one of those yet. We say, which one does that ball match? Which one does that flat stationary thing match? Do you understand, or is this too hard for you?
I'm on the glob model, not the globe model.
You're on. Where's it at? Let me see how you shoot lasers from a ball to the source.
Yeah, I never said ball. I said glob.
Well, I don't know what that is. How do you know what it is? What's it look like? Draw it to yourself, just for yourself later on.
Yeah, you know what a glob is? It kind of
no, never seen one. Never heard of it.
Yeah, look up Calabi-Yau manifold. That's what I believe the Earth looks like.
Holy shit! You think you live on a design on? You think you live on the arc design of the fucking Batman archaic logo?
No, here I'll put it in the chat for you. So you
Nah, you live on a fucking baby dude. Come on.
go take out a 2D slice of a 6D Calabi-Yau.
Shut up, Goofy. There ain't no fucking no D of none of that shit. There's reality and none of that dog shit you're talking about.
You don't think the Earth is a 2D
I don't have to
slice
think, brother. Break out that fucking model and let's see how stuff shoots off of it. Let's see how you use the scale on it while it's moving. Is it moving? Or is it stationary? Your whatever magic.
I would be able to send it, but I have to wait 10 more days before I can do that.
So you live on a design that we can draw on paper, right?
Well, you can take a 2D slice out of it on paper, sure.
You can take slices of reality from reality.
You can take a 2D slice of the 6D Calabi-Yau quintic manifold, sure.
Holy fuck, brother! So can you ever come out of the? Are you in a computer right now? Do you got a helmet on?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, that's your problem, brother. Take off the Elon Musk metaverse and you come out to reality. None of that shit works.
One
None of that
second.
shit works in your head.
I'm going to see if this rating guy can send this for me. He seems like a good guy, so he can send my Earth model.
Yeah, but you seem like a good guy that can concede that you and a glober are allergic. You are anti-ball physics, anti-globe physics, anti-science, anti-reality. You guys will not do anything that has anything to do with fuck all with the ball. You guys are anti-globers. The globers are anti-globe. They're anti-sphere.
I'm not a glober. I'm a Calabi-Yauer.
Okay, but you know that the globers are anti-sphere boys, right? They won't touch them.
Yeah, I don't buy into spheres. I buy into Calabi-Yau manifolds.
That's just as weird, brother.
No, I think it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I know. Take your helmet off.
You just have to look at it with Ricci flatness, and then you understand what's going on here.
Nah, I don't live on a bent up Mobius strip.
You have to live on the
I don't live on a Mickey Mouse sign, dude. Calm down.
I'm on a K3 surface. You're not in
I know.
complex
You
dimension.
live on a Mickey Mouse symbol. We got you. Draw the outline of Mickey Mouse and don't fill it in. That's what you live on. That's cool. Now bend it around.
What did you say?
Now, I said an outline of Mickey Mouse's head. Now bend it around.
Oh, there we go. This Matthew Learns guy sent my model.
I've already heard about it.
Well, now you can visually see it.
You can't visibly see that nowhere but a cartoon.
No, that's what the Earth is.
Holy fuck.
And we are the crazy ones, huh? Damn.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with my model that...
Hey, man, it looks like a pile of poop. I got you,
Hey,
brother.
don't make fun of my model.
I'm not. I like the colors.
Well, yeah, those are the different K3 surfaces.
And how many dimensions does that have involved with it?
So that's a 6-dimension Calabi-Yau manifold.
6 dimensions, huh?
Yeah. Well, I guess it could be any even number of real dimensions, but it's up to interpretation still. It's still an in-progress model.
So what do you think about space and all that?
I think it's just an outer layer of the Calabi-Yau quintic manifold.
Flattened out manifold.
Yeah.
How the fuck?
It's part of the Calabi-Yau algebraic curves.
How do you have a flattened manifold? That means that all dimensions would exist within the same dimension of the line in itself. Within the width of that line, your whole existence would be like.
Does anyone know where Darth Dawkins is?
You're not accounting for superstring theory.
Yeah, where's Darth?
He's in Dog Barkins' house.
Actually? No, I think he's right. I remember him saying something about that.
He's
I was just
over at
wondering
Dog
if
Parkinson's.
I didn't
Yeah,
mean to
that sounds
intrude.
familiar. I'm trying
I
to
was
find
just wondering if he was still active in the server. Anyone know?
I don't know who he is. I'm joking, dude.
Oh, okay, my bad. Sorry,
No, I found him.
continue on.
He's in the dog's house or whatever.
Is he?
He's really in a doghouse? I was
Yeah,
joking
I got his
about that.
I
ass.
think he actually is.
Holy shit, I'm psychic.
Yeah.
He fucking knows.
Wait, I'm gonna go call him. I think he might be in LGBTQ. I think. Sorry for intruding, fellas.
That's weird.
Peculiar.
Every time I ask them for a globe model or what their model is, they get crazy. And then they say they travel with globes. Go grab a globe and a marker and get to traveling with it. Don't use anything else. We'll drop you off in Point Nemo. Navigators. Where in the hell is 3959 at? From where? Who's ever even measured 3959?
Yeah, nobody's directly measured it, but it's just a calculation based on mathematics of observations.
I actually mean a horizontal line, 3959, from point A to point B. Who's ever done that? Like all the way line. That one. Not necessarily
Nobody.
matching from the center. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, nobody.
Ooh. One for me. One for me. So that's one for the flat Earth and 0 for the globe. Yet again. Because that would be where the edge is, wouldn't it be, Matt?
3959 is the average radius from the center of the Earth up to the surface.
Correct. And if you went from your buddy, who's supposedly at the top of the ball, like 12 o'clock, and you left
Who went
him
to the
at
center of hell to get
3959
that
out the
number?
horizontal line, that means you would be seeing the edge of Earth, no more Earth in front of you anywhere down below you, correct?
I didn't quite understand the question.
If you're the observer standing on the top of the ball and your buddy is standing next to you, you're like twinsies, and then he separates from you like your doppelganger leaving, and then he goes horizontally forward 3959. Isn't that the edge of Earth? That's where Earth stops, and you can just look and see no Earth in front of you at all. None.
No, 3959 doesn't have anything to do with the surface. It's the distance
So 3959 isn't the radius of the ball?
Yeah, it's the radius from the center of the sphere up to the surface.
Yeah, but from the top of the ball, horizontally, wouldn't it be covering the same fucking amount?
No.
And then you would look down and see the edge of the Earth is past you. If you walked a foot forward, the Earth would be 1 foot behind you. You understand?
No, I don't.
Looking down, you'd see the Earth down below you, 1 foot behind you. You'd have to look down and back a little. If you went from your buddy, no matter what human going from their friend, 3959 that way, should be on the edge of Earth. There should be no more Earth in front of you. Selfie stick time.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I guess theoretically, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There we go. Now you get it. Theoretically, yes. 1,000,000% theoretically, but 100% a fact. Theoretically. So that's all Glober's got to do is go away from each other. One guy stay there and sit in a lawn chair and wait, and then his buddy just go 3959 live. And we have something on the tip of his vehicle, and then we just look for no Earth in front of him. Helicopter, whatever you want to do it with. Doesn't matter. Shit, as a matter of fact, you could find that point. Couldn't you, Matthew? Be like little Billy Bob, my cousin's right here in this place, and I'm 3959 from him. Just look out your window forward. Hover up in the air. If you can see Earth in front of you, then you're not on a globe. I mean, it's simple. Just vertically go up in the air, and then you should just never see Earth in front of you. Nowhere. There shouldn't be no Earth horizon ever at that point. Nothing. Not a boat, not water, not nothing. Nothing. Just blue skies and clouds going downward. Clouds going downward vertically, not just horizontally. See, we're looking for this globe. We're looking for that globe, that real globe image. You understand that the letter L or an angle, right? A square, Matthew, that the corner touches a sphere, and that square rises in elevation vertically and horizontally at the same exact rate.
If you put a straight line on a circle, that's what you're saying?
No, not a straight line, a square. We're going to put a big letter L on a globe next to it. And it's not going to be on it exactly. The corner of the L, the back left corner, where the two lines meet, the angle, is going to touch the sphere barely. I mean, just as barely as you can touch it. And then we're going to measure how far away it goes away from that sphere surface. That way. Both things. We're not going to go from the radius. We're going to go from where the two lines are touching the surface of the water or dirt or whatever the sphere. They both should rise in elevation accordingly, one going up vertical and one going out horizontally, away from that sphere, correct?
Right.
Right. So where's the big L? Let's go get the L and just put it out on the water. Be done.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to make a physical version of that. It's a nice concept, but you can't put it in the lab.
You can't make nothing float on water now? Just about a half of an inch above the water to where or 2 inches, and then you make it the weight accordingly to where the weight of it makes it, so it's floating to it. You add some weight until now the corner of that square is touching the surface of the water. And the thing that it's floating on is right underneath the surface of water. Check that shit out, Matthew. That's how a boat works. But so we need a square L boat, right? And then we need to watch it increase in elevation, vertical and horizontal, for you to live on a globe. That's all you'd have to do to prove it. No rockets, no unnecessary money spent at NASA. Just a big floating square. A rigid floating square. And the same way the vertical part goes up that way and doesn't touch water anywhere anymore. The horizontal is supposed to do the same thing. Not touch any water going out horizontally. Why haven't you guys done this to prove the globe's not real? I mean, it'd be so simple. Yep, just a simple inability to increase in elevation going horizontally. Horizontally that way, horizontally down, diagonally down. Any way down, you can't increase in elevation or stay the same. There's no way you can't. There's no point to even talk about a ball. Gravity's supposed to be helping you prove this shit, and it don't and won't. Can't. That stops working. Stops working on all the instruments. Isn't that weird? Hit a diagonal pole. Stab the pole. Stabbing it under the boat, Bob. Don't stick your legs out the canoe. Okay, they're in the canoe. Stab. All right, now you can stick your legs out. You're good. We just stab the diagonal pole from one surface to the next. That's it. Wonder if those super UFOs can go diagonal through water. Since humans can't, and the Globers can't go diagonal through water, they can't dive. Submarines are broke. Fish can't work in water no more. This is weird. These physics are crazy. The ocean's got to be the strongest force field ever, right, Matthew? If a submarine can't pop out the curved water an inch, just a tip, that's got to be some strong ass curved water, brother. It won't even let you get close to it. How does the boat get on top of the other side of it then? How can the boat be on the top of the other side and a part of the boat down in the water, but the submarine can't match it and poke the needle of the submarine out? Something's not fucking right here, Matthew. Work with me, brother.
I mean, airlines could cut, couple or a few or maybe a lot of miles off a journey if they just used what you're talking about, Demol.
Oh, they could save trillions of dollars, the time, the effort, people's lives. Brother, man, if they work with me and I was talking to Elon and me and Elon got together, holy shit, we'd prove this bitch in a day. Guaranteed. And I'd give Elon all the accolades. I just want paid a little bit for helping him and figuring some shit out. But he could still have all this the genius Elon. You don't even have to mention my name like that. Just be like, hey, send for me. I'll help you figure out what you can't figure out. Because Elon, you and your men are too fucking dumb. I'm sorry. I like you, but goddamn, brother. It'd save a lot of money. 100%. If any of you guys talked to him and sat down at a table for 10 minutes, you'd probably make them $80 trillion just by saying 3 sentences. And they'd be like, all right, thank your hand, give you 100,000 and see you on your way. It's just how they are. And instead of the problem you solved, they would say, well, we couldn't figure that out, but we did figure this out, bring out some old shit that you're like, what the fuck? That's not what I worked on with you.
Sure, I'd sit down with CEOs and say, look, the airline companies, and just say, and I'd need 4 words: go in straight lines.
I think airlines generally do go the fastest route. I mean, they have to be vectored by a little bit by air traffic control, but for distant cities or between continents, they generally go the fastest route.
Now, apparently, they fly in curved lines.
Because that's the fastest route.
No, there's no. When you're in the air, there is no fastest curve. A curve is the fastest route because you've got nothing in between the 2 points connecting them in a straight line. There's just air. And guess what planes fly through? Air. Isn't that amazing? So why bother to take that curved path when it is absolutely not the shortest distance?
Well, so wait, which curved paths are you talking about that they're taking?
The one that you say naturally follows the gravitational field of the Earth.
Right.
Just go against that. Just fly straight through that. Don't worry about that part. Negate it.
Can I ask a question on this topic?
Yeah, go for it.
If you're flying in, say, I've got 2 questions. The first question and the second question. There's 2 parts. First one is, if you're flying in, say, I don't know, let's pick a smaller plane that more people have more access to, like a Cessna or whatever. When you're in that plane, is the nose pointed? Where is the nose pointed? Is the nose pointed up or down or horizontal?
Generally, planes fly with their nose pointed 2 or 3 degrees up.
Mm-hmm.
In reference to what?
Horizontal.
Thank you, brother.
That's irrelevant whether it's a flat plane or not. It's still the fact the nose is pointed up is the question.
Oh no, horizontal line is irrelevant. It's itself. Yes, sir. I'm with you.
Uh-huh. So you think, to be clear, Demek, that they point at the horizon then?
No, that's not what I said. It's weird how you just hear your own words like you're talking to like somebody else that doesn't exist.
How
I
about you
said a
tell me what you were
horizontal
trying to
line, brother. Hold up, brother. Listen, repeat my word. Horizontal line. Okay? That's what I said. Repeat that. It's not hard. I know you guys can talk, right? So you should be able to repeat the exact word I say and not other stuff that I didn't say. And say, that's what you said, Democ? Clearly, when you know you're dumbass, it's not what I said.
But what does that have to do with what we're talking about, Demek?
A horizontal line? I don't know. Draw the way of in the airplane or helicopter or hot air balloon. Draw all three and how they get around a ball, following the horizontal line that you just declared.
That's not
What
what
do
you
you?
said.
Hold on, brother. Time to stop laughing. Put up.
I'm not laughing.
Prove it or lose it.
That was me.
Prove it or
That was me
stop.
laughing.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought he was laughing because I was too on the inside. I was with him. You know.
Must have a similar
That's got
Aussie
nothing to do
laugh.
with what we're talking about, Demek. I just don't know what you're talking about. It's got nothing to do
Yeah,
with
hot air balloon. I know you don't because it involves a ball, and you knowing how a ball works with flight that goes horizontal on a horizontal path, and how a hot air balloon, a helicopter, and an airplane can all three take their path and how they work. Can you draw that out for us since you're the fucking globe inspector on how stuff goes around balls? No, you
Despite what
can't.
you may believe, I'm not the ball inspector.
So you're not the ball inspector you claim to be. So you don't have a clue on how hot air balloons would go around a ball.
I literally said I'm not the ball inspector. Are you
So
hard
you
of hearing,
don't know
man?
how to draw a hot
I don't
air
mean to
balloon going
interject
around a
here,
ball.
but my dad is the ball inspector. If you did want to talk to him at some point tonight.
Okay, we want to. We want your dad to draw those three objects going around the ball.
I got you. He'll be home in 30.
So now it's 30. Okay. Well, in 30 minutes, you let us know your dad's got that picture ready of hot air balloon,
Gotcha. I'll text him right
helicopter,
now.
and jet.
Excuse
Know how
me.
they
I
go
was
around the ball
wondering
together
what the
in
topic of
synchronization.
conversation was, so I could possibly.
Isaiah, go ahead. Bring up a new
conversate.
topic. It's all yours.
No, I don't want
sorry,
a new
I
topic.
had a couple of
I mean,
further questions that I wanted to follow on before
I
Demek
stand my
started
ground
bringing
as a
up all.
flat earther, but
I had a couple more questions actually for Matthew, which is unfortunately disrupted.
Sure. Yeah, I'm happy to answer.
So why do the planes fly with the nose slightly up? Do you know? I mean,
Yeah,
that's probably a question for a pilot.
because they're fighting against the weight of the aircraft.
They got to battle the wind vectors, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, no, I'm not. I'm not being confrontational here. I'm just.
Okay. I gotcha.
I'm just wondering because I don't fly planes, so I don't know why.
The weight is pulling. The weight of the aircraft is pulling down, and so they nose up slightly to provide lift. And then when they balance, they stay at the same altitude.
Okay, and so if you were to when you say balance, so what you're saying is they would go up, they would find a point where their nose is a couple of degrees up, and then they would set their trim so that they're constantly accounting for the amount of pull they're getting downward vector, and then they account for that, which keeps their nose in the same position as they keep traveling. Is that a good summary?
As far as I understand it, yes. Obviously, I'm not a pilot, but
that's okay. So, if you were to do something that we can do, all of us can do, if we drive around a racetrack, it's like a round racetrack or a round roundabout or something. Once you start going around the roundabout, do you need to keep correcting your steering wheel, or do you just correct it once? Okay. So why is it that there's an expectation that you would find constant corrections for a plane that's flying? If it's corrected for it once, it's balanced once, why would you expect there to be constant corrections for the nose pointing further down? Or is that kind of like the roundabout where you just correct once and it would...
Yeah, that's a good... I like that analogy. Yeah, you set it once and then just go from there. Now, obviously, in the real world, there's wind and there's pressure differentials and all this type of stuff. But generally, you're right.
Okay, cool. So has anyone got a reason why you'd constantly keep recorrecting to turn tighter and tighter around the roundabout?
Well, the interesting question is, what is the difference? Let's say the largest plane in the world. What is the difference for the nose angle on a flat plane versus a globe of 3959? And the answer is that the nose would have to be 0.02 inches lower.
So
Like I worked out that
be
you'd
below
be
horizontal. Thank you, Matthew. We've been trying to tell people that for a while now. Planes
Matrix.
don't
If you had
fly with
followed
their
this
nose
at
below
all,
horizontal.
if you'd followed
And
this at
your
all,
analogy
you would
of
have
the
heard
roundabout
Matthew.
going round and roundabout is a failure because roundabouts are not comparable to a flat plane.
That's right, they're not. And if you'd listened to this at all, Matrix, you would have heard Matthew say that they fly with a couple of degrees, and then he just said, is it 0.0 something, Matthew?
0.02 inches.
Think about it. The difference being 3 degrees up, 0.0 something degrees below horizontal. That's nearly a 3 degree difference.
He said 20 thousandths of an inch lower. 20 thousandths. That's like 2 human hairs.
Lower than what? Sorry, Matthew. What was that? What was that inches lower than?
That would be the difference
around the globe.
between
Fly around the globe.
the position of the nose on a flat Earth versus a globe Earth.
Yeah, the 20 thousandths of an inch. You're going to measure that while you're flying.
No, I don't think you are. But I think that's the point, Radwan. That people keep posting all this stuff saying, where are they? Where are these things? And you just pointed out that you wouldn't notice it while flying. So what's the contention here, Radwan? Like you just said, you wouldn't notice it while flying. You wouldn't notice it.
Why
It's
would
tiny.
you? It'd add up. Why would your nose stay with the ball?
Because we just talked about this. You set it when you start, just like when you set it going round a roundabout, and then you don't need to keep correcting.
You don't set it going around a roundabout.
I do.
So let me get this straight. You're going to set your nose so it's 0.002 degrees below 3 degrees away from the roundabout, and you're expected to follow the ball. That is the most spastic thing I've heard today.
Yeah, that is pretty spastic, and that's why we didn't say that.
That's exactly what you're inferring, Matthew.
Matrix, why are you yelling, man?
I'm not yelling yet.
Yes, you're sounding very agitated, my dude.
Listen, girl guides, it works like this. Planes fly between 2 and 3 degrees nose up. If you're following a ball, they need to be nose below horizontal. If you can't figure that out, you're in the wrong room.
Can you? So, okay, Matrix, that's really interesting. How much drop do you think a plane has on the globe model doing, say, 1,000 kilometers an hour? How much drop per second? Well, no, you're saying that you just made a claim, and I'd just like you to, talk more about it.
Rick, go and get a bit of paper. Actually, where's my little pictures? I'll draw it spastic pictures for you. Here's 1, answer. Here's number 2, answer. Okay, if your stupid plane does not dip its nose below horizontal, the first picture is what you're going to get as it tries to go round the ball tard. Okay? You want maybe your nose to go round it, so therefore it has to dip below horizontal. How can you not work that out?
Well, unless they think that planes are in orbit.
Yes, they think a plane is not moving somehow. It's just sitting there not having to move or do anything, and then...
And all this data would show up in the pitch data.
You know the picture?
Below horizontal.
You know the picture you drew where the plane's going down on that one? Facing straight down?
Yep.
When they fly straight down kamikaze, you know where they're flying to, brother?
I don't know.
35,000 feet high. They're flying kamikaze down to 35,000 feet. When they started at 35,000 feet. So they're at 35,000 feet above the ball, that first horizontal plane. Then it dips its nose and turns kamikaze. Now it's still 35,000 feet flying down 35,000 feet. Isn't that fucking crazy? I'd love to see that demonstration with the fucking tools and the little gadgets you got, just the instruments to show the readings of that. Holy crap, that'd be fun.
What makes the plane stick to the center of that ball so that when it's flying, it's always the center of the bottom of the plane is towards the center of the ball at all times? Well, I already
like the moon. It's tidally locked.
Well, I heard that the moon from somebody else was the reason we had gravity, but we laughed him out of the room yesterday.
I think I figured that this is all a misnomer, right? They need to reterm the angle of degrees, right? It's not 2 to 3 degrees above horizontal. It's 88 or 87 degrees from vertical. That's what's wrong. Right, Matthew? I figured it out, didn't I? Come on. Maths teacher, please, come on. Review my work. Did I get it right?
I got it right. Going down is zero. You're going down to not increase to increase to drop. So you and I at home, when we drop stuff, it drops down. But think about what he's saying, Matthew, while I'm speaking. I mean, it's can't, you know. So in reality, you drop something down, it falls. But in Matthew's model, the airplane can drop down, but not fall. It's basically like what the other gentleman said, orbit. They're in magic orbit, airplane orbit. But the airplane can't find the curve because in this instance, the airplane's not going anywhere. The Earth's just spinning underneath it. They can't work out the math of that. Their airplane's the fucking hot air balloons. It's a helicopter. Damn. So all the airplane has to do is fight the wind coming at it and just stay horizontal. Oh, we're having some turbulence. Oh, the Earth's spinning underneath us. Oh, there's some hills. Oh my God. Fill the hills. Oh man. Gravity. Son of a. It's gravity turbulence, right, guys?
Yeah, it's ignoring reality to use fairy tales to explain what isn't reality that no one experiences. It's crazy talk. Just one word gravity answers that explain nothing.
Talk to me. Like globes. He said his model explains it all like Clarissa. I haven't seen that show. My globe explains it all. Isn't that weird? Shouldn't that be on Nat Geo channel all day, every day? The globe explains it all. It's where I just want to get a lab coat and start making some TikTok or some YouTube videos and just do crazy shit with the ball and then just show them it's not doing anything what they think. I swear, it'd be so funny.
You still there, D-Mark?
What?
So you still there?
I'm still here.
No, I was just wondering if you could hear me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you this isn't my question. This is more or less it's kind of like a grade school question. And I was just curious how you'd answer it. If the Earth is in fact flat, why doesn't everyone experience the same weather year round?
Because the weather cycle usually follows the gradient of the thing that carries the temperature. The thing that carries the temperature with it is usually the conductor or the negator of what's going to happen with the medium that that conductor's in. So if the sun is like the conductor and it's going choo 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 around that flat track, wherever that sun is, it's going to react accordingly. And how the temperature is, it's going to react accordingly. That's why you have rainforests, cold parts that don't have seasons, and parts that do. And I'm pretty sure you can't. Yeah. So on flat Earth, that probably can be easily explained by where the sun goes. It negates the idea of what's going to happen. And then temperature beyond that, like within the area or gradient. So if the sun's a little far away and you still have hot and cold, and it's that time, you know what I mean? So because the closeness that it is, but it's still going away from you a little bit, it's going to negate like how cold or how humid or how dry. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Right. So then on the
in
ball,
your view,
well, on the ball, the confusing part is having a super cold top and a super cold bottom that are supposed to be closer to the sun.
right.
And hold on, one more. And Death Valley is the furthest thing from the sun. So in my mind, no glober can demonstrate that with a heat lamp in reality on a real ball. If they could, I'd love to see it. So I can demonstrate with the like a room sized flat sandbox, fucking everything I need to that would actually give you the outcome of probably what you need. But I'm not going to do that because I'm not the great fucking God guru model maker. And I never professed to put any books in anybody's school. And I never told third graders they have to believe anything I say. I would rather them go out and not make anything up. I don't want them to do science. I don't want them to do globe science. I'm against that. I want them to go out and just do stuff. Trial and error. The outcome is the thing you're searching for. If you need an outcome, do what the fuck whatever you can until you get that outcome. Once you get that outcome, you got the outcome you needed. That's it. I mean, it can be no simpler than this. But go ahead,
So,
sorry.
in your view on a flat Earth, if you had one location that was experiencing, let's say, 102-degree temperatures every day, and another area was experiencing -20, how far apart would those locations have to be on a flat Earth?
Oh shit! I mean, that's a good question. I mean, that's the question we ask every day. How much air has to be between you and I for the sun to totally be negated between that medium? So water, right? We kind of know water in a way. Like a kilometer or two of water, you're not going to see any more light down there, right? And it gets super cold as you go down. Correct?
I didn't hear you. Repeat that, please.
A kilometer of water blocks out the sunlight. Like a kilometer or a little more. I'm just saying it's around about that, right? Don't hold me to the exact number.
Right.
But when the sun's above you at high noon and you dive down like a mile down in the water, it gets black. You get it?
Sure.
And it gets colder. Okay.
It does.
Now the water does better than the air does. It's a better insulator because it's more condensed. Does that make sense?
To an extent, yeah.
Okay, I mean, yeah. Well, things work crazy. I didn't make reality. I mean, things can be an exception to the rule. Don't ever hold me to anything like that, okay? If I have an exception to the rule, you couldn't hold me to what you're saying to be true if I can have the exception to it, and I couldn't do the same to you. So I can't say there wouldn't be certain times or occasions that you might not have it, but you'd have to demonstrate it. That's the whole point. So now on Earth, in the air, if it's 1 kilometer of water, the thickness of air in my mind would probably be up to 1,000 miles because it's like 800 to 1,000 times the denseness of the air horizontally as for vertically for the water. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand the gist of it.
Vertically, the sun going down to you is blocked by 1 kilometer. Horizontally, it takes probably 800 miles, 1,000 miles, maybe more. I'm not. You can't hold me to a perfect number because yet again, I haven't been at these both points to see a Demox at 2 points at once and the lights here and stopped here. You understand? So I don't know the
I understand
exact
what
footage.
you're saying, yeah.
Right, but that's the best way to explain it. It's the thickness of the medium, and once the sun gets through so much, it doesn't matter how fucking bright the sun is. It's going to turn black. It's going to get dark. It's not going to proceed through that medium.
All right. Well, I appreciate you at least attempting to answer my question. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. And like I said, I'm not the other flat earthers, so you can't hold them to what I'm saying 100%. Like some of the stuff they'll say, they'll agree with, like the horizontal, the elevation, But when I say I can outmodel a glober with my flat earth model that I'll make, I haven't produced it yet. I just say it in description to let you know how badass it is because it can be done. The globe model can't be done. I can't show a tide to you on a ball and a river next to water sitting still. That can't be demonstrated on a moving ball. But on a flat stationary plane, it can be. It's just weird, you know what I mean? There's just different aspects of things.
Sure.
You said, Demox, you didn't understand why it was cold on the top and the bottom. What about it being cold on the poles confuses you in the ball model?
Because it's never been demonstrated to make sense. It confuses me when it doesn't exist. So like if you say, hold on, if you say I know the facts of Superman, but it's only a cartoon comic book thing, and I say okay, and you're like, well, hold on, there's a real Man of Steel right here. It's my grandpa, and you pull him out, and we do some tests, and he doesn't withstand the test. He's not the real Man of Steel. We demonstrated that. So hold on. You got your super ball that's got these super claims that you can have the heat source really close and it be frozen there. Now you have to go in a lab and get some kind of ball Get that demonstration going where you have a spinning ball around a heat source that's not moving, and the part that's closest to it is the coldest. I mean, that's all I need. I mean, it can't be that hard, right?
Let's talk through it, because you said a couple of things there that I think are worth expanding on. The sun is not really close in the globe model. Right? You're
Well,
aware of
that's
that.
yet to be discovered or demonstrated. We have no,
But
you have no reference. The
You
whole
said
point here
in
is
the
you're
globe model.
describing. Hold on, 1 second. You're describing globe. You're
I listened to
describing
you.
Sun Super. You're describing Sun Superman to me still without the fucking demonstration, without a reference. But go ahead, brother. I'm not going to stop you after I finish my sentence. Go ahead.
In the globe model, the sun is not very close. Just want to start with that.
Okay, well, that's up to you to demonstrate. But go ahead, keep going.
That's just the model, Demek. In the model, the sun is far away. This is not up to me to demonstrate. You can look this up and check any model. It is a fact that in the globe model, the sun is far away. You can disagree with the model, but that's not up for contention.
So how do we see how the temperature works?
Well, that's a good question. Where I take it you live in North America.
No, on a ball. Now listen to me. I'm talking about demonstrating the fucking grab that globe, put some thermometers everywhere on all the continents, the 7 fucking, and just brother, just put some cameras on there, put some thermometers on that bitch, rotate it around your heat source, however far you need to, and show me Death Valley compared to the North and South poles, and we'll take a look at her.
I can do this really quickly. How long is the night cycle on the North Pole in the middle of winter? How long is it nighttime for?
I've never seen a globe model. I couldn't even tell you.
Seen a globe model?
No, a non-existent thing I've never seen. I've never seen anybody with a 3D ball present their globe model to me. I've heard you guys say a lot of stuff. You blow hot air out down my back, enough for me to sell to fucking New York and back 3 times. But no one's ever got the 3D ball and show me what they're talking about. You'll have a computer screen that's flat, that has fuck all to do with reality. There's no 3D balls on there. I need a 3D demonstration to clarify what you're talking about. If you don't, then that's odd. And this is what it always boils down to. The globe people not able to demonstrate exactly what they're trying to say.
It's not the North Pole. It's
with the ball.
Okay.
What
so
is?
If you really
What,
need
where?
physical district, you can do this. Just this.
Can do
if you
what?
really
Not
need one,
grab a
I'm gonna
ball?
make one. Listen to me, Demek. You asked a question. I'm giving you an answer. If you really need a demonstration, get a ball. It can be any ball. Put that ball heat source. Your hand or the arm you're in the heat from the heat source. That is not
You're roboting, Rick.
Is that better? If you block the heat source from
No,
yourself,
still roboting.
This is the only part I want to hear, goddammit, and he's roboting. Fuck. Call NASA. Tell them their best glober is falling off right now. Getting connected. What the hell? Can't hardly wait. Can you guys wait for this model demonstration? I would literally have to use the restroom if a glober got a 3D ball out and showed me what they were talking about.
He's gonna do it. He's gonna be back in 8 years like the other guy.
Oh, remember that one guy that came in here? Well, I don't know where. He came in somewhere. He was real feisty with me, right? And then I said, okay, let's get a ball. And he got a ball out, and I started talking to him and pointed it out. And then he goes, all right, something. He goes, I'll be back and prove you wrong. I said, okay, remember to do it with that ball. And he never came back ever. Never talked to him again. It's been years. He's not a Glober anymore. He said, I'm going to come back and prove you wrong. I said, I'll be waiting.
I'm still waiting for that asteroid made out of diamonds that's supposed to make every citizen of the Earth rich or some shit.
Oh, man. I wanted the moon rock. I just want a moon rock so I can see what it do.
What happened to the Moon Hotel? What happened to that?
I just want a fucking moon rock necklace and a moon rock ring. I wanted to start glowing orange and red and getting big and little and just doing cool moon shit, moving water. Mud puddles are gonna follow me down the street. You don't understand the power that you'd have with the moon, with a piece of the moon. How about a little piece of sun, little sun necklace? You just hold it up and go underwater with it. It'd make you a force field. You'd be good to go. I think it's weird to imagine that they think somebody with a 160 IQ would say that gravity is the thing and actually describe it as a fucking lasso or a steel bar holding on to you. This is crazy. But can't even draw it.
Paid actors, bro.
A hot air balloon, a helicopter, and a jet. I want them all drawn simultaneously going around the ball. 3 pass. No dipping, no dropping, no tilting. They're fucking falling at 9.8 meters a second and flying down. They're flying forward, down, and falling at 9 point plus 5 plus the speed of the plane at the rate of falling. And they're still 35,000 feet high. How do you drop down but stay 35,000 feet high? How do you stay 35,000 feet high past the curve? I've never seen anybody go 1 foot past the earth curve in an airplane. To say, hey, my airplane just said, I went this far. Now horizontally, I increased 1 foot this way, as well as I'm at 35,000 feet vertically. Where's your VH in your plane? What's your VH reading? Your vertical versus horizontal altitude. Where the fuck is that at? There's no horizontal altitude thing in your airplane? What? What's going on? The airplane doesn't have an instrument to show you the increase in elevation going horizontally. You know that's vertical for somebody else, right? What the fuck's going on? How does the airplane know when it's 35,000 feet past the earth curve? That's all the fuck I want to know. How do you know the earth's surface of the water is 35,000 feet behind your airplane so you can go around the earth? So you can stay at 35,000 feet. When do you know that point? That's the only indicator I want to see. I want to hear beep, 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 beep. Your airplane is now at 35,000 feet horizontally, sir. How high is it vertically? 35,000 feet also. Thank you. Thank you, Susie Plane Navigator, VH. How in the hell do they know they're 35,000 feet past the Earth curve to do any math, to do any? Where's the data for that? Surely, if little Timmy sees the airplane flying kamikaze up past the curve this way, it's got to be rising in altitude. Surely, there's got to be an instrument for that. While little Timmy watches it go vertical, so the airplane's going vertically up for Timmy, but it doesn't read. It's not reading anything. It's not reading the fucking increase in elevation. How? Can any Glober answer that question? Where's the instrument that increases elevation horizontally and shows you? I'm not talking distance across the ground at all. I'm talking elevation beyond the ground, beyond the water surface, beyond the dirt. Like flying past a cliff and increasing your distance past the cliff, but it'd be elevation compared to that cliff in reference to that cliff. Because flying past that cliff, you're increasing elevation from the back of your plane. It's increasing elevation leaving that cliff. Not only distance. How does distance equate to elevation on a ball? How the fuck are they the same thing? Matthew, do you have an answer?
Not here, man. Already gone.
Oh, I'm sorry. Damn. Son of a bitch. Anyway, you guys get that question. It's a really good question, right? Why is horizontal distance counted as elevation on a ball? But it's just horizontal distance. There is no elevation increase. It's impossible on a ball.
Anybody in here think the Earth's a globe?
Hell yeah, brother.
Yep.
Anybody have any proof for the Earth being a globe?
No, but I got evidence. I wouldn't call it proof, though.
When you say proof, this is an interesting thing I just thought of, right? When you say proof, what do you mean by that? Like, what are you asking? Like, what is proof
Rick,
to you?
come on, man.
It's a reasonable question. There's different proofs.
It's not a reasonable question, dude. You're an academic. Why would you even ask that?
I mean, in most fields, 95% likelihood is considered, quote unquote proof. That's the burden that they put on, most statistical testing, p-value.
No, I don't want to go down that road, honestly.
Well, I think it's a reasonable question. The question is,
it really isn't, Rick. It's not what you think about it. It's what it defined as.
I mean, you asked the question if we had proof, and I was just looking for clarity on what you considered proof.
Well, I mean, what does the definition state? What proof is?
I'll have to have a look. Let me have a look.
Yeah, go have a look. Any new people in here think that the Earth is a globe? If you're brand new to the room, you can ask some questions.
Can you explain? I got a question for you.
Go ahead, Joes.
So on this flat Earth map, can you explain how a flight from Santiago to Sydney is 12 hours, but a flight from LA to London is 7? On this map, that wouldn't make any sense at all with your circumnavigation on a flat plane.
What, the AE map?
Yeah, can you explain how a flight from Sydney?
Yeah.
Can you explain that?
That map is just like it's got its special use case, but it's not utilized for specifically the thing that you might want to use it for. So you might want to use a Mercator for that. So flight maps are used for just detailing what path the plane will take over the course of its travel. But that's not to say that the path will deviate with the heading. So as the tower gives the information to the pilot, then he might direct them to a different heading. So not necessarily what you might think. It's not black and white, right? A pilot's not just going to jump on his plane and go over the Great Circle course and there you be. That's not how it works, dude.
Yeah, but I'm looking at your map here, and if you look up a flight, well, this is the map that you guys follow, right? Or do you guys believe in different things?
No. Each map has its special use case, right? So there's different maps for this purpose you want to use them for.
So then what's the special use case for airplanes?
Special use case for airplanes? What do you mean?
Yeah, what do you mean a special use case for each map? What does your flat Earth look like?
What does my flat Earth look like?
Yeah.
It looks like reality when you go outside. That's what it looks like.
I'm looking. Look at Matthew Lawrence. Can you want to take a look at this after I just said this? Can you explain that to me?
When you go, explain what to you? I don't have to explain anything to you. When you go outside and you view the Earth, it doesn't look like a globe, does it?
Can you explain my question? You haven't answered it. Can you explain to me how Sydney to Santiago is 12 hours flight, but a flight from London to LA is only 7 hours when the distance from...
Yeah, for that specific flight, did you understand all the factors that were accounted for, like the pilot had to account for?
What do you mean factors?
Maybe the tower was telling him to go to different headings. Were you factoring that all in?
This flight happens probably 4 times a week. So is this happening every single time?
Do you know what the pilot has to do as far as like when he travels the path? Do you know what he does?
He flies across the Pacific Ocean.
No, do you know what he
does?
does?
On a globe Earth, it makes sense for 12 hours.
According to him getting his not only his navigation from the charts that he uses, but also from tower control. Are you there hearing the relay?
So what are you telling me? What are you trying to say?
Josie, you gotta let me finish, brother. So you can't be in a position to say that you know something that you cannot possibly know because it's only the pilot and or the co-pilot that are hearing this information from the tower. They're the only ones privy to this information. You can't be there to say the reason why the flight took so long was because it was a globe. There's no way you can say that. Not with assurance, anyway.
What are you trying to say? So you're telling me that your evidence, the reason why that's true, is that the person that's talking to the pilot is giving him directions to slow down the travel flight from Sydney to San Diego?
What are you saying? What I'm saying is you don't know the information that's
And
being
flights are
given to the
tracked
pilot.
globally, and you could track speed, so it's not
That's
like he's
great.
going off track. So I don't know what your
I'm
point
not
is.
saying he's going off track, but do you know what information has been given to him to relay to like what?
Yeah, I can actually track a plane flight. So yeah, what's your
That's
point?
great. That's great. So what is this gonna? What information does this tell you? All of this, like what?
This information tells me that on your flat map, a flight from Sydney to Sydney.
No, wait,
Yeah,
no.
You're cutting me off before I can even answer.
Not a flat map, because this should be an affirmation of the Earth as a globe. In your case, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So in what way does it affirm that the Earth is a globe?
On a globe map, a flight from Sydney to San Diego, when you cross the Pacific Ocean, the times make a lot. I mean, they actually make perfect sense, but on a flat map, they do not.
Okay. So do you think that the pilot's traveling with a globe map?
The pilot is on a globe, and he is taking a flight on a globe.
Traveling
Yes,
with a
indeed.
globe map.
Yes.
Answer my question.
Yes.
Yeah, evidence, please. I want you to show me where the pilot that does his job takes a globe map with him. Evidence, please.
Okay, so what evidence are you looking for? Like that, I know that he's taking a globe map.
Actually, that the pilot is taking the map that you think he is, the globe.
I just gave you the evidence about how the times add up on a globe and they don't add up on a flat map.
Josie, there's no evidence that you're giving me. You're just telling me what your feelings are about what you think the reason why something's happening. But you don't have evidence to back it up, sir.
My evidence is literally what I'm saying right now.
Your words?
On my map of a globe, the distance that it takes for his plane to get from Sydney to San Diego, the 12-hour distance time only makes sense on my map.
Okay.
Well, because this map isn't accurate projections, bro. You literally
it's not projections. That's not even
that's
projections. That's just evidence.
these projections on this map scale. This is clearly the cartography of the map isn't real. Okay, you took a
Heretic,
cartoon
I don't know
of
you from Adam. I'm sorry, sir. I don't know you from Adam. 24/7 usually carries arguments in here. Have you been here long? I'm not sure. Like,
Are you talking to me?
No.
Yeah, what's up, guys? I'm back. Yeah, Master Debater's back. You know.
Okay, well, as I was saying, it's just the cartography on this map and scale.
I don't know you from Adam, sir. I don't want you to carry an argument that I'm actually currently engaged with. I don't know what you know about this topic, so I can't just give it to you. Arguments are something that we hold dear, like all of us in here that actually defend the points. I don't know you. I don't know how you carry arguments, so I can't just give it to you.
Okay, well, I just felt like you could use a hand. You weren't.
No, I don't need a hand. I've been doing this 10 years, sir. I don't need a hand. You'll see. Just allow the process to take place. That's all I ask.
All right, let's
see what I do. It's a bit frustrating, I know, but the cognitive dissonance that he has will be met with him not being able to answer the questions. Just watch. All right, so back to you. You think that the pilot actually uses a globe map? According to you, flight times vary from one direction to another, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So is there any way that you can solidify the fact that he's traveling over or negotiating over any specific amount of curvature during his flight? This is important.
So you want me to? So your argument is to show, like, you want me to tell you proof that his flight from Sydney to San Diego. You want me to show proof that there's curvature on his flight.
Well,
can you explain to me how that makes any sense at all?
Yeah, what I'm asking, Josie, is that does the pilot take into consideration any negotiation of the curvature of the Earth during his flight? I mean, from point A to point B, from Santiago to Chile. So is he thinking about having to navigate over the surface of the globe? The pilot.
I might need a little bit of help on this. I'm still kind of confused.
You're fine. Listen. The way I do things is I want you to think about it, and you can research. You can ask Google or Chat GPT, whatever you want. I want you to use as much information as you can.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the question that right now that I'm posing to you. You can think about it and perhaps come back. I'm not pressing you for it. So
I understand. Would I be able to pose a question to you to maybe you think on as a flat earther? And
sure.
So what I would want you to do is you should explain to me on a flat earth how them flight distances add up.
On a
without you saying that the pilot is being told specifically certain directions when I could track a flight.
Yeah,
I
the only
think
thing
he
I'm
is a little
saying
bad faith.
is that's good that you can track a flight, but whatever you're tracking the flight on, it's going to have a specific model that you're using you're tracking it on. Yeah. So let's say you're tracking a flight, right? What program or what software are you tracking it on? I'm just asking because I don't know what you're using, but is it just like a map or what are you using?
I mean, I'm sure specifically it'd probably just be websites of trackers on flights that.
Okay.
But like, I mean, it's on a globe map if
I know,
that's
I
what
was
you're
gonna
trying to
say,
get to.
is it on a globe? Like,
Yeah, that's what you're trying to get to. Then yeah.
Yeah. So that would already presuppose that the Earth is a globe via just using the map, but no demonstration or evidence of the curved surface is needed. So it's reifying a model. So
I think what. Yeah, go on.
ahead. No, you go.
I feel like the point that you're missing here is what I'm trying to say is with my evidence, it doesn't make sense on a flat Earth. Like it's physically not possible.
Man. I get you. Trust me. I've had this discussion thousands of times with many people.
Yeah.
So what the problem that you're having right now, and I'll tell you, is that it's called a presupposition. You're presupposing that the Earth that you're seeing a flight take place is happening over a curved surface, and you have things to reify the mind that you have for this, which means what I just asked you. What do you see this flight path? Like when you're tracking a flight, what is it? What are you tracking it with? And the software, it's going to already put the presupposition that the Earth is using a globe model. And so when you're doing this, you already see it happening, and you're tracking it on this globe model. So it's not like you need to ask any more questions. I get it. That's not okay. If you can just table that right for a second.
Yeah, I understand.
What I'm saying is the evidence of the Earth being a globe needs to be presented so that it's not just a model. Because a model can, if I was to presuppose any other model, as long as I have the flight times worked out perfectly, then it would work on that model too. So it doesn't matter what model I present, so long as the flight time and the distance traveled would be equal to the like when you track it on your software, I could put it on any specific geometric shape so long as the flight times equal the same that it would from the pilot going from point A to point B. So what I'm saying to you is, that's great. That's great. You see a globe and you're tracking the flight and you see the flight times and that's all good. But I need the hard evidence that the pilot is actually taking into consideration the negotiation of the curvature from point A to point B. Like he's actually considering it in the cockpit.
Yeah, I understand
that's
what you're saying.
But I get where you're coming from.
I wouldn't be able to answer that question. But the point that I'd probably oppose to that would be, I could give you evidence of multiple different flights on this globe Earth that I believe in, that I actually think is true, and all of these flights. If I took every single one and matched them up with distance and how they're traveling across the globe, and with they're going against winds, when they're going east or west, all of this, and they would all be consistent with the distance that they're in, and they would all add up to a globe Earth. So the point that I'm trying to make to you is, tell me how we can have a globe map, and every single flight adds up, but you guys make this flat Earth map and can't get any of the flights to be constant or make sense at all.
Josie, let's get something straight. We didn't make the flat Earth map. It's actually a globe map. It's squished.
Can you answer my question though?
Yeah, the map.
Why can you guys not make a map that makes the flights make sense?
Yeah,
Can you explain that to me?
though? That map that you were seeing in the text channel, that's just a flattened out globe. That's all that is. It's not a flat Earth map.
So then, but so why are you guys not able to make a map that makes sense for this?
Yeah, we don't need to.
Why do you not need to?
Because you're telling me something that makes sense.
Just because you can come up with evidence to disprove a globe Earth does not mean the Earth's flat. If that's what you're trying to say.
No.
That's just bad thinking.
No, I'm trying to tell you something, dude. I can affirm that the Earth is flat, and I can disprove that the Earth is a globe. I can do both.
Can you confirm it through flights and explain how they make sense
No,
on the flat Earth?
because
You can't actually prove it.
the geometric shape of the Earth isn't described by a flight path, which is what I'm telling you.
How is that not true? How is that not true? How is the geometrical shape not confirmed through a flight path?
The follow-up question that I gave you during your questions that you were asking in the beginning was that how does a pilot know he's negotiating over curvature? Because indeed, if the Earth is curving, the pilot would have to take not only the route that he's going to travel, but the actual curving Earth into consideration, because that plane is flying at like, well, if you want to put a median at it, it would be like 500 miles per hour, right? Roundabout. So it's going pretty quick.
Yeah.
So as it's flying over the surface, you'd have to consider that the pilot needs to understand that he's going to be traveling over a certain amount of distance and or curvature. So he's going to have to compensate in some way for that. Now, what I'm asking for is the very thing that you said you were going to take some time to look into, is does he compensate for that curvature from point A to point B? And if that's true, then we're going to know that pilots are doing the thing that you think they're doing when they're flying over the surface, and it's going to coincide with the information. I mean, that you.
No, I understand what you're saying. I honestly, I'm gonna be good faith. I cannot answer that for you. I don't think I have any evidence to. Yeah.
Well, I would say this, man. Like, furthermore, I would say just look into it, and then if you can come back and perhaps give it another try, like see what happens. Because I know every the end point of each argument. So I'd rather you just take the walk, the journey, and figure it out. But yeah, if you think currently right now that the Earth is a globe because of maps, I can't do nothing with that because that's your belief.
Can I give you one thing?
Sure.
So your argument that these flights make sense for your Earth would be
Didn't say that.
You wouldn't be able to explain the flights because.
Okay.
I didn't say
Joe's
that.
easy. Planes
So I'm just trying to ask you a question.
And something
Yeah, but I
you
didn't
might
say
want
what
to
you
look
just
up
said. But go ahead.
is the emergency landing points of some of these so-called long-distance flights that you praise. Go and look up the emergency landing points of some of these long-distance flights you're talking about. And you'll be
So are you saying that the
interested
flights from
on where they are. It'll make you ask a few more questions, hopefully.
What was your?
So I'm
was that your-
confused.
Was that your question you were gonna ask?
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I honestly just forgot.
Well, just think about it, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to think about it. What was I gonna say? I think it.
Let's see.
You might have to come back to me one moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna kind of do a little spiel here. If anybody's in here and you're brand new to the topic, you could chime in. We'll talk with you. Usually, preferably, I would say, the 24/7 group, team, whatever you want to call them, just group of friends. I'd rather them champion the points. Usually, when we let some random people that we've never talked to actually do it, that's why Heretic I said that, because I don't know what you know, and sometimes people get off into the weeds really quickly, and we're very efficient when we do what we do, so we don't. Yeah, and if you want to just hang around 24/7, man, you'll see what we do, and perhaps you can kind of glean some of the things we say, and make your own arguments and that. But it's
No worries,
vastly different.
no
than the
worries
other
at all.
forums.
Wait, can I ask
I do
one thing?
appreciate you, Heretic. I'm not
For this guy, I don't know who this is. Bill G. You got a mic?
Bill G.
Yeah, but this photo he sent.
What?
With that photo, like if I was to attack the fourth point, would you just go back to the third, and then you go back to the second, and then you're gonna go back to the first, and you're just gonna go down the list? Type of ordeal. Like if I was like, well, I can give you tilt because of seasons, because of a globe, and then you're gonna go, well, how do you know the the globe's curved? Like, are you gonna do that?
There's a lot of things that you think about when it comes to the Earth being a globe.
Yeah.
And so to you, in your mind right now, it works.
Yeah.
So if it works, you don't need to like really investigate anymore. It's what it is. What it is.
Yeah.
We get that, because we hear people actually saying this all the time. Oh, it works. It's seasons work, like time zones work, like all that stuff. So why wouldn't it be a globe? That's kind of the response we get. But more than that, I think the empirical evidence needs to stand out. Like if you say, and if it is a globe, We're not just refuting the fact that it's a globe and we're saying no, it's flat. Like that's silly. We have to be standing on some kind of empirical evidence in order for us to say that.
Yeah.
Because like most of the people in here have been doing this a long time. We've heard a lot of arguments that people have, and if you basically I've heard other iterations of the type of argument that you're giving us now. So it's not beyond. It's not lost on us that what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's just
no, yeah.
it's it takes time for you to actually kind of disseminate the information that we talk about in here, and then come to your own conclusion. If you, at the end of the day, if you're like, you know what, it's a globe because that's what I know, and that's it. Like, no one else is here is gonna twist your arm and want you to say flat Earth.
No, yeah.
That's not our goal.
No, I don't really.
So,
And what is your guys' definition of level? Would you guys say level is
flat, horizontal?
just flat, or like would you say it's
synonymous with the horizontal flat? You know.
So you wouldn't say it corresponds to the center of the Earth because you guys don't believe in it.
Well, I mean, it's not. You got like, okay, so when somebody says, "Why don't you believe in this?" I usually rebut that with, "Have you proven it?" So if somebody says there's a core of the Earth or there's center or whatever, I'm saying, how do you know?
Oh, I'd probably say the level, maybe.
Yeah, I know, but that's on the surface. If you're on the surface, how would you know if the center, if there is a core or a center? How do you know that? That's something unknown, man, to be honest. It takes people have theories about what they speculate, as far as going down into the Earth. There's no definitive evidence that down into the Earth is like this core or anything.
Yeah.
But there's theories, you got the mantle and the core, the inner core, and all that stuff.
No, I understand. I get what you guys are saying. I feel like the whole biggest problem is like a lot of, I feel like with the flat earthers, they do a lot of like disproving and saying like you can't prove this, but not enough of their own proving. Like,
no, I get you, man.
Yeah,
we don't
like
do that here. We do both.
Which is kind of messed up because I don't think you guys could explain like a lot of the stuff like on a flat Earth. Like this guy's saying the sun's close.
That's not where our proof lies, dude. That's not where our proof lies.
Do you know what proof means though? Proof is defining your own point, not disproving another. You're just disproving a global Earth. You're not giving proof towards your own claim.
I get
so
what
you
you're
don't
saying.
have proof.
Yeah, we do.
You have reasoning to believe that there's not a global Earth.
No, we have proof. The affirmation of the Earth as a globe is a claim. And so is the one that the Earth is flat. So either one, you're going to be able to substantiate it with evidence and you can prove it. So, and that's what I'm asking for you, and you should be asking that from me.
Yeah, but when I asked like things, like I had this lady come in here, I don't know who it was, but she was trying to explain eclipses, and she was telling me that the moon was illuminating or something, and I was like, that doesn't make any sense. And she said it had nothing to do with the sun, which would make zero sense at all.
It just depends who the person is, the ones who are in here. They might give you some points to think about, and some of them are a bit like too far out, like for you to actually say, like, well, there's no proof that you have of that, so.
Yeah.
I want to stay more consistent with some things that we can provide evidence of, instead of just leaving you kind of guessing, well, it could be this, like a inconclusive.
Yeah, no, I understand.
That's not going to win.
Well, like, how do you guys believe that the sun and moon is like closer and above us directly on your flat Earth?
Well, the idea that the sun is at a specific distance away, right? So you have the idea on a globe that it's 93 million miles away, right? So 93 million mile away sun. And then, of course, the idea that when you hear some flat earthers in the past, they were like, well, the sun's not 93 million miles away. It's closer.
Yeah.
I have beef with that because you can't say either or.
Yeah, no, I get that.
I would tell the flat earther too. It's like, as a flat earther, you can't say it's closer. Closer to what? Something you don't think exists? Like, that doesn't work. Not as an argument. You have to substantiate the claim. How did they come up with the information that the sun is at that specific distance? Then if that has been in any way solidified in empiricism, then you can say, okay, I know the the sun could be thought of as 93 million miles away, but it's closer. No, there's no, it's a false dichotomy. You can't put something against something else that you don't know the distance to. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, I understand that. Well, can I say something to you?
Yeah.
I want you to be I'm biased with it. Would you say that people who believe in the globe Earth, scientists, everything, all this stuff, they have a lot more evidence and stuff that correlates?
Yeah, I know what you
all together more than a flat earther would?
No, they have what's considered explanations, or the way I say it is lore. If you've ever read a fantasy novel, it's what it is like all the things that make up the story, right? So it's the lore, right? So they have a lot of it. So if they tell us, okay, well, the sun's a giant burning ball of plasma, it's the sun, it's emitting light, it takes 1 million years to reach the surface, but from the surface to Earth, it takes 8 minutes. And
would you agree that it all correlates, though?
No, there's no.
You really don't think so?
It's all like it's like story time. What it does is it gives you a mental picture. Okay, so you start thinking of stuff because you can see it in your mind's eye. But if I was to tell you, because we've had a guy who's a scientific communicator, his name is Mick West. He came into our server, a 24/7 server, and we were asking him some questions. He's one of the top dogs for science, speaker anyway.
Yeah, I know.
And we were asking him because he's a cosmologist, and we're like, so how do we know what the sun is? Basic questions. He's like, well, as far as science can tell, and we had to kind of give him uninterrupted time so he could speak because everybody was like chomping at the bit to try to talk to him. But he's basically, like, paraphrasing here, but he was saying that they know that the sun is this way as an educated guess. Their best guess for what the sun is. But they're not going to be like definitive. They're not going to say they know something like that, because he says science, the way it works is, somebody can come up with a better theory and disprove his theory and such. And, it'll be something else that, maybe they found a new element or something. You know what I mean? Like he was basically saying that that's what they can know now. And he said, that's how science works. And we were kind of like, well, I know I was kind of biting back. I was like, dude, why is it possible that you're saying this to people and they look up to individuals like you, and there's no way that they know the truth, but hearing it from you, because you're someone who speaks on behalf of science, and then you tell other people, like, they trust you. They're putting their trust in you, that you have, combined knowledge from other academics in you that have given you the information and the go ahead to say that this is the case.
Yeah.
And you're not saying that that this is what the sun's made of. You're saying, from what we're hearing, it's like it's an educated guess. But when we hear people come in here, they're like standing on like for sure knowledge. Like, yeah, the sun is this. And we're like, dude, not even the scientific communicators actually say definitive claims like that. They don't do it.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying is, like, they have like theories and ideas, and they work through a lot of mathematics and stuff like that, but it's not so much to deal with physical hard evidence, no proof, that kind of stuff. So that's why what we do in here is we stick to that. We stick to what we can tell you for sure. We've interacted things that are tangible, right? They do the opposite. They give you ideas, stories, theories. And so what you're built up with right now is like this, basically like a fantasy. So it is like space cosmos. We can travel to Mars, and we're going to be living over there in like biodomes and, rovers and all kinds of stuff, right? So your mind is like already out there. There's no coming back, like, unless you actually break the chain and like demand evidence. But other than that, you're encapsulated in this mindset.
Why did that dude get banned?
I
don't know, that dude in the chat.
Never you mind, young fella. You just keep having a chat with Alpha.
Yeah, Rapscuttle's a troll, bro. He's not in here
Oh, he
to.
is.
He's just in here to annoy flat earthers.
I wasn't sure. My bad.
Rapscuttle is he's an academic, by the way. I don't know if you know
Oh
that.
no, he's not. Rap Jazz Legs?
Yeah, he said he's an academic.
No.
I'm not saying he is, but I'm just telling you that's what he's saying. Whether or not
Alpha, are you in the? Are you
I'm
in
not
the?
gonna call him out on it, but
Are you in the PNR server at all?
yeah, but I don't frequent it.
He spends a lot of time in there, dude. And trust me, he's not an academic. He's just a goofball. He likes to joke around and annoy people, and he's a good dude though. He's a glow, just a little trolly.
When it
pandemic.
comes to when it comes to like people like him, and he was speaking about surveying and such, and I was talking about planar surveying, and he says you can measure the Earth as a globe with surveying, and I'm like, no, you cannot. Geodetic surveying isn't measuring the Earth as a globe. That's using mathematics to superimpose the WGS84 model. That's what they're using. You know, I think Mark was in here earlier. You scroll up. He was even talking about they use the Haversine formula to actually, use that information to make the planar surveying measurements into an oblate spheroid such as the WGS84 model. So, I don't know. And he wasn't admitting that. He was like, no, they measure it curve. That's how they do it. I'm like, bro, we've spoken to many of these guys, and even the ones who consider the Earth to be a globe, they will all say when the raw data measurements are taken, they're done in short links, right? Due to the type of equipment that they use, whether it's a theodolite or a total station or any other measuring device that they use, right? Professionals, they do it in short distances. And if they're going to travel to other places, they're going to transfer a line. So the horizontal line that they're getting from one location, they'll transfer to another. And so they keep doing that if they depends on how much land they're going to cover, right, for a specific job or whatever. But it's not measured as a curved surface. They don't do that. Now, mind you, some of the devices already have baked in the geodetic information. So the device is already doing it while you're looking through the rangefinder off into the target distance. So that's something to consider, because some of the young people that are actually doing those jobs, and I think what's his name is one of them. What's his name? He comes in here a lot. He's got he's a redhead dude. His name escapes me, but he comes in here and he works a job, doing that, and he's staunch in his position. He's like, no, we're using geodetic surveying, and that tells us the Earth's a globe. But he's an end user. He's just using the device like the way it is, and applying that to what he thinks that it's a globe. So it doesn't help, that the devices already have this information baked in. So
Yeah,
they
I know
don't
what
have
you
to.
mean.
They don't have to, because before, the older guys, there's this guy named Godrock, and he's a flat earther, but he used to, do surveying for over 30 years, and he's like, yeah, we don't do that. Like, we just take the planar measurements and, sight our distance, and there's some things they do with math, but it doesn't include accounting for any curvature over the distance, of their site. That's not, I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So, I mean, but the other guy he's confused, but he thinks he's right. But I get it. I know why he's thinking that, because it's already in the device when he's doing his measurements. So
yeah,
there's a lot of stuff that maybe you don't really know about.
No,
I've been
yeah,
around
I'm
this
not,
topic,
yeah.
man. Like, I know the ins and outs, like why people think the way they do, what's got people motivated to say it's a globe, but it's not really. Once you actually start to break down every piece of information you might think leads you to the Earth as a globe, you maybe will see it, but at the end of the day, you might just throw your hands up being like, bullshit, I'm going to play Fortnite, something like that.
Why does it matter?
Well, for some of us, truth matters. For others, truth doesn't matter, and they go about their daily lives not worrying about truth.
But so, like, whether or not it's whatever shape it is, like, what does it actually matter?
The truth. People.
Right, but there's
some
the
people
truth
live their
about
lives-
there's an infinite things you can know the truth about. So, like, why is this truth one that's important?
Well, it's the very thing that we were born on top of.
Like, some people spend their whole lives trying to establish that, like, God is true, like his existence is true, right? Like, that's the big question for them. So I just don't understand why, like, the shape of the Earth is so important.
It's fundamental, man. It's like
To
it
what,
answers,
though?
Well, it answers like cosmology. It answers like how we know the physical and natural world, what it represents.
But why would that even matter?
That, what
Like,
I'm
let's
saying
say
is-
let's say like the distance to certain celestial bodies is different than we think it is.
Yeah, Gabe,
So
what I'm saying
I guess your argument would be that, like, there's an elite that's trying to like
No,
like hide that
That's not my argument.
to a
No,
certain level.
That's not my argument. But what I'm saying though is, for some people, truth does matter. For others, like you're happy to say that you can trust an individual who says they're an academic and they
Well,
already figured it out, and you don't have
Truth
to.
is important to me, but like for me, it's more important that, like, for example, like China took the literacy rate from like 13% and made it like 90%, right? Like that's
good.
more important to
good.
me. And
That's
like
good for you.
But
That's
here's the
good for you,
thing:
but
like,
there's a
if
lot
the
of
shape
people
of the
that don't
world
think
was
like you.
related to that, then I might care. But like, I don't know how
Gabe,
that's related.
Gabe, a lot of people aren't you, so they
No,
can
I get
think the
that.
way they
But
want.
that's what
So
I'm saying.
then-
Like, why is the
so
shape of the
truth-
world more important than like a billion people learning to
Because
read?
I'm trying to tell you, dude, truth is something that's special to everybody. And if you think this is not anything to do with truth, like if you say, does the Earth being a globe or flat have anything to do with truth, Gabe?
Well, it might. I don't know. I'm saying, like, I'm not even going to go there.
I'm trying to tell you, it does.
Sure. No, I'm saying there is a truth objectively. Like, it's either round or it's, who knows,
Right,
diamond
it's
shaped
flat.
or whatever.
It's flat.
But like, there's all kinds of truths. Like the ocean, you could say it's not quite blue. It's like clear. Like, we could argue about all these different facts, but like, why does it matter?
I'm telling you, because
go ahead.
Truth has its intrinsic value. It's to everybody. It means something, right?
But like, all truths don't have intrinsic value. Like, everybody has a height,
Dude,
but like, I don't need to
telling
know
you.
everybody's height on Earth.
I'm
I
telling
don't need to
you,
know their true height. It's not important.
Truth has intrinsic value. So you
Great.
think you're trying to make an argument for how truth doesn't have intrinsic value.
No, I'm not. Like, I'm saying, it's like, it could have intrinsic value. Like, you have a height. Let's say you're 6 feet tall, right? And so that's either true or it's false. But like, my knowledge of that, it has to have a point, right? Like, why does it matter that you're 6 feet tall? It might.
Because maybe
it
I
might
need to
within a
fit
certain
in
context.
Maybe I need to fit in a vehicle that you're designing.
Correct. But that's what I'm saying. But hold on. But that's what I'm saying is, how do we weigh these truths against each other? The fact that you're
Well-
6 feet tall, or you're lying, or you're not, and the fact that the Earth is round or an oval. Like, how do you determine one's more important than the
It all
other?
boils down to you as an individual. So I can't tell you like.
So you just
what
think it's a vibe?
No, it's what you consider. Like a lot of people.
It's like a vibe. It's like what you feel.
Yeah, well, if you come to this forum and you're like, this is bullshit, I'm out. Like you,
I don't care if it's bullshit. I just don't know if it's important.
I'm just telling you. What I'm using is an example.
Sure.
Right? I'm showing you an example. If you come in here nonchalant or indifferent, you're just gonna be like, why do you guys argue, but not you, right? The royal you. Like, why do you guys argue about the Earth being flat or round? Like, and to them, it doesn't matter. But you know what's weird is that those guys that say that, they sit around for hours and they come back. So obviously, to some subconscious level, it does matter to them. But
I don't
they
think
are
that's
too
I
proud.
don't think that's a legitimate argument. Like, I've known
No, I'm
Crit.
just
I've
telling
known Crit for like 5 years, and I just never found it an interesting argument. I hang out in the communist room, and I find arguments about history and like what affects human life.
I don't get this, man.
Interesting.
This is the part that doesn't make any
I'm not trying to come down on you. I'm just genuinely curious. Like, because there's
I
other
know,
facts out there,
Dave,
right?
listen,
Like I could say there's 20 planets in the solar system, right?
get
And
it,
I could be
dude.
really concerned about proving that.
I get it, Gabe.
Wait, we get it. It could be false.
Just wait, man. Why would you come into this? Why would you come into this VC and tell us why you don't care? Like, it's easy.
I'm not telling you why I don't care. I'm
Gabe, it's
asking
easy
you
enough-
why it's
Gabe,
important.
Hold on,
That's
dude,
all I'm
you're cutting
saying.
me off, bro. Like, what I'm saying is, it's easy enough for you not to come in here and tell us, hey, you know what, guys? I don't care about the Earth being flat around. Okay, there's another channel over there if you'd like.
But I would think that you guys would have arguments about why it's important. See, because you guys
I
are
don't
flat
need to
earthers.
listen, I don't need to make things important to you. If you don't like things in your worldview, then that's fine. You can go out.
It's not about me liking it or not. It's just
Yeah,
like,
it is. It really is.
I mean, we could. What I guess I'm trying to say is, you guys might have like 300,000 pages on like the exact shape of the Earth, but you've got like one page
What
on
you're
why
saying,
it's important.
we get. Let
I
me try
don't
this.
care, dude.
There.
It's not
Alpha.
about it's what.
And I'm just wanting to know like why it's important, because then I might
I'm
actually
telling
care.
you, You don't need to listen. I don't need to make you care for anything, because at the end of the day, you care about what you care about, Gabe. I can't make if I put up a good argument and say, look, this is the reason why you need to care. You're gonna be like, yeah, but I'd rather talk about politics. And
I don't think that's true.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe the reason that they're lying about the Earth, like for example, the reason that they said the sun was not the center of the solar system, and the reason they said the Earth was the center of the solar system back in the day, is because there was political reasons behind it, right? There were religious reasons.
Yeah, Bong.
And so, like, you could definitely make the case. That's why I'm asking you. I don't really know. You could make the case.
Let me give you an answer real quick. So you're asking, like, there are so many conspiracies, right? Like, why should I care about this one? And I want to share with you why I care.
I'm not even calling this a conspiracy.
I had the same question. Why should I care about the shape of the Earth, right? When there are other things that are more important, or just as important, or way more important, right? So what I came up with was, like, a lot of these other conspiracies that I was concerned with as well. If the Earth is flat, then those conspiracies don't exist, right? So the first thing I had to do was make sure that those conspiracies are legit, and that's by proving that the Earth is a globe.
I guess for
so
me, I don't come from a foundation of believing in conspiracies.
Wait, let me finish, because this is more about logic. This is more about logic.
No, it makes sense. I understand what you're saying,
and how we feel about anything, right?
I don't have.
So the first thing to consider. Let me finish my answer, man. Let me finish my answer. If the Earth is a ball, then these conspiracies exist. If the Earth is not a ball, then a lot of these other conspiracies I don't have to worry about. So that was the first thing for me, right? Was I need to know, right, if these conspiracies are legit by knowing that the Earth is a ball.
Conspiracies? I'm just curious.
By knowing the Earth is a ball. Like, I can't, like, okay, remember Ronald Reagan, right, said, I can't help but imagine how quickly our differences will disappear if there was an outside threat to our planet. Okay, there's that. There's meteors. There's all these threats from space, right?
I don't really know what you're saying.
These threats from space. Okay, from an outside world.
You were worried about space, but you're saying if the Earth is flat, you don't have to worry about that.
Well, that's one of the many. The globe having a radius makes it finite, which means there are finite resources. There's finite a lot of things.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, for me, why should I care? Why should I come here and debate this first?
Finite?
Right, let me finish, man. I'm trying to roll through this. I'm trying to roll it out for you, man. Okay, so for me, I also believe in God. I believe in the Bible. Okay, so there's that for me. Okay, now if I believe in the Bible and the Bible says it's flat, its description of it is flat, right? Then that's another reason for me to consider, because if Jesus created a world that was flat and not a globe, right, then all these other things we're worried about are actually don't exist. They're all
that's the opposite of what you said. That's taking on this belief to reinforce what you already believe.
The first good
that's not
reason,
taking this
exactly,
on to dismiss
the first good reason to really consider flat Earth, right, is because it will remove all of the other rubbish. Because if it is flat, then it changes. It changes all the things.
I don't understand how being flat means that there's infinite resources, though. That doesn't.
That's not what I'm saying. Okay, what I'm saying, if it's flat, okay, then what we know about this world is all wrong, even about ourselves and about God.
So you're saying it just puts everything into question.
That's why I came here, right? And clarity and yeah, it just filters all the bullshit out.
To me, it sounds almost like an ideological Hail Mary to kind of be like, well, I don't want to really reinforce my other beliefs, but if this is true, then nothing is true.
He's just telling you his point of view. Of why
that's fine. I'm just giving my sort of analysis.
I know, but you're rebutting him, thinking that like, well, that's not good enough, and that this is weird, and like you're kind of like taking apart what he's saying, and that means something to him. To you, something else might matter to you.
I'm not taking it apart. I'm saying.
Wait, no. Go ahead. Let me finish. Let me finish, Mickey. Let me finish, Mickey.
I don't mean to put him down.
If the Earth is a ball, because there's two things. If the Earth is a ball, then all these conspiracies, right? Okay, I can look into these things. Okay, but if it's not a ball, if it's flat, then all these conspiracies that happen on a ball, right? That only changes. How do I explain all this other? So now it's totally different. So it's important for you to. It's important to first know, right? Like, what the hell are we on? Like, what conspiracies are real and what's not?
I just don't have any frameworks of belief that are dependent on the geographical shape of the Earth, right?
You can decide if that's a good enough argument or not. There you go. That's my reason. Thank you,
Yeah,
Miggy.
so it's his
Go ahead.
reason. So it's basically just what he's telling you is
That's
the
fine.
reason what he came to knowing, like as far as when it comes to truth, how he came
Sure.
about. Right now, you have a different take, so you don't have anything associated with what he just said. He's just basically telling you his point of view as to what he came to the truth about with this whole topic. So that's why it matters to him. You, on the other hand, you're your own person. You don't need to depend on somebody giving you a reason to believe in something to be like why truth
That's
matters
fine,
to
but
you.
you understand, being someone that said this to me earlier, there is an objective reality. So one person's right, one person's wrong, and that's okay.
Yeah,
and that's okay. I'm trying to critique his idea without criticizing him as a person.
But it's hard not
I'm just
to.
pointing out.
Like, I know what you're doing, but it's hard not to because you're.
No, I'm just pointing out that, like, when he said that, flat Earth kind of makes you able to not have to believe in conspiracies. I was just pointing out that, like, that's kind of the opposite if you're looking at it as a way to, like, justify the Bible being true. Because if you already believe the Bible's true, you're right. If you already believe the Bible's true, and then you're like, oh, flat Earth is like convenient for what I already believe, that's not making you disbelieve something.
Yeah,
that's
no,
just
but
reinforcing your belief you already had.
It was
But I'm
actually
listening to his other art. He had other examples.
No,
I
it was
just didn't
actually the
really quite-
opposite. Actually, bro, it was the opposite. The globe Earth made me doubt the Bible. So I always looked at the Bible like, it's not
But
scientific.
don't you see, you're backwards
when I
rationalizing
realized
something
that the
as a
Earth-
conspiracy.
when I realized the Earth wasn't a ball, okay, that's when things kind of cleared up with the Bible. Okay, the Bible was telling me the truth, so I had to go look it up. It's like, wait, the Bible was the Bible? Its description of the world is more consistent, like to me, than the description of a ball. So that's what I mean. Like I doubted the Bible because of this, cosmology, the heliocentric, the Big Bang, into evolution, and the how can we all see Jesus? I was reading the Bible when I was 13. How are we going to see Jesus if we're on a ball? I mean, this doesn't make sense. Is this Bible?
What do you mean? How are we
Bible
going to see?
feels
You mean like when he comes back?
did
How are
these
we going to
people
see him
think-
if we're on a ball?
Right. Like, see, it casts a lot of doubts on the Bible. So it was all exact opposite. It actually made me go look at the Bible again. I'm not coming from a monkey. I'm not a monkey, right? So that's all because I realized the Earth is not a ball.
So this is all on the back of like whether or not we can reconcile what truth means to us, right? The intrinsic value of truth. And I think what I was saying, Gabe, back to the premise, is that to everybody in here, that means something a bit different, right? Like you might say that.
Well, no. I mean, what he said was pretty predictable. Like as far as
that's fine.
He said that like it helped him unbelieve in certain conspiracies. I thought he meant like, common knowledge conspiracies, like reptiles run the Earth, or just real. Hold on. Most people would not agree. You have to understand. Like if we took polling, most people don't agree that the Earth is flat. So it's not common knowledge that, for example, the round Earth is a conspiracy, quote unquote. You can only look back once becoming a flat earther and say these are conspiracies, right? I thought he was talking about objective conspiracies that maybe one might believe just on their own. The Jews control the world. Whatever. Name your conspiracy. Reptiles run stuff. The aliens have come to Earth and they're running things through people. Any of these conspiracies, I thought he meant that flat Earth helped him get past those.
That's still not.
But what he's saying is flat Earth helped him just basically shed the belief that the Earth is round.
That's
because those are the only conspiracies he's referring to.
That's wonderful, but we've gotten off topic. It's like we're off the beaten path.
I'm responding directly to what he said. I'm not getting off topic.
That's great. That's superb, man. I'm glad that you were able to do that.
Well, I'm just trying to listen to what he said and respond.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with all the tea in China, bro? Like, it doesn't have anything to do with the premise that you brought up to bring forth as to what intrinsic value truth has and why.
You're right. I mean, I think it's related to the question of why does this actually matter? But I think that there's two different scenarios we have. In the one scenario, you're saying this genuinely helped me overcome like conspiracies that I had that were clouding my mind. On the other one, you're just saying like,
man, just
learning
imagine
learning about flat Earth helped me learn that the Earth is not round.
It's not any of that. It's not any of that.
Obviously, if you believe
just imagine
flat,
you realize,
start thinking that the Earth isn't
think
round.
for yourself. Think for yourself and imagine that you realize. Imagine you realize that the Earth is not a ball. What are the implications for you? Like
that's what I'm trying to say. I don't think there are. I don't understand what they are.
Right?
What are the implications?
Because you don't understand. Because you don't understand what a globe means. Like,
No,
what
I
does it
do.
mean to
I
live on a
just
globe, right?
I
Well, it
don't
means
think
all
that
these problems.
I just don't think it's like related to anything.
That's
To be
great,
frank,
and that's and that's good for you.
like we could
So
have hold
probably
on,
later
like we
on,
could have a
Gabe,
class of people that exploits the majority
Gabe,
of the world, whatever shape
dude.
the Earth is in,
It
and
doesn't
so
matter. At the end of the day, if you're just gonna be like, meh, none of that stuff means anything to me, that's good. Hopefully, you find your way with where truth actually does matter, and you start questioning things. But if not, that's fine too. That you live your life the way you want. Like you don't have to be coming in here and be asking people. Well, I need you guys to
I'm not
make
trying
a
to
good
upset you
argument as to
guys.
why. No, I'm not upset, dude. I really want you to show, for me to show why when you ask this question, it means something very different to everybody else. So it's fine for you if you're making a case. Well, yeah, that doesn't matter to me, and if you say it's conspiracy, well, yeah, it doesn't matter to me either. I'm not good.
No, I'm making the case that I want it to matter.
No,
So tell me how it matters.
No, dude, it's not up to us to make.
So
it
far,
matter
I've
for
heard
you.
that it like helps with a religious framework,
No,
and that's
we're
a
not gonna
legitimate. That's a legitimate reasoning. Like it
this
helps you
is-
believe in God. It helps you have faith. That's cool.
No, dude,
Okay.
Gabe, this is conversation bait, dude. Nobody's gonna make some other person believe some or have a different point of view because they're like, okay, this is why truth is important. Nobody can do that for you.
Everyone
That's
has a
only-
different reason. I'm just trying to see if there's one that resonates with
Exactly.
me, man. No, but see, I'm just trying to see if there's one that resonates with me. There's nothing wrong with
because
that,
you've
right?
already in your mind is made up. What you come in here to do.
You don't know that. You don't know how many
sound like it.
conversations I've had with flat earthers. So I just genuinely am a person that weighs, like, in my mind, the importance of things. And in my mind, like, if there is a
It's
class
not
of
as
people, hold on, if there is a class of people, like a capitalist class, for example, that's exploiting the majority of the world and just trying to enrich themselves for that, I won't get into all the details of Marxism, but if you have that, that could occur on a rectangular Earth, flat Earth, round Earth, hollow Earth.
All right.
All that, and so even if all that stuff's true, you still have to solve for that like exploiting class, right?
All right.
Even if the Earth is made of
That's great. Gabe,
marshmallows or
is
something like
Flat
that.
Earth important?
That's what I don't see. But see, that's the thing. To me, it would be important.
Is it important?
I'm telling you, to me, it would be important if it had something to do with like the ruling class having power.
Like if you wanted to be into this discussion and be intellectually honest,
I'm
dude,
telling you
would
where
answer
I
the
would think
question.
it would be important. If you could
It'd
tell me
be a
how,
yes or a no.
if
It'd
you,
be a
I'm
yes
telling
or
you,
no.
if you could tell me that the flat Earth is the reason why there's like a capitalist class, then it would matter to me, right?
No. It's not. Listen, we're not here to convince.
There's nothing
people.
wrong with that.
No.
That's what I think is the enemy of the world, right? So if you can tell me that's related to that, if you say, oh, the capitalist class is trying to make us think the Earth is round, and this is why, then I might care.
No, hold on, Bob.
There's nothing wrong with that, right?
No, hold on, dude. I'm trying to get through. You're not allowing me to. All I'm saying, dude, is that we're not here to convince anybody. I'm not going to strong arm you into a position. If you feel the way that you do, then keep thinking that. The only thing that can break the will of that is you, your own self. When you reflect back on the things that you think are true, nobody in this channel is going to be talking to you till they're blue in the face to get you to realize what truth is. Nobody. I don't care how many people come in here. Oh, let me try. It's not going to happen, dude. I don't care what anybody says. No one's going to reason you into the truth. They can give good points. At the end of the day, you can hand-wave dismiss every single one of them and still say, none of that matters to me, which just sounds like what you're doing right now. So it's an exercise in futility, dude. Until you have a changed heart, your heart can't be changed by any argument that's in here. That has to happen when you self-reflect and you start thinking about what truth matters to you. Like that's what changes the mind and the heart. Self-reflection, dude. Not us strong-arming you into a position and say, okay, there's my convincing argument of why truth matters. Not going to happen. Not in here anyway. We're not here to convince anybody. That's too big of a task for us to carry. So, and anybody else in here that says, well, I'll talk to him. It's not going to work, dude. At the end of the day, you're going to carry your own opinions and be happy with it. But you're not going to be convinced, dude, by anybody in here twisting your arm to say that the earth is flat and it matters. Not going to happen. That's all I'm saying. So it's really just an exercise of futility for you to continue, to be honest.
I'm only in here because it says I can make a claim to debate. I mean, I appreciate that you have like a stance that's like we're not trying to debate or convince anybody, but the channel says
debate,
make a claim to debate. And I'm not really trying to. That's the thing. I'm trying to be nice. I'm not even trying to debate the truth because I feel like there's probably a lot of people that come in here and are like, "Oh, you fucking idiots! The Earth's round. I'm a scientist. Blah 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 blah." I'm not trying to do that. I'm just like, let's accept everything. Like, let's say it's flat. I just don't really see You know,
I know. And
I'm just not
so-
sure. Like, let's just take what I am, right? I'm a Marxist, and like, let's just take that at a very basic level. I think there's like a rich class of people that kind of lives off the world. They don't want to work. They exploit people. And to me, like, if the shape of the earth is related to that, it matters. At the same time, I can tell you that, you know, the fact that there's an exploiting class in the world, I could tell all you guys in here why that matters to you, right? Unless all you guys own your own companies, you're probably not in that class, so it matters. But like, I would think that if this is a big deal to you, you could also explain why it matters, right?
No. It doesn't need to be our.
Like, if
it's
the
not
earth being
incumbent-
flat is a big deal
It's not
to you
incumbent
or
upon
something,
us
right?
to carry that burden to try
I'm not saying it's incumbent at all. Like, I just in 10 seconds,
not
though,
here to do
explained why, like, a Marxist sees a certain, like, class of people as
It's
their
good that
enemy,
you put
right?
labels on yourself, man. If that makes you, if that at the end of the day, if that makes you feel good about who you think you
It's
are.
not about putting a
that's
label
you.
on myself. I'm just
Isn't that
talking
what
about,
you're
like,
doing?
a
You just
framework
called
of
yourself a Marxist.
understanding.
Didn't you call
Exactly.
yourself a Marxist?
You're calling yourself a flat Earth 24/7 mod, dude.
Yeah. So what?
These are all just labels.
So-
Exactly,
so
and I'm not coming at you for that. It's just a,
You
it's
just
just
said-
a,
you-
it's a
what, the
term
label?
to understand someone's position. It's not a
So the label-
reason.
the label
when
when
you
I say
use it
flat
as a
earth-
cage, that's on you. I'm simply giving you an introduction to my like position, and you can kind of explore it more. But it's on you to, you know, if you're saying it's a label and you can't move past it, that's your thing. I'm just
And that
saying,
matters
like,
to you, right?
I'm
Yeah,
just
being a
the fact that you
Marxist-
can't move on, and the fact that you can't
Being a
just
Marxist
let
matters
go
to
that
you?
I have like an ideology that's not based
Dave, have
in
you
just
deafened everybody in
selfishness. No, I hear you.
Oh, so being a Marxist, it matters to you, right?
It matters in this. I don't know what you mean by it matters. It's just what I am. That's like saying being a
why did
boy.
you
Does
even-
being a boy matter to you? Right?
No, boy is something that you were born into. Are you born into being a Marxist?
I think I was. Yeah, that's just how my intellect
Dude,
developed.
that's
To be
subjective.
honest,
I think I was. That's subjective.
no, it's not.
It is.
I
dude.
think that like that's the way that I've interpreted truth, and I think that I've done a really like careful job of making sure I'm, you know, using the best type of analysis I can, which is like at least a form of class analysis, where you look at like the power differential between people and the
That's
economic class they're from.
But you weren't born into a Marxist, dude.
No, I was, because I was born into an economic
weren't,
class.
dude. You were
I was born into an economic class, into a particular social position in relation with other people, and that is gonna like predispose me to a particular ideology.
Yeah, but
Absolutely.
you still have choices to make, dude.
Yeah, but I'm not saying. Yeah, of course, it's a mixture. It's a mixture of these things. So it's not about.
dude.
It's not about like something being important to me. That has more to do with the ego, which this conversation shouldn't be about.
Whatever. But all I'm saying is that no one here is not going to sit here all day long and just talk.
Look,
to you
some
about
people think that there's that like everyone gets what they like deserve, and other people think that there's like people kind of exploiting, you know. And then some people disagree about who's. Hold on, some people disagree about who's doing the exploiting. Trump thinks it's the Mexicans doing the exploiting, right? This is just
So,
regular like
what?
beliefs.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with the topic of the room.
It does, because some people in here might think that the Mexicans are the ones doing the exploiting, and I think that it's the capitalist class. But I'm just telling you, to me, and they would explain why that's a big deal too. People that
we're
think
off the
that there's too many
reservation,
Mexicans in America. No, I'm not. I'm telling you the
off the
things that people find as problems, and then they explain.
We're done. Thank you, but we're done. The points have been made. You feel no need to convince anybody and or hand wave dismiss anything that gets told to you, so that's fine. End of the day, you believe what you want. No one in here is going to make you believe anything. Well, what's a good argument for believing? No one's going to be here to... Dude, that's exercise in futility.
Talked to a bot that is loaded like a large language model with Marxism. It role plays Karl Marx, and it's really interested in flat Earth.
Kurt, you always come with these points, man.
No, I'm dead serious. I could show you screenshots. Like I sent it to news. That's how I started. How I started off. I'm like the one with the boots. Like how the NASA needs another $1 billion for space boots.
Right.
Here's what told me. So Karl Marx, astronauts in NASA Artemis program will need better boots. A perfect example of the insatiable drive of the bourgeoisie to exploit the vast expanse of space holds no refuge from their relentless pursuit of profit. Their Artemis mission is merely the latest chapter in the capitalist conquest of the heavens, an attempt to turn space into yet another resource to be plundered. They envision a future where astronauts Those trolling in the name of science are merely tools of profit, wearing better boots, presumably for greater efficiency, to extract even more resources, to build even more corporate structures and space stations. The wrong shoe is a metaphor for how the bourgeoisie is walking over the working class for centuries. They are the very concept of need is being weaponized by the bourgeoisie, turning even the basic necessities of human life into instruments of profit and exploitation. The bourgeoisie is no longer content with exploiting labor of earth. They are looking to the stars to expand their dominion. Just as they have done time and time again throughout history, the moon, the celestial sphere, is being transformed as a mere resource for the minded to be mined for power and wealth. Goes on to say what collective action I can do to stop NASA and to stop resources being sucked from the working class. Just a few different. I mean, like different things and different. So I mean,
he was just bringing an argument as to why truth matters, and then it just spiraled into this other topic.
Yeah,
like more or less flourished into it, and he took the conversation where he wanted to take it, and it's not about that. I mean, he's labeling himself whatever he wants. It's fine, but it's not something that, especially like the truth that we speak in here, is something we can tell somebody. You got to care about this, man, because it matters. Like it's not. We're not putting up a sign for that.
Yeah, he's gonna have to find it on his own. Using if like for me talking to AI, a large language model that's loaded with all of Karl Marx's writings, and getting his take on
that's what he wanted to say. If you guys care about this as a scientific level, you should get your PhDs in physics and win a prize. See, at the core of what you want to come in here and say, that's it, Gabe. You want to thumb your nose up at everybody here and say,
no, I don't care. I genuinely don't care. I'm saying if you guys just want to chat in Discord about it, I guess that's fine. But like, if you care about truth, hold on. How is truth like recorded in Western?
Explain your comment. I want you to explain your comment.
You muted me. I can't. You muted me.
Yeah, make your stance about the comment you made.
I'm trying to.
If you care, I'm gonna read it again. If you guys care about this scientific.
I'm saying how is science established, or not just science, but like fact, especially scientific fact, how is it recorded in Western civilization? How are your children and your children's children's children going to know that like you proved them wrong?
So you're saying that the only way that can be done is with PhDs? Yeah?
No, I mean, you don't have to get your PhD, but how are you you're just going to write science books?
Then why is it a requirement in your statement? The statement looks like it needs to be a requirement in order for us to do anything with science. We need to be PhDs, according to you. Is that true?
I mean, I guess you can say that facts have nothing to do with science.
No, I'm asking you a question. Do you think we need to have PhDs in order for us to be taken seriously with somebody in the realm of science?
Has nothing to do with my opinion. It's culture in large I'm talking about. Society and
so culture would look at science being to these pillars of knowledge like these PhDs, and people on the internet like flat earthers, they just kind of discard because they don't need to worry about those guys. Only the PhDs, those guys matter. The other guys, they don't matter. So you see how the very thing that you're against, the class of people being what you call yourself a Marxist, is the very thing that you're actually upholding. You're actually a hypocrite, aren't you? That's weird, being a Marxist and then putting people in special classes. Isn't that weird? I don't know, man. But to each his own. You can live as a hypocrite all day. But that's what you're doing. You're putting these guys above all else. Yeah, in science, PhDs, if you flat earthers want to do anything, be a PhD. That's utter nonsense, dude.
Hey, I have a PhD in nigology.
Yeah, good for you. All right. perhaps we can churn up some good content with people asking questions about the.
Are you gonna stop muting me when we're trying to have a conversation and
No,
like
this isn't a
lecturing, doing
conversation.
rhetorical?
This forum is run as conversations about the topic. Not
Yeah, I'm
about
having a
what you wanna
conversation
talk
about flat Earth in general.
No,
I'm not
it's not
trying to
flat
narrow
Earth
it
in
down.
general. You're just way off the reservation, and I've already told you.
You wouldn't let me respond. You muted me, and then you just did a little stand-up
know,
speech.
with-
to
Hey
everyone in the
man,
forum.
can we move on to more
With good-
interesting shit
with
like
good
some Wigonomics?
And then you got this guy in here being a child.
Who?
And you're not going to
Say
mute
again?
him.
No, I didn't hear what he said. What'd you say?
You heard him.
I didn't hear him. You were talking while he was speaking.
He's just voice trolling, dude.
Well, dude, if you want to speak, you have the floor. Whoever it was. You don't need to interrupt conversations, dude.
He said, "Let's talk about nigonomics, bro." That's what he said.
Oh, well,
Do you need him to tell you for like a fourth time?
well, I didn't hear him the first time because you were interrupting him or over talking.
Well, did you hear him the second or third time?
I heard you.
Okay. I don't know why you're making this personal, dude. I'm literally just
It ain't
wondering. Because like I said, like Christians, at least like, right? Like we can argue about God in the same way we argue about the flat earth, but Christians will at least say like you need to, hold on, Christians will at least say like it's so you.
You're not the arbiter of this platform. The mods are. The mods that run this forum are. We choose the topic. We give everybody here the ability to comment on it, whether weigh in on the topic, guys. What do you think? You think it's a globe? Are you already understanding that the earth is flat? What
Does
do
it
you
feel
think?
better to shove a globe or a disc up your ass?
Right. It's not triggering, man. It's just the fact that you're not controlling conversations in here. We are. You just need to know your place as a guest. That's all. You're a guest here. You're not a moderator. So we're talking about the shape of the earth or lack thereof. So just stick to that, and all will be fine. All is well. Yeah, about the topic. Not about whether you like blue and I like purple. Jeez Louise, dude. Somebody needs to change that, make a claim. Because these guys come in here and they're lost in the woods, man. They don't know what it means to make a claim about the shape of the earth. They're thinking, make a
Yeah, I
claim
know a
to
lot about
anything.
Nigonomics though.
Here we go again. Oh, man.
See, so people want to talk about why flat Earth is more important than Marxism. That's literally what they want to say. So I've.
Dude, nobody wants to talk about that. You're just provoking. You got your little fishing line out, waiting to catch you a big old whopper. Hopefully somebody jumps on that and be like, oh, let me talk about Marxism. Nobody cares, dude. What we're really on about is why people think that the earth is a globe for centuries. You're not responding. You think your little tactics are going to be able to drive the conversation in a direction you want it to go. It's not going to happen. Just stick to the forum, dude. That's all.
It's just obvious debate tactics when you're losing an argument to change the topic and say, now we're doing.
More meta. You don't have to go to meta, dude. Just if you have nothing to say about the topic, somebody else will chime in. That's what we wait for.
Muting me is meta, bro. I'm making a more interesting conversation.
More interesting? Let me tell you something about more interesting. We have the #1 room in this server of 92,000 people. What do you think? What do you know about more interesting? People that come in here day in and day out. A voice channel that's been active has 15,900 hours. We're #1, dude. The proof is in the pudding. We're more interesting. Not the little piddlywink argument that you're coming in with. Thank you.
Communist Party in China has 100.
Yeah, here we go. I'm trying to be nice and unmute you, but you keep squandering every time. You don't got to do that. Put your pride on the shelf. Now, we got some new people in here, however. We got Asher in here. Asher, welcome to the forum. Let's see.
Chinese Communist Party has 98 million members. You got a couple thousand in here. Good job, dude. Congrats. 98 million members in the Chinese Communist Party.
That's great.
But your ideology is more important because reasons, right?
Yeah, I'm glad you feel that way. But you don't have the number one room. We do. So
He's the one that cares. He brought it up.
you can keep crying. We have the number one room. Proof's in the pudding. All you're gonna do is go to a room that has lesser voice activity than this one. So go and be a part of something else. We're number one for a good reason.
I am a communist room mod, dude. I banned.
That's great. Then go have fun over there. Churn up some content, kick back and relax. You don't have to come in here and stink up this chat with your conversation. That chat belongs in your channel.
I got it. There it is. There it is. There it is. Yeah.
With the baby hitting
We might be small, but we're growing. Research flat Earth.
That's it. That's it.
Just checking out if you guys can actually debate. That's all.
We can, but it's not about what you want.
No, because I'm literally accepting.
You're not accepting anything, dude. You're accepting an L for, not staying on topic, for sure. Eventually, somebody's going to bite. I could just feel it. Somebody's going to be like, let me talk to him about Marxism. Like, God, we don't need to do that. That's what he wants. His room is so dull and boring, nobody wants to go in it. So he comes in here because he sees all the people in here. He's like, oh, good. I got a crowd.
Look, man.
You go start your own
tried
room up. Go start your own
Bro,
room.
I tried I think 5 times to understand Marxism, and I can't even remember. I don't even know.
Don't do it, Bong.
I know it's stupid. All I know is stupid. It was stupid enough that I can't remember. I keep forgetting what the hell it is. It's like some asshole guy, doesn't know how to think.
Don't bite, dude. He's got his little worm out.
Oh hell no! I wouldn't know. I have no. Don't know. Don't care. How good
Well,
old.
he cares. That's one thing he cares
don't
about.
care.
You don't care about flat Earth or globe Earth, but he cares about that. And I said,
I know,
if
right?
that's true, go back to your room, be a moderator there. Hopefully, some people go in there and have chats with you. I don't look like you'll be number one, but you can try.
He says the most offensive thing to do is to accept flat. It's to accept reality.
I've heard this. I've heard this from Crit. In the marketplace of ideas, you have the ability to go. I'm paraphrasing Crit. I'm not saying like you though. You have the ability to go and start your own channel and do what you want and curate the platform the way you want. But this platform is already taken. It's curated by the individuals who have been doing arguments in this topic for a good number of years. So just because you see a whole bunch of people in here doesn't mean we're going to be interested in what you're saying. That's all.
He's obviously here because he's noticed the growth, the size, the interest, the activity.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I wonder if it's still up there. Let me see. Give me a second. Let's have a look. Oh, would you look at that? 16,100. I think that's our all-time high if I could be saying that. Proof is in the pudding, Gabe. We got the sauce that everybody wants.
Yeah, exactly. Because we got the sauce, Gabe.
Yeah. You got to stick to the topic, brother, if you're going to be in here. That's fine.
It's important because it goes right to the heart of what people know and why they know it. Or if they even know things. Like some people come in here and they say they don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And they do know. This question, the nature of creation, goes right into the heart. It's like a dagger right into the heart of someone's mind in epistemology. Where are they coming from and why? Like, how much bullshit do they accept just because someone with a gun is telling you so. What is so?
Well, it's got to be a PhD, like Gabe said, because that's who people look up to, PhDs. And he's him. It's funny. He's literally telling you why he doesn't care, and yet he's like, "Come on, give me an argument for why I should care." He's like, "Earth is flat or diamond shaped. It doesn't make me question anything else." Like, dude, we already heard that. You said that. You're your own person. Whatever you think is important is going to be important to you. Maybe this doesn't stir you up, but it does to a lot of people.
He did mention gas pressure in the chat, so he has been listening.
Yeah, but he only wants to be unmuted so he can go back to his Marxism conversation. Watch.
He knows how to blow gas.
Watch this. What's your argument?
Yeah,
for
I'm
gas
not
pressure?
trying to talk about Marxism, dude. Sorry. I literally said it's just an ideology about thinking like the rich are in control of things. It's a very basic overview, like 1 trillion foot overview. I'm not trying to get into depth about anything.
Yeah, but what did you say about gas, though?
I said you guys are literally, so what Crit said, which is like it makes you question everything. One, it doesn't have to. Like I can think the Earth is a different shape, and the rest of my whole belief system's unchanged, completely unchanged. In the same way that there's some people that are Christian, and yeah, they read the same book that you do that says the Earth is 6,000 years old, but it doesn't. Like they're like people that believe in all the science, right? Like they're able to wedge the two in their brain, and it's okay. It doesn't make them question everything, right? They don't go like, oh, I can't believe in Jesus because it said that the Earth's like only so old, but science says it's like millions of years old, right? They just deal with it. They deal with contradiction.
You're
No,
wrong.
I'm saying these people exist, right? These people do exist objectively. There's like religious Democrats.
These people believe the Earth is a ball, so they don't believe what the Bible says. Whatever you talked about,
You're
them
saying they
being
don't believe what the
Christians,
Bible says, but these are people that go to church, pray to Jesus,
I don't
think
care.
they're going to heaven. You can say they're not going to go, but they think they are, man.
Let me say what.
I mean, these are like real.
Stop talking. Yeah, you gotta listen, man. All you gotta do is read Genesis 1. Okay, they don't believe what Moses said. They don't believe anything. Genesis 6. The flood. Okay, that's what I mean. Like, so Christmas. What the hell is a Christmas, man? Like, what the hell is that? So yeah, thanks, Miggy.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, but the entire religion of Protestantism just thinks you have to accept the salvation of Christ and have a personal relationship with Jesus and think he died solely for your sins. It doesn't say you have to believe the earth was X years old or believe that the entire Bible was truth. Those are specific, like...
Yeah. But truths that are spoken of in the Bible aren't meant to be picked and chosen. I like this truth. I don't like that one. I like this one. Like you're going shopping. No, his word is truth. What people get mistaken is that they think they can pick and choose whatever truth they want. That's just not how it works. So it doesn't matter. Like, truth is the truth, but they want to make it sound like, well, when it said in the beginning, it's all poetic language, so it doesn't really mean he said that he created the earth in 6 days. Come on. I mean, come on. So, yeah, people have lost their way. And that's true. But what are we saying? That because they lost their way, you're going to enable them and say, yeah, that's fine. They can do whatever they want and say whatever they want about the Bible, and they could still believe in Jesus. Then what Jesus are they believing in? That would be another Jesus. And the Bible warns about that too. People will have false Jesuses in later times, because they want a God whom which they created for themselves, not the one who the Bible says it is. That's what it is.
You understand the entire religion of Catholicism will take particular verses of the Bible and interpret them in particular ways that other places don't, which is exactly the same as either just not believing.
Yeah, but it doesn't. We're not here to debate that. We're here to debate whether or not you know that the earth is a globe. Religion is another topic that we can go into as a segue, but we kind of do it for a moment and then come back. Because a lot of people in here have hard religious stance. Some are Muslims, some are Catholics, some are Protestants, some are whatever.
I wonder if I wonder if he knows that the Catholic Church or the Vatican gave us the globe, turned the world into a globe following the Greeks. I wonder if he even knows that.
I'm just saying you guys are basically saying Catholics and Protestants don't.
He just diverted into that. It was nothing of what you wanted him to respond to.
The Big Bang was created by a Catholic priest. Yeah. The Vatican taxes the whole world. I don't know. This guy sounds.
That's exactly what I'm pointing out. You guys are saying basically Catholics aren't real. Like they don't.
Oh, okay. All right. Catholics aren't real. Okay. Maybe you need to go back to your channel, man. This isn't working out. I don't know where you heard anybody say Catholics aren't real. Yeah, he is getting triggered, Willie. He's been debating in his room for so long that he thinks he can use some of his debate tactics over here. Don't work. But we do have a lot of people in there. We got Cambridge Analytica. Asher. Who else? You guys chime in if you want. Just
Yeah, we've got Faithless Thought. Feel free to open your mic, Faithless.
Mod Savage. Welcome. Welcome.
No, I was just going to make a little segue into his whole Marxist stuff and his belief and all that. I was just going to say that Elon Musk.
Segue into that. We don't now.
No, I'm not.
That, bro.
All right.
Yeah, we really do not want to segue.
All right. No,
leave Richard alone.
That's the thing. That
Great, good song.
I know it's the thing he wants.
He got a big whopper right now. You're flopping on the boat deck right now.
All right. You're right, Alpha. You're right. You're right. I wanted to.
I know because it's a juicy thing to talk about. We're in the politics server. I mean, but what I'm saying is he can throw up his room. He could be the room owner and do it his way. And then maybe you can join him and talk to. Well, you got Willie wants to talk to you. Maybe you guys can start a fire.
I don't want to be in that room.
I'm just saying, man.
No.
He might be gracious as a moderator. You never know.
Yeah. Well, I probably wouldn't get a word in.
Yeah, he probably.
I was triggered because he wouldn't let Bill talk.
Yeah.
I wanted to hear what Bill had to say. So.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oliver.
Hello.
Nah, not the man.
I'm excited to see Quantum Eraser back in action.
Where? Is he in here?
He's unbanned, he's undetained. I gave him his pick permits back, so whenever he's ready to come back, he's ready to come back.
Dude, it's like letting one of the Titans loose.
I remember when I used to see him here.
Release the Kraken.
What did he get banned for?
He wasn't. I don't think he was banned. He was detained, and he left the server, and he had no access to anything. So he's back.
So flat eartherism goes hand in hand with biblical literalism, right? You have to 100% believe the Bible if you're a flat earther.
Okay.
Oh, dang, man.
No, that's what you said, right?
Who said that?
Okay,
Nobody
so
said
then
that.
I'm a Catholic, and I think the Earth is round because the Pope says that, right? Isn't that what you guys said?
No, why do we have to
Shut up, you
Catholic?
communist.
Would you be able to give us your perspective?
I don't really know. I'm saying if I'm a Catholic, isn't it the case that the Pope? You guys just said that the Catholic Church invented the round Earth.
No.
So unless they've changed their position on that, it's currently their position the Earth is round, right?
Gabe, there's certain cosmological aspects like the Big Bang Theory, right?
And you said they talked about that too, right? Sure.
Yeah, George Lemaitre.
So I would necessarily believe in that if I'm a Catholic too, right?
No, it's not. Listen, dude. As a Catholic, I don't know what you believe in, so you can't There's no way for me to say, okay, Gabe, this is all the things you should believe in. I don't know what you do.
Okay, so let's say the Pope doesn't tell you have to believe that, but let's say the Pope leaves the door open. The Pope says, "Hey, the Earth might be round. Hey, the Big Bang might have happened." But he also says, God's real, Jesus is real, Jesus died for.
A lot of speculation, dude.
You're the one saying he said that. Someone said that the Catholic Church invented the Big Bang theory, not me.
Can I just respond? Yeah, the Pope also says.
You guys said that.
The Pope also says that we are going to baptize aliens.
Well, I'd like to see a source for that, but I'm just saying if that's what Catholics believe, that's what they believe.
The Pope, right, wants to put together all the religions, okay, and unite the world, and wait for the aliens to come help us and receive them as brothers in Christ.
I'm not. I know that you. It sounds like he's anti-Catholic because I don't see the Pope talking about aliens often. But maybe
there's a couple more connections here. Okay, there's CERN. Okay, the Pope, the Vatican. Then there's CERN and the work that they're doing at CERN. Okay,
that's fine. Let's switch topics then. Let's talk about Protestants. I'm more familiar with Protestantism anyway.
Because it has nothing to do with science. Okay, and what are they doing there?
I mean, it's religion. Of course, it has nothing to do with science.
Look.
But let's talk about the Protestant church. It's a lot more simple. The Protestant church.
Talk about. How about that?
No. I'm saying the Protestant church is.
Just trying to help you out, man.
He's got you on the hook. He's gonna drag you wherever he wants with his little. Okay, I got a new topic. Here it is. Whatever. Dude.
He's got Cogdus. Is that Cogdus? I don't know, man.
He does his little gimmick. But he has his own channel in the Marxist debate room or whatever in here.
Well, ask him what he thinks about,
Oh hell no, bro.
balls being really big and looking flat. Like maybe he has an opinion.
He deflects and goes right into his topic, man. That's what he does. He doesn't absorb any question you give him. Any question you give him will be a stern deflect. Bing! It's gonna bounce right off of him, and then he'll go right into his spiel. Right into it, dude. And then and then you'll join in on what he wants, and then you'll be like, "Oh yeah, that's interesting. Let's talk more about Protestants." Like, what the fuck, dude?
We'll see how long we can keep him on topic. How about that? We'll just start with just a really short leash, or just grab him by the collar, like, all right.
Well, I have
flat Earth.
So I have been.
Right, and then let the leash.
You have to stop being a coward and muting me. It's pathetic, dude.
No,
I can let you talk. I'm not your son, dude. No, I'm being reasonable in conversation, and very few people are pitching in. If I was talking over people, it would be one thing, but I'm being entirely reasonable in this room, and you're just
reasonable. Is not the reason why you get muted. Off topic is, duh. I told you that. Got it?
No, you're a child, dude. Later.
Thank you. Peace. No, don't leave. Don't go. Yeah, he wants somebody to argue with. Probably had a bad day or something.
I'm about to go into whatever room he's going.
Sounds like
going to.
It's an objective reality that if you think the Earth is flat, you're just a complete idiot.
Okay, justify that.
Doesn't need justify.
Oh, you're just saying it just.
That's
outright.
just how it is, bro.
That's how it is.
Just because
okay.
you say the Earth is flat doesn't mean it's fucking flat.
Well, it doesn't need me to say it. I'm just affirming what the observation of it
being.
You're
affirming your mental retardation. That's what you're affirming.
Whoa.
Okay. Well,
that's not nice, sir.
Well, it just sounds like you're upset as well. Do you have evidence?
You sound like you're a candy ass little bitch.
Why did you wake up today and get so angry about this topic, man? At these
I woke
people,
up today and I said I'm gonna pick on the mentally handicapped community, and that's what I'm doing.
So are you gonna actually tell us why we're mentally handicapped, or are you just gonna yell blah 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 blah?
Self-explanatory.
It's self-evident, you would say.
Yeah, you're just not self-aware.
Really?
If I went outside, how can I observe a curve?
How can I observe a fucking curve? That's what this dude just asked.
Yeah, so if I went outside,
Maybe
how
look at
can I
your little
observe the
fucking
curve?
banana dick. How about that?
Hey man, that's really inappropriate. Could you please don't do that again?
You gonna fucking cry about it?
No, I'm gonna mute you if you talk about me sexually, so it's very inappropriate.
Sit there and fucking cry.
Okay, so are you gonna tell me how I can observe the curve or not?
How about go up in a hot air balloon? There you go, bingo.
So if I post a video of
How about
hot
going
air
on a
balloon
cruise?
like
How about going on a
150k
cruise?
altitude, is that going to like a boat cruise?
Yeah, go on a cruise.
So am I doing a hot air balloon or a boat cruise?
Both, either or works.
So if I post a video on Sideshow of a hot air balloon at like 130, 140k feet altitude, is it going to show a curve?
Probably.
And if it doesn't?
It will. It's not. If it doesn't, it's not high enough.
You know, one of your most decorated astrophysicists has said that it's impossible to see curvature at anywhere near that altitude.
Okay, then go up higher.
No, he says it's impossible to see it at any altitude.
Yeah. Okay. Trust me, if you're high enough, you'll see the curve. You're gonna ask me how I
Is my
know?
audio not working?
I've been on a space
What was
station.
that?
I've been on a space station.
Yeah, man, which one of...
I thought my.
Are you on the list?
Are you guys not talking?
Not really. Are you on the list, guy that's been on the
I've
space
been on
station?
the ISS, bro. I worked there for 6
Yeah,
months.
NASA has a list of those people. Are you going to be on that list?
Fuck yeah.
What's the list?
Go look me up.
Are you asking me? I'm sorry.
Can you get... Hold on a second. Can you give me your full name so I can check you on the list?
I'm not doxing myself, but you can go look at the list and I'm there.
I'm sorry.
The list probably has, like, Snake, dude. There's someone talking. The list probably has 30 people on. Are you
I'll show
one of
you.
those people?
I'll show you a picture that I took from the ISS.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, this guy went to the ISS? Really?
Yeah, he was on there, and he saw the curvature from the ISS.
But he with no name is going to be in here telling us that he did something legit. Right.
Yeah.
You know how many people we
Mr. Dad,
you know how many people we
Mr.
come in here and say that they're an astronaut, say they went to the ISS, dude? Do you really want to know?
Bet just as many people as the ones that are.
I do have some
your
questions as a very non-believer. I'll put that out there first. I'm
Bet there's a
non-believer,
lot of people in here just straight up fucking raw dog.
and I would like to ask
Madre,
just
bro.
general curiosity questions,
Just get tired of fucking
and nothing
hearing about
that
it, don't you?
is like super vetted either. They could be really easy questions, or they could be, I don't even know.
That's whatever you like, sir.
Yeah. So, like, just like if you've been to Kansas, or if you've been to a place with no mountains and you can just see off in the horizon, you can see that it obviously has an end, right? You have a horizon, and even on land, people you can just walk down the horizon, and you're still even if you have a telescope and you're looking across, you can't see them anymore.
Cool.
Did I get muted for that?
No.
Oh no, I'm here. Okay. So like if you go to like a state like Kansas or like anywhere, there's plenty of other states in the United States, which are very flat, like insanely flat. There's nothing.
Show me the Taj Mahal, guys.
And deserts. We have everything. We have deserts, we have mountains, we have fucking lakes, we have everything in America. Everything that exists everywhere else, we have it. Not culture, but I'm just talking about geographical anomalies. We have everything. We have areas that are so flat. You can just point telescope, very strong binoculars, and you can just see people and then not see them anymore as they go down.
Go down, you say?
Like literally, that's what happened. Like you don't need a stronger telescope. You can just point a telescope straight, and you won't see them anymore.
And why can you not see them anymore?
You see them get shorter.
Okay, but why can you not see them anymore?
You can't see them anymore, but you can see the stars that are aligned with the star pattern that would be that horizon.
Bro, what you talking about?
So if you have a very flat plane,
yeah,
that you think is flat, but you're on a ball, it may look flat.
Okay.
But things are eventually going to go around the ball.
Yeah, have you confirmed that?
Yeah, all scientists have confirmed that, but I'm just saying the very easy.
How did you confirm that, Snake?
It's been fucking confirmed for over 1,000
with
fucking
binoculars.
years. You guys just are that behind on the program.
All right, I don't know what the Mr. Bad X or whatever his name is.
I'm your fucking dad. Bro.
Oh, I don't know Mr. Bad X either. I'm literally in here. I'm not trolling. I'm just having fun and asking questions.
Well, that guy, he's had a bad day, so he's maybe he just
had a
wants to
fucking
vent.
great day in your mom's.
Oh, I've had a very good day, and I don't associate with whoever is having the bad day. I don't know what I came into. I just started asking questions. I didn't mean to take over the chat. It seemed like nobody was talking, but maybe you guys were getting over a very bad day person.
Well, he's still talking, so in between you.
Oh, maybe I have somebody muted. I'm so sorry. I might be talking over somebody.
Yeah, you are actually.
I apologize. I'm so sorry.
Well, if you want to say he's talking over you, but
no, if you tell me his name, maybe I have him muted.
Imagine being such a
I can't hear
fucking
him.
mega cuck. You got to put alpha in your fucking name like a little cuck.
Could somebody say his name so I can unmute?
Well, he doesn't have a name. He's at the very bottom of the panel.
That's a depiction right there of your mom's anus and vagina when I get done with it. That's what my name is. When you talk to me, you can say, "Hey, Mom."
Apparently, you were in high school still, I think. Because you think
Are you insinuating that your mother is a pedophile?
Adults actually carry
Are
conversations.
you
like the way do.
insinuating that your mother is a pedophile? Is that what you're saying right now?
You can't say that, dude. That's against TOS.
You gonna fucking cry about it?
No, you're just gonna get removed.
I think that's
Go fucking make yourself to
He's at the
fucking
very
sleep, bro. Go to bed, bro. If you're gonna cry about it.
I didn't have him muted, but I had him super low, and I could not hear him.
That's all right.
I don't remember you though. No name, because you have no name.
It's nice.
Do you remember me? Did we yell at each other?
Yeah,
oh, he left.
Snake, wait.
I gave him a 30-minute mute. He needs time out.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Continue, Snake.
But like, you can see the horizon, and that's something that you can see with just like something that costs under $100, and it's very, very easy to see. if you live in a very flat state, or if you're looking at the ocean. It's because then you don't need anything flat. You just have the ocean. That's a good one. What is the argument against? And again, just stupid curious, but also, you guys are in the minority here with the flat earthers. Also, love flat earthers, have talked to them before, but just don't remember, like, what is the answer for, like,
it's an object
looking straight.
Snake. Looking straight horizontally, straight on. Why you see the horizon where it is becomes an object of perspective. Excuse me. Yeah, so it's an object of perspective. Everything's converging to the eye line as everything goes away from you in distance. So it looks like everything is coming to a point off in the far distance of your line of sight.
Yeah, with your human eye.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, but
what about with
turtle
eye? Like, of course you're human.
No, but what about if you had a turtle eye? What about if you just bought some cheap binoculars?
Well, all this
and you saw people walk, like, literally leave the horizon.
They don't leave the horizon. They go to what's considered the vanishing point, and then you can't see them any farther.
No, but you can. There's easy. You can buy some binoculars.
So
just buy binoculars.
Yeah, bottom up obstruction is due to the fact that you're at a very narrow angle that you're seeing across the surface. When you decrease the angle, you start to see things in the far distance disappear. Think about a giant checkerboard, right? Huge giant checkerboard, and the horizontal plane that the checkerboard is on. You can't see the checkers that are really far away, and as you get lower down on the ground, the less you can see. But as you stand up, you'll start to see more of those checkers because you can see more because your angle is increased. But the same goes for things that go off into the distance, like where you would consider horizon, things like that. But there's not just that, right?
True.
Yeah. So it's not just that, but that's part of.
If there were no checkers on the board. Right, which is what I'm talking about. There's no checkers. There's no, chess. There's no knight. There's nothing on the board.
Dude,
we're talking about completely flat plane, and then also you have instruments like binoculars that can see that far, that can see past the vision of human evolution or eyes. Can see past turtle's eyes. You can literally see.
What do you think
people go
when
down?
somebody? Do you think that the person could see with a really high power telescope, like they could see, like, for hundreds of miles?
Wait? Oh, is that a part of flat earthers that you guys don't think telescopes?
I'm asking you.
No,
you're making it sound like telescopes
I'm asking.
Are like these.
I'm asking you.
These magical things, like
that they're not magical. They're not magical. They're science. They can't see hundreds of miles. They can see hundreds of millions of miles. Like, telescopes exist. Yes.
Okay. I think we're now going to have to ask you how you know that's true.
Because I literally with my eye can see Saturn some nights.
Okay. How do you know how far away it is?
I have done that.
How do you know how far away it is?
Because
Snake,
it's a huge fucking planet. Have you ever been to an observatory?
Yeah, but you just keep digging yourself into a hole. How do you know it's a big fucking planet?
Oh no, I'm not digging myself into a hole. Yes, I don't need to do that because
it's a big
planet? I'm not on a flat Earth. I'm just joking. That was just a joke.
How do you know it's a big planet?
I know it's a big planet because of how long it takes to go around it. How do you know that the Earth is flat when there's no pictures of it?
How do you know you can go around it?
I've been around it.
Okay. That's where this discussion is, like, halted.
No, don't halt it. I'm literally not.
How did you
I'm
go
not
around
super
it,
versed. I went around it on a plane.
What?
I went around it on a plane and walking. And driving a car.
A planet.
Yeah, I went around a planet. Yeah.
Which one?
This one. The only one that any human has ever gone around.
Okay, how do you know this is a planet?
Because I'm on it.
That's redundant.
How do you know it's how do you know it's flat?
What are the characteristics of it being a planet?
Like the actual definition of a planet?
Why do you think it has the attributes of it being a planet? What features give it that?
Like, what are the features of a planet, you're asking?
The one you think you're standing on, yeah.
I mean, a planet is just a
what?
Large, round, like body that's
what?
In the orbit of a star, I think is the definition. I'd have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure that's close.
Well, go look it up. And also, how do you know
Okay,
that that's
I'll look it
how
up.
do you know that that's the case too? Big round body. How do you know that?
I said, okay, so a planet is a large, rounded, astronomical body. I did not say astronomical. I'm doing pretty good so far. That is generally required to be in the orbit of a star. Dude, I crushed that. Okay, or a stellar remnant. I'm not sure what that is. A brown dwarf. I know what that is. And it's not one itself. Okay. So I guess so. Okay, so I guess a star. If a star could not be a star if it's orbiting another star.
That's great. Let's not get bogged down by that. How do you know the Earth is that? By the definition. What the definition says. How do you know that?
Because we know that the Earth is. Oh, we know that the Earth is definitely going around a star. Do you guys not think that the flat Earth is going around a star?
No.
What do you guys think instead?
Snake, what is the evidence that we're going around?
Wait, let me also ask questions too.
Snake,
Can it just be tiny about?
No, you can't. Like we're on a path of logic right now.
Okay, but can I just ask small, easy questions?
No, we're on a path of logic. You're going to detract us from that path.
No, I'm just tiny questions won't detract. You can keep going down your road. I just want to hear answers because I want to know also more about how, like, what flat earthers think.
You'll hear all about it.
No, but I'm trying to just ask questions as we go,
and it will interrogation. You're not. This is an interrogation of how you know the Earth's a globe.
Can. And listen, I'm fine because I'm in your world here with the flat earther thing, and I joined here to do that. And I would like to answer all your questions, but just let me ask tiny questions. Let me just ask tiny questions in between.
Negative.
Do flat earthers not think that we revolve around the sun, or no?
Negative.
Oh, you don't think that?
We'll not answer that. I want to get back to how you're describing with the definition what the thing you're standing on is, and how you understand that's what it is.
So can we get 5 questions? Like you ask me 5 questions and I ask one and I get an answer?
No.
Right now, I'm not even sure if you guys think that the flat Earth revolves around the sun.
That's great.
I'm not allowed to know that?
No.
Or do you not know that?
You'll know.
Are you not very knowledgeable in the flat Earth theory?
You'll know after.
If you ask a question and keep talking, you won't hear the answer.
Yeah, you'll know after the question, after this questions that we're going through. Okay, we'll talk all about it.
Okay, sure.
All right. So back to you.
So 5-1. You asked me 5. Good.
No, I'm going to continue to ask. I can ask you 1,000 and not even give you a chance to ask one, if that's the way you want to see it.
All I want to know is if
but I'm not.
If the Earth revolves around the sun, or vice versa, or what happens?
Listen, what we're doing right now is drilling down to the base root of your information or your knowledge claim. So you give a definition for what a planet is. How do you know it's like that?
I know it's like that because all the empirical evidence.
Okay, give me one.
Give you one of why the Earth is round?
empirical evidence.
Yeah, we've flown around the Earth.
Okay, how does flying around the Earth tell you its shape?
Because even if you look up the trajectories of planes and the quickest path from one end to the other, it would be very curious if you thought the Earth was flat.
No, not flat. We're not talking about flat. Stay focused. We're trying to figure out if the Earth is a globe. So go from how pilots are flying around the Earth and knowing that they're flying around a ball. Go ahead and tell me how that works.
You're trying to find out if the Earth is a globe. I'm trying to figure out if the Earth is flat. Only you are allowed to ask questions.
We don't need to worry about it being flat for now. You have a burden of proof. There's an onus that you're carrying currently. You're saying that you're standing
Incorrect.
No,
Incorrect.
it's not.
Let
No,
me
it's correct.
let me say this. Let me say this.
No, you're not.
That the burden of proof. The burden of.
Okay. Now the red mic's by your name, so you should see it. I'll give you a second to look at that red mic. See it? That means no one can hear you. All right. Going back to you. I'm going to unmute you now. Going back to you to tell us how you know the Earth's a globe based on that definition of what you think a planet is. You said airplanes, right? Pilots. I want to know how they're accounting for the curvature of the Earth.
Do you see the red mic by your name?
No, you can't mute me, dude. I would advise you to unmute me.
Wait. Exactly. I cannot mute you. So that's.
So answer the question. I'm the one that's going to stop all the meta that you're going to throw at me and redirect you back to the question that I've been asking you. I will do it over and over again until either people get frustrated. I do just give it up with this guy. I'll do it a couple more times for sure. But all right. So back to the question. So you gave me the definition of what a planet is, right? According to you, you were all giddy about it, happy and whatnot, that you got to say exactly what the definition was. Asked how you know it's a planet. You said, well, planes fly over this Earth. Okay. And I asked you, what method do we know that the Earth is a globe based on that? And now you're struggling. You really don't know. You're looking for outs. You're hoping somebody will rescue you. You're throwing out different questions. You want to ask me questions. Why are you avoiding? Stick to the topic. How do people that are flying planes know they're flying over an Earth that's a globe? Go. All done, Snake?
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Were you done?
I'm waiting for your answer.
So we can go to more of a teaching session here if you want. You can keep muting me when you want, but you'll learn eventually.
No, I don't think that's how this goes. It doesn't go that way. So essentially, if you're not here for answering the question of how you know the Earth's a planet, based on the definition that you were really happy about, that you got to, kind of paraphrase and almost got it correctly, you said because people fly over the Earth. That's how they know it's a planet. And I said, in what way? And now you're running from that. I don't know why. It was your evidence. So once again, go ahead, take it from the top, telling me how pilots know they're flying over the Earth that's a globe.
Okay. Let me try to do this by your rules.
Okay.
You're very authoritarian in here. I see this is your little corner of Discord, and I'm proud to, you don't want to debate. You want to be authoritarian in it.
Stay on topic, bro. You don't have to keep doing this long spiel. Just answer the question or not.
Just answer the question, dude. That's all you got to do.
Listen. That's not how you learn.
Okay. More meta. That's why you got a red mic. Answer the question, sir.
This is not how you learn, everybody in here.
Why are you appealing to everybody in here? You're the only one I'm talking to. Which you were about to tell me, and now you're avoiding the question. Why? It's kind of
Shut up.
You're not going to try anymore?
It all start. Am I muted again, or
no?
You guys ready to listen, or okay? So it all starts with the horizon.
How the Earth's a globe based
It
on
all starts. It all starts with the horizon.
Excellent. Go for it.
Objects may recede from you, right?
So your
They
plain
begin to
example's
look
gone, right?
smaller. I can, not only will you mute me, you'll talk over me.
Yeah, your plain example's gone, right? Because that's what you were talking about. Are you done with that? I'm good if you're done with the plain example. If you're all
Literally
done with it.
coming in here. I was literally coming in here to try.
Yeah, I know. But since you were obfuscating from your own answer to how you know it's a planet, this is what the outcome of that is. All I needed to know from you was, are you done with the plain example? Pilots flying around the Earth. Because you didn't bring any evidence, and it sounds like you want to escape that argument or answer. So if you are, I'm good. But I need your concession. About people flying over the Earth isn't a good example to tell us how the Earth's a globe.
The Earth is flat because of the conversation completely changing to your authoritarian muting point. I will have a conversation like this if you want to. I don't want to have it like this. I honestly want to understand
Why are you bringing
your
your
guys'
feelings to the
point.
conversation? You want a lot. What you don't run the conversation. Are you going to keep
Snake.
whining, or are you going to have a conversation?
Just answer the question, Snake. You're making this more hard on yourself, man. Be honest. If you don't have the answer that the pilots know that they're flying over a globe, that's good. I need to hear it from you, though. Because you brought it up as an answer to how you know it's a globe.
Right. And because we're changing what the conversation is to this authoritarian, I'll mute you whenever you want kind of thing, I will do.
Oh, God.
He can't help it. He has lady feelings. What's happening?
Yeah, he didn't have the answer. He was just like shooting from the hip, thinking that was going to get him somewhere. If he just said, well, we fly around the globe. Okay. And he ran away from that too, because obviously he would have continued with that. If that was an actual point, he would have continued with it and made a solid point, but he didn't. He discarded that as fast as you can. And then he wanted to talk about horizons. So, isn't that right?
If you had a solid point, you wouldn't mute me. If you knew that you could support your ideas, you wouldn't mute me.
Why are you,
You would
still
see where
talking
it
about
goes.
being muted? Why are you still talking about that? You're still talking about being muted.
Yeah, it's not about me though. You said that you knew the Earth was a globe. You were 100% sure, man. You were confident. And you said the answer to the definition, which you were happy about. You're like, man, I said it just like the definition. And I was like, that's good. I'm glad you got the definition correct. Now let's figure out whether or not we know it's exactly like the definition states. And now you can't come up with a way to detail to us how you know it's a planet like the definition. That's weird. How that works, Snake. Yeah, if you give up, man, that's fine.
Oh my God, oh, sorry. Sometimes I don't know when you're allowing me to speak, so it's hard.
Or you can keep bringing it up, the reason why you get muted.
No, I don't know. I'm not sure when I get unmute. There's no sound on my end, so I don't know when I'm allowed to talk here. I'm fine with this. We can do it this way. But in the beginning, the things that you guys are talking about, when you guys are meta speaking, when I'm muted, you guys meta speak.
Oh, geez, Louise. All right, do we got anybody in here that wants to tell us how the Earth's a globe? He thought he had the answer, but turns out, nope. How about Mod Savage? Is that knucking?
I was more lined up during the conversation. Maybe he had something.
Mod, are you there? I guess not. How about Asher? Cambridge Analytica? No? Okay. The Earth's a globe, man. I can define how it's a globe. Okay, show me the evidence. Well, no. Crazy. How'd it go over there, Willie? Was it everything you hoped it was?
No, man, it was just it's two guys, and they were both like, "Oh, we got a new guy," and I just left. I couldn't do it.
Hell no.
I couldn't. It was like I had more courage in here, but yeah, I mean, it wasn't popping over there. I'm gonna see if he's still there.
Probably is.
Oh, there's 3 people now.
Uh-oh. They got it going on.
Oh, he changed the name to Communist Room, chilling on the round Earth. He's really triggered.
He's salty, dude. It left a bad taste in his mouth, dude, leaving this room.
So that's free marketing for us, man. It's like,
for sure.
Why are you calling it? Why are you calling it that? Fucking flat earthers. Yep. Where? Over there.
They're over there, man. What do you think about that, Snake?
I think whatever you want me to think, other than the flat Earth thing. And if you ask me the original question again, or you don't even have to ask it, I'll just answer it. You ask me why I think the Earth is round, and I will answer it, and then I will let myself be muted at any point, and I won't talk about that. That's dumb. I shouldn't talk about that.
What?
Wow, what is that?
No, that seemed to be a talking point. I thought I was helping here.
No, man, it's not about why you think it's flat. It's about, or not why you think it's a globe. It's about how do you know it's a globe. That's what we're asking, and you're not getting anywhere.
Yeah. Okay.
You're not, you're not
I'll
telling
answer.
anyone.
Yeah.
Is it because Google? Is that why?
Well, honestly, I think that's a deeper question. But let me answer your first question first. Do I think it's because of Google is a different question that I would love to talk to you about that doesn't have to do with flat Earth, but is a good question.
I don't know. My bad.
But
Go ahead.
let me answer the first one. I think a good reason to think that the Earth is round is because I live in the United States of America, so Northern Hemisphere. But when people take pictures of the moon from the Southern Hemisphere, the moon is upside down. Like in Australia, the moon and their toilets flow a different way. I think. I don't even know if that's real. I haven't seen pictures of that.
Yeah, that's not. But the moon being upside down, yeah, if I was on the north side of the room and I was looking at my ceiling for the light on the sky and it had a triangle shape on it, I would be facing the point. But if I went in the south, it would be upside down. I would be facing the 2 points of the triangle. So, yeah.
Oh my God! Can I just talk to that guy for just a second? About flat Earth.
No.
I can't talk to a person.
Because we're talking. You keep obfuscating the point.
I'm not obfuscating. I'm just trying to talk to a man.
No, quit over talking me. Quit over talking me,
I'm
man.
not over talking you. He responded to me.
Yes, you are.
He responded to me. I'm responding to him.
You keep obfuscating the point.
He didn't exist.
And no, I will let you get back to it, but I'm saying that I'm not asking why you think it's a globe. We're like asking how do you know it's a globe? Those are 2 different questions. But now you can get back to whoever, but that's the question.
Yeah, I think his name was Flat Earth Ranger. I think that was him that said that. I just would like to invite you to my quartet and you would bring us down a whole fucking octave, you'd be fucking nasty in there. You sound so good. And what was the other question about Flat Earth? What was your thing? That was the original question I was asked. I answered it. I don't know. That's why I know. That's one of the reasons why I know.
Okay.
I just think about it for a little bit. I said the plane thing when I came in here and I was just being like, I wasn't really thinking too hard about it. I was just trying to start a conversation so I could hear your point of views. But I see that this is a different chat and that's not how it works in here. And I completely understand and that's completely fine. And I'm not trying to talk about how it works in this chat. I'm just trying to say that, it works a different way in here and I will follow the rules and I don't want to be, hated in here because I'm, trying to just have a conversation back and forth that people ask questions and other people answer and then other people ask questions and other people answer. Doesn't need to be like that. It's not my chat. Totally fine with that.
May I get a word in?
Yeah, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go.
Just when you're talking to somebody, you got to give them a chance to speak. Because it seems like when you start talking and the other person tries to respond, you tend to cut them off and go into a totally different zone. And it's just like, where are we now?
I think you might have just got in here. I was the one that was muted every time I would try to talk.
There was a reason you were muted because you were doing exactly what I'm saying. And this doesn't have anything to do with the subject, so let's stick to the subject. What are other reasons that it's a globe? Now, you said that planes flying around the globe. Now, if I walked around my neighborhood, does that mean my neighborhood is a ball? Because I ended up at the same point where I started. Is that what that means? That's a yes or no question.
I'm not sorry. Is that a joke?
No.
Okay.
That's the logic.
Is the other thing about why I was muted a joke?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, you were over talking.
I'm just gonna reset. I'm just gonna reset here. Reset here. That's totally cool. That's totally cool. You can walk around your block in your neighborhood. That does not mean you're on a sphere.
Thank you.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was my question. That's all I was asking.
That's a good question. That's a good question.
So if I took a plane and I flew around and I ended up back where I started, does that mean I flew around a globe?
No, you could take a plane 10 feet and then take another plane 10 feet back. No, absolutely not. No.
It doesn't mean anything. So why are you using that as your knowledge of it being a ball? It doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean anything if you take a plane 10 feet and then take another plane 10 feet back. It doesn't mean you're on a ball.
Well, then when does it mean? When does it mean that you're on a ball? Hey, why are you going to somebody else, man?
No, I just wanted to know if he was listening because this is not so this is the conversation I wanted to have where it was like a back and the forth and we could just. So Willie, let me ask you. You asked me a bunch of questions. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let me see. All right. Let me switch back to what I was like reverting to before. Where I was before. So when you're on, have you ever been on a beach where you're looking across a horizon? Right. And you have like a pair of binoculars or something. You can like see, not like normal human vision, but we're talking about maximized vision. You can see completely across. And then you can see like a ship, if you need to be, you know, on the water because you have a mountainous country, or you can just watch people go down. What's the explanation for that?
Wait, are you talking about why people disappear like bottom up? Like when somebody's walking away from you, their legs, when everything converges? You're talking about like perspective, like vanishing point type of thing?
Not vanishing points, because we're talking about having much better than human vision. We're talking about...
So you're talking about like high zoom cameras and shit.
Well, you don't need high zoom cameras. Telescopes can see millions of years.
I mean, what's your evidence? Well, we're not going into that. So you're on a beach.
So that was one of my questions. Okay, screw that question.
No, we're sticking on this question. Let me.
Okay, sorry.
Question.
Sorry.
So you've got a high-powered lens or whatever, and the globe is claimed to have a geometric edge, a geometric limit to where you can see.
Yeah.
So if you could zoom in past that geometric limit, that would mean that it's not a ball. And we can do that. We can zoom past the distances that we're told where the geometric edge of the Earth is supposed to be.
Yeah.
Right.
So, separate question.
Problem.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
No, I was just saying that's a problem.
Yeah, that would be a problem if there was ever proof of it. Yeah.
There's plenty.
There's plenty of proof. As someone who lives on the beach, you can see the Bahamas 104 miles away at Lake Okeechobee in South Florida. You can see the other side of the lake 32 miles away. Like, none of that's refraction. So there's your claim.
Thank you.
Can I ask you another question? Unless somebody has a question for me.
No, you're good, man.
So my question was and I was muted for this before, but I don't want to make anybody mad.
Don't talk about it. It's fine.
Sorry. I'm going to re-ask a question before, but I'm sorry if it offends. So so flat Earth exists, and this is me, just assuming it does. Is the sun? Where's the sun's positioning in the solar? Is there a solar system? Let me ask 3 questions. Is there a solar system? Where's the Earth in comparison to it? And is everything revolving around the sun, or is the sun the center?
What you're doing is you're taking the heliocentric model and you're placing it.
Oh, okay. Let me answer. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but what you're doing is not answering the question.
Go ahead.
No, the people in here don't believe in the solar system. Where we're all revolving around the sun. All of the planets are on one plane, which is why you can see the alignment that's happening right now with the 8 planets. But we're supposed to be a part of that alignment. But you look in the sky and see the lights in alignment. And they're like, yeah, all of those plus Earth too, but you're standing on the Earth. So, we don't. So therefore, we can't answer your subsequent questions either, because it had to do, or it hinged on us believing that the solar system is the way they're told for us.
Oh my God, this is the most fucking engagement that I've ever gotten from any flat earthers. I love that. Can you send me, even if it's like a cartoon drawing of what that looks like. Like I've seen images. I've seen images of flat Earth. I've seen images of flat Earth. But you're talking about the rest of the solar system existing, but you're seeing it on a plane. I've never seen a flat Earth image with.
No, listen.
And this might be super newbie, but yeah.
Listen. No. According to Google, just what people believe, our galaxy, we live on a plane of existence. Within all the balls that you think we live on, with the heliocentrism and us moving around the sun, even that is a plane. Because we live in a galaxy where things expanded from the same explosion or whatever. So we're in the same plane of existence, which is why you could see the planets in alignment. Now, that's a story that I guess you believe, since you already believe there's a solar system and going around the sun and all of this, that, and the third. I don't believe that. That's your view, not my view. I just explained to you where I got it from. Just Google it.
No, I'm sorry. I might have misinterpreted. Like, so you think the solar system doesn't exist, and when I can track Saturn across the sky, that's like probably a different thing. So that
yes, it is.
Saturn is not in our solar system.
I mean, again,
because I can track that.
Let me ask you what is a solar system? Give me a 5-year-old's explanation of what a solar system is.
Listen, this isn't going to be a 5-year-old explanation. This is going to be a 2-year-old.
No, I need it.
This is going to be a little bit of the explanation because I'm like an amateur here. So
I don't need you to be any more than just good as my 16-year-old. No, that's probably too advanced. I need you to be just as good as someone who watched Buzz Lightyear of Star Command and they imagine with Star Trek and all this other stuff what the planets were. That's all I need you to do.
Where I am. Yes, I can do that. I can be that guy.
Just do that. Just be yourself. Don't try to be extra. Just go ahead and tell me what you think the solar system is.
I am smart, but not in this field. So, like, you can track Saturn across the sky. You can easily track it. Like, it's super simple. You don't even need a telescope.
What
you can just track it. So the solar system, our solar system, and also others, to my understanding, and anybody can Google it and prove me wrong, and I would love for them to do that because I would learn. But a solar system is any body of planets that revolve, not just planets, but any body of figures that revolve around a large other body. Because I don't think it has to be a star. I don't know of any. I don't know enough to say that it can't be a star, but I think it has to be a star, and maybe not.
That's perfect. That's good enough. When I go outside and I track Saturn, and I say that I'm tracking Saturn, everything that you just said is not included in that because it doesn't have to be, and it's not a part of my observation. The only thing that I observe is exactly what I'm saying. I tracked Saturn. What does that mean? Saturn was over here, it went over there. It's a light in the sky. It went from over here to over there. Right? All this other, the same stuff you were taught, the same things that I was taught. I mean, Jesus Christ, you turn on your computer, Windows 98 goes into sleep mode, and you're just like, perusing through the stars, right? You guys know what I'm talking about. The sleep state, the screensaver or whatever. Every movie that you watch.
I like the pipe one.
Yeah. Oh, I know what you're talking. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It was more 2000s. That was a little later.
So other than the movies reinforcing it, you also have YouTube, I mean, all the way back to when some of us were babies and you had the thing in the crib with the solar system and it's spinning above your head. Like, these images are put in our mind. The question is the Earth a sphere, and are the other that we're looking at, are they also spheres?
Yeah, they are. Oh, I'm sorry.
Right.
That wasn't a question.
No, I'm saying, obviously you believe that. None of us believe that anymore. We used to believe. But other than seeing lights in the sky, like,
I just had
for
an epiphany.
example.
Oh, sorry.
For example, you know what gas pressure is?
Yeah.
Okay, so if there was like a gas leak in your house, you tell us?
Would I tell you?
No, if there was a gas leak, like, in one of your pipes or something in your house, you'd be able to smell it, right?
Well, okay. I know. Listen, I know about a lot about
smellable gas. Yes or no?
Yeah. Okay.
Gasoline.
Yeah. Yes, I would tell you. Yes.
You would be able to smell it because you know what gasoline smells like.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Can you smell water?
In certain cases, yes, but I think for the point of this, no, you cannot smell water.
That was a good answer because I thought of it. I was like, yeah, actually, you can smell fresh water and blah 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 blah. But the bottom line is, unlike a solid, unless it's emitting a smell, which is a gas, right? Okay, the bottom line is gases expand into the available area always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they do
because that's a natural law. It's entropy. High pressure goes to low pressure.
Expand towards everything else that expands towards anything. It's gravity. But yeah.
No, gravity isn't an expansion.
No, well, they expand. They expand enough.
It's funny. It's literally the opposite. See, gas expands, but apparently with gravity, everything is pulled inward. That would be the opposite of an expansion. It's literally
everything goes in the direction that it goes, that it was initially going, until gravity.
Except gas.
And same thing with gas. Same thing with everything.
Except for gas. Yeah, everything except for gas. Right? Because everything else falls to the floor. All solids. Gas doesn't do that, right? It expands throughout the house. Doesn't it? Did you give up?
No, sorry. I had to pee, and it was a longer pee than I expected because we were talking for a while. Sorry.
Gas expanding. Expands through the house.
No,
yes.
gas is not.
The gas in the gas. If somebody's cooking in the house, right? Even though it's originating from the stove or the kitchen, you can smell it, right?
Well, that's different. Yeah, that's different. So gas
what's different? What do you mean? What's different? What's different?
So gravity depends on mass.
We're not talking about. Listen, hold on. Time out. You keep trying to talk about gravity. I can be holding a helium balloon. Obviously, if gravity, because it's not something that we can test, right? It's not something we can test.
We can test it. Yeah, we can test it.
No, I disagree. We can't test it. No, we can't test it.
We can't test it. We can't test gravity.
Guess what? If you Google it, you're going to find that you can't test it. Why? Because it's not an independent variable. So when I say test, what I mean is scientific experiment. I don't mean measurement. I don't mean affirming what you think you know. I mean experiment. But gravity isn't an independent variable. The same way that you can manipulate microwaves You can't manipulate gravity.
I can't.
So,
I can't argue with that.
so the point is, I know you
That's
can't.
when it's
So the
science.
point,
I
so the
agree with
point
that.
is here. So the point is here on Earth, for all intents and purposes, the Earth is so large that everything just universally goes inward to the center. Yes or no?
No, well, not everything, but
well, right, like not gas, like I told you, right?
Yeah, not everything goes inwards towards the center, but it's all based on mass.
Yeah, but anyway, that's you believe that. Because remember, we're here for me to tell you what I don't believe. Unless you want to religiously tell me what you do, I could have just turned on an eye for 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? But
No, I hear
I thought
you.
you
Yeah, I
wanted
hear
to
you.
get something out. It's up to you.
No,
Look, I could
love
sit here
it.
and listen
No,
to
I
you
love
all day.
this. I love this back and forth. Like I'm really enjoying this. I don't know if you are, but I love this back and forth. I think that gases have so little mass that it appears that they are not attracted towards the center of the Earth, and I understand that.
You know why that's a problem?
No, I would love to hear it though.
What about the sun? What about Jupiter?
So the sun is radiating heat at. Wait,
slow down. You're trying to be too smart.
No, I'm not trying to be smart.
Think about the context in which I'm asking. So why am I asking? What for? What do you think? Either you can ask me why I'm asking, or you can go ahead and explain to me why you think I'm asking the question.
I thought you wanted me to talk, but I don't want to talk, and I would much rather hear you talk about it.
Okay. Jupiter, the sun, supposedly just gas, which is what we're talking about. Yes, no.
I'm sorry, I was drinking a drink, and I kind of spilled on myself. What was the question? I was supposed to ask if Jupiter is only gas?
It is. Jupiter and the sun.
Yeah.
In the middle or in the midst of a 10 to the negative 17 vacuum, which is something we've never experienced, only mathematically decided that's what that area is. Based on assumptions, of course. So now, based on these assumptions, we have to also assume that the second law of thermodynamics is violated because you have two gas giants that we know of right here in our solar system, the sun and Jupiter. You ever see Total Recall with Mars?
I don't think
Total Recall with what's his name, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Guess what? Mars needed a dome. Why? Because without it, they wouldn't be able to breathe. Because Mars is an open system, just like the Earth is, and the air would escape into the available volume, which is the expanding space that they claim that we reside in.
Oh, I get it. So, like,
but
why
that's
does
but the religion you're thinking too. You're not really.
If gas is not held
if gas
down,
does what we do, if gas does what we experience on a daily basis, every day, everywhere, no matter what, forever, and then they claim it's doing something else in an area, it's basically like Narnia to me. I'm not saying up there doesn't exist. What I'm saying, the story that I've been told and the image put into my mind, those things there's no validation for them, and they go against natural laws.
So because your personal observation of gas, which I like this argument. This is a good argument.
Do you think it's my personal observation of it? That gas
No. It might be like scientific people that you read. I'm just talking to you right now.
It's not science. It's natural laws aren't science. It's something that you experience always. Hot always goes to cold. unless you're adding energy, right? Shit doesn't just go in the other direction and heat up for no reason, right? You never leave a dead battery and all of a sudden it's charged with no energy input, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying real simple stuff, but then when we start talking about the Earth, it's like, oh, I know that's simple, but it's got to be something. No, fam. You can't have gas pressure without containment. The sun, Jupiter,
Yes, you
and the
can.
Earth and the air we're breathing. Oh, okay. Well, validate that.
If I have a fan, the pressure at the front of the fan is greater than the pressure behind the fan.
We're not talking about a pressure difference in pressure. We're talking about pressure being achieved. You're already using the fan in a pressurized area. It's 14.7 psi, is it not, when you're turning on your fan?
You're
Depending
arguing
on if you
that
live near
there's
sea
no
level.
pressure, that a container is ill-founded then.
No, it's not, because every example that we have of gas pressure requires a container.
But if the entire Earth is in the container, then it's
It's not if. We have gas pressure that requires containment. It's like having beef or filet mignon. Like, you know it came from a cow. You've never seen the cow. You don't have to know the cow. You don't have to know the cow's last name. You don't have to know what the cow looked like, what color it was. But you know that steak did come from a cow. I know that I'm breathing air, and I do know that it's pressurized, and I do know that air pressure requires containment. Very simple.
So Big Daddy, can I just this was the first person that came in here that is an ally. And I'm saying ally because you know that I am not a flat earther, and we've had a very cordial conversation for a very long time. Can I just have a sidebar if Maxism wants it, and he does not have to? Can I just talk to him for a second, and then we can jump back?
I already said what I needed to say. There's really nothing else to be said. The only thing he said was, "Nuh-uh."
Yeah, totally.
And literally,
I'm just gonna call him
mind
and
you,
see if he answers.
no, you guys can talk. I'm about to go play Call of Duty. My point is, I just brought up natural laws that anybody can look up. I talked about simple shit like hot going to cold, and this guy basically said,
Why are you
"Nuh-uh."
gay? Why are you
So,
gay?
well, that's the kind of
You are gay, my friend. You are gay. Yes, you. Why are you gay?
Why are you muted?
That's not what I said, though.
Why are you muted? So yeah, you can have a conversation. I don't care.
He didn't want to answer. Totally cool.
Answer what? There wasn't even anything asked of me.
Oh no, I called you. I just wanted to have a sidebar. Because I'm not a flat earther, and we were just having a very long conversation. You came in here, and I was just trying to have a sidebar real quick, but we don't have to do that, and that's totally cool. You can do your own thing. I'm not trying to dictate anything. I'm just trying to have fun and talk about. I really love the flat Earth thing, and know that's weird from someone that thinks that the Earth is round. And I'm not trying to meme it. I just really love it.
Yeah, it's not weird, dude. I'm on board. I'm on the same page as you.
I have Thank you, Hoppy. You should friend me. I just love it. I love to listen to it. I don't love, and I might get muted here, but I don't love when people are just like muting people for no reason. I love when like the discussion that we've had for the past hour plus in here, where we're just talking, and it's just like, ideas exchanging. But I love the flat earther thing for so many reasons, and I just love to talk about it. And I don't think that muting is good unless someone is being like a complete ass, a complete, person that shouldn't talk. I get that. But I've been muted a couple times in here, that's not the case.
All right, Snake. So the cases, there's a whole bunch of different mods. They all have different personalities. Some of them are not as fair as others. So just the case.
Yeah, 100%, and I totally get that, and that's why I don't bring it up. Like, I shouldn't have brought it up. Like, I'm fine with it, and that's why we've been very cool for over an hour in here. We've just been talking. It's just so cool. But it's just like, answer this question, muted. Answer this question, muted. Like, sometimes it's crazy at certain hours.
It's only like a couple people, a couple of mods like they really like to interrogate every now and then. So I mean, I can't blame them. I mean, it's what they want to do. It's their room.
Yeah, I'm fine. Honestly, when I knew I jumped in here, I knew the rules. I think I thought I figured out the rules, and I was like, yeah, interrogate me. But like, I just want to do like A, B, and C when you interrogate me. They're just like, no, not that. I'm just like, oh my God, I can't even get interrogated with just like a couple rules on my end. I'm just,
Yeah, it just like instant muted. Like, answer my question, yes or no. If you don't, mute. Yeah. But it's not. It's only a couple people that do that. It's not that. It's not most of the mob.
Yeah. But there was a huge conversation going on.
What we're doing in here is we're trying to wake people up to certain information that they've never thought about.
I posted something.
Sometimes, what we're doing is trying to wake people up to certain information that they've never seen before, so that they can actually think for themselves. And sometimes people that come in, sometimes I don't have patience. Sometimes I'm too annoyed. And it is what it is.
Yeah. I get that. I totally get that.
Fuck is cold.
So can you talk about like how planes work? Because the question I have about it is, they work on a global positioning system that works around a globe.
All right, so if you think that, there's really nothing I can say, right? Because you don't even think your position can be challenged. But based on the way you said it, what's the point of me? I mean, if that's what you think, go to bed thinking that.
No, I mean,
now if you would have left it at how do planes work and you quiet after that, I could have answered the question.
Oh, sorry, I'll be quiet.
No, I'm just saying, but you already tipped your hand. You already believe what you...
No, I don't.
Why?
I only believe what I was told. Please tell me. He might be deposed, I think, because... Anybody else?
Does anybody have any positive arguments for flat Earth?
You said, what's your...
Does anybody have any positive arguments for flat Earth? Or is it just skepticism?
Yeah.
Is it just skepticism for globe Earth? Or is there any positive arguments for flat Earth?
I mean, go outside. Look at the Earth, brother.
So is everybody in here like just trying to... Oh my God. I think we should start... Should we start a Discord of just people that love to listen to Flat Earth. I love
There's
to
already a
listen to
Flat
them.
Earth Discord. I'm sure that someone will link it to.
I love to listen to them talk. It's so, and not in a like, I'm not talking about like a fucking, I don't think.
What happened to the answering question?
To be honest, the way he's talking, I'd be a little freaked out that he, getting a little busy sometimes in the
There's no
room.
positive arguments. I was asking for positive
Did I get
arguments. There's
muted?
none. Is it all skepticism?
Well, I was trying to answer you. Snake
Maximum, we
It's
all
not
know the Earth is flat.
whenever
I
you
don't.
guys get done with each other.
Let's look outside, brother.
I see boats disappear bottom up.
We all know the Earth is flat. It's been
I don't.
revealed to all of Sandman through both natural and special revelation.
Is someone talking that I can't hear because?
Am I
Do I have
quiet?
somebody muted? I don't think I have anyone muted, but am I talking over somebody right now?
No.
Am I talking over somebody right now?
No, you're
No,
not.
no, but
No.
stop asking.
How about right now?
No, stop.
I'm sorry.
This is why you're getting muted, bro.
It's really on.
No positive arguments.
I Should I take the opposite side?
You're defend the flat Earth, brother. We need a defender.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, what's your proof that the Earth is round?
The boats disappear bottom up.
Fuck.
It's an illusion, brother. You can't see that far.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's an. Well, that's a good point. Also, there was a big thing about the solar system earlier. Shit, I can't remember any of it. It was all so bad. It was very, very bad.
Just the firmament, brother. You know what you're talking about?
The thing about the solar system is that there is a difference between the observed phenomena that we can all look at from the ground position and what we see of the sky, that phenomenon that we can describe, right, and observed. And then there is depictions of that from an outside perspective and labeled as the solar system. And those depictions show you the sun as a... Yeah, I'm talking, Elijah.
I know, but did you hear me before? Because if you said yeah,
No, Elijah. What we can hear from your mic is someone coughing, and you're in a different room than your mic.
They're very quiet. Hard to hear.
So you can't hear me.
Barely.
Oh, bro. Barely. But we can hear someone coughing into the mic. More clear than you. There you go, you see?
man. Use your mic.
So about the solar system is the observed phenomena is not the same thing as the depictions from our outside perspective, the cartoons that show the sun has a different size that we can observe, including the Earth in that trail of planets. We don't see that perspective, but the solar system as a drawing, as a cartoon, is not the same thing as the actual observed phenomena that we can say. The sun, the planets, the moon, the luminaries, which the sun is part of a bigger system because the sun is going around a center around the sky, just like all the luminaries. So it's not what we observe from the natural world is not the same thing as what is depicted as the solar system. Those are different things.
So that's very interesting to me. So when you track Saturn in the sky, Saturn is in a different. Is it in a different solar system, or is it?
No. The sun is the sun. The moon is the moon. Saturn is Saturn, one of the lights. You observing all of the luminaries, almost like you look in a hands of a clock. You have the hour, the minutes, the seconds. You have different hands. You have the dials. You have the dial. You have the, many clocks have like a monthly dial, a daily dial, a weekly dial. And then behind the dial, you have.
I love watches. I love watches.
Okay, so behind the dial, you also have gears that you cannot see, right? That you will have to take the clock apart to be able to see those pieces.
Yeah.
I
have taken watches apart, but I love it. Yeah.
Listen, when you're looking at Saturn, or when you're looking at the sun or the planets, including Saturn, the one you're asking about, all of the planets, so-called planets, are transiting in a circuit between the sun and the moon, and between those two, and moving across the sky, right? And it's like they have cycles between these heavenly bodies, and they're also, the sun and the moon are also going across the celestial equator, moving around a center between the north toroidal or celestial north and the south toroidal celestial south. At the center of that is the celestial equator, and the sun and the moon are transiting across the celestial equator. They go up and down between across the year.
This is so interesting. Do you have a diagram or a picture?
Really quick. Isn't it really interesting that the patterns of like a lot of the celestial bodies make? Like from our perspective, like they're like, because the sun and the moon, for example, obviously would be rotating or not rotating, going around us or whatever, but like the Saturn and Mars and all these other I don't know if you want to use what term to use, celestial bodies. Like they wouldn't be going around us like the sun and the moon. They would be doing like weird, sort of patterns in the sky.
Yeah, they do have certain patterns that can be drawn on a paper, and you can look at the patterns. But what you observe is basically them moving in cycles.
Yeah, could you just send me, or in the chat or wherever? I just want to see I could send you if you wanted me to. What I think, and this is me. I don't know how long you've been in here. You were muted before. I saw you in here for a while. But I think the solar system moves in the way that, science, and I'm moving my fingers in a quote thing, that science thinks it moves, but you have a burden of evidence. You think that it moves differently, and I just want to see. Even if it was written in Crown, I would love to see something that would explain what I see when I look through my telescope. I'm a very, very amateur stargazer. I have a
When you
nice
look through your telescope, what you see is an angle of the sky, a small angle.
Right. And
right?
I
So
understand.
what you're asking
I
about
understand.
is you want to see the whole of the sky in a depiction, and that's what's been done.
But I understand as an amateur stargazer that I am looking from the point of the Earth that I think, and I understand that's not the opinion of this chat, but I think I'm on a round globe and I'm looking at an object, but I just want to see, and everything I look online that I see online that has a round object that is the Earth, and I'm looking at a star, is correct. But if I'm on a flat Earth, I do not see Saturn moving how I see it. I do not see those diagrams. I don't see it online. I don't see it. So if you could show me that'd be great.
From the observatories across the world, from many positions where you can see.
I've been to observatories. I visit observatories.
I didn't ask you that. I was in the middle of my sentence. If you don't want to hear it, I'll mute myself again.
No, I'll mute myself.
What is depicted of what you're asking for what is the sky and how does it look, including with all of the luminaries, is labeled as the celestial sphere of the sky. And it can be depicted without including the ground. It can be depicted with the sun, the north toroidal, the south toroidal, celestial equator, and the radiance, which is the north apex, south apex, helion and antihelion. Helion will be the area of the sky where the sun is at, and the antihelion is the opposite side of the sky. And with all of these pieces together, you can depict the celestial sphere, which doesn't include the ground. It's an observation from many positions across the world and put together into a depiction of the sky, just the sky, without the ground.
Right.
So
Right.
when you ask about the planets, you know that the planets or Saturn, that follows the sun, and it's in a transit between the sun and the moon, and you will have to add those depictions into whatever movement the sun is doing. When you look at the lights in the sky, you're observing a certain phenomena, and you see the hands of the clock, but you don't see the gears behind the dial. So what we observe in are phenomena that are being caused by a certain construct, by a certain mechanism, but with your eyes and your telescope, you're only gonna see certain things. You're not gonna see everything. You're not gonna see behind the veil that is above us. With infrared, electro-opticals, thermal scans, and radio surveys, other layers, and also X-rays, certain different layers of the clock can be observed, but you don't see everything with one optical equipment. You see one thing at a certain rate with a certain equipment. You see another thing with certain optical equipment. So depending on the equipment that you're using, you're gonna see, and depending on the angle of view that you have of the sky, you're gonna see certain things, but you're not gonna see the whole of the sky with one optical equipment. You're not gonna be able to see everything.
Okay.
So you only see pieces of the clock, but you don't see the whole clock from your position. And you can only see, like I told you, when you're looking with your telescope, you see the hands of the clock, but you don't see the gears behind that are actually causing the movement of the hands of the clock, the gears behind the dial.
But Jimothy, I didn't want to talk over you. I'm very sorry that I jumped in multiple times there. I didn't know when you were done, and I wanted to hear everything you had to say. I think. Am I good now? Okay, so I'm going to assume that I'm good. You muted. So you did the same thing when I was done talking. I muted, which is awesome. But the thing, you talked about multiple scientific instruments together, working together to form a hypothesis. And that's great. I love that. But all of those instruments that you mentioned, the entire speech that you just talked about, they all agree with round Earth. And I understand that you do not believe that. That's fine. But it's unequivocal. Like that's what they believe. And this is such, like, I love flat earthers. I love to talk about it for a very long time. I'm probably going to go to bed in an hour. I would like to talk for longer, if anybody has anything else to say. But it's so easy to disprove flat earth. You only have to have a flat earth for 4 miles, 5 miles tops. And that's why I love it, because it's so easy to disprove. The earth is round. And you don't need a pilot. When I first came in here, I was talking about pilots. I was just like having fun, and people were muting me. It was a lot of fun. But it's just so easy to disprove this one. It's so easy. How does the whole universe work if we have a flat planet? It doesn't work. We're talking about, heavenly bodies. They're not heavenly bodies.
Planet. That's the problem.
They're also planets. We can observe them. They're all
Earth
round.
isn't one.
They're all.
What makes you think Earth is a planet?
They're all round. They're all round. We can see them.
Yeah. Yeah.
We have the ability to see them. I have the ability to see them, and I don't make that much money.
And
we're the only flat planet?
No, we're not a planet.
So all the other ones are planets, but we're not planets.
Well, yeah, why would we be a planet?
Okay, can I reply now? I was waiting for him to finish.
Oh.
Sorry, man. Go
I
on,
would
Jim.
love to hear somebody that was waiting to talk. Please talk.
Okay, so
Also, I have to pee, so I'm going to mute. So if you ask me a quick question, I'm not going to be able to answer.
The observations that I gave you are of the celestial bodies. What you see of the celestial bodies and their depictions and their cycles is not showing you the ground that is below the optical equipment. Okay, so you said that by observing the luminaries and what they do, you determine that the ground is round, that the thing below the optical equipment. Within the observations, you can depict the whole of the sky as the celestial sphere, and this is why you are determined that because you're observing round things in the sky, even though not everything is round, some things are round, so other things are not round. You're saying that because you have a bias of the roundness of some objects, therefore the ground that you're standing on, it's doing what those things in the sky are doing. And because whatever pre-assumed supposition that you have about the ground that is curving, even though you don't have a measurement of that, you come into all of these conclusions where you have to add your own biases and your own conclusions with presumptions about what you just look. We're speaking about the celestial bodies, and you're saying, since we're looking at the celestial bodies doing what they do, therefore your conclusion of the ground is what you said, that is round, for whatever that means, right? Because you can have round tables. So your conclusion is flawed, because you added, you took the observations with all the equipment across the world, and you added your biases about the ground below your feet. Go ahead and reply.
Yeah. So thank you. If anybody else wants to reply, because I don't want me and Gemsy to dominate. If anybody else wants to jump in, that's fine. I really want to jump in though. So if nobody talks in like 5 seconds, I'm jumping in. That was 5 seconds, and I know it wasn't 5 seconds, but I'm jumping in. So, but if you wanted to jump in, you would have. So yes, sure. The world is round, and fuck, I forgot my point because I let people speak. Can you say that again, Jamesy? Sorry, I've been drinking, but I really had an answer there. If you just repeat just the last
the thing is, we were talking about the celestial bodies and the observations across the world. That with all of those observations, you can depict the sky and the celestial sphere, the cycles, like clockwork. They move like a clock in cycles, hands of the clock, gears of the clock, minutes, seconds. You could put months, weeks. You can put all that. You can depict that as the celestial sphere and the movement of the luminaries. And then that observation doesn't include the ground, but you're saying that since you saw the sky doing what it does and you saw some round things up there, not everything looks round, other things don't look round, but you said, therefore, the earth that I'm standing on is also one of those lights that is round, whatever, for what you said, even though round doesn't mean sphere. So you presuppose and added a bunch of things that you didn't observe with any of the equipment. You didn't observe the earth being this way you're claiming, but you added that to the observations, and you said the earth is round because you saw the sky and you can depict it as a celestial sphere. So go ahead.
Yeah. Oh my God. Thank you so much. That is absurd that I'm so drunk and you just repeated what you said. That's so amazing. But also, like, it's hard for me to respond because sometimes I don't know what level of science you guys believe in. Like, I get obviously you like observe real science, but to a point though, because you don't like science you can view through a telescope easily, because at this point in American history, or in not American history, I'm sorry, I'm American, so I think world history is American sometimes. That's in my head, that's my thing, not of reflection on anybody else. And that is my issue. But I can view through a telescope these bodies flowing around us. I can and I do. And they're all round. And I can and I'm not talking about NASA. I'm not talking about how many photos we have of Earth from outside Earth that aren't round, and how we have zero images, even from Elon or someone that is on a different spectrum that would love to get a flat Earth photo. They would love to, and they don't have it. But there's zero photos of that, but they're all round. Why are they all round? And I'm looking up, I see Copernicus. I see him. I see the celestial bodies move in the way that they're supposed to move every day. And I feel like the flat earthers are very similar to the sun revolves around the earth. People that murdered people because they didn't believe it. And don't think I'm wrong here. I am very true to this. I love the flat earth theory. I love it because I love to talk about it. And I don't know a whole lot about it, but I just love to talk to people that think that. And I'm not malice here. And I just want to talk about it for as long as I can before I get muted. And I'm not getting muted. I have been muted for forever. And I'm just talking about it. I love this. I love talking about it. I'm done.
Again, you said all of the celestial bodies are round, but that's just erroneous. That is just a flawed conclusion. I'm gonna show you an image.
I would love for it. Could you share your screen so you could show me?
No,
I would love for us to watch it at the same time. Oh no, sorry. I don't want to dictate how you do it. I don't want to dictate. I was just asking.
Look, this is thermal scans, electro-optical, radio surveys, and infrared. I'm going to show you multiple images. It's labeled as the celestial sphere. And I'm also going to send you a scan of 365 days of the whole of the celestial sphere. You're going to see images, screenshots from PDFs that depicts the celestial sphere. And then you're going to see other versions of it. And you're going to see two of them that are 365-day scans of the celestial sphere from multiple points across the world. And at the last one, you're going to be able to see labels that tells you this is the sun, this is the north toroidal, the south toroidal. So you hopefully have a reference of what that means. And what you're looking at is not all round, like you said. Not all round. So you either concede that not everything we see is round.
No, not everything we see is round. I agree with that.
There you go. So not everything is round. So when we look up,
sometimes there's asteroids.
Not everything is round. That means that when we look at when we look across the world doesn't look round. So how can you come to the conclusion that the world is round just by seeing some round things in the sky? But not everything in the sky is round.
Understood. Yeah. So obviously, agreed. Not everything in the sky is round. And we're not completely round.
And the ground that you're standing on, it's also not a circle like you're saying, because round will be a circle. When you say round, you mean sphere. But when we measure the Earth, it's not curving to be a sphere.
Yeah.
So
right. But a sphere is, if you zoom out enough, the Earth is a sphere. So
look,
Himalayas,
real quick. I just wanted to say.
Oh, yes.
I just wanted to say at the last image, can you perceive what is labeled as the north apex? Do you see the arrow pointing towards the center? It's labeled north apex.
All right.
Bless you.
Yeah, sorry. I wanted to mute, but I also had to plug my phone, and there was a whole issue there. But I am Yeah, sorry about that. I'm looking back. Yeah, I'm back in the chat.
So look at
My phone's
the
plugged in.
not the last one, but before the last one. He has the sun depicted. He has like letters: North Apex, South Apex.
Can I just say before we like really dive into this, I love the depiction of the sun in this. It is so fucking good. But yeah, sorry. No, it is. How not perfect is that? That is so perfect.
Yeah,
I love
so you have a reference of what that actually means. What is the that is the helion, and the sun is next to the helion radiant. So do you see that there are things in here that are not round? Will you agree with that?
No, I'm looking at the photo right now. I see the sun, which I fucking love, but I don't understand what South Apex North. I don't know what this is. Can you explain this to me?
So the North Apex, you see that it's not round. That's one of the radiants where a lot of the sky phenomena comes from. And between the North Toroidal and the South, between the North Apex and the South Apex, that line that is between those two, that is the celestial equator.
Okay. No, I see.
And then
So I
when
see
you
the
look,
sun, and I see those different points.
yeah,
But are we looking? We're looking at the solar system, obviously, right?
you're looking at the sky from the ground, and the sun is going around this thing. The sun moves across the celestial sphere and all of the sky. So when you look at the North Toroidal, when you look at celestial north, or what people call Polaris, right? You see all of the stars doing a circle around the center point. The North Toroidal is basically around that center of the sky that is spinning. You see it moving, right? I have depictions of that, but the North Toroidal is basically where you call celestial north, and was around it, spinning and doing that toroidal movement.
Mm-hmm. So where's the Earth in this?
You're standing on it. You're standing on the Earth, and you're looking at this. You're looking at this from multiple positions. This is why I'm telling you. This is multiple angles, multiple positions across the world. You're looking from Canada, from United States, from Ascension Island in the Atlantic Ocean,
and
from
what time
Peru.
of year is this?
This is 365 days observations.
365 days of observations. This is where the sun is.
No, you have to look at the ones that I. This is a depiction. And the ones that there's two of them that you can click and they will play, and one has 5, 10, 15, 20, and those are scans of 365 days of radio surveys.
Oh shit! I think I might have lost that because other people are posting. How do
the sun? This is the celestial sphere. This is the construct of the whole of the sky observed from the ground. So you don't see the ground, but you see what the sky is doing under these that is observed with this optical equipment, a combination of infrared, radio surveys, thermal equipment, electro-optical, and this is what is depicted with those with that optical equipment. You can't see this with your telescope.
Right, but with a telescope, the things you see are the sun moving around. And by moving around, I mean staying in the same place. And the Earth moving around it. Yeah.
No, you never see the Earth moving across this. You don't see the sun going around. You don't see the Earth going around the sun with your telescope. You don't see that.
Yeah, you see that, and you see other planets moving around the sun as well.
You see from the ground the movement of the luminaries moving in cycles within cycles. Some move around the sun, some move around the moon, or the sun move across the celestial equator. So the sun itself, it's moving around something else that I just posted for you and I showed you.
I agree with that.
Exactly. So it's what we observe from the ground is not a solar system. It's a system that the sun goes around it. So all of the luminaries are revolving around a center of the sky, and this is what I posted for you. So this is in reference to the conversation that you had earlier about the solar system, and this is what I was trying to tell you, that what we actually observe of the sky and what it's doing, moving in cycles like clockwork, and you see the hands of the clock here I showed you, is not what people depict as the solar system. Remember when you drew the solar system, that you put the paper, you pick the colors, and you drew the sun like 10 times bigger than the other planets and 10 times bigger than the Earth, remember? You drew the sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, and you painted Earth green and blue. What color? Which colors did you pick for Earth?
When I was a little guy, when I had a little pee-pee. Yeah.
Yeah. Which colors do you pick for Earth? Which colors do you pick?
Everything is round. When I did this, I was wrong, and I picked the colors that I wanted to. I picked just because you asked me. I picked purple. I liked purple.
Okay. You can see purple in Earth. There's purple things in Earth.
You haters in the chat, purple is the fucking color of red and blue together. And the most manly color is purple, and it was also a color of kings at one point because of, they couldn't get it. They can only get it out of royal purple. It's very manly. I don't have any hang-ups about it.
So when you in that same paper, you drew the Earth and then you drew the sun. Which one was bigger, the sun or the Earth?
Oh well, when I did it, we already knew that the sun was super big.
Which one do you depict bigger, the sun of the Earth or the Earth?
It's super easy to know that the sun is bigger.
Okay, so
the sun was bigger, and it was in my thing when I did it. It was white, but I get that it's not white. But
okay,
I'm white. I'm super white, and that's not why I wanted the sun to be white. It's just that it looked white to me. I was a child. Give me a break. Racist. I'm not trying to be.
No, I'm
trying to be anti that.
I'm fucking with you.
Yeah, I know. Also, it's not enough to be not racist. You got to be anti-racist. I am not racist. I am anti-racist.
So my point is,
I'm a little racist.
Yeah, you know what? I think everybody is. It's a spectrum, just like everything else. You just try to be better every day. I think you just try to be better. Just with everything else.
I totally
you
agree
learn
with you,
things.
So hello.
Be better. Be better tomorrow.
You see what I posted now? You see what I posted?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you post something new?
Yeah.
Look. Oh my God! This is what I wanted. This is fucking so good.
Okay. So you see the difference from what is observed with all the equipment that I mentioned across the world, what is actually observed, and what people draw. You see the difference?
No, I see that. No, this is what I want. I want this drawing, but for.
I think you're too drunk to follow.
No, I want the this is what people see. This is the observable.
I told you what I posted for you is observed from the ground. The ground is not curving. This is you missing the whole point. What I posted for you earlier. What I posted for you earlier.
Mom is not curving.
Oh, I'm sorry. You posted for me earlier. I'm looking at those again. Yes.
Your mom is flat from the ground.
Can you post me? Can you post me something from?
This dude fucking posted his crayon drawing and thinks that's some sort of proof that.
No. He posted other things earlier. No. Don't say that.
You're not following. I posted something before that.
The only person who's
he
not
posted
following
a
is
bunch
the
of
fucking
stuff.
retard who denies thousands of years of basic science.
Yes, I understand that. That's why I'm in here. I'd like to talk to people. I like to talk to them
Why don't you
about
go back to fucking jerking it in a jar, bro?
No, don't do.
Stop being rude. Okay, people can be stupid sometimes, and that's okay.
They're not.
No reason to get mad at them about it.
They're stupid. 24/7.
Hey, so am I, man. Okay?
I'm sorry that I want to listen. You're the one in here being
That's not
stupid
gonna help
right
anything.
now, because I want to talk to these people. Okay?
Yeah, it's not gonna help degrading them.
I want to talk to them because I find it interesting, and
it's just gonna make the thing worse.
People are going to believe. People are going to believe whatever they believe, dude. And I just want to talk to them about flat Earth because I find it super interesting. It's super interesting.
Snake. I have a question for you, bro.
Yeah.
So, imagine the Earth is flat, right? Like you think it's a globe, but give up on the globe for a second, right?
Okay.
All right. So you're a flat earther.
That's very hard for me, but yes. Okay.
All right. So you're a flat earther now, right?
Yeah.
All right. We did it, boys. Good job.
You cut out there?
That was so stupid.
I said we did it, boys. Good job. No, but I was actually going to ask, actually, like Gemsy, like if the Earth is flat, right? Like, is it infinite? Like, is there infinite land?
Your mom is infinite land. That's how big she is.
Oh, dude.
I'm sorry.
That's okay,
I didn't mean that.
I think you're mistaking your mom for my mom.
The fuck did you say to me, you little shit?
I got him.
I think you're confusing your mom for your dad, and that says something even worse about you.
Oh, dude, he's been dead forever.
So you think your mom's a dead man? That's strange.
Yeah, it could be the case.
How did I get muted there? I didn't say anything. I don't think.
That is strange.
I'm vibing over here. I'm trying to vibe. I don't know.
Yeah, you really didn't say anything.
I was trying to vibe. Didn't mean to say anything. I love talking about this stuff.
All right, Snake, going back to you being a flat earther, though. So if you were a flat earther, what would you think about, like, the Earth? Like would it be infinite? Would the land just keep going?
Okay, so this might have what this what got me muted. I'm not a good defender of this, but I would say that no, it's not. Listen, don't mute me because of this, because I don't know. I don't think that it can be infinite.
I mean, because as a round earther myself, I would think that like the universe is infinite, like potentially. So it's like there would be no reason to think that.
Hold on. Pause. So you think that there's infinite space out there?
Yeah, there's nothing logically contradictory about that.
But there is. You can't have.
I mean, in fact, for there to be an edge to space, like an end of space where there's space on one spot and then another spot where there isn't space, that would be like a contradiction. That wouldn't make sense.
Why is that a contradiction?
I mean, it's like we only see space and time. We see our observable universe, and there is more beyond the observable universe. Like there's no reason to believe that there's not more space and time beyond that point.
That doesn't mean that there isn't an end. Just because there's more than just the observable universe, doesn't mean that there isn't like an edge.
I agree. I agree with that. In that, we can't see the end, so we don't know if there is an end. But
yeah, I mean,
we think the universe is ever expanding. I think science thinks that, but I don't know. True, I think that Hoop Food might be wrong in this. I agree with him on most things that he has said, but I don't think that the universe ends at some point.
I don't either.
Because I don't think. Oh, maybe science does say that. I don't think it does.
I don't think it is either.
I don't think that it makes sense to say that it doesn't end.
Why would it have to end? And
I don't know. If it doesn't make sense. I don't know.
And what would be beyond space? What would be at the edge of space and time if it does end? Are you saying it's just nothing?
Yeah.
Well, but nothing is a philosophical concept that just actually like can't exist.
No, it can.
Yeah, that's the point. No thing. It doesn't exist because it's nothing.
Yeah, but like I said, that's just a concept. Like in reality, there is not actually like nothing. Seemingly like there'd be no reason to believe that there's just going to be like a wall between space and time.
I agree.
And then nothing.
In reality,
we don't know. Well, there could be. There could not be.
Hold on. He's right though. He's right though. There isn't nothing in reality. That's what makes it nothing. Because it's not in reality. It's no thing.
I agree. That's why I'm saying that there wouldn't be a wall between space and time and nothing. Space and time would just go forever.
Maybe.
Well,
maybe not. We haven't reached that point.
There's a space. Wait, no. There's a space where there is a thing, and then there's a space where there's nothing.
Maybe because I feel like this is relevant to both flat Earth and just not flat Earth. Maybe because whether the Earth is flat or not, like there's going to be like the question, like does it? Maybe because right now it's just us Globers kind of just talking about this, but I do kind of want a flat perspective. I mean, we're all just speculating at the end of the day.
I think a lot of people get confused, and I don't understand exactly why, but like people confuse the term nothing for the term no thing, and I think that like that's confusing for whatever reason. But anyways, I think that there's a place where there is something, and then there's a place where there is no thing. Like there isn't a thing. Like there's a place where there
hasn't been observed though. There are like voids in the observable universe, like that could be like conceptually, like you could say is nothing because there's like no stars. Like what we observed, there would be nothing in like a very very large span of space. But from everything that we observe, we constantly are seeing things.
Because if you can't observe no thing because there's no thing to observe.
Yeah, because because no thing doesn't exist. Is my point.
I mean, most of space has
no
nothing.
Thing. There is still no thing, right?
Yeah, but the whole reason I brought this up wasn't to argue with us and our cosmological model that they deny. Like, I kind of wanted some opinions from the,
Well, the same thing would apply with flat Earth. Like, if there were a flat Earth, it couldn't be expanding into infinity because it doesn't really make sense for there to be an infinite amount of space.
So there would just be like a wall at one point, or like a.
Well, I think. I think we got
eventually there would just be a lack of something.
Joy,
Eventually, there would just
I think we gotta
be
wait
nothing.
away from flat Earth for a very long time. Is anybody?
You go into the heavens. You get to the edge. It just turns into like immaterial.
Jar, you're not flat
Well,
Earth.
no, I mean,
Who's flat Earth? That
once you go,
I don't
once
think
you
anyone.
go to the place, once you go to the place where there is nothing, well, then that's not going to be a place where there is nothing anymore, is it?
Well, I mean, if there was something there, that means there was already something there.
No, but
No,
the point is that
nothing
you
observable.
are going to that place where there is nothing, and you are a something. So that place where there is nothing, well, now there's something.
Well, presumably to get there, like you had to walk or something. There had to been some sort of way, like on a flat Earth, like some other material to get you to that point.
But what is walking?
And if we were talking about from our perspective, like in space, like if we were to get to that point, there was space time there already, you know.
Yeah, but what is walking?
Space. What is space time? Like, it's not really anything.
I mean, it is material, like it's physical,
but it's not material.
But it is.
What material is there that is space-time? Like, what do you mean by material?
It's like a quantum field or something. I don't necessarily know, but I never thought I didn't know that space time was material until like a couple of years ago. Like it's actually like considered physical. Like it is a thing. Is the point that I'm trying to say? Like if you can go to it, like if you can go to a space.
I mean, yeah, it's a thing, but it's not material.
Yeah, but that's the point though. It's a thing, so it's not nothing. So if you can go to a point like that, you're saying there was nothing, and you went there, and now there's something. Well, no, there was already something there because there was space time there. It had the capacity for things to exist in that sphere. You know, space time. It's a thing, so it's not nothing.
Well, I mean,
that is the
no,
whole point.
I don't think that that's really fair, because if you just got there and then like there was a wall, that would be something too. You know, like you wouldn't be able to go there.
Well, I mean, but that wall would be a thing, but then it blocking you from going beyond it, like you know, there wouldn't even, theoretically maybe just that's where space time ends, you know.
That's what people are studying. They're studying the wall, and they're saying, you know, at this point, the best science is saying the wall doesn't exist, and maybe we just don't understand space and time to understand how the universe that we know existed or exists right now was created. But that's the best science. So
I think you're kind of being. I think you're kind of being a little bit contrary here, because, like, there has to be a lack of something for the thing to move into, and you can't say just because a thing is moving into that lack of something that means that there was a thing there.
But it's not a lack of something; it's space time.
Well, it's.
I'm not saying that there's a lack of something.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. You can't say that just because you can move into it that it's space-time.
The origins of the universe is what we're talking about, correct?
We're talking about your mom, actually, to be honest.
My mom?
Yeah, this whole time we've been talking about her.
Listen, if you want to talk about her, we can go on it. Listen, we can talk about her in here if you want to.
I can tell you about our date last night.
Not a good conversation. Listen, I hope you're happy together. Can you tell her not to call me ever? Can you do that? You guys go have fun forever.
You got it, son. You got it, little guy.
Yeah, just go off forever and never touch base. Actually, I want you to touch base. I like talking to you. Just don't bring her up.
All right. I'll relay the message.
Yeah. Bad person. Bad person.
But you came from her.
Yeah. Maybe I'm a bad person. Who knows? But bad person. Bad person.
Your mom bad ahead.
Are we?
Dang, I didn't
Wait,
mean to roast this guy's mom, and then he
Yeah, if
started
we're
roasting
getting
her for
in,
me.
yeah, if we're getting into that, can somebody help me with my trauma? Are we talking about space time?
Hey,
Can we get back
I
to
love you,
space
man.
time? Thank you, buddy. She's a very bad person, but space time.
Space
I like talking about space time. It distracts me from other things.
It's actually for my mama issues.
Yes, please. Thank you. But wait, aren't we talking about flat Earth? Is there? Wait. Before we continue, which I love this conversation because I'll continue this forever. Is there anybody that's pro flat Earth that wants to bring up literally any point? And I know we're talking about the universe here, and that is maybe I don't even know what that means to a flat earther. I would love to just continue any topic about flat
I feel
Earth,
like
even if
what that would mean to a flat earther is like the set of all material things, just like that's what it means to us.
Right. Like we're the idiots. That's fine. Anything I want to talk more about like flat earther though, but I don't want to talk about the universe.
I mean, I could probably
I want to talk about the universe with you later. Friend me. Let's talk about
I
that.
could probably argue their side if you just want to talk about that.
No, that's boring. That's boring.
Why is that boring?
Because you're going to be lame at it.
You don't know that?
That's kind of rude.
I've done it before. It's lame.
Maybe you're just bad at it.
It's that is boring. It's just boring because I know that the other person. It's me. It's a me problem. It's not a reflection of you. It's me,
So
Jar.
you want to own somebody, is what you're telling me.
No, it's not about own. No, it's not about owning. It's not about owning because you don't win. You can't win. Maybe after like friendship for a very long time, the person understands that the earth is round. But no, it's not about coming into these chats, the 24/7 flat earther chats. It's not about winning. It's not about winning. It's just about talking. You don't think it's about winning. Jar,
Well,
when you come in here.
No, but then why not? If it's not about winning, why not just have the conversation and see like the best? If we like, just like work the intellectual muscles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay.
So why do you think the Earth is round?
No, why do you think the Earth is flat?
Well, I mean, water always goes to a level, right? And like every time I've seen, water has always gone to a level, right? And if you look at the ocean, it's level. And if you look at a cup of water, it's level. So, like, how do you explain to me where the curvature is in that?
Yeah. The way that I explain that is because you're a fucking retard. And oh wait, shit. No. The reason I explain water goes to level.
How do you explain that there's a curve there?
Yeah. How old are you?
21.
No, see, it's so hard because you're an actual person. It's so hard.
I'm not sure what that he's not an actual person.
Actually, Hoopy food. Can you do it?
Do what?
You be me. You be the contrarian.
I don't feel it.
Yeah, dude, it's hard.
I'm a flat earther too.
Yeah, sure you are.
We all know the Earth is flat, brother.
Yeah. Fuck. We need a flat earther in here. Anybody? Listen,
They got us LARP.
Okay, wait. If there's a flat earther in here that wants to talk about it, we promise to just like we can be chill about it. We can be chill. And you know what? I'll be the chill person. You can talk to Jar, you can talk to Hoopy Food, and you can go at it. And I will protect you, and I'll be on your side. Anybody in here, listen, I can be on your side a lot
Nick, you're
better
scaring them
than...
away, brother.
Fuck. I'm trying. Stay in here. Anybody just talk about how planes work. I love when you guys talk about how planes work. It's so much fun. Talk about, oh my God. I love when you guys talk about the horizon. That's a joke. I don't care about how you talk about the horizon. I love how you talk about how planes work. I love when you talk about how planes work.
Show me the
I will literally, okay, all right. If anybody in here, I swear to God, I will find your Venmo or PayPal. If you just DM me first, I'll DM you. I will give you $100. And no one in here that has talked to me that's my ally can get this. But anybody that DMs me right now, I'll give you $100. Before you talk, before you say a fucking word.
It's full of shit.
What is this for? Like, what is the $100 for? Like, why are you giving it to them?
I will give you $100 if you are pro flat Earth and you go after it.
I think
they must all be AFK, man.
I am drunk. I told you I was drunk an hour ago.
I know, yeah, but like
Yes,
it's
I'm
just
so
like
drunk. Is that a surprise?
I didn't say you're so drunk, but it's just like I mean, you can just tell, like you're at that point when you're just like giving away money for nothing.
I mean, it's something.
I mean,
it is very little, but it is something.
I mean, that's a lot of eggs in Trump's universe. That's a lot of eggs.
$100.
Hey, Snake, I already DM'd you, and I spoke to you about it, so go ahead.
Oh, nice.
He's drunk. Don't take it advantage.
No, let me read my DMs. Shit.
He's like, fuck, he did DM me.
He'll probably be happy with 50.
I'm reading
just
my
send him
DMs.
50, you know?
I have no DMs. Oh, sorry. It's the me. You didn't send me here. All right, first of all, we already debated. So just debate. And don't take my $100. But also, you didn't send me your Venmo or PayPal. You didn't send me anything. I mean, if that's what it takes to get you in here, we don't have to listen. I'll be on your side on the debate.
He's all talk.
No. If you listen, especially Jimsy, if you're listening and you're there and you want to debate about flat earthers, I would love to hear it. Listen, I'll pay for an hour of your time. I'll give you a $1 every minute, but those are American minutes, so that's $1 an hour, and we have 100 hours in a minute in America. Is anybody going to correct me? Is anyone going to correct me? All right.
An American minute is obviously only 1 second.
No, it's 100 minutes is a second.
You're so right.
This has become a fucking autocracy. I am the head. 100 minutes is a second, everybody.
Now you
That
should.
is what we have decided.
No, wait, no. Doesn't everybody remember how we told him that we would give him $100 if he spoke about flat Earth. Don't you guys remember that?
Yeah, we told him. Yeah, we told him that. I said that I would do that. Yeah.
Wait, I thought it was a
he didn't send me. No, I said I would give him.
Because that's
money
what an
to
autograph
do
would say, at least.
But he didn't send me his shit. I don't think he did. Wait, let me check. Wait, how do we get back to? Oh,
Hey, you could send it to me if you want. Like, I'll send you my PayPal. Like, you know, just so to equalize the universe, you know.
Hey, listen. No. You know what the problem is? There's no way to send anonymous payments to people across the world. Also, that's
Well, yeah, because
very
how else would you get their monetary information? Well, actually, no, that's not true. There's Bitcoin.
Also, that's very good, though, too.
No, there's Bitcoin.
Yeah, but that's also like, ugh. You can't send anonymous payments across the. That's. Listen,
sending anonymous payments across the world is already sketchy. So, like, you can't say that
sketchy.
Doing it through Bitcoin is even more sketchy. It's just an inherently sketchy activity.
Yeah. Well, I don't think he sent me another message.
Keep your money, bro.
Is there anybody in here
Just keep your money,
that
man.
wants to talk about how flat the Earth is? And listen, I know that I'm against it, and I think it's a round Earth, but I will be on your side. And I'm obviously a large voice in here right now, which I haven't been in the past, and I've been muted super easily. But I will jump on your side if anybody jumps up and wants to talk about how flat the Earth is. I will listen to them, and I will be on their side, and I will just.
I'll be the round earther.
No, just don't go offering money, man, because there's already Glovers in the side chat trying to pretend to be flat earthers. Right, they'll jump in your DMs and say, "I'm a flat earther. Here's my PayPal." Don't fucking do that, man.
I'm not. That's why I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
PayPal? Here's my PayPal. What?
The offer has been rescinded.
No, the offer has not been rescinded. If you're in here and you're and you want to go for the flat earther thing, and you're actually legitimate, and you do it for a bit, I'll pay you. I'm just bored, and I'd love to hear flat earther shit.
Don't do that, man. Just keep your money, bro.
Yeah, it sounds a little creepy, man. It's a little creepy. A little creepy.
He's drunk.
I am drunk.
All right,
dude. I pay every month to Hulu and fucking Netflix, and they keep raising the prices every month, and they're not entertaining. I can steal all their content super easy, and all I want to do is talk to flat earthers. I love flat earthers. I don't want to be.
Hey, well, welcome to the Discord, and we talk about Earth here, whether it's flat or round, but most of us here think it's pretty much measured flat.
What if the Earth is gay?
That's really weird. That's kind of creepy to bring that up. We're talking about Earth, but why
is that creepy?
It's super creepy, dude. You have no idea. Come on, man.
But could you explain to me why?
Well, it's just like a stupid saying to say. I mean, I don't think Earth has.
Well, I agree. I agree that it's stupid, but creepy. Like, why is it creepy?
It's super creepy, man. Why would your mind go there? That's how creepy.
Well, I mean, if you say the Earth is flat, then that means that it's straight, right? But if the Earth is not straight,
I didn't call Earth gay, bro, like you did, bro.
Oh my god, that just blew my mind. He actually has a reason for it. Holy shit.
I didn't call it. Listen, I didn't call it gay. I just said, what if it is?
Yeah.
Because it's not straight.
You guys gotta help me, bro. I mean,
oh my god, that just scared me. I'm sorry.
That was so creepy, man. That's all I gotta say, man. It was creepy.
I think that was genius, but okay.
How it's creepy, but okay.
Whatever, man. That's the creepiest thing I've ever heard, man. It was
Fry,
really?
I think you could be really good friends.
You must have lived a very sheltered life if that's the creepiest thing that you've ever heard.
I'm just gonna friends the guy, the first guy I'm gonna friend on this Discord ever.
Mm-hmm.
The guy with the Fry fucking Futurama fucking profile picture that thought that was funny. That is so funny, dude. That's so funny, dude.
Okay, anyways, I'm gonna get off and watch The Office. I suggest that you guys all do the same thing.
No.
I've actually never seen The Office.
Watch The
You should
Office
do
right here, bro.
I have watched what's the other documentary, the mockumentary one? Parks and Recreation, yeah, that's the one.
You know what's better?
Is that a joke? That's a joke. Is that a joke?
You know a better show to watch than The
mockumentary?
You know, there's a better show to watch than The Office.
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna call Fry because that's the only person I want to talk to right now.
Yeah, there's a better show to watch than The Office. Watch Blacklist on Netflix. It's great.
Wait, which show is that?
Blacklist on Netflix.
Yo, this snake guy is calling me. What's wrong with him? Is he like fucking drunk? Why is he calling? I don't even know this guy. He's calling me.
There's something I actually agree with you on. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Brenda, can you repeat again? This guy was calling me. This guy's super weird, man.
The Blacklist is awesome.
Yeah, it is. Spader is an awesome actor.
His part in that is like the highlight of his career. Like, that's it.
Yep. Yep.
Could not top that, I don't think.
Do you guys watch anime?
You shouldn't hand out your phone number if you don't want people calling you, though, dude.
I just added him on Discord. Oh, he's back. Dude, why are you calling me? What the fuck?
That's easy. That's easy to fix, dude. Just block him.
No, I don't want to block him. He sounds fine. I don't want to talk to him. I want to call.
You know, on a scale of 1 to 10, how high are you? 11?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Or Snake? No, I'm not high. This is just regular me. I get that a lot though, so it's okay.
You get that a lot? Okay. Yeah, I can see why.
Fry, have you watched all of Futurama?
I actually have not watched. I think I've watched like 2 seasons, maybe.
2 seasons? And that's your profile picture?
How many seasons do they have?
I have a bunch.
20?
Probably.
20? That's crazy. Maybe like 15.
Dude, why were you calling me?
Fry, I thought we had a connection, bro. You were talking about, dude, you're in the Flat Earthers chat.
Mm-hmm.
You got a Futurama fucking profile pic. And let's talk it out right now. What country are you from?
Oh, I'm from India. You can't tell by the
Dude,
accent.
I knew you were from India. I knew you were from India.
It's not hard.
It's not hard.
Yep. Anyway, man, I felt like you were treating flat earthers.
What do you do for a living? What do you do for a living?
I don't do anything. I'm jobless.
That's
Chilling.
awesome. How old are you?
I'm 29.
Dude, you don't need to have a job. Don't worry about jobs.
I know, right? Just fucking chill. Chill in the flat earth Discord all day, all night.
That's what you're doing.
That's what I'm doing.
But you're 29. You're on Discord. You have access to the internet.
Yes.
You have a Futurama profile picture, but you haven't watched more than 2 seasons of Futurama.
And I'm from India.
Yeah, we established that. I said that.
Oh yeah, we did.
Yeah. You have access to Futurama?
Yeah, I can watch. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I prefer watching crazier shit. Like, that's kind of the reason I hang out in Flat Earth Discord. It's so crazy here.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's crazy here, but what are you watching?
Oh, right now I'm watching nothing. I'm just keeping up with the Flat Earth YouTube content.
Dude,
pretty much.
You're 29. What shows are you watching?
Oh, okay. Hang on. Let me look it up. There's some good shows I watch.
What American shows do you like?
Have you watched True Detective? Pretty good.
True Detective?
Yes. Have you not seen it?
Okay.
No.
Give me another
You need to
one.
watch
Give me
it.
another one.
No. I watch a bunch of anime, but
okay, yeah, good anime. Good. What?
Which anime? Oh, a bunch.
Yeah. Good. Give me a good anime.
Have you watched Dan Da Dan? It came out like this year.
Yes. What?
I do. Nice. It's so
Yes,
good.
I have. What's an older one?
Attack on Titan's a good one.
Of
And
course.
even older one is Naruto, Dragon Ball Z.
They're so just random. Have you watched the Netflix one Dungeon? What the fuck is the name? Dungeon.
Oh, the Delicious Dungeon. No, it's been in my radar, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like my thing.
You should watch it, bro. You should watch Delicious Dungeon.
I think I might watch it. It's
so good, bro. Let me tell you. Dude, this is why I called you. Because I just knew we could have a conversation. You didn't have to answer, and I'm not worried about answering. Dude, we didn't have to have a conversation. I wasn't worried about it if you didn't answer.
We can talk. It's better to talk in this VC because more people can chime in if they want to.
Yeah, but we're in here talking about Flat Earth, and I was really trying to get another Flat Earther in here, and they're not coming in. I just
no Flat Earthers talking to you. That's crazy. How is that possible? Usually Flat Earthers.
No, it's actually really fun. It's actually really fun to just because very earlier I jumped in and they were talking about they were muting me and I could only say yes or no questions and stuff, and it was very authoritarian. It was crazy. But then I just jumped in a little bit later, and there were people talking about it, and we had to have we got to have a good discussion about it. We had a good discussion, and then we had a good discussion that lasted 2 hours. So I got drunk.
Yeah, damn. Okay.
That's why I sound like what I sound like right now, because we were having a good discussion. It was fun, and I was drinking, and I haven't drank for 6 weeks, so it feels very good.
Oh shit! Nice. Why did you not drink for 6 weeks?
Hey, I
just took a break.
I accept your
Just took a break.
drinking. I accept your drinking, man. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
No.
I just took a break. I just took a break because I like to take breaks during the year.
Yeah.
Because I'm very old. I'm 84.
Shut up.
Nice.
Fuck off.
No, I'm just joking. But I just like to take breaks because I like to drink a lot.
Yeah.
So I just, instead of like limiting myself in the short term,
Right.
I just like to do like really long breaks. Like sometimes I take 3 months, sometimes I take 1 month, sometimes,
We need an authoritarian in the chat to crack down on this bozo again.
I like.
Yeah, crack down on me. Crack down on me. Crack down on me?
Moderation.
Heretic, it's too late. We've pretty much hijacked the server at this point. Might as well give up.
Let's see how that. Let's see how that turns out. Oh yeah.
You know what, Fry? I don't think you're allowed to have a Futurama.
I mean, he just about took over the whole
pic.
place, but now he's server mated. Too bad. Made it.
Fry, you can't have a profile pic if you don't watch Futurama. And season 2 was not enough. You need to crack down. Listen, I didn't mute you. And I'm the only one talking.
That's enough of this blithering idiot. Does anybody care what he has to say?
What the hell?
I mean, if so, I'll take him off mute. But
What the hell happened here, bro, man? I come in here and this place is like on. What the hell?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, what the fuck happened? What the fuck?
Fuck.
It's just unlistenable.
It was almost unattainable as far as Earth goes, man. It was like, what the hell? Anyway.
Yeah, just a bunch of drunk dorks, just sitting around, just shooting the breeze.
I appreciate that, but man, that was really wet. It was bad, man. But back to Earth, man. Has anybody ever flown an airplane on a ball? I'm curious.
I have.
On a ball? Really?
Yeah.
Please expand, please.
He said expand, not run away.
It was a great story. I got a lot out of that.
Okay, yeah, I feel
Oh, no, he's
enlightened.
back.
I mean, super enlightened. The tangential gradient.
Shut up!
The tangential gradient. Tangential gradient, man. That's
Interesting. How you been, Flat Earth dude?
Hey, what's up, man?
Expectations?
What's upside down,
though? Hold on. I'll flip this remote control upside down. That'll do. There we go. Upside down.
The remote's upside down. I like it. The remote control's upside down. That's why it's not working for you, honey.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So I take it with the amount of people in here, nobody's accidentally found curvature.
Well, I'm still looking for that airline pilot that can fly over the globe, man. I want to meet that guy.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the guy I want to talk to. If there's anybody that's ever flown an airplane on the globe, man, let me know. I want to talk to him. And DM me, whatever. I'm good. But yeah, let's talk. That's my challenge. Bring him in here. Let's talk about flying airplanes on a globe, man. Let's talk about it. Please. Anybody that's ever flown an airplane on a globe, I would love to talk to you. And there's probably a couple other people in here would like to talk to you as well. But yeah, let's bring it. Let's bring that flying on a globe thing.
Drunk guy wanted to talk about, and he was even going to pay Flat Earther to talk to. Crazy.
Well, I wanted to play it. I wanted to pay a flat earther before, but they're back in here now.
They don't
So-
just do that all day here for free or anything.
Yeah, we
Well, no, there was a point earlier where no one would talk about flat Earth, and there were a bunch of people in here that believed the Earth was round, and it got very boring. And then we started talking about boring shit, and then we talked about not boring shit. I think that I found friends, and it was fun to talk about. We talked about anime. We talked about
You see how
bunch of
Globers
bullshit.
can't even you see how Globers they can't even keep to the topic if they're not with a flat earther.
Yeah, that was weird, man.
No, we were just talking. Yeah, we came in here because we wanted to talk about flat Earth, but there wasn't any representation for like just like an hour.
You guys just can't focus.
That's not true.
without us. You guys just can't
spoke.
focus.
No, well, we realized that nobody was arguing against us, so we got bored.
Just a bunch of speds who can't focus without us.
Okay, I just said that we were bored because no one was arguing against
the globe's boring
around Earth.
Yeah,
But
nobody cares about the topic until somebody says it's not a
we're here. We're here now. We're ready to talk about round Earth. You guys talk about flat Earth, and we'll have some fun.
Gemsy talked to you for like half an hour, man. Sorry, go on, Matrix.
Okay, Snake, bring on your proof of curvature. We're all here to listen. Obviously, you've got something to tell us.
Yeah, and if you got like flying on a globe handy, that'd be cool.
Yeah. It is kind of weird that when people take pictures of the moon on the northern hemisphere,
kind of weird,
kind of different than the southern hemisphere.
Do you think that script actually applies to what Flat Earth Dude just brought up?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did someone bring up a point that I ignored?
I've heard
I
you
don't
use
want to
this
do that.
talking point a few times, and it didn't really fit here. Maybe try a different one.
No, honestly, we just started talking right now. And if there was a talking point 8 hours, I've been in here for a very long.
Just try to tailor your script a little bit to the person.
I've been I've been here for a very long time.
I really don't care.
So if you have a talking point that you want to bring up now, it hasn't been brought up for. We were just in here talking about anime for a while. So if you have a talking point that you would like to talk about, go.
I'm gonna have to put you on mute again if it just keeps repeating.
Damn, dude, what the hell is going on here, man?
You just joined, so mute me if you want to.
I've
But
been listening to you for hours, actually days.
anybody on the Flat Earthers have any answer to the moon looking different
So at this
on
point,
the northern hemisphere than the southern hemisphere?
Capable of conversation at this point.
I got evidence of planes fly flat over the terrain. I got a lot of evidence to back it up, man. Does anybody have any counter evidence that planes don't fly over a flat plane?
Yeah, I actually, I'm going to go globetard mode. Look at the stars.
Oh, the stars. What does that have?
That's why planes don't fly over a flat plane. Look at the stars.
Oh, so I have to look at the stars to determine my flight pattern.
Yeah. If flight's not horizontal, check out the moon, bro.
All right. Oh, shoot. Damn. Can I get a zenith angle to the moon? Is that possible? Maybe.
No, honestly, very good points on both sides there. That's very surface level. Can anybody on the flat earther side show me a diagram of how celestial bodies flow over the Earth?
They flow?
Yeah. Flow, orbit. I don't know. I just said flow because it's like how my mom describes.
Same thing.
Her her diagrams for how she thinks her, Scorpio
Well, you're really on top of your
and
game.
Cancer has, shows up in the newspaper. So I don't know.
Hey, man, I see some lights up there, man, in the sky. That's cool. Does it make it a globe?
No.
There you go. That's all you need to know, bro.
Case closed.
Objective reality, bro. Objective. Just come down to earth. You'll be all right.
Observable reality is much better. Come join us.
It's the same thing, man. Observable reality and objective reality. I believe those are definitely the same things, man.
Observable reality. We
They
don't
are.
see this curvature in reality.
Very good.
Well, you wanted observable reality. I just sat it on your lap. There you go. Go on and look. Check it out for yourself.
Check it out. Check it out, man. Check it out.
That was a very bad. That was good. That was good. I thought that was good in general, but
good.
also that was not an Australian accent. It was like, I'm not sure what that accent was. I'm almost positive it was racist. Not intentionally. I don't think you're racist. I'm not calling you racist.
So
I just,
saying my accent's
it's not good.
Wow. Matrix, man, he ain't buying your accent, bro. What? That's weird.
Oh, man.
No, that's not. I wasn't not buying his accent. I wasn't buying your.
Oh,
accent.
my accent? Oh, fuck yeah. My accent sucks, man. I'll admit that for sure. But at the same time, man, yeah, his accent's perfect, man. It's spot on. It's fucking spot on.
Wow.
I mean,
That's unreal.
Yeah.
I'm not buying his accent.
You're not buying.
Hello. I have Portuguese accent.
Yeah, you
That
do.
is the most fakest accent I've heard tonight.
Yeah, come on, man. That's
Shit, go, Chief.
I did get a ban, a 24-hour ban from Discord. I cannot post anything. I can talk. It was because I did join a long time ago. Someone invited me to Dream More Discord server. So there was a ban. Someone posted something there, and at the moment,
Whole server's been locked down.
yeah. So at the moment, I just can talk.
It's the fucking biggest retard of the fucking retards.
It's a big ass retard.
You didn't even hear his opinion. What do you think about flat earthers, Miguel?
I think they're mentally fucking handicapped.
They are. Imagine thinking that what you observe and experience is real. That's fucking stupid, man.
Yeah,
Why would you think that what you observe and experience is real, dickheads?
I'm gonna talk to Snake. I'm gonna talk to Snake because of the other guy.
Retard who
Can you mute this guy, please? This retarded guy. Can you mute this eight
reality. That's
retarded?
what you're saying. That's the
Is this eight retarded brain? Okay, thank you. So Snake. So I was listening at the YouTube first. I did join in. You were talking about celestial navigation, but celestial navigation cannot happen on a globe Earth if you cannot show that the Earth is moving. You understand?
Yes, I understand. You're not a flat earther?
I'm a flat earther. But, people like to talk about celestial navigation. But first you have to watch reality and, is the sky moving or is the Earth moving? So you have to start by that.
Yeah, both. Obviously both.
What, the Earth moving in the sky?
Earth is moving and the sky.
How do you know
sky
that?
being all other planets?
No,
and
what you are saying is
stars
information.
are moving too. Everything's moving.
Yeah. How do you know that? Someone did taught you in the school or TV that Earth is moving.
Do you have a telescope, Miguel? I have one. Miguel.
Look, you tell us a telescope to watch the sky, right?
Miguel. Mi gato tiene pantalones de queso.
That's Italian. But I'm
no,
Portuguese.
It's not Italian.
What is?
Oh, are you not? Oh, you don't speak Spanish?
Yeah. Can you speak again? I didn't get it.
Mi gato tiene pantalones de queso?
That's not a good Spanish. I cannot even.
It's great Spanish.
He said that his cat has cheese pants.
I just didn't understand cheese, queso. But you did speak. You are not fluent in Spanish because.
I just said in perfect fluent Spanish.
Say again. Your cat.
That my cat has cheese pants.
Your cat. Tu gato tiene cheesecake. I don't know how to say that, but you understand the way that they speak Spanish. It's more fluent. Tu gato, your cat.
Yeah, tu gato, not tu gato, because mi gato.
Yeah.
Yes. He said it correctly. He said it correctly with some type of accent, but he did say it correctly.
Okay. Thank you, James.
I'm American. I'm trying.
Yeah. I didn't notice, because if it was Jamesy talking in Spanish, I will recognize it already. But you have accent from America, so it was hard to me to understand it.
Yeah, I hear you.
Because in Spanish you will say mi gato tiene pantalones de queso, but he said mi gato tiene pantalones de queso.
Said, word for word.
Yeah, but you said it like this: mi gato tiene pantalones de queso, which is kind of like
correct.
In Spanish, in Spanish to say like rolling my ball. El gato tiene hungry. El gato tiene hambre.
I really need whoever just said that. Can we just have a sidebar? Can you call me real quick? Because I don't understand the difference between the two of those, and I really need to understand it because that's like a funny line for me. Just teach me. Just teach me in here or teach me in a call.
You're unteachable.
No. Tell me, what is the difference?
Well, wait. Not you.
The person
I just want to ask this question. Why did you jump to where we are talking about the moon, the Earth moving? Why did you jump to this conversation in Spanish?
Listen, if the guy that was correcting me can teach me what I did wrong there, that would be great.
Jamesy is very fluent in Spanish. He's a Puerto Riqueño, so he's very fluent in Spanish. I did talk a few times in Spanish.
What did I do wrong? Because I'm trying to learn that sentence in every language. And I thought I nailed it in Spanish.
I know people saying snake, but I see it's shake. So shake. It's not that you did something wrong. It's that you said it without pausing between the words. So all you gotta do is when you say me, and then say gato, the next word, instead of saying mi gato, you say mi gato instead of mi gato.
Oh, got it. Thank you.
Loco.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's why I know I didn't understand because I was thinking, is this guy talking Italy? When you say mi gato, it sounds like Italy. You have to do the pause.
You can still say the way you said
Kinda
it.
sounds-
The person will have to be fluent in Spanish to comprehend. If you pause the words between words, most people will.
Exactly. If you speak very quickly, I will not understand. Yeah. So you make those pauses, and it's more easy to me.
Yeah, mi gato tiene pantalones de queso.
Very
So,
good. Very good.
Your cat has she's trousers. I think it's
Yeah.
English.
So I'm trying to learn. That's a weird sentence that I decided to learn in every language. I know it in a lot of languages, but I thought I nailed it in Spanish a while ago. But I didn't because I didn't pause between me and gato.
That's why
I know that sentence in more languages than should be acceptable. I know it in so many languages.
It was too fast. I just understand she's at last. So if you pause it, then because I'm Portuguese, but if you pause it, then I will understand. Of course, if it was Jamsey talking, then I will recognize he was speaking Spanish.
All right,
and I
thank
could
you.
understand. But you make the pause, and that's very important.
I'm very thankful for everything and the correction. Do we want to talk about flat earthers now, or flat Earth theory?
It's not a theory; it's a reality. You go outside. You can.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend.
It's a reality. You go outside. You forget everything that you learn at school. TV, documentary, CGI animation. Forget all that. Go outside and watch the world. You can raise up, and you don't see Earth moving below. Sorry, I cannot post anything at the moment at the shot. You can see, for example, an airplane. Let's say a jet pilot. You can go vertically, going up, and below is not moving. Felix Mangarder, when he did jump on that balloon, before he jumps, the Earth is not moving it down, so that's bizarre, So when he jumps, of course, the balloon is balancing back and forth, but he's jumping vertically, and Earth is not moving. If you check Earth speeds, it should move. No Coriolis. So if people talk about focal pendulums, you can use, for example, by yourself a plump up, and the plump up is not moving like a pendulum. If even those pendulums, someone has to move it, start moving. So you have to think by yourself and start thinking. Question about things, but don't take granted what they teach to you at school, or you saw something in TV. So that's it.
Yeah, I think it's super awesome that you're questioning things.
Exactly. Even critical thinking, that's a good thing. And my part, it was different. Flat Earth, the first, it was not. So the first time I hear about Flat Earth, it was actually on a Portuguese public school, talking about Portuguese navigators. Even Magellan was a Portuguese navigator. Anyway, so it was of course when you go to school and they show this globe object, and people ask. Most of the people, they ask why people at the bottom doesn't fall off, and they say gravity, and you buy it, and you never question about it, and you spend all your entire life not question about it, and it was a story that someone did tell to you, and you did accept it, you did believe it, but did you ask present proof? So they never present proof. Of course, NASA can post some photos, but then you realize CGI animation, or they did manipulate. So you have. I did start to wake up from NASA, many mistakes from NASA. But when I hear about Flat Earth, that doesn't make any sense, because if you think flat Earth, you may imagine the same heliocentric model, and you just change this globe, Earth, and you put a flat Earth, but that doesn't make any sense. So at that time it was even this flat Earth doesn't make any sense. But it's the same problem. It's the same heliocentric model. So it's nothing related to flat Earth. So you have to do a reset. So you are receiving new information. So but you are joining with the information that you did receive before. So this fairy tale story that you have this ball, these spheres in this vacuum of space, and they tell you a story, and you did buy it. And this all, this documentary is talking about space. You see, if you watch it careful, you see it's full of CGI animation, and they are fooling you.
Okay. So, quick question. Can you talk about how planes work? Because I've seen trajectory of planes.
Yes.
So, if you can you just talk about how planes work?
Yes. So you have an airport, and the airplane goes up and lands in another airport, and they can go back to the original airport, and that's it. He doesn't have to account Corey. He doesn't have to account
because they go up towards like if you're going from, you've seen plane trajectories, right? So they
from
go
the ground. From the ground. I understand what you're saying. So from the ground, for example, if from my point of view, at that moment, so I see an airplane flying from north to south. And of course, when you are watching that airplane, it appears that airplane is going in an angle 45 degrees, something like that. But that's not real, right? That's not what really is happening. But if you count perspective, you learn about perspective, then you understand, oh, look, this airplane, it appears it's going 45 degrees up, that angle, but now it's passing over me, and now it's going south, and it appears it's going down. So what did happen? Yeah, perspective. That's the way you see.
No, I don't mean that. I mean the actual trajectory of an airplane, not what you think you see from the ground. What you think you see from the ground is a slow-moving, vehicle in the sky that seems to be, in place.
Yeah, but
that's not moving at 500 miles an hour, but the actual trajectory of an airplane that moves up, that we can track, that moves up and goes like to the North Pole and comes back down just to make a trajectory towards, North America from England.
You have that North Pole. You have some video showing that, that airplane flying over the North Pole.
I've never encountered somebody that didn't understand that planes did a weird trajectory before, but I guess planes is not a good talking point then.
You know what I see from the ground when an airplane is flying above the horizon? He's doing a straight path. You see the horizon, you see the airplane flying, over the horizon, a little bit above the horizon, and you see a straight line. Even the contrails they leave,
okay.
It's flat.
Miguel,
you see the horizon?
Planes, yeah, sure. Maybe planes aren't the best example.
Matrix.
I really like talking about. I really like talking about planes, but maybe planes aren't the best one. So how about
Matrix did post the pitch data, and you see it's flat. Liz,
really wanted to talk about planes, but how about just like how the moon looks from the northern hemisphere versus the southern hemisphere?
Planes. You brought up the planes. We're just going to stay on that. Obviously, that guy's got issues with that.
No, I want to talk about planes, but
Excellent. So you can see in the side chat there the pitch data. See the little blue section that's boxed out just for your convenience?
Oh, I love that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right.
That shows flat and level for 2 hours straight at 500 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem.
At
if
what?
you're 500 miles
At what level?
ball tard, you'd have to be nose below horizontal to get around the ball. And any half a brain in the head.
At what level is this? At what level is this?
At what? Sorry.
What is the height?
You can look at the data yourself. It's all right there. I put it there for you. You can see everything: elevation, pitch, yaw, roll, altitude. I think it's got air pressure is also in there. But the one you'll be concerned about is the orange line. That shows which way the nose of the plane is pitched.
Yeah, no.
No, that's what it does. That's the data.
No, it's not what it does.
Yes, it does. That's the data from a plane flight.
From a plane flight?
I'm going to give you a 3 out of 10 because that was pretty shit.
Oh, come on, dude. I'm trying.
See, I see you've played Knifey Spoony before. Now,
I was trying.
I know, but not good enough.
All right.
Good, so try a bit harder. So the pitch
Try a bit
data
harder.
shows the angle that the plane is either pitched up, pitched down, yaw, roll, the whole lot. It's got it all there. So if you're flying around a ball, you need to be below horizontal. And that would show it there. The problem is, it's not showing you going below horizontal. So you're not flying around a ball at any stage.
Yeah. How far is the horizontal?
What do you mean, how far is the horizontal?
Yeah, how far until you reach the curvature?
It didn't. That's what we're trying to get through your thick skull.
No, hey.
Oh, no, it didn't. There's no in there. That's what that shows.
I'm just an idiot over here. I'm just an idiot. Yes. I know everyone thinks I'm an idiot. I'm here. I'm an idiot. I'll
so just think, okay, let's just put the data aside. In order for you to fly around a ball, you would have to tilt your nose down. Yes or no?
You would only have to tilt your nose down for how many miles?
What?
How many miles?
It would be consistent. You would consistently have to have your nose below horizontal to fly around a ball. Depending on what speed you are at and what elevation you're at, that pitch would change, but it would be a consistent rate below horizontal.
Unless you were elevating, yeah. Correct.
Not unless you're elevated. At a different elevation, it would change slightly. Because the arc you are following would be greater, but still you would be below horizontal. Now here's the kicker. Planes fly nose up between about 1 and 3 degrees normally, nose up.
Yes.
So if they're flying nose up between 1 and 3 degrees, they're not below horizontal, are they?
Right, but you have to look at...
Now do you get it?
Right.
When you guys step in here
You
and
have
go,
to look
airplanes fly around a ball. No, they don't.
They do. you have to
just
look
proved it
at.
to yourself, mate. You just told me that planes have to dip their nose to fly around a ball. We agree with you. But the problem is the data shows they are not dipping their nose. The data shows that they are nose up.
They don't have to dip their nose.
Yes, they do, in order for them to turn around the ball.
No, they don't have to turn around the nose. They don't have to turn. They don't have to dip their nose around.
Okay, I'll show you something. Here's a picture so
They're
kids can
going on a trajectory around the ball.
Snake, slow down. You're going to fry your little brain. See the picture there. If you don't fly below horizontal, start at the top, move to the left. That's what you're going to look like. Picture number 2 for kindergartners. That is what you want. You have to tilt your nose down to go around the ball. The data shows otherwise. It shows no nose tilting. Nose up the whole way.
Yeah, Maverick.
Exactly.
What are we? No, I'm not sure what we're looking at because you're not sharing your screen.
I'm
what
not
am I
sharing
looking
the
at?
screen. It's inside chat.
Oh, side chat. Sorry. Let me look.
Even made the plane nice and big so some kids can see it. Thanks, Mark.
No, that's not what you're showing. This is not what you're showing.
Okay, the top picture is what you would have if you don't tilt your nose down to fly around the ball. So start at the top, fly to the left. The top picture is what you would have if you don't tilt your nose down. It would fly straight and horizontal. The bottom picture, see how it's facing downwards because he's flown around the ball? You have to tilt your nose down. The data shows not.
Is it Matrix?
Yes.
Matrix? Okay. I didn't want to pronounce it wrong. That, like, I love this art here. This is not. This would mean that a plane. This would mean that a
Planes are
plane.
flying over a flat surface. Yeah,
No.
100%.
Wait.
Yes.
Wait. Can I talk just for a second? This would mean that a plane is as big.
Listen carefully. You've already acknowledged to us that a plane needs to dip its nose below horizontal to fly around a ball. We all agree with you. If it's a ball, it needs to dip its nose below horizontal. Guess what? They don't do that. You ask any pilot, how does a plane fly? Nose up between 1 and 3 degrees. So it's not flying around a ball. There's no buts about it. Go and ask the pilot. Pick one.
Matrix. Can I just say something real quick? The things that the images that you showed are very interesting, but they show that a plane is almost as big as the Earth.
So let me guess. All you're concerned about is the size of the plane in comparison to the ball that it's going around.
No, that's not my only concern. That's not my. No.
Do you,
Let
Snake,
me talk.
Snake, you're
Oh my
drunk
God.
and you sound like it, so listen carefully.
I am
Do
drunk.
you agree,
drunk,
yes or no? Do you agree, yes or no, that a plane would have to tilt its nose down to fly around a ball? Yes or no?
Can I just respond for a second?
Yes
I know
or
I am drunk.
no?
Yes.
It's very
Okay.
simple.
Yes, it would have to.
So, look at the data back
If
up
they
at
were
1 minute past the hour. That blue section, if you look at the orange line, the one below the red one, shows that the nose is up at 3 degrees.
Yeah, if they were out
Dipping to
of
fly around a ball, mate.
yeah, if they were out of the ionosphere, sure.
You fucking
But
what?
we're not talking about that. Look at
Hold
the
on a minute. Where's this ionosphere coming from? That's a plane flight. Well,
Yes,
you
a
trying
plane
to
flight.
bring rockets into this or some shit? Where are you?
No,
Get your head back on Earth, mate.
I'm talking about the. Listen, I'm just talking about the things that you posted. And I love the art that you posted, but when you look at it, the plane is almost as big as the Earth.
Yeah, we've already spoken about this. The reason it's that size is so you can go, oh, wow, I understand what he's talking about, and you still don't get it.
No, I do get it. I get if you think a plane is that big, then
I don't think planes are that big. I drew that so you could understand the plane rotating forwards, tilting down.
Right, but
down.
if you think planes are that big, then I get why.
Snake, I don't think planes are that big. They're fucking bigger. They're bigger than that tiny little drawing. It's your ball-tard paradigm that's out of whack here. You're missing the story. The story is this. Number one.
The ball is much bigger. The ball means...
Snake, I don't care how big the plane is in comparison to the ball. And guess what? I'm willing to throw a bet out that no one else in this panel gives a rat's ass either. It's this simple. Number one, plane has to tilt nose down to fly around the ball. That is it. The data from the flight shows planes are nose up. So if planes are nose up, they are not tilting down. Okay? It's that simple. If you don't like the drawing, I'll draw you another one. So you've agreed that planes tilt their nose down to fly around a ball. Guess what? If that was the case, I'd probably agree with you too. Because in order to go around a ball, they would have to tilt down. Yes, 100%. But the data shows otherwise, mate. That's what you're arguing against, is the data that's there. Nothing more.
Oh shit, I was unmuted. So the issue with what you're talking about, what if the plane wasn't as big as what you were saying? The ball was
stop. Snake, stop. Listen. It doesn't matter. The ball could be 1 trillion times bigger, or it could be the size of a tennis ball. If you are going to move from one portion of it around to another section, you still have to tip your nose down. The rate of tilt would change, yes, but it still would have to be below horizontal. Hot mic.
Matrix.
Okay,
So
so
what's-
is it me, Amon? So what if the plane was a dot?
It doesn't
and
matter.
the ball.
Snake, stop with your what ifs. The fact of the matter is, in order to fly around the ball, you have to tilt your nose down. The data says otherwise. Go and argue with that.
What if the plane?
Not what ifs. No more what ifs.
God.
It's already Snake. You can do what all the hypotheticals you like. What if? What if? What if? That doesn't not going to change anything. Your claim is you're flying around a ball. If that is the case, then you would have to tilt your nose down. The data says otherwise. End of discussion. Please try another ball proof.
Okay. What if the ball was so big that you didn't have... Oh,
No more, look, hypotheticals, no.
I don't want to get muted.
Try another ball proof.
What if the flat plane was so big that you didn't know it was a ball?
So you're going to come forward with some kind of circumference, radius, diameter of this so big we didn't know it was a ball?
Not so big you didn't know it was a ball, but so big that it looked flat to you,
So
but it was easily...
So if it's so big that it looks flat, how would you know it's a ball in the first place?
Because...
It looks flat.
Right, it does look flat.
Yeah,
Does
that's a problem, isn't it?
can somebody else jump in here because
Hey,
I
Snake.
want
Snake.
You
I know,
sound,
mate.
You sound drunk and weak.
No, I am drunk, but I just love hearing people talking about flat Earth, and it's so. I don't want to say the next part. It's not easily disproven.
The ball is
And
very
I just
easily
want to hear
disproven.
people talk about it.
Hang on.
I'm just in here to hear people talk about it.
Hang on. I have a question, Matrix. So, what's the usual response you get from other pilots when you bring this up, or like reverse, I suppose?
What's the usual response? If you ask them if a plane flies nose up, they would agree 100%.
Yeah, but like, so how do you explain this on a globe, though?
You can't. That's the problem.
So all the pilots in the world, they're just idiots,
So you
or like.
understand that in order to fly around a globe, you would have to nose below horizontal. You do understand that?
I think it depends on how you're measuring it. I don't know how this tool is measuring. I mean, you can probably make the same argument, like, you know, if I keep walking across America, or like any huge continent, I would, if I'm walking horizontal, I'll probably start walking in air, right? Like, and I would go into space, but I am tilting down every time I walk.
So what has you walking on the ground got to do with planes flying?
So the gravity vector would be changing at every point as whenever you're going forward.
So that means gravity would be pulling down at the center of the plane at the same spot that it pivots. So as you're flying forwards, all of a sudden the gravitational pull would be moving backwards, and then you would have to tilt down. Now the only issue with that is that would show up on the pitch data.
Again, I'm just asking you, how does this make sense to a pilot who knows the Earth as a globe? And I mean, they've flown like hundreds, thousands of.
Taught to fly over a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane.
Yeah, but that's just for school. Like, they know the Earth is a globe, right? Or are you implying pilots?
How come you know it's a globe?
Yeah, but that's not my point. My point is, like, how does it make sense to them? How does
it not fry their brains?
Yeah.
What's interesting, if you watch a few videos, it's about 50-50. Some of them will say, yes, it's definitely flat. Others will go, it's a ball. And you get a few other random weird ones.
I don't think that's true at all. That's no way. 50% of pilots think the Earth is flat.
Next time you're on a flight, ask them.
That's the problem. This doesn't make sense.
What do you mean?
For this to be
true,
true,
on a flight, walk down the front. Hey, old mate, is it flat or is it curved? How fucking hard's that?
But do you realize, for like, you would be implying, like, if that's not the case, you would be implying that 90 pilots are fucking morons who can't see. Oh shit. Yeah, I mean, for what you're saying to be true, it would. There's a chance that 99% pilots would be idiots if they think the Earth is a globe.
What? So you're saying everyone that thinks the Earth is a globe is an idiot?
No, but you're looking at the fucking data every fucking day. I mean, it's.
Look, mate, most people don't even think about things like that. They get up, they go to work, they do their jobs, they go home, eat, sleep, rinse, repeat. Majority of people don't even think shit like this is going on.
I don't know, man. I feel like they would have. I mean, you're giving them too less of a credit. You know, they're not that stupid.
Hey, Fry, if you want to know more, I cannot post anything at the shot, but you see this documentary, Flatten the Curve, Flat Earth 2022. there's a lot of pilots there, you know. I can name it. John Nicholson, it's a pilot. Joshua Silva, it's a pilot. Hector Riquenha, air navigator. You know, there's a lot. Brett Freeman, pilot and the aerospace engineer. So you can watch all those pilots talking about it, and to them it's flat. So they're pilots. So you can watch those pilots talking, you know, and then you can think.
You know, honestly, I feel like the one place Flat Earth can explode is from pilots waking up, because I feel like this would be pretty obvious if you're a pilot. I mean,
but I didn't name those pilots, you know. So that's different. So these pilots are talking about it, you know.
No, I know. I've seen a bunch of pilots talk about it.
There's even radar navigators, submarine audit specialists. You know, you have to watch those guys talking about it.
See,
the issue with that is
they are pilots. It's the issue.
The issue with that is everybody in here has a certain level of intelligence, and you guys are trying. And let me just back away, because I love flat earthers, and I want to talk to flat earthers. I do, and I don't want to pretend that it doesn't exist, because then I couldn't talk to flat earthers. But if we're really getting down to the nitty gritty, there are people that fly planes. There are people that are in submarines that are dumb. But I think there are smart people in here. And I hate to disillusion people, because I love talking to flat earthers. I love it. It's my favorite thing.
So, are you claiming?
One second.
Okay, go ahead.
It's super easy to disprove flat Earth. It's super easy. It's insanely scientifically easy.
Well, why haven't you yet?
Well, you've sucked.
No, all you have to do. Listen. All you have to do is walk 5 miles, and just do a scientific experiment with you and your friends. One of them walks 5 miles. That's all you have to do, and it's crazy how
that's
easy
not an
it is.
experiment. That's an observation. It's not an experiment. It's observation. So anyway,
that is what we do. That is what we do.
You like to talk about science. Oh, you like do a science experiment.
You can walk 5 miles. Earth is a globe.
That's so dumb.
Shit,
so the guy is
close it down.
The guy is the guy. Sorry. Now it's my turn. You guys, I did spoke a lot of pilot names, and to you, it's easy to you to claim that there are pilots that are dumb. So first you claim all the pilots know that they are flying on the globe, but then I present these pilots and they are talking about flat Earth. But you even are not interested in to look what I did. You know, the documentary. The title of the documentary. Are you interested to look, listen those guys? No, you are not interested. You can make any assumptions or claims. It's about you. You are not proving anything. Oh, just walk 5 miles, and you can see. You can do a science experiment. Is that an experiment or is it an observation? Anyway, it's more dumb.
I hear you, Miguel. I hear you, but
so you are not thinking. You are not thinking correctly.
Yeah, I hear you, but the fact is that the burden of proof
is on your side. Is on your side.
Oh.
You claim it's a globe. Prove it. Show me the curve. How about that?
Okay, so the burden of proof is on
your side.
Okay. The burden of proof is on the person that is saying something extraordinary. And the extraordinary needs an extraordinary burden of proof. So at this point in American history and in the world history and in science history means that you need to show an extraordinary burden of proof. An extraordinary burden of proof that the world is flat. It is super. It's super.
Curvature. That's pretty extraordinary.
It is super easy to prove the curvature of the Earth. All you have to do is walk 5 miles.
And you can see 10 miles. It's so easy that in the Black Swan you can see 10 miles and even 29 miles. How about that? It's so easy. And you know what is the problem? You can see farther away, but at the same time the horizon is horizontal.
Mi gato tiene pantalones de queso.
How that's much on that ball Earth? How about that?
You can't see that far.
You are so drunk. I don't know why I'm talking to a drunk guy.
You can't see that far if you
cannot see, but in reality you can see farther away. Not just 29 miles in the Black Swan. People can see 60, almost 70 miles on the largest lake at the South American continent. You can see that lake Titicaca. It's an Inca name. You can see 70 miles away. Explain me. How can you see 70 miles away?
100 miles, 200 miles. What elevation, buddy?
Yeah, it's not matching with your ball fantasy, you know?
What elevation?
You can see. You are talking about 5 miles. You are talking about 5 miles. I'm talking about 70 miles.
70 miles. What elevation?
Yeah, just drunk. Who cares about your bullshit?
What elevation, my guy? What elevation?
Just mute. This guy is not. Is worthless.
Yeah, what elevation?
Talking to that guy. It's time waste.
9.41 miles at 1 foot.
What elevation?
1 foot, 9.41 miles.
70 miles, elevation 4.2 feet. How about that? With a horizontal telescope, horizontally, you can see 70 miles. How about that? Explain to me. 4.2 feet from water level? How can you see 70 miles?
What elevation?
I just said to you, 4.2 feet. Are you drunk or are you blind?
I told you that I was drunk. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, do you understand the height? Elevation 4.2 feet.
We need Pythagorean in here.
Yeah, we don't need a drunk. We don't need a drunk. Sorry, we don't need to talk to a drunk guy. It's a time waster.
No, it's not time wasted. Come on.
You said that you can walk. You said
be a little drunk.
You said you can walk 5 miles. You can prove curvature. I'm talking to you. You can see 70 miles. Elevation 4.2 feet. Now explain how I can see 70 miles.
You can see 70 miles?
Yes.
Where?
I'm not repeating what I did said. The largest South America lake. South America continent lake. The largest one. Search about it. I did talk to you. You are not listening, so I'm not wasting my time with you. Sorry.
You could also.
No, show me a picture you took that you could see 70 miles.
I just said to you that I cannot post it. Anything I'm having 24-hour ban from Dreamora server. I cannot post anything in the chat, so I can't even send them. So go on, elbow.
You can send.
I cannot send to DMs. You are listening. I cannot send DMs to anyone.
Elbow's trying to say something there. What was that, mate? Oh, he didn't want to talk now. Elbow, you still there? Elbow TV. Oh well. Don't know about you lot, but history has taught us to be very cautious of snakes.
All right, that's just the name I chose. Come on. Do you want me to be somebody else? I can change my name.
Snake.
I'm not trying to be a jerk.
Change your name to Sheep.
Sheep? Okay.
Yeah.
Snake, he was talking about Salar de Uyuni, the salt lake in Bolivia. Don't you know that? And about the burden of proof. It's definitely on your side. Because we simply see the stars moving. And you claim that it is a trick because the earth is moving. And by the way, do you know on what it is based? The statement, the burden of proof lies on someone? You know on which justice system the Western justice system built on? I will not waste time. It's built on the Roman justice. And the burden of proof in Latin is called negativa sunt non probanda. Literally, it means negative facts don't need to be proven. So we don't need to prove that the curvature does not exist. You have to prove that the curvature exists. Was that clear enough?
I think I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think at this point,
look, I will interrupt you. Would you please try not to ask us if we believe in gravity? I have noticed something which actually we flat earthers talk about. You seem to believe in things, and then you come to us and tell us that we are living in a cult. You say by yourself, do you believe in gravity? I believe that the earth is round. I believe that the earth is a sphere. And the other word which you love, it's not about love. It's you can't argue the globe earth without using such words, because it is a fantasy. Such words like I think, just imagine, let's assume and believe in gravity. Assume it is a globe. And let's imagine, what if I think? And then you come and you project your fantasies on us and tell us that we are living in the cult, where we are showing you a simple observation. Rig oil habitat 9.4 miles, and behind it the curvature is clearly visible. And you try to weasel yourself out of it. How should we take you seriously? How should we consider you Globers to be honest people and not trolling us?
Berserker, are you talking to me?
Whom else should I be talking? I called your name before I started. I'm talking about Snake. Snake.
I am Snake.
Yeah, okay. Then I'm talking to you because before I started talking, I said Snake.
Yeah, but you're talking about.
Okay, I said everything I wanted to say. I will mute myself and go and go and smoke a couple of cigarettes. Actually, make them because I buy the bakers.
I think
I can hear you because I can hear you because you can talk. I can hear because I have headsets, Bluetooth headsets. So whatever I do, I can hear.
Berserker. Just before you go, do you think I'm anti? I'm pro round Earth. I've been pro round Earth in here for a very long time. Are you an ally on the easy?
No, I'm a flat earther.
Oh, I misunderstood everything you said.
No, I'm a flat earther. I told you because I told you. I mean, how could you misunderstand that? I told you that it is the burden of proof is on you, that you should prove the curvature because we cannot find the curvature. We all were also globers, and it was embarrassing the first time I heard my ex-wife tell me she saw videos of the Earth could be flat, and I told her, please don't repeat that. You want all of our friends and relatives to laugh at us when you start talking about something like that. So,
did you get back with her? I'm just asking.
What?
Did you get back with her because you separated because?
No,
I'm just asking if you got back.
We are divorced since 2010, but I have continuous contact with her. But why is this relevant? I mean, 2 months later, I watched.
It's not relevant.
Two months later, I watched.
I'm sorry. It's not relevant.
It's okay. No problem. 2 months later, I told myself, you know what? I will give it a try because this is so silly. I must be able to debunk it very easily. And I watched the first video. The first videos were the videos from Flat Earth Asshole, the one where the boat is behind the curvature and it comes into sight with P900, and the other one about how we could see the same sun when every 6 months we are looking in another direction. And then all the others came since 2015. I know all the channels. But I'm telling you, I mean, you're coming and telling a love story how much you love flat Earth. It's not about love. It's about as a couple of modes said a couple of times in the last weeks. I have been only 2 weeks here in the Discord channel. I was always someone who listens only and watches the videos and reads the comments. I'm not so talkative, so I only started 2 weeks ago, and a couple of mods said, "Please prove the curvature, prove the Earth is a globe, and we will shut this channel and go home." That's great. I don't understand why can't you get that? I mean, you should be curious. I mean, you have seen movies like the Stone Age. Humans were curious when they saw fire. What is that? We're just curious like Neanderthals, to see the curvature, which we thought it's impossible to be seen. Can you get that? I mean, I don't know. Maybe the language is not respectful, but it is a moment like that. It is like the moment when humans saw for the first time the fire, and then you see the curvature. It's not possible, bro, mate. Look, I don't like to mention this, but most of the globers come with English is not my mother language. Is the word hubris the right word when someone looks down?
Yeah.
How did?
Hubris. Yeah, perfect.
Hubris. Yeah, and that's why. Yeah, many globers have that feeling and express it immediately. before they questioned and inquired.
Yeah.
And that's why I told you I don't like to mention this. That I'm not someone who worked normal work. I studied civil engineering according to the American specifications, but I studied not only steel construction, not only concrete construction, not only foundation, soil engineering, dynamics, projectile dynamics, soil dynamics, hydraulics, statistics, surveying. I studied all the branches. And I looked so stupid when I saw how much better the flat earthers were arguing and noticing much better than me that I haven't noticed the curvature till 2015, the lack of curvature.
Okay.
And this is something. This is meant as a compliment. These guys showed me. The flat earthers showed me that I had a degree. Not really, because I quit studying on the last year, on the fourth year, 3 months before bachelor engineering. But nevertheless, higher mathematics, I studied even virtual numbers. In higher mathematics, when you have some problems you cannot solve, and you invent numbers which don't exist. I forgot all this stuff. But still, these guys were more intelligent because of the simple observation in simple life. And you are still imprisoned in the prison of how do you call it? Not confirming to appealing to authority, because they tell us because Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is astronomy.
Yeah, Berserker.
This is theoretical. This is theoretical. This is theoretical science. This is not real science. You know.
Yeah.
You know that civil engineering is the only study where you cannot equalize and certify. If you studied in one land and you go to another land, you have to do the entire study from the beginning. You cannot use your how do you know? How do you call that? Your degree in another land, because each land has its own specifications. Each land, according to their weather and to the character of the soil, they do, because we will have to test the concrete and the steel and the soil in a physical manner. So this is something. That's why I understand when the flat earthers say that astronomy or theoretical astronomy. I mean, they tell you in your face theoretical physics. So there is the physics and there is theoretical physics, and then you come and talk to us flat earthers from the high pedestal. Can you explain to me how the moon? Who cares what the moon? No, we cannot explain it. What we know is, can you explain the horizon behind the rig oil habitat, which is 9.4 miles? And if I will draw a horizon like any artist, when an artist tries to begins to draw, he will have to, in the middle of the sheet, he will have to draw a horizon, and then in the middle of that horizon, he will have to draw a vertical line, and then from the intersection point, he will have to draw like rays lines, and that produces the perspective, the 3D depth. So if I would take, which means investment of time. if I would take this observation of the rig, I could even very easily calculate how much further the horizon behind the 9.4 rig of oil habitat is. But why should I waste even 1 hour when I feel that you guys, Globers, are not honest? You are not inquiring. You are trying either to troll us, to insult us, to, as you think, break our heart. Can you get it? I mean, why should I invest 1 hour? But I can tell you without calculating, without drawing lines, and according to geometry and angles, I could then tell you how much further the horizon is. But without doing the calculations, I guarantee you it's further than 15 miles, maybe 20, 25 miles.
Berserker, okay.
So please, can we stay in simple
listened
facts?
to you.
Okay,
I've listened to you.
Look,
Listen,
I have listened.
I've listened to you for a very long time. I've listened to you for
Okay, you listen to
a
me.
very long
Okay,
time.
okay. Just
Let
one
me-
last
let me-
sentence. Just one last
Okay.
sentence. Just one last sentence.
Sure.
You listen to me maybe half an hour. Okay, I agree.
It was a very long
I
time,
grant
but
that.
go ahead. Sure.
Okay, 15 minutes. But I have been listening to Globers also for 2 weeks, and as I told you, I'm not that talkative because the English language is not my mother language.
You sound great.
Although
You
I
sound
have,
great. Go.
yeah, I know, yeah, but although I speak very good, and I had a very good, almost perfect American accent, but since I stopped talking English since 25 years, and now I got it again after I chatted with flat earthers and Globers. But I wanted to tell you, I also listened 2 weeks. But can we make it just simple? I mean, as Matrix or maybe Heretic, it was Heretic. He said, please prove the globe, and I will shut the channel and go home. I have no problem if you would have been able. So can we stay on this so that we will not look? You Globers talk always about your emotions because you feel like we are an insult for the human intelligence and so stupid. This talk is so stupid. So consider that was a rant. What I said was a rant, but cut all that out. Can we solve this problem of the horizon geometrically? It doesn't work because, as I told you, you cannot tell me that I don't understand geometry. I don't understand. We even could calculate with which force and in which angle you should shoot a rocket when you or a cannon when you want to hit a certain. This is called projectile dynamics. So it's not that I'm not educated. Oh, in the opposite, because I'm educated, I know this is impossible. You cannot evade this fact. It doesn't work. The geometry and the math is not working. So can we stay on the ground and talk about this measurement of the Earth or observation? Because it is not measurement, it is an observation, and thus the calculation of the curve is not working, and not talk about the equinox, which is not working on the flat Earth, or the stars, or the moon. Okay, because we are talking about the horizon and the curve and the lack of it. Can we stay on that? I can mute myself and you can talk. But as I told you, I'm listening. I'm interested. It's not. It's not that I mean. I will not listen to what you're saying. Okay. Thank you.
Sure. I think Berserker. I think it's just like a rudimentary understanding of the Earth would serve you well. I think anybody. I don't think I can divulge this information to you. I think you're very strong in your ways, which I think is great. But I think you should go to literally anybody that understands the Earth that is close to you. Maybe just a local community college. I'm not sure of your country. That's what my country has. My country has community colleges that you can just walk into them. Similar to, I wish our hospitals were like this, but you could walk into a hospital in England and get medical care. It's very similar in the U.S. where you could walk into university.
Mute this guy is trolling. Mute this guy. Okay.
I'm being genuine.
You are drunk. You are drunk. If you need, you are drunk. If you need help, you go to the hospital. Okay.
I am drunk.
Okay, go to the hospital. Go to the hospital. You go. Don't tell us to go anywhere. You go. Okay.
No, I'm not telling you.
You have mental problems. You have mental problems. You go to the hospital. Okay. I'm not. If you need care and attention, you talk to your community. Okay. Don't tell us what to do. Okay.
I'm not telling you to go anywhere. I was having a conversation with a singular person.
Talking about an hospital to seek medical attention. Are you fucking nuts? Are you fucking nuts?
I was not.
No, you go to the hospital, okay? That's trolling.
I was talking to a singular person about a very specific thing.
Going to the hospital. You're trolling. Telling him to go to the hospital. Are you fucking nuts?
I'm not talking to you. I was talking to a singular person.
Who cares about you, snake drunk? You have mental you have a mental problem. You seek help, okay?
I was not talking to you. I'm sorry that you thought that, and
why you are talking to that guy to go to the hospital? Are you fucking nuts?
I don't think he should go to a hospital either. I didn't ask him to go to a hospital.
I'll go to talk to the community next to you. Are you fucking nuts?
I don't think he should go to a hospital. I don't think you should.
Thank you.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant, Snake. You just don't. Globers don't respond because you have no answer for the questions.
No, I would love to go back and forth with you, but you talked for a very long time, and that's all I had for you. But if you want to do a quick, if you want to do a,
I just wanted to explain.
Wait. If you want to do like,
you are the ones who are not coming to the point. Okay, another point.
This is the whole issue. If you want to do a quick back and forth, we can do a quick back and forth. Ged, go. You go 1 minute. Okay. I'll go 1 minute.
Okay.
Ged, go.
Should I prove to you that NASA is lying to you? Just very simple. The movies, the videos, the shootings from Mars. You see, you have daylight. The sky is lit in.
All right, you had 30 seconds. Should I get 30 seconds now? Or like, how is this supposed to work?
Look, prove to me, how does that work? How can you have daylight on Mars when the atmosphere of Mars is 0.6% of the atmosphere of the Earth? And 5 years ago, I searched in Google a website where it shows how the atmosphere of the Earth day looks when I'm in a height where the atmosphere is 10% and the sky was black. You cannot have daylight. You cannot have if the atmosphere on Mars is 0.6% compared to the atmosphere of the Earth, then the video shootings from the vehicles from Mars should show us a black sky and the sun should be seen as a big star.
Okay.
I don't need to argue with you. I don't need to talk. That's why I'm not so talkative.
No, this is the path you chose.
Okay, I will mute myself. But you will talk about something else. You will not talk about the little sky and the day sky
No,
on Mars.
we're
Okay.
gonna argue
Just
now
talk
or
about
no?
your feelings. Okay, I'll mute myself.
This is the argument you chose. Okay, so you wanna say that like Mars has less sunlight than us? Like what? Like what does that mean? Who cares?
You stupid or what? You will have to have an atmosphere so that the light scatters, and the sky then gets the red color or the blue color. On Mars, they show us red color with 0.6% compared to the atmosphere of the Earth. It's almost like there is no atmosphere on Mars. You cannot have light scattering. Are you stupid? Shut the fuck up.
Berserker, I'm here. I'm listening to you. Don't call me stupid. I'm not calling you stupid. But if you think that do you think Mars is round and we're flat? I'm not sure what you think the universe looks like. I'm just asking questions here. Do you think is Earth flat and all these other
there is no
round?
honesty in you. The guy, Robert from Utah, or Robert G. Utah. When I asked him yesterday or the day before yesterday this question, there was silence. He ejected immediately. It is very difficult to be thrown out, be forced to eject. Immediately ejected. And another flat earther immediately came to the conclusion and by saying, this is an interesting point. With such little atmosphere, they would not be able to fly helicopters. What he meant, the vehicles which they showed the last last vehicles would landed with propeller. I think propeller, like the propeller of the. It's called propeller in English, right? What the helicopters have.
See,
so you cannot land something with propeller on Mars like a drone. And then if you are not ashamed and see that you are lied to, it means that you are part of it. And then you cannot talk about the fact that you are coming with respect. You come and say you love flat earthers and you like to argue with us, and then you use words like dumb, somehow hidden.
I'm not saying
people
dumb.
who believe it's sick. Okay. Sorry, I just can't.
I never said dumb. I never said dumb.
Someone who is not honest. I told Robert GU that also, and Eggshell and Bleed, something like that. He had another name with Bleed in his name. I told him when I see that someone is dishonest and disingenuous and disrespectful and trolling and coming with ill will, I mute myself and sit back and watch and enjoy how the modes, how Crit and Demok and Heretic and the others dismantle them. You know what? And most of the time I get frustrated how much patience the mods have and with how much respect they come. They seldom use derogatory words. But bro, if you're really honest, don't be mad about me. Because look, when I was lied to and I recognized that I was lied to, yeah, it was actually a great feeling. Yeah, it didn't hurt as long as I recognized it. So just look at it. It's not working. These people, I don't know who they are or what their motives are. The motives are not so important. We cannot see too far. It's not curved. Okay? It's not curved. Show us the curve and talk about that. And don't talk about my person and my character. I will shut the fuck up. I told you I will mute myself. If you will try to explain to me how that curve works so that I can see the horizon 20, 25 miles. another 10 miles behind the habitats, rig oil. I told you, I'll mute myself. I did it too. Okay, I will do it again. But don't talk about myself and don't say that I'm a bad guy. I'm telling you that you are dishonest because you are, because we are telling you a simple fact, a simple observation. This is the observation, and you tell us, no, because you flat earthers, you don't get it, you don't get it. You don't have the scientific basis of knowledge which we Globers have. We are so
you can't be talking about me.
We have acquired so great knowledge, and okay, sorry.
You must be talking about somebody that I have muted.
No,
mate.
Maybe
You're talking about me.
Maybe someone else should take over. But you're simply dishonest. I cannot talk to you. Okay, just talk about the horizon behind the rig oil. Just explain to us the horizon behind the rig oil, and we're happy to go back to Star Wars and Star Trek.
You can't talk to me. I'm here. Like, what are we talking about? Like, who is talking right now? I think maybe I might have somebody muted, but I'm here.
I cannot converse with you. I cannot converse with you. You are not answering the question. Look, I'm telling you once again, okay? Please, I beg you, okay? Explain to me the horizon beyond the habitat rig oil. Point. Finish. Now I go silent. Don't talk about my personal character or your personal or your feelings or my
I would
feelings.
never talk about your personal character. I don't know your personal character.
That's why I tell you I cannot converse with you because there is no dialogue. There is no. I ask a question, you answer, and you ask a question, I answer. This is what I mean when I say you are dishonest. You're digressing the talk into a philosophical. Okay.
I'm dishonest.
Someone else should take over. Someone else should take over.
I'm dishonest.
Yeah, that's why.
Dude, this is just.
I feel like you're talking to somebody else. All right, I'm dishonest.
No, hey man, don't be offended too much there. There's a lot of trolls that come up in here, and I think
I've been talking to him for 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It seems like he's expressing his frustrations with other people. I haven't heard.
Expressing no frustrations. I explained to him. We all were Globers. We are just curious.
Are you talking to me?
Like the first human being who saw the fire. We are curious. How is this possible? Explain to us the horizon behind the rig oil. No, I'm talking to the other guy, or I'm talking to the forum. Okay? Haven't you never been here before? Haven't you the other guy, Clark? He was talking Travis Clark. Are you blind?
No,
Can you see that avatar blinks? When someone talks, his avatar blinks.
Well, I tried to chime in just because it seemed like your blood was starting to boil, friend. So, there's.
Look, I'm trying to tell him. I'm trying to tell him he came and he started to insult and with hubris how stupid the flat earthers are, and it is very easy to disprove the flat earth. You just have to walk 5 miles and make an experiment. That is an experiment for him. Miguel told him that is not an experiment, that is an observation, but he doesn't listen. He doesn't reply to him. That's what I mean. There is no honesty in the conversation. He's not willing to ask the question, why is that not an experiment? So that Miguel would explain to him, in which I'm not good enough. I don't have it in my mind. The experiment has to have phenomenon, natural phenomenon, and independent.
Right. Well, before we get there, I don't think I even heard him explain his test that he was talking about. That he mislaid
But he
it.
didn't have a test. Miguel was right. That is not a test. But he talked about you should go 5 miles and your friends should stand where he was, and he didn't continue. But from the beginning, it is clear that that is not an experiment. Even if he meant they should measure the parallax of the stars, that is not an experiment, not scientific experiment, because you cannot modify or falsify one of the variables, the independent or independent.
I agree, man. But I agree. But for the most part, sir, it was you doing almost all of the talking, and the gentleman really
Yeah,
hadn't.
because you came after I started talking, and I explained also to him, I've been following Flat Earth since 2015, and I never contributed to any chat or comment space. I just listen and watch, and since 2 weeks I'm here. Most of the time I'm listening, and because my English is not perfect, so I hesitate. And now when there are not many people here, and Miguel was talking to him, and this guy was just wasting time. And that's why I told him, okay, just stay on topic and try to explain to us why we can see the horizon behind the rig oil habitat, which is at a distance of 9.4. I'm sure without calculating it, I will be able to calculate it if I will draw perspective lines and use geometry and math. I would be able to calculate it, but I can guarantee you it's another 5 miles, when not 10 or 15 miles behind the habitat rig oil. So the math of the globe is not working, and we were also globers, and we are just curious and asking, why is it not working? How could this be? It cannot be, according to geometry. If Snake or the Globers are not, I don't know if you are a Glober or flat earther, if the Globers are not science denier, then they should ask the same question. They should say, yeah, bro, yeah, mate, how could this work on a globe? But they are not saying it.
Yeah, you are correct. I don't agree. I don't disagree with anything you said. I just think you were jumping down this guy's throat, and he hadn't even really spoken too much. You know, but I agree with everything you said. Yeah, the burden of proof is on them. They are the ones with the positive claim.
Exactly.
Most of the world.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no. Most of the world was taught this and brainwashed by this stuff, and these are all positive claims. And all we're looking for is validation. And I feel your passion, but I would just say, just as a slight critique here, to take a breath every once in a while and let the person, after you've spoken, to let the other person be able to respond, at least, right?
Yeah, bro, would you believe me if I would tell you? I know that, and that is that is the reason why I prefer to sit back and listen to the mods, because I described that fact to him too. That sometimes I get frustrated how calm and patient the mods are. Like they are the best. I'm in Europe, so we call psychiatrist, psychiatrist, psychological, like psychiatrist in English. I don't know how to say it. I mean, the guys are very, and yeah, just to make it short, I agree with you. That is the reason why I most of the time just sit back and listen and enjoy. And you have to admit, I mean, the mods also and the other guys, most of the time, after 6 hours or 12 hours conversation, they talk. Then we talk with each other how frustrating that is, and there's a lot of dishonesty in it. But yeah, okay. That's why I also shut myself and told him, if you were here and you listened and you heard, I told him that now I will give him the chance to reply, and I will mute myself because I know I could go ranting for another hour. So I had to
Right,
control
right. Well,
myself somehow.
is the
So
is the is the
what are you
gentleman
saying?
still
Say that again.
here? Is the gentleman still here?
I think so. He's called Snake. His avatar is yellow.
Yeah, I'm vibing. I think Berserker is. I think his responses are great, and we've talked for a very long time. And I don't think, I think I think we've had a very good conversation. I'm just here. I'm just vibing.
Thank you.
I am a very. I'm a very.
I would like to tell you this. I mean, if I would have no respect for another person or a human being, I would not talk with him. So when I'm talking with you, I mean, it's like I'm hoping we can talk, and we are human beings, and we are civilized, and we can, yeah. I mean, if I'm wrong, prove me wrong, then I would be happy to learn from you. Sorry for interrupting you. You can go ahead. But you get my point. I mean, I don't have a problem. It's not that I hate you or hate Globers. No, I myself was a Glober.
And also I respect your opinion. I think that that's awesome, but I also am very happy to exist in this global world with you. Love you, buddy. Love you, buddy.
Okay, so here's where we're at then. You have your globe construct has a bunch of positive claims. So the first one, with rotundity, there evidence that you can provide that would substantiate the claim of curvature on a ball or ellipsoid or whatever you want to call it with a radius of 3959 miles.
Was there a question there?
Yes, what I asked was where we're at. What I said was where we're at right now is your worldview. The ball Earth has a bunch of claims. One of which is curvature. So, can you please demonstrate through evidence, curvature, surface curvature?
Yeah, that's great. And I love that, and I love you. But also, if you're deciding to do some kind of something, not crazy, something that is, sorry, I'm drunk, something that is very outside of science.
What do you mean by that?
If you want to prove something that is unprovable, you need unprovable evidence.
Are you saying that your claim is unprovable?
No, I'm saying that your claim is unprovable. If you want to claim something that has a high level of evidence, you need a high level of evidence to prove that.
Okay. And so, do you understand and appreciate that we do not have a positive claim? We have a negative claim. So, we're saying that curvature is not there, does not exist on the surface of Earth.
I understand that you are trying to disprove the very obvious and observable science that exists. And if you want to disprove that, you need a lot of science to disprove that. And I am with you. I love talking to flat earthers. I love this chat. I've been here a bunch of times, mostly just listen. But if you want to do that with me, and I'm the one that has to talk, which I don't like to talk usually in here, but if you want to do it with me, you need that level. You need a high level of science to do it.
And what kind of science would I use for that?
Any science? Any science that can actually do it? I've never heard any science in here that can do it. Any science that can do it.
May I interact for a moment? Just a moment, Clark. May I? What Clark was saying, we are claiming the lack of curvature. We are claiming the curvature does not exist. One more time. Negativa sunt non probanda. This is where the statement, the burden of proof is on you or on me, based on. Negativa sunt non probanda means the lack of something or the not existing or the fact of the fact.
No, incorrect.
Does not need to be proven. So because it is very difficult to prove that something is almost impossible. It is easier when you would please be so nice and prove to us the curvature. We are not seeing. Are we blind? Maybe you are blind. Help us open our eyes.
You're blind. You're
Do a
blind.
miracle.
Yeah,
Okay, I will mute myself. Thank you, Clark, and sorry for interrupting you, Clark.
No, it would be good if you muted yourself. The science that is established is that we are on a globe. And I understand that people in here do not believe it. And also, I don't want to talk about it. I honestly love to just hear flat earthers talk about theories and stuff. I don't want to talk about. I don't want to be in here and talk about why I think that the globe is a globe. I don't want to talk about it. I just want to mute myself, and I love just hearing about the theories about flat Earth. That's what I love to do. And I hate that I'm in here talking about it. And I was pushed into it, and I hate it. But since I'm here, I guess I have to defend it. It's super dumb. Okay.
So can I just what I was leading to, based off what you said, your claims of science. What is science?
I really hate to do this because I love just like listening, but it's super easy to fucking diffuse this shit. Like all you have to do is look at a satellite. You know, you can actually go to a website and look at a satellite and look at the Earth. Like it's super easy. It's so fucking easy to understand that the Earth is a fucking globe.
What do you mean exactly?
What? Let me just ask you a question. How does if the Earth is flat, how does the rest of the universe work? Like, does the sun have gravity? Is the sun, let me ask this. How does the sun work?
Well,
how does gravity work? How does gravity work?
I don't claim to know what the sun is. Do you know what the sun is?
Yes.
You do?
I do know what the sun is, yes. How does the sun work and what is gravity? That's the only two questions I have. And then I'll shut up.
Okay, so all right. You said that I asked you knew what the sun was, and you said yes. And so I'm going to ask you as a prelude, what is gravity? Do you? No, I'm sorry. Do you know what gravity is? That was what I was.
Tell us what the sun is.
I asked you what gravity. I asked you what gravity is, and how does the sun work? You can't ask me the same questions. I will answer those, but if you don't, if you think the Earth is flat, like how, like so, it okay. If the Earth is flat, understood. That's fine. But if the Earth is flat, how does the sun work? And how does gravity work? And then I'll answer it too, but just tell me that.
Okay. I told you that I don't know what the sun is. Okay. And as far as how does gravity work? What do you mean by gravity when you ask me how gravity works? What is your meaning there? What is in your mind that you're asking about?
Sorry for interrupting you, Clark. One more time. I can tell him what the sun not is, according to science, to their science. May I?
No. Oh no. I think we all know what his side.
No, I think that's good. Like if he can explain to me what the sun is to my people,
I can explain to you. I can explain to you that the sun is not a matter. It's not a gas sphere. NASA has no photos, no images, no photos cut by cameras of the sun from space in the visual spectrum of a light. Because when you go to space, you cannot see the stars, and you cannot even see the sun. You can look at the sun and get blinded, but you cannot see the sun. Do you remember what Michael Collins said on the press conference when he said, "We didn't see any stars. We cannot see the stars. We have seen this phenomenon with high, what is it called? High balloon, high elevation balloon. You cannot see the stars. You know why? Because you cannot see light, even the visible light. You can see only the objects which reflect the light. But you cannot see the light. You might see the ray of a torchlight because of the dust particles in the air, but you cannot see the light. According to heliocentric model, that's why Eric Dollar said the sun is not a gas sphere ball burning. So the fact that NASA has no photo in visible spectrum of light from space of the sun proves that the sun is just illuminating light, but it is not matter. It is not gas. Otherwise, NASA should have been able to, they have only in gamma spectrum, in infrared spectrum, in all the other spectrums, but they don't have a photo of the sun from space in the visible spectrum because it's not visible. This is a killer of the theory that the sun is matter.
Okay. Can I respond for a second? Of course, you can't see the stars when the fucking sun is super bright. Bro, that's the same thing on Earth. Like,
I said, you cannot even see the sun. You cannot even see the sun. Don't talk about the stars. You cannot even see the sun. Okay, I'll mute myself.
Oh, I can't talk. Okay. So you can't, obviously, like in space, it's the same thing, guys. You can't see the fucking stars when there's a super bright light source super close to you. Of course you can't see the stars. Of course you can't see the fucking stars. It's the
That
same
works
thing.
only with atmosphere.
Okay, I'll
That
mute
works only
myself.
with
I can't talk.
Don't be stupid. Okay, I'm mute. You can talk. Go ahead.
Okay. So obviously you can't see the fucking stars when the sun's super bright. You can't see the stars. That's the same thing on planet Earth. That's the same thing everywhere. You're trying to find light that is 1,000 miles away from any different part of the universe. Does anybody actually want to talk to me? Like, this is super. I love flat earthers. I actually want to just mute
Say
and
it. Say
hear
it.
you
Say
guys
it. This
talk
is
to somebody
so
else.
stupid.
I don't
Say
want
it.
to.
Yeah.
I don't want to
Say it.
engage
You
in
love flat earthers, but they are stupid. Say it. It's okay.
No, they're not. They're not stupid. What?
I'm still
I
waiting
don't
for you
think
to
you're
answer my
stupid. I don't
question.
think you're stupid. I don't think anyone's stupid. I'm very dumb. I'm very dumb.
Can you answer my question?
Yeah, sure.
What
To
do you
me?
mean? What did you mean by gravity? When you asked me to explain things I've made no claims for, like the sun and gravity, how they work. What do you mean by gravity?
I asked you that?
Yeah. You
One
asked me
time.
how gravity works because the sun works. I said that I don't know what the sun is. So if I don't know what it is, I don't think I'm going to know how it works. Number one. Number two, I asked you what you mean by gravity when you're asking me how gravity works. In what way? What are you talking about exactly? You can't, let's say that I don't know what the word, what you mean by the word gravity.
Travis, when did we talk? Or did we talk a while ago?
No, man, this was like 5 minutes ago before Berserker jumped in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. So you
Those
were
were your
saying
questions.
what was the question? Sorry.
Those were your questions. You asked me how the sun works and how gravity works. What do you mean gravity when you ask me? For example, don't assume that I know what you mean by the word gravity. Tell me what you're asking exactly.
Gravity is pulled by the larger object.
Okay. That's so you're asking me how that works?
No, I wasn't asking you that.
What, has it got like arms or
'cause you
something?
asked
Like,
how
what do you mean pulled?
gravity works.
Like, how does it do that?
I would never ask you that.
I'm just trying to get exactly what you're wanting. So you asked me how gravity works.
In general,
So
but I wouldn't ask.
saying that
I wouldn't
gravity
ask you how
works the
gravity
sun?
works.
Well, you asked me how the sun works and how gravity works. So I told you I don't know what the sun is, so I don't know how it works.
You don't have to.
And then you're asking me about gravity.
We could just have a conversation. You don't have to worry about that. Sorry, I asked you about that.
Oh, it's okay. I'm just trying to get clarification. So then you also asked, how does the universe work?
Yeah, so the
Right.
sun works. The sun exists in our universe as a large ball of gas that draws everything towards it, and we are always going towards it.
Not gas. It's a plasma.
So it's gas in a vacuum?
Oh, plasma too. Yeah.
In a vacuum.
I mean, space is a vacuum.
What does a vacuum do? What does a vacuum entail? If I say to you, I'm going to make a vacuum chamber, what does that mean?
It's just the non-existence of air, and it's just the non-existence of air.
Right, which is a gas. Okay. So you're saying that the sun is a ball of gas inside a vacuum.
I mean, yeah, sure. Yep. 100%.
Do you know one of the fundamental properties of a gas is that it's an unbonded? So gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, bouncing off the container and itself, and other gas molecules.
Yeah. What's your point?
Well, my point is, how is the sun a ball of gas inside of a vacuum that hasn't been just absolutely ripped to shreds and spread out evenly? How is there even a sun if there is a vacuum in the sky?
Yeah, the same way that we exist in an atmosphere that is not a vacuum, and then outside of it is a vacuum.
Outside of it, where's the outside exactly?
Are you breathing air right now?
Yeah, of course. Are you?
Yeah, I also am. It's great. I love the breathing in and the breathing out. I love all of it.
I actually start to panic when I have trouble breathing.
Oh, do you have that?
Does that happen to you too?
No, honestly, do you have that?
Huh?
Do you have that?
Do I have what?
Do you have trouble breathing oxygen?
No. Sometimes I do.
When?
Like after exercising.
Oh, okay.
After lifting heavy, stuff like that.
Okay, that's not too bad. Okay. You don't have trouble doing it when you're thinking about certain things, or?
No.
Okay, good. Okay. Please continue.
So where is this outer part that you're talking about? You're saying that we have air pressure at ground level and then out there in space, right? Is that what you're saying? Out there in space with the vacuum?
Yeah, I'm not sure I got a question and all that.
I had asked you what you meant by outside, like, where's this outer part? Well, we're breathing gas pressure right now.
Like past the ionosphere, or?
Iona, what?
Bro, are these guys still believing the Earth is flat? That is sad to me.
Hey, what's up,
Actually, we don't believe it. We don't believe. That's not a belief, sir.
Don't go crazy. Don't go crazy. We're
I'm about to crash out, bro. I'm about to crash out.
No, we're making progress here.
Nah, he said believe in flat Earth, bro. What is the belief then?
No, don't. Please don't go.
Nah,
Bro, the Earth is just not flat. I mean, it's okay. We can discuss it. We can intellectualize it. All that shit. It's just not flat.
Do I have to listen for 30 minutes? All right.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah,
sir.
might be time. Might be time, man. Might be time.
Yeah, time to crash out for sure. Well, let me ask whoever's saying it's not flat. Could you tell us about flat? Like, tell us about this flat Earth that you're thinking of.
Well, I'm not thinking about a flat Earth.
Oh, well then what is this flat Earth you're saying doesn't exist? Can we hear a little bit more about it?
Bro, we can. Oh yeah. Okay. So
Can you put a
some
visual in the
people.
chat as well? Take a look.
Oh, what the fuck, guys! Come on. Of course, the Earth is not flat. Like, what the fuck?
But what is it? I want to know what this flat Earth is you're discussing, so I can see what you mean.
There's hills and valleys, but I mean, you know.
Listen, let me just say this. Literally 10 times out of 10, if I line up 10 randos off the street and I said, what is flat Earth? They don't know what it is. So when you say,
That's
oh,
because
you don't know either.
Listen,
No, listen,
I'm not gonna. I can't mute myself. I can't mute myself.
Yes, you can.
Listen,
Yes, you can. It's going to be okay, bro. Just relax. Just chill. Tezier, you don't know either. So when you say, well, it's not this thing, you don't know what that thing is to say that it's not. You understand?
Bro, that is the saddest example ever because everyone thinks about flat Earth as this almost like a symbolic thing for being dumb, right? They say, "Oh, back in the
You don't know what it is. You don't know what it is. Sir.
Why would I know
to call
about
it
a thing that doesn't exist?
You would need to know what it is to say it's dumb. See, this is the thing. You don't know what our position is to go against it. That's your problem.
I get it.
What exactly is it that doesn't exist? What exactly is it that doesn't exist? Not just the word flat, right? Flat and then Earth. Like, what do you think flat Earth is, and what is this thing that doesn't exist?
Yeah. Do you have like a picture of it, like a visual? We can take a look. You can put in the chat. Or?
I can't do it when I hear it, dude. It's so hard.
Just keep it together, Snake. It's gonna be all right, buddy.
We're just wondering if what he means by flat Earth is what we
doesn't know
by
what
flat
it
Earth.
is.
How come Greenland is so big?
He knows. He already knows.
Snake, chill.
Sorry.
No. But listen, you all think the Earth is flat, right? If it's flat,
you don't know what that means, bro. You don't know what that means.
I don't know what a flat map is. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah. What do we mean by that? What do you think we mean by flat Earth? That's what you're being asked. What do you think that we mean when we say flat Earth?
You mean the world is not a globe?
He already gets it.
Just relax.
Sorry.
No, he doesn't. We're doing a thing right now. All right. So Tezier, just admit, bro, you don't know what it is. So maybe we could teach you, and then you can try to go against what our position is. But you don't know what our position is to say that it's dumb or it shouldn't be believed. You're just as confused as everyone else when it comes to flat Earth. So
no, I think there is important issues. I recognize that. I just don't think that the Earth is being flat is one of the issues.
You don't know what that is. You don't know what that means. You don't know what that means to say it's not. Let's just put
what do you mean? Like I live in Denmark, right? We own Greenland, right?
Yeah.
Do you see Greenland on the map? It's always so big. It's not that big in reality. It's
that doesn't
smaller.
make the Earth a globe.
I mean, it kind of does, right? Because why are you enlarging Greenland on the map so much? It's because you want to fit all the countries.
You said
wait. What are you talking about, man?
Which map? Which map?
All the maps.
When did I show you that? When did I show you something like that?
Okay, I'll show you then.
Yeah, let's take a look.
Okay, wait.
Guys,
World map. I'm googling it. So can you look in the chat?
Yeah.
This is a world map. It's
what?
No, the fry thing was what I was laughing at. That's so funny.
But you see Greenland, it's so inflated, it's so big, right? It's not that big in reality. It's obviously not that big.
How do you know how big it is in reality, sir?
Because it's my country. Is that enough for you or not?
Yeah. You realize there's lots of maps.
Okay, but where are you going with this? I don't understand. How does this mean?
If the Earth was really flat, right? If it was really flat, then why would it needs to be that big on the map? It could just make it its actual size.
What are you talking about, dude? I don't understand.
I'm talking about that the issue with Greenland being so big is because you have a globe and you have to put the globe on a one map, right? Like you're actually projecting the globe into a flat Earth. Right?
Wow.
That is honestly that's very true.
You're big.
There's many different projections.
Yeah, I'm getting
Honestly, the map is bullshit, but it's very it works. Like, it works for certain reasons. Just like every other science works for certain reasons. Like, America is not that small.
Greenland on this map is bigger than America.
Africa is definitely not that small.
No, obviously. you're
Russia's
right.
not that big. Like, there are, like, this map is bullshit.
Yeah, there's
But
lots of maps, dude.
It works for certain reasons. It works for multiple reasons. It works.
There's many different projections, though.
Yeah.
Which distort all different areas, right? This is just a configuration of.
Oh my God! What the fuck did?
This is just a configuration of land masses as depicted by the people that.
Creation bear? Is that what is that?
Oh my God, dude!
Yeah, it's a shitload of maps.
I'm sorry.
Man.
I'm sorry.
Relax, bro.
There's a snake, bro. Chill, bro. Let T-Dub cook, bro.
Right, so we've been told that the land masses are laid out in a certain form, right, on the surface of a globe. And then when they want to project that onto a piece of paper so we can see it all laid out, there's different ways, mathematical ways they do that. They're called projections. And this is just one of them. There's many different ways to portray the way you think the land masses are laid out on a globe. Many different ways. That doesn't negate the idea that the Earth is flat. I don't get it. How are you fucking getting to that?
I'm just thinking that if the Earth is flat, why would they need to enlarge the countries at the top?
Because what you're thinking is not possible. Well, because T-Dub, he's doing that thing where, oh, well, if it's flat, you should just be able to fly up really high and take a picture and then make a map of that. That's not how this works, dude.
Not about that. It's
Yeah.
about that the country is too big. Greenland is too big. It doesn't have to be that big if it was flat.
Okay.
Did you not just hear me that
If
there's
it was-
many ways to portray the way the globe thinks that the continents are configured onto a flat piece of paper? It doesn't mean the Earth isn't flat.
Look at all those maps I posted, bro. There's shitloads of maps.
Yeah, and they're
You're
all
saying
trying to
this-
solve the same problem. The
Not
problem
really.
is
We
that
don't
we
care
live on
about
a globe.
We don't, though, because when you go outside into reality, there is no curvature. When you measure the surface, especially the bodies of water that exist here, they ain't curving, bruh. So this idea that it's a globe is just in your mind, it's on TV, does not exist in reality
No
at
shit.
all. You
Like,
can go outside into
obviously.
you can, yeah, no, yeah, facts.
No, that makes complete sense to me. It's impossible
Uh-huh.
to imagine that we live on a globe because we're so tiny
No,
compared to
you guys
the
are
massive
imagining
size.
it. You guys,
Yes.
that's all you
Like,
can do is imagine.
like everyone looks at the sun, right? And they all think, oh yeah, the sun is going down and around. But actually, no, the sun is not
No.
going down and around. Actually, we are rotating around the sun.
No,
Like,
we're not. No, we're not.
maybe we're not. In your mind, yeah, I get it.
Not in my mind, just in reality, right? The earth doesn't move, dude. Ever. If you're in a building, the buildings don't move, right? When you go to sleep and wake up, you have not traveled millions of miles through a galaxy. The earth doesn't move, period.
Okay.
The sun, you can literally see the sun moving. Like, I mean, it's like the opposite of what you're saying, dude. And no, it's not going down either, by the
We
way.
want to cover distance, right? We have to be the ones that actually move, right?
Whatever. I think you guys are
I
cute.
went from point A to point B. You think that you can go from point A to point B without moving?
Moving, yeah. That's crazy, bro. That's fucking crazy. Listen, the ideas on the globe are way more ridiculous. The fact that you said the sun go down and around, you kind of have to think that the sun goes below the ground that you stand on. That's insane. That's crazy. That's
It does
retarded.
look like it, right? I think it does.
It does not look like it. No, it doesn't.
What do you think happens to the sun then?
The same thing that happens to the boats. When you're looking at a boat sailing away from you, that's all it's doing. It's sailing away from you. It's not going down, right? Boats are designed not to go down, by the way. And the water is not curved like a hill or a mound or a whatever you want to call that. So the water, it's just like the boat, it's going away from you. The sun's just going away from you. It's not going down under the earth or anything like that. That's
But the sun
Come
is
on, man.
always sitting somewhere on Earth.
The sun is always above you, always, forever and ever, never below you. But to be a globe earther, a cute little globe earther, you have to believe that the sun goes under the ground, dude. It's nighttime where I'm at right now. You'd have to point, if you're going to point to where the sun is, you'd have to point your finger down to the ground.
But my guy,
Underneath there
it's not nighttime here. It's the sun is
Yeah, it's
super
nighttime here,
present.
bro.
Yes, but you see, so I have the sun, you don't have the sun.
Yeah, but it's still up above us, both of us.
But so you
And I
don't
don't even
believe
know
in the
why I'm talking.
calculations on how far, like if you go with your argument, like I don't know, like how
I
far
don't
do you
even know
think
why we're
the
talking
sun?
about the sun.
Whatever, man. If you didn't use reason to get yourself into this position, I cannot reason you
I
out.
do have reasons. I do have reasons. We talked about the Earth itself measuring flat. You're over here talking about the sun and stuff.
I think it's a good example of why we are on a globe, honestly.
It's not a good example. For it to be a good example that we're on a globe, we would need the ground to be curving, period.
You're not gonna perceive the ground curving because we
No,
are
I'm not just
small.
looking at it.
It's impossible for us to see the curvature.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, especially because it's not there, right?
You're British, bro. You're European. You're supposed to be smart. What the fuck?
I'm European, but I'm not British.
Okay. I mean, it's okay. Just talk with somebody else because I cannot. Like, obviously, you all sit on this idea the Earth is flat, and I get it. You guys are communities.
We're more flexible and open than you are. Let's just put it that way, because we've already changed the way we think about things. A lot of us were raised thinking the Earth is a globe, just like you, and then we actually looked into it. We actually tested our belief, and it fell apart. The thing is, you just believe willy-nilly. You haven't tested your beliefs.
The problem is, yeah, go on.
Well, you can go out into reality.
My point of view is this, right? I had a girlfriend once. She studied physics at a university, right? And they calculate this shit about atmosphere, like the roundness. What do you call it? Like the fucking they calculate like
I can
things like.
calculate all kinds of stuff, bro. I can calculate all kinds
why
of
would they? Why would they spend so much
calculate
energy?
Superman's speed and strength that he would need to lift a building. I can calculate all kinds of things. Calculations and measurements aren't necessarily the same thing. I bet you your girlfriend did not go into reality and measure the Earth to be curving, because there is no curvature that exists anyway. If you were to go and measure the surface of the Earth, you're going to measure it flat. So it's not about just perceiving curvature or looking and seeing it, a globe or anything like that, because even if the Earth was a globe, it's quote unquote too big to see curvature. That's why you have to measure the surface. Go ahead, Tito.
Well, you're also going to measure it to be not moving. I mean, it's going to be your zero motion reference, right? By which to gauge other things in motion, like the heavenly bodies, right? Whatever they are. When they move, we observe them move, and then we measure angles to them relative to their position, their apparent position above the horizon, above the plane. Right? That's what we do.
You have to throw so much science away just to.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Not even science, but no, we don't. Like I just described to you what astronomers actually do and how they treat what's going on, which is what is actually going on, right? So you have to deal with what you're experiencing, right? And then to get to globe and to get to spinning globe and to getting to orbiting globe and getting to moving solar system and speeding through the universe galaxy, you have to accept the reality that you're experiencing, which is of a motionless plane. Because that's how astronomers begin with their measurements. is treating the Earth as a motionless plane. It's the center. You're standing in the center of the universe on a vast, endless plane, looking up at the skies and taking angle measurements to those things in the sky and above the plane that you're standing on. That's where you get the angle from, right?
Mm.
That's what astronomers do. And then they convert that into an idea of them being on a moving sphere in a universe orbiting the sun, etc., etc.
T-Dub, Ashpool, what Creation Bear was trying to point to is the observation, the measurement, actually calculation. Can you explain to us, please, the horizon behind the second rig oil, the habitat, which is at 9.4? What's Creation Bear? You can call us, you know what you can call? Don't call us flat earthers. Rather call us previously globers, because we all were globers. And what Creation Bear is saying, we saw the horizon behind the habitat rig oil, which is at a distance of 9.4, and that doesn't match reality. And then you accuse us of throwing away a lot of science. We are sticking to science and telling you that the geometry and the math doesn't work with the horizon, which is behind the habitat rig oil. If I would draw perspective lines, I would be able to calculate. But why should I invest when you, still globers, are not honest in the discussion? Why should I invest an hour or two? But well, without calculations, I could say the horizon behind the habitat, the rig oil, is at least another 10 or 15 miles. So could you explain to us with a curvature of 8?
I mean, that might be a little
Multiplied
too high level for homie, but you know.
yeah.
Yeah, well, maybe Tez, you could tell us how or
You still
when
up?
the globe has been measured to have those figures for us to even want to go out and test in the first place.
I mean,
he doesn't even know the circumference of the radius of the Earth. Can you tell us how much? Can you tell us the radius of the Earth in miles?
If I can, I can tell you the radius of the Earth. That is not a problem. But I mean, my biggest argument. It's
tell us. You're not telling us the radius of the Earth.
40,000 kilometers.
You're digressing. The radius of the Earth.
40,000 kilometers.
That's circumference. That's the circumference.
Okay, that was my on top of the head, not googling anything. But listen, guys. Like my biggest argument for why the Earth is round for you guys to imagine is probably something like what about like you have a trajectory and you use like gravity to catapult spaceships and shit like that, right? Like
once again. Sorry for interrupting. Once again, just very quick. What Creation Bear is saying, what we previous globers are saying, what T-Dub is saying, what Travis Clark. Sorry, Travis, I have to apologize. I talked over you, interrupted you 2 times. Now you are silent. But this is stupid what these guys are saying. Don't look to the sky and tell us what the Earth is, because we can already see what the Earth is. The lack of curvature. The burden of proof is on you, as Travis Clark said. We are not claiming a positive claim. We are not claiming that there is a flatness. We are claiming that there is no curvature. You are claiming that there is a curvature.
No.
But still, we cannot see it from the observation.
With you. There is no
Don't
curvature.
tell us there is a curvature when you look at the stars. You call us stupid. When we look, you're talking over. When we look to the sky and see the sun moving and stars moving, and say the sun is moving and star moving. You look at the sky and you see the sun moving and star moving, and tell us that the Earth is moving. Which statement is more stupid? And then you come insult us and call us we are stupid, and we throw all the science out of the window, and we are not educated enough so that we can comprehend your higher intelligence and so forth. And please, let's stay
I'm not, bro. I didn't invent anything, bro.
Don't look to the stars. Don't tell us what Equinox does. and the shadow of the Earth on the Moon, even when that debunks you and crushes your heliocentric model, because the shadow does not confirm. If that was the shadow of the Earth on the Moon, then there
Hang on,
should be
let's slow down,
confirmation.
Let's not
Yeah, there
pile
should
too
be
much
confirmation
on him
factor. You
without
know
letting
what?
him respond to something that's already been said.
Yeah, I just wanted to
Let's try and get a conversation
I will
flow
mute
happening.
myself. I will mute myself. You can take over.
No, it's all
There
good.
should be a
Let's just let him
confirmation.
respond to what's been said so far.
Yeah, he should show us the confirmation factor of the shadow. There should be a sign shadow on the Moon,
Oh,
because a
here we
shadow
go.
on a sphere. Yeah. Okay, I'll mute myself.
No, no, dude, keep cooking, bro. I'm just laughing because the subject now is eclipses. Did he bring eclipses up? Oh man, Berserker, it's
Berserker
good, bro.
has,
Keep
but
cooking, dude.
Berserker has, but I don't know. Tessie, we haven't heard much from Tessie back.
All right, Teddy, bro, you're on, bro.
No, I muted myself. He can talk. He can say. What.
I mean, I
It's
really
very
didn't
simple.
mention
The horizon behind the habitat. Okay, I will mute myself.
Yeah, I
but
mean,
that's the thing. I'm not disagreeing with any. Like, I haven't said anything about no, like, horizon, shadow, whatever you said. Like, it's not in my words. Like, I never claimed such a thing, honestly.
oh, maybe we should talk about that.
Okay, you answered the question. You answered the question. You don't like to talk about it because you cannot explain it. Thank you very much.
Well, he might not be familiar with those sort of things yet, though, Berserker. That's all.
I mean, we can go to that subject, but then like, I mean, it might be the accent or something. But I'm a bit like confused on what you're talking about, actually. So
I believe I'm talking about something that we've coined the black swan.
Yeah, I know what a black swan concept is. Like, I am familiar
Right. Okay.
in the
So we have
sciences.
one for the horizon. That's all. And like, if you wanted to know about it, we could discuss it. But I was just wondering if you're already familiar with this observation that we call the black swan.
Yeah, I know. Black swan is this concept of you can explain it yourself. I'll do it. It's just this idea that there is no black swans unless you see a black swan. As soon as you see a black swan, then it's there, right? So
there you go. There you go. So it's like if the white swan is the globe and you see a black swan, well, what? I guess
it's okay.
no globe?
It's just I have friends and that is why, I mean, I'm maybe a little bit biased here, but I just have some guys that like do calculate things around like trajectory around the Earth, slingshotting things, and like, you know, like it's kind of important the Earth is calculated as a globe in that sense because of
No,
the
it's
gravitational
not.
pull. No, but how do you gravitate?
Oh man. It's important that the Earth is a globe. What the fuck are we talking about? That's not. All right, bro. Again, we'd have to measure
guys,
the Earth to be curved.
Sorry, guys. Creation Bear and T-Dap, sorry for interrupting you, but this is it. It's always the same. You see, it's always like, yeah, but it is proven, and just get over it. It's proven. I don't need to explain it. It's proven. And they always love to use words like, do you guys believe in gravity? So you guys believe in flat Earth. It's the belief. I think you, Creation Bear.
What's up,
Creation Bear? I think you said half an hour ago. It's not something. I think the first thing you said when you came, you said it is not to believe, right? You even said it because he said, right?
Yep.
It's not to believe. They come and use weird words like we believe it's a sphere, but we always evade because we have seen behind the tie-up of the use of the language. We always prefer to say we see that it is flat because we see the lack of curvature. He thought of black swan in the general sense. He doesn't know.
Yeah, facts.
And about black swan. Yeah. So okay, you can go ahead. But that was what he said the first time. The first moment you came, you told him, "Don't say believe. We don't believe. We don't believe. We know.
Yeah, but I'm getting the idea that I'm getting the feeling that he hasn't really encountered. Have you been in this room before, Tassie?
I have,
We've spoken
sadly.
before.
Sadly,
did you get into a conversation, or did you just listen for a few minutes? Like, are you familiar with our arguments?
I know.
He's not.
I am a little bit. I mean, I
give us
think
one.
you guys have a
Give us
good
one.
point. Like, because
Give us
at the
one.
end of the day, it is impossible to perceive the Earth as a globe. Like, because that is a fact, right? But it just is, and it's okay. You guys disagree with that, and I mean, I
we agree that
cannot
it's impossible to
convince
perceive
you.
that.
I cannot convince you otherwise, obviously, right? But I just think that you need to imagine that they do calculate.
Imagine.
No, but like it is. You have to.
When he says that, he means trust.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant, guys. Imagine, think,
and believe.
Imagine, bro.
Yeah.
Just
look
and believe.
Yeah.
Exactly, Zerka.
Look. Yeah. Look the words. Look the words. The word I believe, or the word believe, and then assume. Let's assume the Earth is a sphere. Presumption, and then I think, and then what was the imagine? They use the
But
word
isn't
I
that
know. I think.
okay? Like you have to have models.
No, that's not.
You have to
That is not reality.
No, you
Imagination is not a reality. Look, we see the lack of curvature. Okay, so don't tell us that we believe the Earth is flat. We see that the Earth is flat.
It is.
Creation Bear posted an image in the chat box. Look at it.
Yeah,
so is the
where
answer
is the
A or
horizon?
B or C or I'm coping hard? I think you're coping hard.
He is being honest.
That's
though,
okay.
or more honest than most, because he's at least admitting that we can't visualize, we can't see, we can't ever perceive the globe or the curvature. Most people who come here would say, oh, you can see it at the beach, you can see it in a plane, whereas, I think credit where it's due is at least being intellectually honest enough to say, well, yeah, that it is true. It's actually impossible to ever perceive the ball, but that would only be true, of course, up to a certain.
We don't get that a lot, do we?
Height. Well, yeah, exactly. But up to a certain height, in theory, if you were in a hot air balloon that was able to go high enough, sooner or later you would have to see, by definition, the horizon start to fall away below you. And I think the highest we've ever seen is 130,000 feet, and even at 130,000 feet, to quote Neil deGrasse Tyson, it's flat. So if we can't see it at 130,000 feet, which is the highest we've ever been outside of course, rockets, which you do indeed need to imagine. Well, you don't need to imagine them. Waste of imagination, I'd say. But, it's... At which point then, and this is where I come at this, because I'm still quite new to the topic, I'm still quite new to the subject. You have to ask yourself, well, if I've never seen it, it's impossible to see it, then how do I know? And I was asking myself, why is it I am so damn confident in the curvature, in the ball? Like, how do I know this to be true? And that's what I'd ask myself if I was you. Like, how do you know, not believe, not imagine, how do you know it's true?
Well, his girlfriend calculated it, bro.
Yeah.
Whose girlfriend? Oh yeah, my ex-girlfriend. Yeah. I'm just saying.
I wouldn't trust a woman.
It's okay. It's just they calculate things like gravitational slingshotting. Like things like, oh yeah, what if you have one body that goes around the globe and it's like gravitational pulls around a different, like, you know what I mean? Like it's about these satellites and stuff like that. They use they go around the globe and they use gravity in that sense.
That's a video game, bro. You said model earlier. Go ahead, Kiwi. I'll jump on the model thing after.
No. Just want to say you're going to throw all those leaps of logic into your rebuttal, brother. That's a lot for us to swallow. Creation, please go
pause.
ahead.
Yeah. Well, he's like, well, you have to think of models. No, you don't. And we could probably just ask you for your model. If you want to put it in the chat, we can take a look.
I mean, even
this ought to be good.
I'll send it. Okay.
Yeah, this ought to be great. I'm looking forward to this already.
So
But
this
yeah,
is
you don't need a model, bro. But
so
go
this
ahead.
is the kind of how spaceships do, right? You
What
need.
the fuck is that?
I
That's
mean,
the Glover's model?
no, I'm
What,
just
bro?
saying, right? Like when you have like a
What the fuck?
satellite or a spaceship or something, they use the gravitational pull around Earth. They slingshot themselves out to other planets, all that shit, right?
That's
In
cap,
matter
bro.
of not cap. What do you mean
You're
it's cap?
describing a video game, dude. This doesn't happen in reality.
Well,
No,
honestly,
we
I think a
understand that
lot of
video game very
science.
well.
I'm a computer scientist. I don't know if anybody else is a
No.
programmer here, but computer science and video games are very similar, right?
Here we
Like,
go.
Yeah.
He doesn't know if someone is educated enough. Yeah, here we go. The stupid.
no, I'm not saying anybody's stupid. I'm just
Raised by
saying.
goats, are you flat earther or glober? May I ask just a short question? Raised by
I think he's with us, bro. I think he's with us.
So my position on it is I am 100% convinced the heliocentric model is incorrect.
Facts.
I am like 100, and to hear myself talking like this, if I'd have heard myself talking like this like 3 years ago.
Okay, sounds like that you're coming out of the closet. Okay, just want to ask, no
Well, it's
problem.
more, there's something a bit more specific within that though, because what I struggle with is my brain wants to know. Well, if the sun doesn't work like this, how does it work? If the Earth doesn't terminate like this, where and how does
Bro, may I tell you something? I told the previous guy, Snake. I told him, you know what? Maybe it's better when you don't call us flat earthers. Maybe it's better when you call us previously globers, because we were all globers.
This is it, right? So there are certain terms I don't like to use because they are weaponized terms. I'm not going to break TOS, so everybody calm down. But in 2020, there was an event. Yeah. There was a certain thing people were encouraged to do. I didn't do that, but that doesn't make me an anti-vaxxer. I don't
said the word.
I don't trust BBC News. Yeah,
me
but that
neither.
doesn't make me a conspiracy theorist. And there are these weaponized terms where, if you use these terms, the defenses that have been installed in people's minds to completely switch off, shut down, refuse to accept or entertain new information, the programming kicks in, right? And for me, flat earther is in the same bracket as the word I won't repeat again, but you know the one. Conspiracy theorist, same kind of idea. For me, these are weaponized terms that are designed to switch people's brains off when they hear them. So I don't like using their language and their weaponized terms.
Fact.
Exactly.
Although I would
That's why I told him.
concede,
That's why I told
though,
him. Yeah.
there is an argument
That's
for
why I told him. Yeah.
we take it back. We kind of take the word back, change its meaning. Maybe that's the right approach. I don't know.
That's why I told him. Maybe we would be able to come closer if you think about us as previously globers. And I told him that the mods, many mods I heard in the last 2 weeks, a couple of mods who said, I think it was Heretic or someone else. He said, just prove the globe and we will shut this Discord and go home.
Yep.
And I told the other guy, Snake, just imagine as if I was one of these human beings, hundreds, 100,000 years ago, who for the first time saw the fire. And they went astonished and surprised and amused. And they went, what is this? What the hell is this? What the fuck is this? That we are seeing the horizon behind the habitat or the oil, and we are seeing that this observation doesn't match the geometry of the Earth. 8 times mile square, exponential rate, not a slope, like the guy yesterday who couldn't understand the difference between curve and slope. And we are asking just the question, how could it be a globe when we could see the horizon behind the habitat, which is at distance of 9.4, and that's it. We're just telling you who is claiming of the existence of the curve. Show us the curve. We are not finding the curve. There is the lack
It's
of.
impossible to see the curve. I think everyone agrees on that.
Well, because for
No,
multiple reasons, it's
no.
not there.
The geometry said you should not be able to see the horizon at this. The horizon is behind a rig oil, which is, according to Google, at a distance of 9.4, and you're standing with the camera at 3 foot height, and you are seeing the horizon behind it. You should be able to see the curve by the rig being hidden by the bulge of the curve, by the bulge of the curve.
Sprechen du? What language?
Did you
German?
Did you understand? Did you perceive?
No, but I mean, it's okay. Like, I think we all agree.
Did you?
right?
Did you? No, it's not okay. No, it's not okay because you will go back to. It's very ridiculous because you will go back. It is proven. It is proven. You will go back to enforcing.
Proven. It's not.
You are going back to enforcing and dictating and telling us in a very polite way to shut the fuck up. That is what you are doing.
I mean, I don't mean to say it like that.
Look,
actually.
of course I'm angry because you are being like a snake. You are being like a snake.
No, I don't think anyone
you are telling us in a very polite way. You are hiding behind politeness, and then you use words like believe, imagine, think, assume.
I mean,
imagine and fantasize.
It's okay.
Then you tell us that we throw the science. We are putting the science in front of your eyes. We are shoving the science and geometry and math. Here is the image from Creation Bear. It's in your face. He shoved it in your face.
I'm not angry with you.
No, it's not okay. That's the problem. You never give an honest answer. Just let's stay on the ground and don't tell us what the equinox does and that the moon is in the opposite direction from the southern hemisphere. And by looking through the sky, we know that the Earth is moving and it is round. Don't tell us. Tell us where's the curvature. Why the fuck we are seeing the horizon behind a rig oil, which is at a distance of 9.4, where the horizon should not be more than 3 miles. We are seeing 9.4 miles and further. Explain this to us. According with science, we are the guys.
Just let him respond, bro.
Yeah, I agree. It's impossible to see the curvature. I agree 100%.
It doesn't exist to see it anyway. It's like seeing my vagina. I don't have one to see. Okay,
what the fuck?
No, but I think my
curvature with the boat. The boat is going behind the horizon. Okay.
Let me as well, please. You spoke so much. Like
you said problem it's not impossible. Double speaking. It is possible to see the curvature when the boats go behind the curvature. Well,
Just chill, dude. Hold on, man.
Everyone agrees, but by my best argument is in my country, right? We have like look at this map I show you here, right? You see, this is the Arctic region, right? Like it has to be like this, right? This is a map. You see,
has to be like this.
I mean, that is not a good argument, I know, but you know what I mean? Like, do you disagree with this map? Is this not how it looks, or what?
There's no such thing as one map of reality. There's lots of maps, and that's why I posted the thing earlier.
Yeah, but if we go to my map right now here, and you see this is the Arctic region, right? You see how America and Greenland, my country, right? They are close to each other, right?
Told you the only reason that it's being shrunk or enlarged or whatever, distorted, right? In its relative to the other size of the other continents is because that we are told that the continents are configured in a certain way on a ball, right? We have these globes, right? When they lay that out flat, you have to distort it, right? There's all different ways to portray it on a piece of paper. You saw many different maps. That's the only reason that happens, that size change happens. That doesn't mean that if you were to actually have a flat Earth, right? Oh, well, Greenland wouldn't be the right size then. No, that's not what that means.
But yeah, it's okay. Can you unmute Snake, whatever his name? Okay, he left. Okay, fair. Oh shit, Snake, can you unmute him? You muted him. He's typing me crazy.
Yeah, well,
I don't know. Like it's okay. I think that wasn't really my point about that map. I think my more point was just that these countries are close to each other. When you look at the northern hemisphere, you see, like, and if you look on this other map, this is how it would look flat, right? And then they wouldn't be close to each other in that way, right?
Bro.
No,
you're not getting it. There's lots of different maps of reality. Like, there's not just one map where if the Earth was flat, it'd be this map, and if the Earth is a globe, it's this map.
Yeah,
There's a shitload of
it's
different
not
ways
really
to
what I'm
represent
trying to
reality.
prove. What I'm proving is that the short distance between these countries, right? But maybe you disagree or what?
I just don't agree that there's one map. You keep saying, well, if the Earth is flat, it must be like this.
No, I don't think there is one map. I never said such a thing.
All right.
I just don't get I just don't understand how you would, if you had a flat Earth, how the shortcut between these countries would work, right? Like even like let's go with the Japanese fleet in World War II, right? Like how did the fleet go from to America to bomb Pearl Harbor, right? Like it doesn't make sense to me. But maybe
The way I see it, bro, you just go from your point A to point B. You head in the direction of your destination.
Yeah, but
you know, this idea like we could just go the other way is very silly.
But would you not agree that if you go around the hemisphere of the Earth, you will come to the same point?
Here we freaking go. Yeah, but you're going in a circle. And so on a flat reality, you just go in a circle and you come back where you started. It's the same thing, really. Think of here, I'll give you an example.
I mean, maybe you need to show me a map because
I got you. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. Think of the room that you're in right now.
Okay.
For a moment, this room is all that exists. There's nothing outside your room. This is the flat Earth, your room. Okay. Now for a moment, let's put some sort of pole in the center of the room, like a stripper pole or a fireman's pole or something, right?
Yeah.
Fire. It's gonna mark. Right. Yeah, it's gonna mark our North Pole.
CB, it's an all ages show. Remember that. Go ahead.
What'd you say? Stripper pole?
I said it's an all ages show. I don't want to interrupt your flow. Sorry, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, we got a North Pole in the center. How do we go in one direction and come back to where we started? Well, here's the thing. You can do this by traveling east and west in your room. Let's talk about traveling north and south, though, first. We've got the pole in the center of the room. This is our North Pole. The south would be the walls of the room, all of them, around the room. So if you put your back to one of the walls and you head in a straight line, you are heading, well, I mean, let's say you head toward the pole, a straight line towards the pole, you're heading north. Once you pass the pole, you're now heading south if you're heading in a straight line. So that's how you travel north and south. You either go toward the pole or away from the pole. But if you want to go east and west, you have to do a circle around the north in either direction. You're just taking a circular path around the north. So if let's say you just draw a random X in your room, the X marks the spot. If you want to go in one direction and come back to that X, you just go either east or west. That's your direction that you're heading in one direction, right? So, but on a globe, in your mind, you're thinking that you're traveling straight, but really that's a circle around the globe. So flat or globe, if you want to go somewhere and come back to where you started, you have to go in a circle.
Okay, so I get it now. So the North Pole is the center of the universe, the center of the plane. Yeah, I get it.
Whether that, yeah, sure. I mean,
universe.
It does seem a bit bold to say that the North Pole, or whatever that may be, is the center of reality. I don't know where the center of reality is. In the same way that I don't know where the center of me is.
Oh my!
Right? There's some argument about where the center of you is. I've heard like Chinese culture, they think the stomach is the center. Some people would say that between their eyebrows, if you like put your finger between your eyebrows, like that would be the center. Some people say the heart. So the center of existence might not just be, that spot that you posted in the map, in the chat where there's like Greenland and stuff.
What I will
that
say,
may or may not be the center of reality, but yeah.
What I will say, touching on CB's point right quick, if I may, is that when we look at the sky, star trail photography, there does seem to be a suggestion that when we look at that, we see Polaris being the absolute center of the rotational sky of the stars going roundabout.
Yeah, I have no issue if that is the center of everything, but it does seem a bit bold to say that, but sure, the North.
It's okay. I mean, it makes sense to me, so it's fine.
All right, W. And I unmuted Snake as well for now.
Oh my god.
He was a little upset about being muted.
Snake,
just go have a freestyle. He's gonna go.
Please don't do that. Please don't do that.
I'll talk to Snake.
I was not. I was. Listen, I'm here. I'm vibing. I was vibing before. I'm vibing.
Are we vibing?
Are we vibing? Are we cooking?
All right, we're vibing, bro.
Cooking, bro.
Okay, what are we cooking?
I don't know if
with,
you're
Snake?
cooking, dude.
What kind of evidence you got, Snake?
Just don't hate people just because, like, whatever, bro. People can have different beliefs. It's okay.
Nobody's hating, dude. What?
No, but it's so easy to
me being
think you
Tesla
guys.
was hating. It was hating.
Tesla, it's not a question of hating. What it is we're looking for the evidence, right? And we just want to talk about the evidence. So it's not the person.
You guys. I think people are hating you guys.
Oh, we don't know.
No, but it's literally just a clearing of the floor to say we're talking about the evidence, not the people that bring the evidence. We're talking about the evidence that the people bring. And this is what I'm asking Brother Snake here. What kind of evidence do you have, brother, that you're building your belief upon?
Ooh. No, my question for you, and this is the whole crux of the argument, is if you believe something that's extraordinary, you need extraordinary evidence.
We don't believe. Wait.
Hold on a second here. I'm asking for clearance. I asked him the question, right? This is Killian speaking. I asked Snake the question. I want the rebuttal, and then I'll go on mute. Thank you. Please allow the space for Brother Snake to reply. Go ahead.
Do you have any evidence to prove Earth is flat?
Oh,
hey, is your name Snake?
Hold on, woman.
Thanks, Wah. Go ahead, Snake.
I am boy.
Listen, I was.
Oh, that's even worse.
You stupid.
All right, go ahead, Snake. You said something about.
I was muted for 30 minutes. I just give me just a minute. You propose something that's extraordinary. That the Earth is flat.
Oh, here we go.
Hold on.
No, I'm here. I'm here, and I'll go back and forth for 3 hours. I'm here.
Okay, so Snake, let me just ask you a quick.
You are saying something that's extraordinary, and
no,
I
it's
love
not.
it.
Not really.
That's just it, right,
No,
Snake?
no,
and I want to really.
I love it, and I'm here.
Snake,
for it.
stop. Okay, you can stop now, Snake.
Okay.
We get it, right? You're here. Yay, you're here. So the thing is, you say extraordinary. We have an extraordinary claim, right? Just from a strict observation of us observing level locally, we can simply dismiss a globe, right? Because we observe level locally. That's just what I wanted to find out from you, what you had to come forward with. So you really don't have any evidence beyond just pointing at the claim, saying that's an extraordinary claim. You don't have evidence, do you? Snake.
Listen, I've been muted for 30 minutes, and before that, I was in here for 2 hours, and I was going back and forth with people, and it was a great conversation.
Snake, I asked you for one piece of evidence, brother. One. You have
Let's
none.
just get to the
Thanks.
money, dude.
Bye-bye.
Wait, did you mute him? Did somebody mute him?
I wasn't muted yet, but
okay, bro.
I think it's a good argument.
Okay, all right. However you guys want to do it. I don't have to ask you for evidence. You just give me evidence, and I'll dispute it. Whatever, however you want to do it,
dude.
My God,
we're just not making extraordinary claims, though, bro.
You don't think it's an extraordinary claim to say the Earth is flat? Okay, I get
no.
I mean, I had to see the map with the Arctic region being the center, and now I understand a little bit where you guys are coming from. But I mean, it's okay, but you just happen to be wrong.
That's not what we're saying. No. We're not saying, hey, everyone, the Earth is of this particular size, and it has these constraints, and all the land is laid out in this manner. No, we're just talking about specifically starting at the very basics and trying to figure out, well, we've figured it out, right? The geometry of the surface overall. Of course, there's hills and plains, right? Hills and plains and valleys, right? But the nature of liquid, yeah.
You're fading in and out, bro. Make sure you don't have your thumb on the mic.
Yeah, no, it's right here. So the nature of liquid we're talking about lays horizontally. The surface lays horizontally, right? That's all we are claiming and talking about. We're not trying to present you an entire cosmological viewpoint. It's not our argument.
Yeah, it's not very extraordinary, bro. I mean, out of the two positions that are involved here, it's definitely the globe side that has the extraordinary claims. We talked earlier about what the sun does. If you're a globe earther, you have to say the sun goes under the ground and stuff, and that is extraordinary. The thing they're claiming water does, or gas pressure. This is all crazy, extraordinary claims. What we're saying is very simple. Gas requires a container. That's easily demonstrable, and every example of gas pressure also involves a container, so nothing extraordinary there. In terms of the sun, we're not really saying anything too crazy. It's just above you, moving, which is what you see. So nothing crazy there. What we're saying the water does, neither convex nor concave in bodies of water. Nothing crazy there. So we're not making any extraordinary claims. It's the ideas that people put in their own heads when they hear the words flat Earth. That's extraordinary. But that's not our position. That's your problem.
Yeah. Also, just like super easy. The moon's upside down in Australia.
I think all these models, they're very conceptual. I get it. They don't like these, and I appreciate it. It's fine.
We're on a globe,
I think,
and the moon is upside down in Australia. It's super easy to just, if you just fly to Australia and you just take a picture of the moon, and then you just fly to America in the north or Canada and you take a picture of the moon, you're on a globe. Super easy. Super easy there. Super easy there. Also, just super easy if you just go to Kansas, a super flat plane, and then you just take a couple pieces of paper, and you just have an ability to shine light.
Bro.
Super easy.
What?
It curves.
Anyway.
The globe curves.
Can we?
You just said go to Kansas and take a paper, or therefore globe. You sound ridiculous.
Yeah.
Also,
sounds accurate.
Also, I'm here for a very long time. You can mute me if you want, but I'm just telling you.
You'll be here all week.
You're not cooking, bro. You're not cooking, bro.
You're not cooking. You're creating an extravagant 5-course meal.
Not even.
But I think my best argument. Oh, he muted him. Okay.
Holy.
I think what about sea travels? We have to have some center, right? We have to say this is the map, or this is how the flat Earth is, right? And
there is no the map. We talked about that earlier. We don't have to say there's the map.
But if the Earth is flat, wouldn't it be super easy to have a map or not?
No, dude. We talked about this earlier. Because what you're basically thinking is, well, if it's flat, we should be able to like fly up really high and take a picture, and then like that's our map. That's not how this works, dude. There's no way to see the whole Earth in one shot anyway.
It's not really my point here. My point is just that you have to agree that if you go from Russia to America, right, you can do that. I mean, can we agree that you can go from Russia to America via Alaska or not? I think that is proven, right?
I don't think there's any issues with traveling. You can go from point A to point B. There's nothing wrong there.
Yeah, and in that sense, the Earth has to be...
No, it doesn't have to be anything. You're just going from Alaska to Russia or whatever. It doesn't make the Earth anything.
Yeah, but that means that the map that I provided in the chat doesn't work, right? That map doesn't work because in that map you cannot go from Russia to America, right? That is impossible.
How? Could you just go from Russia to America? You're just going from point A to point B. What do you mean it's not possible to go from point A to point B? You just go from point A to point B.
I think what I'm going at is that you have to basically.
You don't have
maybe I don't know how to explain it actually. I mean, okay, maybe you guys are right. The Earth is flat. Hooray! Right.
Facts. But traveling is not the answer, though. I mean.
No, I'm saying like my point was just if you go from South Africa to South America, right? Those two continents, right? That would be a very, very long travel, like an extremely long travel if the Earth was centered about Antarctica. But maybe that is a bad argument for you guys. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, going from point A to point B doesn't really tell us what the Earth shape is or what the surface is doing. So
I mean, obviously a little bit, right? Because you do calculate how many hours and how many miles you're traveling, right? When you go from A to B, wouldn't you agree that you can easily measure how many miles you go?
Agreed.
So
it's a guess. It's a guess.
So question for for anybody. How does the sun work? Does it go around?
Oh my god!
No, I'm asking.
Is it like a light bulb or?
Why don't we just ask you what the sun is first?
No, I'm asking you. Does it go around the flat Earth or?
Here's what you can bank on, bro. No, let's just start with this. The sun is an unknown phenomena. Don't nobody know what the sun is.
It's a big cloud of hydrogen.
We'll get to you. We'll get to you in a second. We'll get to you in a second. We'll get to you in a second. You asked us a question. I'm going to give you the answer.
Let's hear it.
Nobody knows what the sun is. Nobody in human history. Nobody in this panel.
I do. Yeah.
But no, you don't. So what we can do is you don't. We can bank on this though. You don't. We can bank on. You definitely don't.
Come on. Let's hear it, Nate.
Just hold off a second.
Yeah, just let him finish, please. Thanks.
So you can bank on maybe just a few things. One, the sun is above you always, never below. Two, the sun moves. That's about it. That's what you stop right there. Any other deep, like whoever's saying they know what the sun is, go ahead. We'd love to hear this. And please make sure you're offering us something other than what we already know better than you. We know the story of what the sun is claimed to be far better than you do. So we don't need you to regurgitate the story. If you say you know what it is, we need to know how you know what it is.
The sun is a big cloud of hydrogen that have so much gravity.
Ashpool, let us hear what the sun is. I'm interested too. I would like to hear what the sun is.
The sun is a big cloud of hydrogen, and because of the gravitational pull, right, there is so much mass that they made a nuclear reaction, right? The fission reaction. And what is that? It's a plasma form. It's all the electrons, right?
Were you the one who said that he knows what the sun is, or was it another guy?
Sounds accurate.
Oh yeah, go with the other guy then.
No, he's doing good. Let him go.
Okay.
He's not doing good.
Sorry.
So you have a big cloud of hydrogen.
He's not doing good. He's not doing good. He's doing fucking great. He's fucking shining like the sun.
Not really, bro. He's not cooking.
He is.
He's creation bear.
Let him. Okay.
Listen,
okay. Go ahead.
How about
Continue.
How about you let him answer?
Snake,
and then
let your colleague continue explaining what the sun is. We want to
let my scientific colleague answer, and then you unscientific colleagues can non-answer.
Aced.
Yeah. So you have a big cloud of hydrogen, right?
Did you hear that? Creation bear and scientific.
Yeah.
We'll get to that in a second.
Blah.
We'll get to that in a second. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go blah.
Didn't I explain to you that I'm civil engineer?
Berserk.
Like Brian Mullen?
Super interested. Let him
fuck out of here.
Let him answer.
But isn't that amazing, right?
You let him continue.
Let him answer.
You came and told me that I'm not scientific, and you confirmed what I was saying, that you are always biased. The Globers are biased and consider the flat earthers not scientific.
I apologize.
Okay, let him continue what the sun is. Okay, continue what the sun is.
I'm sorry.
That's actually funny.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
Okay, continue what the sun.
I'm sorry. You're super scientific.
Fuck you.
You're the scientist. You're a doctor.
Whoa,
I'm doctor.
Yo, chill. Everybody
Doctor
chill.
from now on. Dr. Berserker.
Please continue, Ashpool. We would like to hear what the sun is. Enlighten us.
Thank you, Dr.
I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
Enlighten.
No, but isn't that amazing, right? It's just a big cloud of hydrogen. That is it.
It's not.
But
It's
because
it can't be that.
But let me finish, right?
It can't be that.
Because of the
love hearing the interruptions. Let him fucking talk.
Bro, relax, bro.
Yeah. So because of the gravitational pull, just because of gravity and the mass, it collapsed upon itself, if you could say that. The hydrogen molecules or atoms or whatever, right? It's not a molecule; it's just an atom, right? All the what do you call the electrons, right? They got pushed away because of the in massive weight of itself, actually, and then they made a nuclear fission or whatever, right? That is it. That is what I know about the sun.
Fucking incredible. By the way, we know the story, the bedtime story about the sun. We know that very well. That's all you just repeated the story.
But how, did you guys know that, right? The sun did. How did it get ignited? That's my point. It's
my god, bro! Again, we're telling you.
The creation bear.
Nobody know what the sun is.
Creation bear. May I ask him a question? Ashwood. Yeah. Okay, the sun is a sphere and a ball of hydrogen and helium and nuclear infusion, right? So it is a matter, right? It is not solid, but it is still a matter. Are you informed, and do you know that NASA has no picture in the visible spectrum of the sun taken from space? Because the sun is not visible from space. If you go high enough, when the stars disappear and become invisible, like Michael Collins in the press conference after the moon landing said, actually we've seen no stars. You can not even see the sun. You cannot see the sun. You cannot make a photo of the sun. NASA has photos of the sun from the space only in gamma spectrum, infrared spectrum, but no one single photo.
I agree. I agree here. I actually agree.
That means that the sun is not a matter, is the source of light, because you cannot see the light. You can only see the dust. You can see the ray of a torchlight when they reflect off the particles of the dust in the air, but you cannot see the light. You can only see the light reflected from the moon or from the wall or from the reflector of the torchlight. So,
the torchlight?
No, I actually.
For example, you can see the torchlight. Okay, when you look at it directly, it's not because you are seeing the light, rather because you are seeing the light reflected of the reflector of the torchlight. So it is
what is he saying? Can you come on, bro?
So are you saying that the sun doesn't exist, or what?
It is a source. It is a source of light. It is not a matter.
Bro, can you just speak German? Because your English is so bad. Like, what are you saying, bro? What? Can you say it one more time?
Bro, we'll just go back to the point. Nobody knows what the sun is, bro.
Very clear.
It's not the thing.
We know what the sun. We know what the sun is. We know what the sun is.
No, you don't.
This is what creation
there is. It's super easy to understand.
It's not easy to understand. You don't know what it is.
We don't know what the sun is. Then what is that light in the sky that we get every day?
All you have is a bedtime story, Snake. That's all you got, bro. And you can't offer us anything other than the bedtime story.
We can see it. We can observe it.
You don't. Just looking at it doesn't tell you.
How do plants get their energy through photosynthesis?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. What?
What are plants getting their energy from?
No one's saying the sun is fake. Word is Bond. Just relax a second. We'll come back to you in a moment. Snake. Seeing the sun isn't knowing what the sun is. Nobody in here is saying the sun is fake. Okay, nobody's saying the sun doesn't exist.
Yes.
We're just saying the story attached to what the sun is cap.
100%.
Exactly.
I completely agree. A lot of people think the sun is a god. A lot of
think it's
cultures. A lot of wait. A lot of people. A lot of cultures.
Didn't say the sun doesn't exist.
Okay. I'll just shut up. I'll just shut up. I can't
photos.
Zerka, bro.
I just said that NASA has no photos from the sun.
Nah, Berserker, brother, you gotta slow down.
Okay.
Let him fucking speak. Holy shit.
Dude, we got this, dude.
A lot of people think the sun is a god. A lot of people think the sun is just cancer. A lot of people think a lot of things about the sun. But I'm just talking about what humanity knows about the sun.
They don't know.
I'm not talking about I am not talking about the things we don't know about the sun, which is
everything.
Immense. It's immense. Of course it's immense. We don't know a lot about our universe, but what we know a lot about our solar system. We know a lot about our solar system, and we know the sun gives off radiation. We know that the sun is the focal point of our solar system. That is easily
you're
provable.
Just repeating a bedtime story.
No, it's not. I'm not repeating a bedtime story.
Yes, you are.
No. Wait 1 second.
I didn't deny that.
Can I talk for a second? Can I just respond? Can I just respond when someone interrupts me and they say something very specific? Can I not respond? The response is, I know that our solar system is revolving around the sun.
How do you know this?
Because I'm here, and I will explain it to you over the next 3 hours.
Give us the evidence. We want evidence.
You want evidence of the circle lights in the sky?
Just got diarrhea of the mouth at the moment. Bro, how do you know that? We're going to stop you right there and we're going to say, how do you know?
Yeah.
Address that.
Because all you're offering right now is the bedtime story that we know better than you.
Do you have a telescope?
Oh,
that's an extra.
Have you ever stood?
Okay. You just made an extraordinary comment, bro.
Really? I thought it was ordinary.
No, it was extreme. So, we're going to hold you to it. How the fuck do you know that you're in a solar system? Go.
On Earth's surface.
Oh my god, guys, did you see Donald Trump's fucking, this is so on topic. Read this.
Project Stargate? Based.
This is about the Russia thing in Ukraine.
Take your time.
Go have your conversation.
Bro, we're doing a thing right now.
So you cannot post that. Okay, he deleted.
Non sequitur.
No, I just don't get it. Like, can you guys speak more English? Like, it's just like you're talking a lot. I don't see the point.
Tesla,
the sun.
Well, I mean, do you have evidence, Tesla? Instead of saying you guys, and talking about the story, does anybody have evidence? Even a white paper at this point. You guys are not doing very good with this.
What?
Any
does
evidence?
anybody on the other side have evidence that there's not a sun, or we don't know what it is?
Stop muting.
Dude,
I'm not speaking in
I didn't say there is not a sun. I didn't negate the sun.
Didn't nobody in here say the sun is fake, bro? Nobody's saying that.
Everyone
Nobody's
agrees.
saying that either, but you're saying that the sun
You
isn't
just
what
said
it is.
like, well, we need. Yeah, it's not the story that they're claiming it to be. Of course.
So if it's not the story, do you have proof of the not the story part?
It's a light in the sky.
No, I told you earlier. It's an unknown phenomenon. Nobody knows what the sun is, bro. We're not in here trying to tell you what the sun is because we don't know. Nobody knows, dude. Nobody. And I don't.
I think you guys are so. Low level. It's not low level in computer science.
We're low level. We're above you, ding dong.
Seriously.
No, yeah. See that you didn't understand what I said. Low level doesn't mean that. Low level means you're very close to the thing, right? Low level in computer science is not what you think it is. But
brother, if you're trying to say that our elevation, right, or our altitude doesn't allow us to see the curve, right, this is a problem. Because regardless of where anybody is, everybody in this call is actively observing level locally. And that is a point that you can't dismiss. Now, with that, you, as the globe proponent, have to come and show us with your evidence how we are wrong with that simple, testable, repeatable piece of evidence, right? That's direct evidence. You can bring your evidence through to show how my claim that everybody here is observing level locally takes away your ball claim. So bring your evidence forward for your ball. This is the point.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yep, the silence is deafening right now because you guys have nothing. Prove your converging plumb lines, right? We observe level, and 90 degrees perpendicular to that level observation is plumb. Everybody observes plumb because they have a wall right next to them that they can even lean on. They have a floor they can stand on, a ceiling they can see. Again, you're observing level, plumb, locally. Now, you prove to me over 100-mile distance how you can have converging, diverging plumb lines over 100-mile distance.
It might be a bit above his pay grade.
Yeah, because we're low level, right? Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
No, low level. You know what low level means, right?
No, but see, but here's the thing, right? I just gave you I rolled out the red carpet. I'm like, please walk on this carpet, right, and give us the evidence. But now you're going to come back to the discussion of your low level. Right? Bring the evidence.
Low level just means you're close to the code,
the
or whatever,
surface,
right?
yeah. And I just
the surface, like very, and I get it, right?
And
like it's impossible. There is no.
I just disproved you. Right? So I'm asking you again, over 100-mile distance, how you can have a 6,600 foot drop. Show me the money. Just like in Jerry Maguire.
Honestly, it's important for you guys to believe the Earth is flat.
It's not a question of belief, dude. Are you that hard-headed? It's not a question of belief. It's a question of we observe it. And when you observe something, that means your vestibular system gets to lean on it because it's not experiencing any spin, movement, etc. With that, you have to be intellectually honest and realize that you're leaning on a story that NASA told you. You got touched in your no-no spot, and you are leaning on that as your belief of what we stand upon, boy. Tell me about
there's other things.
Yes, we've not offered you any beliefs, by the way.
Those very low level.
We haven't. But we haven't offered you any beliefs. When you say like, "Oh, you have your belief and it's okay," we're not even. We just talked about the sun. We didn't offer you a single belief. We don't do beliefs. We don't do that here, bro. That's not what we do. We just stick to things we actually know.
I agree.
Right?
I always agree that there is no curvature. It's impossible to perceive the curvature. But
we're not requiring you to perceive it because it would be too big to perceive anyway. But again, earlier, it's not. You're not going to be ever able to see things that don't exist. Like it's like trying to see my vagina. If I don't have one, you're not going to perceive it, see it, taste it, smell it, measure it.
Pretty transparent.
Yeah, facts. Yes, facts. So it's just like the curvature, you can't taste it, touch it, smell it, measure it, see it, because it doesn't exist, bro. And this is testable, so there's no belief involved in that. And like,
okay. But
Kiwi
I
would
just
say,
don't think. I just don't think like a lot of things. Like just to accept that, just to accept the Earth is flat. There's so many things in my brain that doesn't make sense. Like, I don't get the sea routes anymore. I don't understand the sea routes. Right?
Wow.
Kind of they a lot of things.
Here,
and I don't understand the gravitational thing.
Forget the route. What about the nature of the water that the route takes place on? Right. Here's what I would ask you. The surface of the body of water that the sea routes take place on, is it convex, concave, or neither?
This might be a language barrier for me, honestly.
Okay, no problem. You're familiar with like a beaker? We were talking about science earlier.
Beaker. Now you're really pushing me. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh wow! Let me post a visual in the chat, I guess. What about a meniscus? Oh, we're hitting you with all the words tonight.
Hey, bro, I'm not American. I'm not English. I come from Denmark. I speak Danish. So,
Gotcha. What about putting like a drop of water on a table? Understand how it's like a bubble?
Yeah.
That would be convex. The water is bubbled up. So that is what essentially they're saying the ocean does. You take a picture from space, you see the ocean. It's like that bubble where the water goes up like a hill or whatever. The problem is water does not actually behave like that in large size. Think of like a bathtub or a swimming pool, something you can put your body in. The water does not behave like that drop. It's flat. That's what we're saying. It's flat, and it's not just something we believe. That's something you can test. Right, so you're talking about like, oh, well, I don't know how sea routes work. Well, they work on water that is flat. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, but my point was just it's a long distance if you go from South America to you see like the different travel routes, and some of them would be very long. Like just for me to perceive the Earth as flat, it's just it's just impossible to do some of these travels. Like it kind of relies on this idea of a globe. I think any seaman or people that travel with sea would agree that what I'm saying.
I think it's away from each other. You don't know. Nobody fucking knows.
See, the Earth is pretty big too. So.
People are traveling the Earth, right? They are sailing long routes, and it does rely on being kind of a sphere, I would say.
It doesn't. It relies on.
Why don't you think that?
Can I just say this real quick, Tess? Yeah. If I were to wave a magic wand over your head right now, and I make you a flat earther, you understand that the Earth outside would not change. It would still be the exact same way that it's always been. And so, whatever's, quote, working, these sea routes or flight paths or whatever, it works on the Earth that's flat. It's taking place on flat Earth right now.
I mean, I'll be a flat earther just to hang out with you guys, honestly.
But what I'm saying is flat Earth is not some other idea, some other Earth, some other thing. We're saying that the Earth outside right now, as it is, that is the flat Earth. So even with its sea routes and flight paths and all these things that you think would be a problem, even like, quote, satellites or technology in the sky, everything that's, quote, working right now works on flat Earth because that's the Earth outside. So if I were to, that's all I'm saying is like if I were to, what would change after this discussion is not the Earth, it's you. So you're talking about like, well, I just can't picture how it would work. Don't worry, don't try to picture it. Just go outside. You can see it directly. There's no need to imagine anything.
You're looking at it the wrong way around because you're saying, well...
I like the pictures in chat. They're proving something, I guess.
Tezzy, can I just say this, man? You're looking at this the wrong way around. You're saying that if the Earth was flat, then things wouldn't make sense. Like, But it's because the Earth is flat that your explanations that you've been given for things, they're the things that now don't make sense. Right? It's not the flat Earth that doesn't make sense. Your explanations for things that don't make sense, and that's where the cognitive dissonance is met.
I agree.
Okay. Well, when I snap my fingers, you guys will forget you were ever gay.
Oh my gosh. Wow. So you just said there's some
No, I'm just
pictures
kidding.
posted in the side chat that don't make no sense. Is that what you just said?
I mean, go to somebody else. It's okay. I'm
asking you, brother. Well, no, because it's important, right? I'm going to ask you if you know what a sextant. What a sextant is. Do you know what a sextant is?
A sexting? Yeah, I love
Sextant. 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 Take your mind out of the gutter, boy. Come on.
Yeah, I don't think he might know what the word means.
No, don't, bro. Don't. Come on. Just be nice, bro. I'm not.
I am being nice. I asked you what a sextant is, and I asked you to take your mind out of the gutter because I thought you said sexting. So again, do you know what a sextant is? Yes or no?
No, I don't.
Right. So why don't you Google what a sextant is? Because this is something, a tool, right?
No idea how to spell it.
I just told you, SEXTANT. So with a sextant,
yeah, go
oh
on.
my.
Just explain it.
He doesn't know
you're
it's
good.
a second language, bro.
I'm going to withdraw.
It's all right. It's all right.
An instrument with an graduate arch of 60 degrees is that? It's an instrument. Oh yeah, okay, I see it now on the pictures. Yeah. Oh yeah, sure. You cannot see the curvature. I agree on that all the time. Like I don't buy that bullshit. Like people say, oh yeah, you can see the ships or whatever. No, you can't, bro. Fuck you, bro. You cannot not see the curvature. It's impossible to see. That is a bullshit argument. I agree with you 100%. Yeah, but it's just the Earth happens to be a globe. That is just a fact.
No,
I mean, it's okay. Like
here's the problem, though, bro. Here's the problem. I bet you're likely thinking of flat Earth in the solar system.
A little bit, yeah.
There we go. Problem. So you're right. That doesn't exist. So if you're thinking that, and it seems silly to you, it is. That's actually not what we think. Do you see what I posted in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay. That's what most people think when they start thinking of flat Earth and they're globe earthers. They think it's this. And it's not like that. Let's talk a little bit about the universe for a second. What shape is the universe?
Is it a globe?
The universe is a globe?
I would say, yeah, it's expanding in the, I don't know. Yeah, you know, like that is a very, I would say high level question, right? Like,
there we go. Guys,
like,
make sure you click that. But yeah, okay, so what about the boundaries? Have they been reached?
By humans?
Anything.
I mean, this is so difficult. I'm not an expert on this, but would you agree that the universe boundaries would be the last particle that went somewhere? Or would you say that the universe is just the medium?
That's we're going deep. That's some high level shit right there. I don't know. I guess the way I would think of the universe is more like the embed of reality. So the particle would exist within this place, right? So the globe itself is like a thing in a place. The universe would be the place itself, and so I would imagine that there's some sort of boundary somehow. What that consists of, I don't know. You know, force field or some crazy shit. I don't know. But I would imagine there's some sort of boundary to that. But I would say no boundary has been reached. Even I think they say the farthest thing in the globe lore is Voyager 1, Voyager 2. And they're what? You could probably look up. They're not even claiming they're like super far away compared to how big the universe would be. So anyway, the point is this. The universe's shape is not necessarily defined. It is a very, very large place or space that hasn't been fully explored. I would say that if you want to understand the flat Earth, it has more characteristics comparing to the universe. Like, it's a large place, maybe not fully explored, and the shape isn't necessarily known. I don't even know how you would know the shape of the universe either. It's not that you can leave and go outside of the universe, whatever that, however you could conceive of that, and then look back at the universe and say, well, it's shaped like a blob or whatever, a donut or whatever, you know? I'm sure there's lots of different ways to conceive the universe. And so those same characteristics apply to flat Earth, where it is
Why
the
you think Earth is
reality.
flat?
Well,
I'm enjoying it. What are you saying, Mrs.
I am Mr. I'm
You're a guy. Okay, I thought you were a girl.
I asked like why you people believe Earth is flat?
You want to tell them, Tess, why we think it's flat? Saucy.
I mean, I think that the reason they believe the Earth is flat is because it's impossible to perceive with your eyes that the Earth is round as a curvature, all that shit. And I think there is it's a protest. I think almost
It's not. That was good. That's really embarrassing.
I want to say.
That sounds like an accurate description.
You know,
it's not an accurate description.
Did you just call this place a protest?
Yeah, it's not a protest.
It's a protest. Oh my.
Protest.
That's
you know, telescope.
Yes, here. Good job. That was an accurate description.
It's not, because we're not protesting
what
what
we are
we
dealing with.
believe
I
in
told
the
you guys.
whole life, bro. Like, it's not a protest.
You're right about it not being perceivable. It's also not measurable. It's not used as such either by you, by me, by anybody.
I mean, they do the slingshotting with the satellites, right?
Oh my god.
Or you believe, man.
Stories, bro. It's not I think it's not a protest. It's funny that you use
the thing at the end of the day, right? Sending up a satellite will always be a computer program, right? Like, it's not like there's gonna be a fucking guy with a joystick, right? At the end of the day, it is just a computer program, and that is just code. That is just mathematics, right? So the math is the point. I think I get it. It's a story, but I also think you need to understand it is impossible to control a spaceship or a satellite or whatever with a fucking camera and a joystick, right? Like, you actually do need to just write an automated code that takes these factors into consideration, and I do believe that
we have no issue with there being technology in the sky anyways. But I do have to swat down the idea that we're just contrarians and just going against the grain. That is something you'll read in some article about flat earthers, and that is not true. We're confident, 100% we know the Earth is flat because the surface measures that way and it's testable. We've said that multiple times. That was kind of a mischaracterization. You mischaracterized us when you said that. So just had to call that out.
Well done. The Earth is observably level no matter where we go, no matter the distances that we go to. The thing about these globe observations that you guys are trying to bring forward, right, is that you have to go over to another location in order to find the curve. But again, there's no geometric edge that we can come to. We've investigated it. We've tested it. The litmus test of the globe fails. The sphere doesn't show up. Drop over distance is not there. If no P is available, we can't get to Q. Can't find the drop, therefore a ball doesn't exist.
Exactly. Brother Killian, may I mention to you all what I asked Snake for a couple of hours? Please explain the lack of curvature in the observation of the horizon behind the habitat, rig oil, which is at 9.4. And he starts talking about the moon in Australia is upside down. And when we look at the star, we know it's a curve. And then I reached the point, and I asked him, and I told him, I will not only ask you and tell you, please explain to us the horizon, but I will beg you, like Heretic, I think a couple of days ago said, prove the globe and we will shut down this Discord and go home. And that's it. And what I'm saying, did you see it? We are protesters now. They hide behind polite language and try to talk to us from a high pedestal, or hubris, I think you call it in English. Pardon my English. Yeah, that's what we are dealing with. And now we are protesters and rebellions. In fact, we are providing, they use words like, as Creation Bear said, immediately when he came, we don't believe, we know, we see. They cannot let go the words believe, think, imagine, assume. So just so that you will know why I was cooking, because I also told Snake, I'm civil engineer, and these guys, flat earthers, proved me that they were more intelligent than me, than I was, even when they don't have degrees. Even though I was told in my study of civil engineering, according to American specifications, in surveying, they told us you are not allowed to take the curvature of the Earth in calculations. Don't consider. Yeah, of course, the Earth is a globe, but you are not allowed and you should not consider the curvature of the Earth in calculation. When you survey, you have to survey flat. I just wanted to, explain why it sounds like I was cooking, but as I said, this is a compliment. Then you heard, you are not scientific and you are throwing science out of. And if it sounds like I was cooking, brother Killian, so that you understand me, I'm just angry because I have to speak a compliment.
Yeah,
He
but
hasn't even.
Brother Berserker, let me jump in right quick. I'm sorry. Yeah, Brother Berserker, let me jump in right quick just to say, right? The important thing with this is that we have to remain stoic, right? We mean without emotion, don't get upset. It's pointless because the truth is the truth, whether you get upset about it or not, or anybody gets upset about it. We should remain solid in a solid state in what we're observing so that these guys need to go to their calculations, formulas in order to prove the globe.
I know, bro. Just short statement. I know, and I also told. I said that. I think T-Dub was here, right? When I was explaining all things. I mean, most of the time I sit back and listen and enjoy. And then after 6 hours or 12 hours, I get frustrated how calm and patient the mods are, and how much calmness they exercise. Try to how many chances they give the Glober to prove something, but they have nothing to prove. And then they resort to expressions which insult you. And now we are protesters. Now we are rebellious. Now we are the rebellion against science.
That is not a big insult. To say you're protesting, I think that's okay. It's not an insult.
It's not okay, bro. After we gave you our position very thoroughly.
As these guys have been pointing out,
just protesting.
As these guys have been pointing out to you, right? It's the protest isn't from us. It's from Earth and your experience of it. It's not us you are arguing with. Earth itself, right? Way it presents itself to you, and your experience of that. So.
No. I think there is what I'm coming from is this perspective that it's almost like the belief that the Earth is round is it's a milestone in scientific development, right? Like it's a metaphor for being clever. And I don't know, I get it. You guys are actually really intelligent. I can tell you guys are intellectuals. Like there's no doubt about it, right? So that's why I think it's almost like a symbolic protest. But that was just my angle, not my point of view. That is what I thought you guys are doing a protest against the scientific community. But whatever.
So, question then for you, Tesla, is: do you think that the construction industry is also protesting against the globe? Tesla?
Who?
Tesla, do you think that the construction industry is also protesting against the globe?
I mean, being a construction worker is almost a protest against being an intellectual, right?
Wow. So you're saying that construction workers aren't intellectually sound, although they build upon this realm?
No, they're great.
Interesting. So from a standpoint of the principle that the construction industry appeals to being level, do you understand what that principle is?
No.
Have you ever worked with a construction or a bubble level before?
No, I'm a computer scientist.
Okay. I'll withdraw. Thank you.
No, you have an argument. I don't get it. You're saying construction workers are protesting.
No, because here's the thing, right? If I'm going to come at you with the construction industry principles and observations, you're going to say I'm a computer scientist. I'm going to say that you're unqualified to talk about it. So that's cool.
Ooh. On a more basic level, though, without getting into the specifics of it, even if you are a computer scientist, if you imagine things like railways, bridges, structures which go on for miles, basically, like traveling from Manchester to London via train, that train and the railway lines would have to account for something like 24,000 feet of curvature in between Manchester and London on this train track. And so the construction argument, what you'd be looking at then is, so the people who designed these railway systems, the people who laid the railway, are we to believe they accounted for, and this is using their curve calculator, it's not ours, are we to believe they accounted for 24,000 feet of curvature when designing and installing the railway line? And you can substitute railway line for canal, bridge, any other kind of concrete structure that goes on for miles.
It was a law.
Great counterpoint raised.
But
they had to.
I don't know the math, right? But how much curvature should there be per what kilometer?
For every 100 miles, there should be a 6,600 foot drop for the first 100 miles. Go ahead, Ray. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. So the agreed upon curve calculator, which is using Pythagoras theorem in the main, just to counter what normally comes up is, if you take this formula too far, it does become a parabola, and that's used to kind of discredit and damage control. But ultimately, for the first, few 100 miles or 1,000 miles, I don't know the exact determination, it works just fine. And it's 8 inches per mile squared. So you take the square of the mile, and then you times that by 8 inches, divide what you get at the end by 13 to get feet, or 12 to get feet, depending on if you want to, give it the extra benefit of the doubt or not. So that's why we talk about how 3 miles, a 6-foot person observing calm water, would be met with a geometric horizon at 3 miles, because you do 3 times 3 times 8, because it's the square of the mile, and that's what gives you the curvature you should be seeing. So that's why when people talk about things like the black swan, water horizon visible beyond a platform that's at 9 miles out, that's why people use that as an argument to say the globe cannot possibly exist with the given proportions, which then opens up to either A, it's flat, or B, yes, it's still a globe, but it's just thousands of times bigger than they ever told us it was, which is just opens up another whole can of worms, isn't it? Because we weren't told the Earth is big. We were given an exact radius.
Exactly. And that's the big thing, right? Like they've taken the model, the claimed number, they've made a model of it. I just posted it in the side chat for anybody that wants to check it out. Now the numbers are posted on the left-hand side with the distance. Again, 100 miles if you want to observe that. That's a good sample set to examine to see if in fact the curve is there. And for that first 100 miles, there needs to be a 6,600 foot drop in order for the globe claim to be true in real life. Now, if you observe that, please show us. We'd love to see it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not an expert on these things, but I think that if you have a metal bar, like a railroad, whatever, right? It's 10 kilometers, and it's it's
nothing to say about this, dude. I'm just going to mute you because you have no refutation to these geometric principles and observations. Nothing. That's why you want to continuously sociological or psychological thing, right? It's all you want to talk about, and we don't want to talk about that. So unless you want to talk about that or you want to learn about it, like these people have that are talking to you right now, then forget it. We're not interested.
Like, if you want to mute me, just tell me to shut up. I don't have to get muted. I'll shut up anytime. Like, just don't use that tool, in my opinion. But it's up to you, of course.
Brother, one question. Bear, Killian, Asian Bear, T-Dub. Didn't you understand that I told you that I am civil engineer? And I was the stupid guy, and the flat earthers opened my eye, and they were more intelligent. Even though I was told, didn't you hear that? I was told in surveying that we should never consider the curvature of the earth. But it is a globe. But forget it. You should not, because we cannot consider the curvature of the earth. Never we considered the curvature of the earth in building. And then you come and tell these guys who proved to me, this is a compliment for the flat earthers, who proved to me that I was so stupid, even when I was told that I cannot consider the curvature, I didn't critically think, what does that mean? That's why I'm angry when you come and insult these guys, that they don't have the higher level of education because you are a computer scientist. Computer scientist means nothing compared to civil engineering, who deals with building the bridges, the highways, the dams, hydraulics, foundation design, solid mechanics, projectiles.
Exactly. And taking that for a hot second, right? If you take the Suez Canal, or any canal, as was mentioned by Brother Berserker a second ago, the Suez Canal is, I think it's a distance of like 120 miles. And again, we only need 100 miles. And from that 100-mile distance that we observe, we don't see a 6,600 foot drop. We don't even see 1% of that. So from a standpoint of a claim, and that claim showing up to even show 50% of the claim, we don't even get that. So your numbers don't stack up for the globe. The built form owns you continuously with this globe claim.
Brother Killian, you posted this image of the globe and the drop, and he is not addressing it. He's evading it.
I'm not evading.
You're evading.
I mean, I did my own search while you guys were talking. Obviously,
the reason why Killian posted this image so that you can see the calculations. This is math. We are sticking to the math. The flat earthers are sticking to the math and using the math and being loyal to science. You globers, you are dismissing science. You are saying, no, I don't want to see this.
No, I think
because it's proven. Because it's proven to be globe. We don't want to calculate that the horizon at the Black Swan with the habitat rig oil at 9.4, the horizon should be visible only to 3 miles. That means the habitat should sink behind the horizon. But we can see the horizon behind the habitat rig oil. I will stop here and not go no further, and will ask you, please don't talk about the movements of the stars. Talk about how could you explain the math is not working with that horizon behind the habitat, Rick Oil. Can you please enlighten us and explain to us and calculate how the horizon is visible behind the habitat? Rick Oil, with your higher knowledge, of computer science. Go ahead. I will mute myself. Please don't speak about other things, about my feelings in your fifis and the fifis of Killian and other guys, and how stupid the flat earthers are. And it is proven. And it is, don't say it is proven, and we believe.
I said you guys are
believe,
smart.
imagine, don't use the word believe, imagine it's you and fantasize. Explain
You
to
know
us
what?
mathematically.
From my point of view,
Look, okay, I will mute myself. Go ahead, explain to us, please.
yeah, I think you guys are a great community. Like you guys are internationals. You're from all kind of countries, and you're here together having this one.
Here we go again. Here we go again. Talk about cities. Explain to us the horizon according to the math. The math. Killian posted the image. You have the calc. Okay, I will mute myself. You see what we are dealing with, Killian.
Thank you, bro. But so 10 kilometers, that would be 78 centimeters, right? So that is less than a meter, right? So it is actually quite a bit, I think, like 78 centimeters for 10 kilometers. That is a big curvature, I would say. So if you look on the horizon,
what is less than meter? In 10 kilometers, you will have more than meter. Look, 8 inches multiplied by the mile square. The first mile you have 8 inches. The second mile you will have 8 multiplied by 2 to the second. So it means 8 multiplied by 4. That's 32 inches. The third mile you will have 8 multiplied by 27. 3 high to 3, 27. 8 times 27. 4. Right? No. Sorry, 8 multiplied by 9. That's 72. 72 inches. 72 inches. That is 72 inches multiplied by 2.5
you don't use inches. What are you on about? Berserker, you're from Europe. Use centimeters.
Your calculation is wrong. It's not mathematical. You are the one denying the science and math.
What the fuck?
Okay, Killian, you can take our creation beer. You see what we are dealing with science deniers, math deniers, and geometry deniers.
What did I say that was crazy?
So that you will understand. So that you will understand why I'm.
See, I have no idea what the fuck you were just talking about, but my point was just that 10 kilometers was 78 centimeters, right? So,
brother, I'm talking math, geometry, and science. When you say you have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about, you are saying you have no idea how science works and math, how the fuck math works, how the fuck geometry works. As I said, you are the science denier, and you come and you project yourself to us and call us cults when you are the ones who are using words like believe, imagine, fantasize, and assume. Let's assume. Without assumption, you have no. Everything is assumed. The radius of the Earth and that Venus has the same size of the Earth, and then assuming the distance that by that way, assuming the time that Venus needs to go in front of the Sun. Everything is built on assumptions. Without assumptions, in math, in calculations, when you have 3 variables. Unknown variables, you will need 3 equations to solve.
Bersker. He did the math wrong.
You just came new. I mute myself.
One sec.
You just came already.
One sec.
Okay, I'll mute myself.
It's fine. I'm going to post a link to the Earth curve calculator. He can punch in the numbers himself to verify. In meters, it's 15 meters of hidden height, the drop over 10 miles. So it's not inches or whatever you said there.
Yeah,
78.
It's very significant. You should be able to see that.
It's greater than 7 meters. It's in.
So you can use the link I post on side chat
for me to and into address.
The side chat has the Earth curve calculator link. You can use metric. You can use imperial
with some chicken drumsticks.
No.
What the hell?
Yeah, because
he's not making drumsticks. I'm like, what the hell? Yeah.
Okay. So you guys think the Earth was flat, huh?
No, we don't think. Thinking is believing. We don't think here.
Swedish, bro? I'm Swedish.
So
Brother
you have a
Q.
calculator. You can Google any of the. Every earthquake calculator uses the same formula, so you can verify, cross-reference that if you want to yourself. We're just giving you the right tools here. Punch in the numbers. You will see you were wrong with the math. Mathed
I
out.
don't need to pull out any math. I just asked you.
Yeah, thank you, Quet. Thank you, Quet. Taxi, did you see that? At 10 kilometers, you will have 5 meters hidden, not 10 centimeters. So Quet helped us and gave us even the calculator, which I have known since 2015. Yeah. So this is dumb to say that in 10 kilometers you have only hidden 10 centimeter. Go and calculate it yourself. This is your math. This is the math of science.
Yeah,
So
I'm not an earth scientist. I just
will mute myself.
Maybe I was wrong.
And thank you, Quetz.
Yeah, no worries. Just to correct, this is not about science. This is about geometry and math. So what we're trying to figure out here is the drop over distance, the distance to the horizon where it's at. If you have long distance measurements, so you can do this type of calculations. You can use a calculator online to do that as well to make it much easier.
Sorry for interrupting.
So it's not about science in that sense. It's just geometry and measurements and math, basically. That's all.
Sorry, Chris. You can ask T-Dub. I've been telling him. This is math.
Yeah, it's all right, man. It's all right. No worries. I just wanted to correct.
Working.
Yeah. Which one is not working?
Yeah, I've been telling him. Yeah.
I don't care. No, hang on a sec, guys. Tessie, this is what I'm saying to you. If you want to continue to be here and have this discussion, right, you can't continue to hide behind, I'm not a this, I'm not a that, I'm not an expert, I don't understand. You're going to either fucking if you're going to have this conversation, then you're going to fucking learn while you're here and absorb the information. If you don't, you can just fuck off. Do you understand?
I told you I'll be a flat earther just to hang out with you guys. Like I'm not looking to conflict or whatever the fuck.
That's such a dude. That's not what we're about, right?
No, like go talk with somebody else. Leave me alone. Like what the fuck?
T-Dub is attempting to explain to you, right? And we're trying to put all the evidence to you in order for you to understand it and take it on for yourself. So
but all I hear is this German guy babbling about stuff I don't understand because of his fucking accent, bro. I don't know what you guys are on about. Of course, the Earth is a globe. Like, it's just is. Like, I didn't even get this concept, okay?
You're not even listening.
I mean, it's okay. You're sweet. I get it, but you happen to be wrong.
See, that's just it, right? You're willing to say, I'm wrong, right? But you're not willing to take on the arguments. You just want to hang on to your globe. This is what we call a globe coat, where you just sit there, hold on to your little ball and say, everybody else is wrong, my ball is right. But that's cool, brother.
But are they stupid or are they lying to you? Like all
I'm not talking about them. We are trying to appeal to you to make you an arbiter so that you understand what we're talking about. But if you're just going to sit there and say, we're dumb, we don't know what we're talking about, and they are right, well, they unfortunately aren't here to defend their claim, and you're just going to hang on to it, which is, that's not cool, brother.
I didn't say anybody is dumb. I said you guys are intelligent. I can tell that. And I said, I think you have a nice community. You're all international community. I appreciate that a lot. I think you guys have something cooking here. Besides that, I'm just curious is if the NASA, right, are they not knowing the Earth is round or flat? Are they stupid or are they lying to you? And that's what I'm curious about. What you guys think? Do you think that there is an interest?
They are lying. They are lying.
They are lying. There we go.
No, you mean the astronauts, like the higher ones up there, like
the clever ones.
Who? Everyone?
The astronauts, the high ups.
Oh, the astronauts. Yeah, definitely. That they will know. Yeah.
So they're lying.
People working for NASA, they just work for NASA. They don't really know. They're just following the globe, man. They love the globe, whatever. NASA enthusiasts, space, whatever. They follow the globe model, but they never tested it by themselves.
I'm so curious, what country?
So they don't have to lie to you. They're just doing their job. That's it.
Okay.
Why is it important? Which country is he from?
Because it's interesting, isn't it?
I think the information at hand, what we are discussing in this VC, is more important. I think.
There is, I mean, the information going back and forth. Like we can talk. Like you guys keep talking about.
Yeah, we can talk. We can share evidence for flat Earth. We can show you the falsification of the globe Earth as well, the globe model, so to say. So, I mean, if there is no curve, there is no globe. Simple as that. You don't need to be a scientist to figure that out. You don't need to have a PhD degree to figure that out. You can go out and do your own testing. We show you the tools. We give you the information.
It happens that people are calculating gravity.
May I prove to him? May I prove to him that NASA is lying? First of all, forget the black swan because they are not willing to reply because it is a globe killer, where the habitat is seen in front of the horizon. Okay, they escape from that. And now he's saying it's not possible that NASA is lying. Okay, answer this question, Izzy. The atmosphere of Mars is 0.6% compared to the atmosphere of Earth. If you go to Google and search for a website which represents the graphic imagery, if you go high enough so that the atmosphere of the Earth would become 0.6% of the atmosphere of Earth on the ground, then you will see black sky. In daytime, you will see black sky and the sun. That means that on Mars, we should not have lit sky, daylight. We should see a black sky, the sun as a big star. And that contradicts the imagery which is shown to us, allegedly, from the vehicles which were landed on Mars. And when I mentioned this point a couple of days ago, another flat earther said, hey, that's a good point, because that means that they will not be able to land a vehicle like a helicopter, because they showed us one time that they landed one of these vehicles with propeller, because the air is so thin, 0.6%. Google it. So how do we have a red sky? So how do we have a red sky on Mars? That means they are lying to you, brother. Okay, they are lying to you and me and to Quetz and to T-Dub and Creation.
The universities are lying, or the universities are part of them.
I don't know. Again, you are digressing.
No, it might be right. But
NASA is lying because you cannot have a red sky on Mars with 0.6% atmosphere compared to the atmosphere of the Earth. Because there is not enough atmosphere so that the light of the sun disperses, refracts.
Sure. I get it. But yeah, go on.
So to the point you raised there about the idea of, are they all in it? Are they all lying? Consider a company with maybe 1,000 people working for the company. There's 6-7 people, directors, call it, at the top of the company, and they're fiddling the books. These 6 people are fiddling the books, and they get caught, basically. Would it then be fair to argue that all 1,000 people working at this company knew the books were being fiddled? Or were these just people going about the day jobs in highly compartmentalized roles who actually had absolutely no idea what was going on at the top of the food chain? So if you take that towards universities, take that towards universities and anything else, it's not that the professor finishes his lecture, then goes into the closet to rub his hands together. They bought it. He believes it. He believes what he's promoting. It's not that he's lying or she's lying. She wholeheartedly in her soul believes what she's saying to be true, not because she's part of it, but because she bought the same lie as everybody else.
Yeah, it's a good argument. I think you're right. Yeah, people wouldn't know if they're workers that somebody at the top of the line would be fucking them over for sure. Like, I agree 100%.
So you work at NASA, and your job is to take composite data strips and turn those composite, those sets of data into a model of what Jupiter might look like. You punch those numbers into a computer, and you come up with a CGI image. By definition, a CGI. You don't need to use the image because it's in the CGI. Never mind.
I get it.
You come up with a picture, a cartoon, if you will, of what Jupiter might look like, and you sat there with your little NASA computer with a tear in your eye because, God damn, it looks so beautiful. You wouldn't know, as this little graphic designer working for NASA, whether or not Buzz Aldrin, for argument's sake, replace him with any other so-called astronaut. You wouldn't know if he actually went to the moon or not, if he's actually lying or not. It doesn't mean all the janitors at NASA, the handymen, the cleaners, the guy cleaning the toilets after they've all done, space shits, knows or is in on it. And the reason I wanted to jump in with that is because that's something I used to struggle with. So you're telling me there's this worldwide conspiracy, they're all in on it, they all know. That was a huge stumbling block for me personally in considering this topic seriously. But it's false, it's fake. It doesn't need to be that.
But okay, so I have one more argument, and then maybe I'll just give up.
An argument or a question?
Yeah. So what do you think about star constellations? Because in my point of view, if you have a bowl and you look out to the sky and you see stars, you would pretty easily be able to map all those stars and tell if it's flat or if it's around the globe you're on, right?
No,
not necessarily. The argument for the globe is that we look at the constellations, and we're spinning, the ball is spinning, which gives us the illusion that the stars circle above our heads. The argument for flat Earth, same constellations, same stars, but the difference is the stars rotate above our heads around the central point that is Polaris. It's one of those. There's some people like to visualize baskets. There's 3 baskets. Works on both models. Only works on a ball. Only works on flat Earth. This right here with the stars that you're talking about with the constellations goes in the basket of doesn't really support either argument. It works in both quote unquote models. You just have to visualize.
So the stars are moving very fast. You said they are moving, right?
Well, that's what we observe, right? You look overhead. And there's 2 things that could be happening here. Either we, the terra firma, the Earth, is spinning and the stars are still, or we look above us. We are stationary, but the stars are rotating above our heads.
And, is that what you believe?
Just an input of the star constellations you mentioned. If you look up the Saros cycle. That was way before even the globe was invented at all. That was 2 millennia ago. They started doing this, the mapping of the constellations, and they believed the Earth was flat. That's how they viewed it, and that's how they mapped it out. The sky is rotating. The sky, whatever the sky is doing, has no correlation with the ground you're standing upon. It doesn't determine the shape of the ground at all. Now, because it works in a globe model, because it has been reverse engineered, and it happens to work that way in a model. But when you go out to reality, where do you find that model? You don't see that globe model anywhere. You can't measure the curvature. You don't see the Earth as a globe, etc. So,
yeah, but it's not just a model. Like, we can go look at the stars. I'm in the northern hemisphere. Maybe some of you are in the southern hemisphere. We have different stars, right? Like, obviously. I mean, that is not a conspiracy, right? Like, that is it, right? Yeah. Like, can we agree that we can see different stars?
Yeah. Obviously, we see stars where depending on where we are. Yeah.
The same. I share some of my star field is the same as probably you. Some different. I
mean, with the star argument, it's the the central thing that people come back to is, light in the sky don't prove the shape of the Earth either way, which is valid. But I personally, as somebody who had a telescope as a kid, was always adamant I was going to the moon and blah 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 and other childish beliefs. The stars do still fascinate me, and what you need to imagine or visualize is, I'd preface this by the star argument with different stars. It has been observed that Polaris has been seen from the southern hemisphere, which kind of casts doubt back the other way around. But what you need to imagine is that if you're in a long corridor, and in this long corridor, or even a big giant room, it doesn't need to be a corridor, and there's light above your head, recessed modulars, whatever else it might be, eventually those lights and the floor would merge together and completely kind of disappear into each other, into the vanishing point of your perspective. If this room was sufficiently big, or this corridor was sufficiently long, you could call your friend who's in the same room as you, and you could say, oh, look at that light there, that purple one right there. Maybe they're all different colours, just to help illustrate the argument. That purple light. And your friend would say, I don't see it. Not because the room you're in is curved, but because he's sufficiently far enough away that he can't see what you can see.
Mm-hmm. But
which would be Rayleigh's criterion. Which would be Rayleigh's criterion, angular resolution displaying itself.
But that would imply the stars are a little bit closer to Earth than we believe.
So this leads on to a really kind of interesting angle, is that I always assumed, because it's the information that was given to me, the stars are billions of years away, and the light we see is actually stars that have been dead for so long, but the light takes so long to reach us, we don't know they've been dead for millennia, and the sun is 93 million miles away. All gets drummed into your head, right? But then the visualizations you have for what Earth is and how it might work, what's happening is there's the conflict between space as you understood it to be, the sun as what you understood it to be, and the proposed distances, same for the stars. But what if, and this is just something you have to consider, what if the stars aren't what you were told they were? What if the stars aren't dead suns that you're observing backwards through time, and in a million years from now we might look up and see the star's gone now? What if the stars aren't that? What if the stars are actually much closer and much smaller than you were told they were? And you can think to yourself, well, okay, that sounds ridiculous. Why would I believe that? Which is a fair question, but you'd have to equally ask yourself, well, why do you believe they are giant suns, bajillions and squillions of miles away? Why do you just take that as a fact? Because we have no reference for that. You read it in a book, it sounded cool, and that's not an insult because I've been there, by the way. But how do you know? How do you know that to be true?
I think the best argument I have to prove stars would be something like, let's say you have a sun, and we can maybe agree the sun is a sun, right? It sends photons, which are these particles, right? They're half particles, half waves, whatever the fuck. And then you have stars, and I think maybe you can calculate that they also send photons. It makes them looking very similar. Wouldn't you agree or not?
I mean, they're both light sources. They both give off light. That seems that doesn't really seem up for debate, to be honest. But knowing it gives off light, or kind of observing that it gives off light, how does that then come back to, I know that what I'm looking at, this kind of tiny point of light in the sky, not I believe, I know this is a giant, just impossibly big ball of burning gas that's bajillions of miles away. How do you know that?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. Honestly, I'm not 100% sure about this at all. But they do calculate the masses of these things. They say this star is bigger than this star, right? And it's an interesting thing, because how do you actually say this is the distance, this is the mass, and but we can agree that they're all light sources, and a light source inclines what? That they send off photons, and it inclines what? Like I don't know if it's a nuclear reaction, but there needs to be some kind of what I would think as burning, but I don't think they're burning. I think it's more like a nuclear reaction, right? So I'm not 100% sure about this, honestly.
I mean, this is what starts to lead down the path where, I'm just kind of talking from experience as somebody who's gone through this recently. There are loads of things that you just take as a given. And if you kind of sit and think to yourself, okay, let's just press reset, yeah? Let's pretend I never went to school. Let's pretend I was born in a cave tomorrow. And you're looking for evidence. You're looking for things where you can know for yourself X is true, A is true, B is true. And you kind of take these things one at a time. Okay, stars. Impossibly massive gas structures, bajillions and squillions of miles away. How do I know this? And you think, well, okay, I don't. And even then you can try and, kind of consult the books. You can defer to authority if you want to, and that's how you roll. But then you have to be honest with yourself and think, well, actually, sorry, my dog, he's on his little squeaker in the background. And you have to be honest with yourself and think, not only do I not know, they don't know either. They've calculated it, but when you look into the calculations aren't reality, of course. If I draw numbers on a whiteboard, that doesn't make that real life. Within those calculations are massive presuppositions. Like, for example, Aristophanes gets brought up all the time. He presupposed ball Earth within his calculations, presupposed the distance of the sun from Earth. So what you end up with is, yes, these calculations might be mathematically sound in isolation, but there's so many pre-assumptions and preconceived notions and ideas that it all just falls like a thread. You pick up one bit of it, and it all starts unraveling, and they're forced to admit, and you're forced to be honest with yourself and say, actually, these things I thought I knew, I just believed.
Is my mic working?
I can hear.
All right, thanks, dickhead.
You're welcome.
He's just gonna call you. He's gonna call you a dickhead and then say nothing.
Carry on with the app session.
No, I was enjoying the speech. Do you have anything better to say, Mr. Steve?
Show some respect. It's Steve Irwin, back from the dead.
I'm not here to bring ideas. I'm here to shit on everyone. All the ideas.
I respect the honesty, brother.
Yeah, Steve, you're not going to last long, bro. If you come here with disrespect, you just get booted real quick. Like that.
Boom. So yeah, I'm not here to kind of convince you one way or the other, but from what I can tell, you're curious enough to be here. You're curious enough to ask questions. And all I'd say is watch out, because as soon as you start asking yourself questions and being intellectually honest in that process, it does lead down a very specific path.
No, I absolutely know that is right. Like, and I did at that time questioning reality as well, and actually, like, nowadays I really appreciate just sucking up to the common beliefs or whatever, and I believe in a lot of things, but yeah, and I appreciate that for my own like health. But of course, I think like you guys are not unhealthy. You're not stupid. You're all really clever, and you have this beautiful community, and I appreciate that a lot. So I'm not here to talk shit about anybody, and I'll just stick around for a while.
Hello,
may I raised by goat? May I, for one moment? Ashpool, according to the heliocentric model, that the Earth is closer to the Sun in the winter. 3 million miles closer in the winter. This is illogical. This is
I think you have to be
stupid.
confused. Yeah, well, absolutely, but I think you have to be confused with somebody who believes the heliocentric model. I categorically do not.
Yeah, I was trying to raise his curiosity.
Okay, yeah.
Aren't you curious, Ashpool?
The Earth is closer to.
Just be honest. Just be honest. The Earth is closer to the Sun instead of, I think, 95 million miles. It's only 92 million miles. In the winter, the Earth is closer to the sun, 3 million miles closer to the sun than in the summer. This doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense.
Why is that?
This sounds like trolling. This
How is
sounds
it
like
possible
someone
that
who's...
a big ball of heating plasma gets closer to you, but you get colder?
Well,
Yeah,
actually,
exactly.
It's, because of it's the tilt of the Earth, and it's more just
the tilt. It's the tilt. So the tilt makes a difference of a couple of 100 miles or 1,000 miles, and then the million miles just don't consider that. It sounds like trolling and making fun of someone, mocking someone. I don't want to insult you, but you should be insulted. Your intelligence, your normal daily intelligence should be insulted by this, right? You cannot go closer to the source of a nuclear infusion, burning, melting everything in its way. 3 million miles closer, and then get colder. I mean,
you could only argue that would make it colder if the Earth was bigger than 3 million miles in diameter. So good luck with that argument.
Yeah, I was just trying to help. If Ashpool is serious and honest, he should think about these things. The lack of curvature, the horizon behind the habitat, rig oil at a distance of 9.4, and I think Creation Bear posted the image in the chat box of the black swan, the habitat, and the geometry, the geometry of the Earth and the calculations, 8 multiplied by a mile square. The first mile, you will have 8 inches. The second mile, you will have 8 multiplied by 4, 32. And the third mile, you will have 8 multiplied by 3 squared. That is 8 multiplied by 9 is 72 inches. And go ahead.
But yeah, Berserker, you do realize like you're not going to be able to break through any of these guys, right?
I know.
I honestly, you're not. Yeah, like just
bro.
I know it goes both ways. I'm not gonna convince you the Earth is round. I didn't invent this anyway.
Julian, I appreciate the calmness and the patience of the moderators. That's what I'm telling you. These people are not honest even with themselves. They just clinging. They will not give up.
At like 3 in the morning. Maybe like a week.
The problem for me is I have to accept so many things, and we got into this. We talked about the institutional lies or whatever, right? Like it just for me, I cannot even if I wanted to believe the Earth was flat, I cannot.
Coping.
As I was saying, guys, I'm not sure that anybody's even taken this guy through the Black Swan. So I know Berserker keeps bringing it up. I don't think he knows what that is. No one's.
I don't think so either. He just says some miles and stuff like that.
Yes, he told us the curvature at 10 kilometers would be only 10 centimeters. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry for interrupting, T-Dub.
Well, why are you muting me? I'm not talking in anybody's mouth. I'm not being rude. Fuck you. But yeah,
Don't
go on to somebody else. Of course, I'm a little bit upset. Like, you shouldn't mute me. Just talk to somebody else then. I will digress. I'll just chill here.
Bro, you're not addressing the problems with the curvature, the lack of curvature. You are not addressing it. Look,
no, I told you the first thing I said is you cannot perceive the curvature. That is the first thing I said in the last thing
I told you.
You're right.
I think I told you. At least I told Snake, consider me as a caveman who saw for the first time the fire. And I went, what the fuck is that? And this is the thing that I had when I saw the lack of curvature. In all what we are saying, we previously globers, because we all were globers, we are saying, how can we explain the curvature and the lack of curvature and the horizon beyond the habitat rig oil, which is at a distance of 9.4 miles. It means the horizon behind it, clearly visible, which cannot be somehow brought up by refraction. It's not impossible, because if the horizon is brought up by the horizon, if the horizon is brought up by refraction, the rig oil should still be sinking behind the horizon. That is geometry, as Raised by Goats said. It's about geometry. We are the ones who are throwing the geometry and the math in front of your face, and you are the ones, the globalists are the ones, who are not willing to talk about it and always are saying, let's look at the equinox, let's look at the stars, let's look at the moon upside down, let's look at the ground. Can we please stay at the ground?
The people say this because they
you will not address it. You will go again in a circle.
I'm addressing. Yeah, we'll go on.
You have a problem. You have a problem. You don't have the courage, and you are not willing to believe that people would lie to you, that NASA would lie to you. That is you. You said it. You said it by yourself. It's not something I'm saying.
I do believe in these institutions, and I love the scientific community. I honestly do. I don't have a problem with them at all. I think.
Yeah, but everything these guys are telling us and showing us is not scientific. It goes against geometry and mathematics. Why are you so dense to accept that? And you claim to be a man of science and a scientist in computer science.
I'm just a programmer. Nothing else.
Of course you are just a programmer. I'm a civil engineer who deals with surveying and building of dams and foundation design.
Can I ask
building bridges?
A question?
We might have to take over this conversation at some point so we can move this from a circle talk.
Yeah, please, because it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't work.
They will not and forth with him. Nah, the whole time, both of you back and forth. Nah.
Yeah, thank you, Berserker.
No problem.
Yeah, so we arrived at this point not because of a distrust in the system, a distrust in institutions or NASA. It's because the facts and evidence don't support what the claimed globe's geometry is. That's kind of what Berserker's saying. As a consequence of that, we can conclude that NASA is not being forthright, but that is not the cause for our lack of acceptance of the globe.
Okay, but I like that the geometry is bad. I agree, right? It is you cannot see the curvature on the horizon. I agree with that 100%. But my issue is I just don't understand how you get all these. What do you call it? Like a great like the astrophysics? They don't make sense anymore to me. So if the Earth is flat, how do you circle a satellite?
Astrophysics isn't real science. That's why astrophysics has not proposed one single testable hypothesis.
Yeah, but people study these things. They
study astrology too.
No, they don't.
Well, people study all kinds of things. The fact that astrophysics lies in the realm of theoretical physics, and the fact that they can't scientifically test any dependent variable by experimentation means that they're basically telling stories. They can concoct all kinds of models, kinematic models, that can describe the relationships of the motions of the heavens. And they can assign mass values to bodies in the motions of the heavens, but they can't actually go up there and verify it. And they can't test any cause and effect claims that they make regarding things like the nebular hypothesis, star formation, and stuff.
No, you can't. The instruments are the truth. You can only what do you call it? The instruments, right? Like even me, when I write a program, I don't know actually what is going on, right?
No, the instruments aren't the truth. No, you can't point to a telescope at a light and say, helium.
Right, because
and magical other stuff. Now I know what's happening. Must be gravity pulls the light in.
Yeah, there's the story part. The instruments can show you an observation, and you can make the inductive inferences from those observations. But those observations can only lead you to create what will ultimately become a scientifically testable hypothesis. And it's at that point in the scientific method that astronomy, cosmology, and these space sciences, it's at that point that they break down. It's at that point that they can't go any further. Because at that point, what happens is the experimenter needs to manipulate an independent variable to assess a change in a dependent variable. And we're not even doing that. We're making natural observations about our real world, and we're taking measurements. So we're not even really interested in so much of a scientific process, even though we are interested in science and demarcating pseudoscience from science. Fundamentally, what we're about is the geometric tests and considering variables that are involved in those tests and conducting measurements of the ground.
But it's very hard. That's like a small human organism with a eye, right? The eye. It's not. Like, how do you perceive something like the curvature of a planet? That is almost impossible to do, right? Like with the humans, just as a human, right? But with the instruments, the satellites, the sciences, like I think it is possible to prove that the Earth is having around whatever.
So how do you verify that a satellite is where they say it is?
I mean, I don't know. Maybe there is a website for it.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, verify, right? So nobody can verify these things. There's a chain of custody issue between the asset that gets deployed in the environment they say it is and the people on the ground who put it together and monitor it.
Yeah, but that doesn't. I feel like it's not a good argument because, like, I'm gonna say a whataboutism, right? Like, what about, like, can you prove there is a war in Ukraine? Can you prove there is a war?
Thank you. All right, let's do it. How do you?
Your microphone is broken. Go on.
If you can't observe it and measure it, how do you think they're going to gain the knowledge in order to be able to utilize it in ways like putting things into orbit and understanding the geometry? If you can't test and measure it in the first place, you're appealing to something that couldn't exist if they didn't know somehow what this place is and the geometry of it.
Yeah. How did they put a satellite in orbit if they didn't have a measurement of Earth's dimensions in the first instance? We're looking for that measurement, and it's not anywhere to be found.
What do you mean by that? Like, it doesn't make sense to me.
I mean,
like, obviously, everyone assumed.
I think they launched a satellite in orbit. You need to have the radius of the Earth, which means you need to have some measurement of curvature in order to determine the radius, right?
I mean, not necessarily, right? Like you can make if you have a system, you wanna rule it out, you wanna calculate its dimensions. You can do that just with a small sample.
Yeah, well, we've done that. We've got laser tests. We've got infrared observations. We've got surveying measurements that don't reveal any curvature. And when we go to NASA and rip through their server of technical documents, and we look for their references for Earth's radius in the measurement, it's nowhere to be found. Same with going to the National Oceanographic and Aeronautic Administration, NOAA. They don't have any, and they're responsible for surveying.
Is that real? Like the laser test didn't work?
Yeah, it is.
I heard the opposite.
We've got like dozens, if not hundreds, of laser tests, and conducted by field engineers who have the requisite knowledge to assemble these things and to conduct these tests. Like, one of them built a custom $30,000 laser and gimbaling device called the Salad, which they then, I think, patented and wanted to sell to laboratories because it was so good. They CNC machined this gimbal for a laser so they could adjust angles within extremely narrow tolerances to high degrees of confidence. You know, we've got people who are who know about like laser transit methodology, where you sweep a laser across a surface and you hit multiple targets across in order to measure undulations at various points on the surface. And they've done that too. They've also used multiple bands, tri-band lasers of varying wavelengths in order to test for refraction claims and to see if the cluster of the laser beams diverge by what is predicted with globe-Earth astronomical refraction or terrestrial refraction. You know, one of the best proofs, I think, to come out of this in my research is something called the NATO Sapphire trials. So NATO sent some surveying engineers to America, to the Chesapeake Bay, which is outside of Washington, D.C. And they took infrared sensors and infrared emitters, infrared theodolites, which is surveying equipment. They purposefully set up lights, which they said should be behind Earth's curvature on the other side of the Chesapeake Bay. And when they went into their theodolites, they could not see the light, or they could see the lights. They could see not only the lights that were supposed to be behind the curvature, but they could see the stand that the lights were mounted on. They could see the surface that the stand was on, and they could see the water's edge below. And this is in infrared. And they wrote in their official documents that this did not conform to any refraction model that they've ever used. They had to build a custom refraction model, and they had to fudge the temperature data by 2 orders of magnitude in order to account for the supposed refraction that would have to exist for them to make that observation. They performed the calculation and affirmed the globe, but they had to apply models that nobody's ever rigorously tested, and they had to invoke conditions that were not present. They did engaged in backfitting of data. At least they were honest about it when they called the whole situation cursed. So, I mean, that's one. There's also a military laser test that was conducted in Hawaii on, I think, Mauna Kea or something. I don't think it was Mauna Kea. It was on Maui. They shot three different wavelengths of lasers, 148 or 149 kilometers. And they wanted to assess to see the beam divergence in a receiver on the other side, this big optical telescope. And they predicted with all their best models for military communications and weapon systems, they applied those models and they could not explain what happened. What happened was that the 3 different bands of lasers actually met and were seen at one time in the optic on the other side. And the beam divergence that was predicted was off by some massive amount too. I don't know if it was orders of magnitude, but it was so off that they too had to throw out their models and come up with their own bulk refraction model and combine a whole bunch of effects that weren't present in the data in order to explain it. They debunked terrestrial refraction, which means there is no terrestrial refraction.
Oh, okay.
Which means there's no globe radius and Earth is flat.
Oh.
And we've got members who set up microwave lengths as installers for communication systems, and they're talking about setting up Fresnel zones that exceed the limits of Earth's spherical shape. And there's no known mechanism by which these site-to-site communications are able to conduct telecommunications, because there should be curvature blocking. There should be other things blocking, but it's not.
I see.
Yeah, so we've got a lot of this, and we've got high altitude infrared photogrammetry. A man who specializes in this field took his high-end infrared optics on airplanes, and he took his maps, and he was able to conduct observations of mountain ranges far in the distance, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, up to 1,000 miles or so in the distance. And in one case, the mountain ranges should have been below the curvature by 11 miles. And another mountain range should have been below curvature by 14 miles. And this is in infrared from high altitude, which means you're mitigating any claims of refraction. Sideways looking infrared from high altitudes deal in such size and distances of immense scale that you can afford to be off by like a mile or 2 of lift or of sinking of mountains in the background. If your observation should predict that there's like 11 miles or 14 miles of sinking. So we've achieved scale. We've achieved multimodal methods of performing these observations. Oh, another favorite of mine is showing bottom-up disappearance over a flat surface without curvature. So Skyfree on YouTube sets up these remote control boats over surfaces of water and conducts measurements of temperatures and sets up optical instruments and demonstrates how ships disappear bottom up over distance where curvature should not be present at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's due to combination of optical effects like turbulence and total internal reflection, and some call it refraction. If you want to call it that, you can, but it's much more than that.
No, I understand, but obviously it raises all these other questions, like what is at the edge of the Earth, right? And what is at the bottom, right? Like if it's flat, like what is going on, right? Like how does
I hear you, but Earth isn't in outer space.
The planet look.
Right, so here's another thing. Earth isn't a disk. We're not the Flat Earth Society. Earth isn't some flying space pizza. It's not. We don't think Earth is a planet in a solar system, or that Earth is a flat disk in space that's the center of the universe. This reality that you see around you is the universe, and the floor that you're walking on is flat, and the stars above are above the floor.
But what does the anatomy of anatomy? What is the anatomy of the planet, or not a planet then? Like
of reality.
Yeah, reality.
Yeah, well, you're standing on the floor of the universe, bro. This is it.
But does this come back to religion, or are you guys still in the science realm?
Science realm. Some of us have religious beliefs, varying religions, but that's a personal matter. We come together here in this forum, in this community, as empiricists and rational thinkers. We use logic and evidence. We don't like to get into conspiracy theories. I mean, some of them will naturally follow as a consequence of the things we talk about, but as a consequence, not as an antecedent, as a consequence of the lack of empirical data and logic. We talk to people all day, every day who come in. It includes regular people, people in the trades, people with technical backgrounds, people with advanced degrees, even astrophysicists and rocket scientists. We've had plenty of them come by, and they can't put up any information that's satisfactory because they themselves don't have the knowledge that they claim exists. They think somebody else has it. We ask them, well, where's the measurement of this? Where's the measurement of that? And they think somebody else has it, and everybody passes the buck. Everybody thinks everybody else has that knowledge, and they trust that somebody else out there has it. And this community's been looking for that for 10 years.
Yeah, but it's not like it's an invention, right? It's more like a discovery, honestly.
Yeah, we're interested in discovery and in documenting discovery and measuring the Earth. This is fundamentally geometric and not really scientific. We do discuss science. I mean, we do discuss science where it's appropriate, because you might need to conduct some science in order to confirm whether or not certain phenomena are present in your measurement. But ultimately, fundamentally, we conduct measurements, and we think about our measurements rationally. So when someone says, well, I know Earth is a globe because I take a telescope and I see other planets around, therefore Earth is round, is logically fallacious, right? Because it's assuming that Earth is one of those things in the sky too, even though it bears no resemblance to the thing in the sky. When you look at Mars through a telescope, you see a light that has colors on it. You don't see anything that resembles the terrain that you're standing on. None whatsoever. It also only comes out at night, right? So,
no, it's fair enough. It's fair enough.
Right. Or what is the sun? People think that science has figured out what the sun is, but then you go talk to people who study like heliophysics for a living. They're less certain about what the sun is than anybody else on Earth. They're debating whether or not the sun is some metallic liquid plasma metal right now.
I love that, bro.
It's a crazy lattice framework embedded within it.
Interesting. Like, I was actually really thinking for a long time, like, what the fuck is going on, right? Like, it's burning, right? What ignited the sun? And it's actually just the mass of its own. Like, the gravity was so heavy that it ignited.
Oh, you're not going to talk about dumb gravity.
no, I don't have
Bending
an
and
argument
warping
here.
of space-time or Newton's laws.
I don't know. Like there was a
gravitation.
time in the universe where it looks different. Like I'm not an expert on this. I don't know, right, guys? Like come on. Like I just know about a RESTful API, like a front end, back end, all that shit. That is my point of view. Like if you want to ask me about a database, I'll tell you about that. I don't know why the Earth is proven to be round or whatever, but I did see some guys. They did go to university and they used this metric of the Earth being around because they had to calculate these things like heaven. They do that, right? They calculate astronomy trajectories around spheres. That is it. Trajectories around spheres. That's what they calculate, right?
They do, and these are kinematic models. They're coordinate systems, which coordinate reference systems are arbitrary. You can come up with any coordinate reference system to describe the surface of an object. And it could be a spherical, it could be hyperbolic, it could be planar. As long as you use the coordinate reference system consistently in the way it was designed, you can map a flat surface to a round ball. You can map it to that coordinate system and it will be internally consistent. So if you begin with a coordinate system and end with a coordinate system, you will conclude that the distances are following geodesic arcs when in reality they're not.
Mm-hmm.
So they've construed coordinate reference systems going back to like the 1820s, 1830s that are based off of the stars and based off of not just the stars themselves, but a perception or an interpretation of the stars being a spherical hemispheric dome of vision, the celestial sphere model. And this is documented in astronomy, the celestial sphere model. If you take like an astronomy course, they teach you how to observe things from an observer-centric point of view. So you will say that the stars will rise in the east and set in the west. You'll say that you take elevation angles to Polaris to obtain your latitude. I mean, you do everything in like altitude and azimuthal angles to plot the motion of the stars and their locations. And it's all observer-centric. But if the assumption is that the sky is a curving surface, even if it's not, I don't believe it is. And if you were to map flat Earth to that spherical surface in order to take position fixes, then you're conducting a real-time coordinate transformation process from flat Earth into a sphere. And if you use that system reliably, you could conclude that Earth is a sphere based off of where you travel on flat Earth because you're using a spherical coordinate reference system that just works. But it doesn't necessarily mean Earth is flat. When we go to measure the surface, it displays absolutely no curvature and no motion itself. And that's the rub. So we can't go up and verify and prove what the stars are and what their distances are, what their masses are. When we examine the logic of the celestial sphere model in the context of a globe, it doesn't make sense. So a flat surface has to exist somewhere as a plane of reference, as a horizontal reference, in order to conduct these astronomical observations, in order to do astronomical surveying of the Earth. And so you can come up with an interpretation of the Earth based off of that if you want. But you can also survey the Earth by using landmarks on the Earth itself. It's called planar surveying. You set up landmarks, benchmarks, and you measure the surface distance to them regardless of latitude and longitude coordinates, which are spherical. You know, and this is how planar surveying was done. But in the early, in the 1820s and 1830s, when they developed what's called the reference ellipsoid from the celestial sphere, they concluded that Earth is a globe because they said that there's an axis that unites Polaris with the Sigma Octantis region in the south. It explains the stars rotating because Earth is rotating. And they've constructed this spherical model called a datum, a reference ellipsoid. And it's based off of an interpretation that the stars move in such a manner, and then they get what they think are the dimensions of Earth from that motion and the assumption that the Earth is a ball. So the flat surface that they use is not the Earth, but is actually the stars. Have you heard that starlight comes in parallel to Earth because the stars are so big and so far away that the light would have to come in parallel, and this would necessitate Earth curvature existing. We've all heard that. The sun's rays come in parallel and hit Earth in a parallel fashion. Well, you know where the flat surface is? They moved it from the ground that you walk on, and they basically made it the sun or the stars. They made the sun and the stars so big that the surface is flat relative to a ball curving Earth. Therefore, the rays coming from that relatively flat surface are parallel. And so geometrically, they move the horizontal plane of reference from below your feet to a light in the sky that's of effectively infinite distance and infinite size. There's your flat surface, a place that you can't go to measure or verify exists. And meanwhile, you know what we see? We don't have evidence of parallel light hitting Earth. I mean, besides being non-conformal to your own vision and optics, because parallel light would mean the whole sky would be lit up all around you. You wouldn't be able to see anything. But when you take elevation angles to the sun, you're taking angle measurements in a converging fashion to a single point in the sky. They're not going out parallel to that point in the sky. Nobody's ever been able to demonstrate that you can take angle measurements from Earth and that those angle measurements will be parallel on a curving surface. That was the mistake that Eratosthenes made. The old Greek guy who set up a stick and looked at a shadow and then looked at a well south of his position or whatever, or west or east, whatever he did, and concluded that Earth is a ball based off of shadow lengths. He assumed that Earth was a ball and that light rays were parallel. So the story says. Well, I mean, if you'd assumed instead that Earth is flat the way you experience it, and that the light rays are crepuscular or converging to the point on the sun and not parallel, then you can conclude that Earth is flat. And you know what? A contemporary of Eratosthenes did just that over in China. Yeah, there's a Chinese Eratosthenes around 250 BC who also conducted a stick and shadow demonstration and concluded and affirmed the Chinese flat Earth cosmology. He just changed his assumptions.
Okay.
So, yeah, much to think about. I gotta step out for a minute, but I'll be listening. Someone else can take over. Thanks for letting me rant.
No, I think it's great. I appreciate it. And honestly, there is nothing I can say. Like you guys said, you're clever, so you know about the shit. So, but like, what am I gonna do? Like at the end of the day, we believe different things, right? And that's okay. We can disagree. I'm just not going to be convinced the Earth is flat, and maybe you guys are never. I don't think you guys are going to be like I cannot convince you guys otherwise, and it maybe doesn't matter, you know.
I didn't want to be a flat earther, dude. It took me a couple years to get over this.
Amen.
You know, I believed Earth was a ball for like 40 plus years.
Yeah, we all said the same thing at first, right? It's like, yeah, nobody's going to convince me of this nonsense, right? So you're right to have your current stance on it, but once you like start looking into the practical demonstrations, right, into the empirical evidence that's been tested and repeated countless times, it gets hard to keep denying it, right? Because what you're talking about is more appealing to authority, right? Appealing to people in power, right? Things that you can't actually validate. You just kind of have to trust that they're not lying to you. But, you know, like in regards to satellites and being able to see the Earth from space and that kind of thing, it's not something you're going to be able to validate, right? That's the difference between the information you're choosing to believe and the information that we're presenting, right? It's not something that you really have to believe, right? This is something you can actually go out and test and repeat yourself. And many of us have actually done that, right? So we have countless amounts of long-distance observations, right, where we can see 20, 30 times further than you would be able to see on a globe, right? There's no type of refraction or anything like that, you know, that allows for that kind of thing to happen, right? And then on top of that, we've got like really, really well done laser tests in all different locations across the Earth, where the laser's hitting the target, right, where there should be hundreds of miles of obstruction between point A and point B. So it's an accumulation of practical demonstration. So yeah, it's, you know, I mean, and it's fair enough for you to be super skeptical of it, right? Most of us went into this kicking and screaming, saying, you'll never be able to convince me, this is silly, right? But it takes a long time to go over each question that you would have. It's like, what about this? What about that? What about gravity? What about outer space, right? And then each of those is like, oh, you would have to spend a week like looking into all of the information and evidence of both sides, right? And then looking into what practical demonstrations or what empirical evidence do they actually have throughout all of history of measuring the Earth curvature and validating the radius value. And once you look into that, you'll be disappointed that there isn't any practical demonstrations, right? What you're going to find is things like Eratosthenes, where a whole bunch of assumptions are made, right? Assumptions and calculations. Right? So the globe model is more like it's like a theoretical mathematical model, right? That's been deeply ingrained into the education system over 500 years ago. And it's taught as fact. And many of these people that are reteaching it, like your professors and whatnot, like you were talking about at universities, they're not lying. They're just regurgitating the information that they were taught, right? And that's how you get a lot of these degrees, is by being very good at parroting the mainstream model.
Yeah. No, I agree with you guys. I think like it's a very good argument, but I have to step out now. I have to get something.
Yeah,
to eat
yeah.
with
Hey, it's been good listening to the conversation with you and the guys anyway, and it's really good to see someone that's open-minded like you, and even someone that's just respectful and listens without getting triggered.
Shouldn't.
So
Yeah,
thanks, and you're more than welcome anytime to come and hang out with us, because you're the type of person we appreciate.
Yeah, and I appreciate you guys. You guys are like, you're amazing, all of you. Like, I think you're very clever, so I like that about you guys. So yeah, peace.
Thanks. Check out the behavior of the people we deal with. Go observe them.
People are toxic and stupid.
Next time I can give you the triangle test.
Okay. Cheers. Cheers.
Yes.
Well, that's good. He finally took the fingers out of his ears.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to switch around the roster a bit and try different people.
Oh, just going back and forth. At first, when I got here, they were going, nuh-uh, 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 nuh-uh. And I couldn't take it anymore. Ice Cube's up for his 4th attempt at answering the question, and I gave him the answers. See if he can answer it now.
Is this Ice Cube guy a Glober?
Yeah, of course.
And what's up with his profile picture?
He's a Glober.
It's an A map centered at the South Pole instead of the North Pole. Yo, anti-globalist. You around?
Yeah. So.
Oh, give me a sec. Right. You said there's no like type of refraction would allow you to see 10 times further on a globe, right?
Over a physical obstruction, yeah, I would like to see a demonstration of that. I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying I haven't seen anything that shows that.
Oh,
Yeah, you would be able to see 10 times. Yeah. So I haven't seen any practical demonstration that allows you to see over physical obstruction and 10 times further, right? With another horizon behind the geometric horizon.
Yeah, that's different claim. It's also a much safer one to say you.
Well, it's actually no.
Let me just
right. Listen, hold on a second. Right. So this is a perfect analogous, it's an analogous claim to the claim made by the Globe side in the Black Swan demonstrations.
Okay, let me clarify the two claims that I'm saying are not the same. One is there is no type of refraction that can do that. The other claim is I haven't seen any type of refraction that can do that. Those are different claims. So before you made the first one, now you're making the second one, which is much easier to defend, of course. And I don't even have any problem with the second one. First one.
So I was making a general statement, but if you want me to get specific with it, right, then that's the claim from the Globe side. Right? This isn't my claim. This is me making a negative claim to the positive claim made by the Globe side. That's all.
Yeah, well, it's still a claim that I would like to understand how you got to that conclusion, but once I try to get there, you change the claim.
No. No, I expanded on the claim. I got more specific. It's still the same claim. Right? So the claim specifically is that you can see there's some type of refraction that exists, right? That makes everything behind a geometric horizon perfectly appear to rise up, so it looks flat all the way out to another apparent horizon. That's the claim from the Globe side, right? That's the claim. So we go and do these different observations in different areas, and that's always the same claim from the Globe side. We can't detect the geometric horizon because everything beyond the horizon line that has to be there on a globe is perfectly refracting up, completely hiding the geometric horizon, and it makes it look like a flat surface.
Yeah, we could talk about that. That's not what I was talking about. Talking about the difference between saying I never seen X to X can't exist. Those are two different claims. And first you made the claim that X can't exist. Now you're saying, no, I just never seen X. And I'm just expanding on the claim that X doesn't exist by saying I've never seen X. Those aren't the same thing. One is a strong claim.
You're up next. You got to take a triangle test.
I think I already answered that one.
What is the answer?
A and C.
Which figures below are not triangles? And
are not triangle B and D.
Oh, so you know what triangles are?
Yeah, of course, everybody knows what triangles are.
You say that.
So there's no such thing as a curved triangle, right?
You say everybody knows what a triangle is, but
a curved triangle wouldn't be a triangle.
Yeah, it's not true. Not true, Bacon.
That's not true.
That everybody knows what a triangle is. If you were listening and not speaking through me, you'd have understood and not had to ask again. So no, not everybody does know what a triangle is. Donald, for example, he definitely doesn't know what a triangle is. He says the one with a curved line is a triangle.
I wouldn't. Yeah, okay, I'll correct. Almost everybody knows what a triangle is.
Again, you'd think so.
I wouldn't take Donald as an representative sample of what people know.
Radwin, how many people yesterday did we have not answer the question correctly? Was it about 5, 6 people?
No, 7 total now.
How many in total now?
Yeah, and if you ask repeats, Ice Cube, he could not answer it 4 times and 5 times this morning.
Wow.
And I gave him the answer card with it. The whole thing. I just gave the whole thing. Answer this question he didn't know.
Wow, that's disappointing.
In fact, it's crazy because I gave all of those guys the answers, ones that failed, and they still couldn't answer the question. They couldn't even read the bottom of it. Reading it hurt them.
You can see there in the text, he's replied to you, it's mostly about 3 angles. Triangles with curved sides are perfectly fine in the context.
Of a triangle being defined as the intersection of 3 straight sides that meet at the vertices, and when you measure and add the interior angles, they reach 180 degrees. That's what a triangle is, like a right angle triangle or an equilateral triangle. I don't understand why people, well, let's be fair, I do understand why they want to say that triangles can have curved lines in them, because they want the Earth to be a ball. But if you're clever enough and have no bias, you'll understand what a triangle is and there's no curved lines in it. And all of the lines, they have to meet. Interesting.
Well, we're clearly discussing semantics here, of course, because we're talking about whether the word
We're talking
triangle
about semantics. Yeah, the definition of a triangle.
Exactly. Every time we're talking about like, what this word means, that's semantics. So I'm just. Anyway, that wasn't my response. I'm just beginning to make up. So of course, if we just think about like 3 straight lines, obviously, if you see a curved line, that doesn't fit the definition. But I think there's room for nuance here, because in like non-Euclidean geometries, lines that are straight within non-Euclidean geometry are not straight in Euclidean geometry. So you can have the same line be either considered straight or non-straight depending on which geometry you pick. I think that's where the confusion comes from. Because if you pick, for example, circle geometry, and you make what's considered a straight line within that geometry, that's obviously a curved line within Euclidean geometry. So it could be considered a triangle within that curved geometry. That is being considered a triangle there wouldn't be a triangle if you're picking Euclidean geometry then. I think that's where the confusion comes from, which is obviously totally semantics, because we can just assign a different word for that and nothing changes really. If you don't think that that's triangle, just come up with a new word.
For you. You see any triangles on the picture I posted?
That is not what I was referring to. I'm referring to a triangle within the geometry of the sphere. That's outside of the sphere.
Triangles there, because so far every one of those that failed the test said those are all triangles.
Those would only be considered triangle within the geometry of the surface, the ones that are drawn on the surface. But if you're picking Euclidean geometry, then obviously those aren't triangles.
Amazing.
Yeah, it depends which geometry you're picking to say what a straight line is.
Just triangle. The word says it.
That doesn't specify any geometry as a reference. We pick Euclidean for default.
What's an angle? What's an angle?
I think it's defined like the spacing in of the intersection between 2 lines or rays, something like that.
Okay. Those lines or rays, are they curved or straight?
I think they're by definition straight.
Yeah, by definition straight. An angle is the measurement of the separation of those 2 straight sides. If you curve one of those lines, it's no longer, by definition,
I completely agree.
an angle. Yeah. So when we ask what a triangle is, it's kind of implied and necessary that those sides must be straight because of the angle within
I agree.
Cool.
I don't think you understood my contention.
Well, you seem to be.
My point. Yeah, no, I agree. You need 3 straight lines.
Say things like depending what type of geometry you're talking about, Euclidean or non-Euclidean. We're implying the Euclidean because of the word angle.
Oh. Again, if the requirement is that those lines are straight, so you have an angle, for example, that's actually not changing anything I said, because I'm still saying a triangle needs the lines to be straight. The difference here is when you consider a line is straight. Because if you draw, for example, a great circle root on a sphere, obviously that's a circle, not a straight line. But if you work within the geometry of the sphere itself, that line isn't taking any left or right curve, which is the only direction you can curve within that geometry. So within that geometry, that line is straight.
Angles from hell, right?
Sounds like an unfalsifiable claim about the true geometry.
Here's the definition of triangle in Google: a plane figure with 3 straight sides and 3 angles. A plane figure with 3 straight sides and 3 angles.
I'm on board with that. That's not what I'm...
That on distorts it, doesn't it?
Say that again.
When you overlay that onto a sphere, it distorts the straight lines.
Sure.
Yeah, but the distortion would only be apparent if you had a means to compare what's being distorted with what shouldn't be. And if you're going to claim like reality itself is non-Euclidean, then how do you test for that? Especially given the tools that we have appear to be Euclidean, you know?
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing reality isn't Euclidean. Not even the globe is arguing reality isn't Euclidean.
Right.
The globe
I think
exists
more
within
flat
3
earthers
dimensions.
need to acknowledge the internal consistency of spherical coordinate systems that are mapped to flat Earth.
Of course, we're sure dealing with 3-dimensional space. And yeah, we're dealing with Euclidean geometry. So if we deal with the surface of an object, the surface is 2-dimensional. It doesn't have any volume. It has 2 degrees of freedom. That's a 2-dimensional geometry. So now the shape of the object dictates whether that geometry is Euclidean or not. For example, if you deal with the geometry of the surface of a cylinder or a cube, all those would be Euclidean. But if you try to do that with a sphere, then it has what's called a Gaussian curvature. And there you can't like draw parallel lines. So that geometry, Euclidean geometry doesn't really follow on the surface of objects with Gaussian curvature, which includes
Is he a
sphere.
flat earther or a globe earther?
He's anti-flat Earth.
Because he sounds like a flat earther the way he's explaining how nothing works on a globe.
I didn't say nothing works on a globe. I said you can't draw parallel lines. That's what I said.
Yes, that's right. There's no parallel line either.
Yeah, parallel lines only. Actually, you have parallel lines in non-Euclidean geometries, but you don't have in the ones with positive Gaussian curvature. You have with the 0 or negative Gaussian curvature. Hyperbolic geometry has multiple parallel lines. Same point.
Big Home Depot. Jaren fan.
Why is it so quiet everywhere?
It's not we were just talking. What the fuck?
He left.
That's a classic squawk and run. There's X number of people in here. Why is there only 2 people talking?
Why isn't there 20 people talking right now?
All the other channels are just completely crazy, hot mess that no one can understand shit. Okay, well, don't hang out there.
I think they secretly like how well run and organized our channel is, but they're upset that it's about flat Earth.
Anyway, I don't think there's all this discussion about whether there's a triangle that's a triangle. It's really relevant.
Oh, you wouldn't even know how relevant it is. It's knocked out 8 people or whatever it is so far, 7 people so far. Knocked them right out of the broom. They got so mad they couldn't answer the question.
I mean, it's irrelevant because, like, okay, let's say that the spherical triangles are not triangles. Okay, I can go with that. Okay, then just pick a new word for them that isn't triangle, and you can still talk
You've been
about it.
listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.